Chapter 1 of Malcolm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Malcolm, by George MacDonald. Chapter 1. Miss Horne.
Nah. I hadna feelings I'm thankful to say. I never kent any good come o' them. They're a terrible sight in the gate.
Nobody ever thought o' laying it to your charge, ma'am. 'Deed, I had enough ado to do the thing I had to do, not to say the thing 'at nobody would do but myself. I had no leisure for feelin's in that, insisted Miss Horne. But here a heavy step descending the stair just outside the room attracted her attention, and checking the flow of her speech perforce, with 3 ungainly strides she reached the landing. "Watty Witherspoon! Watty!" she called after the footsteps down the stair.
"Yes, ma'am," answered a gruff voice from below.
"Watty, when you fess the bit boxy, just pit a hammer and a puckle nails in your poach to mend the hen-house door. The tane mun be attended till as well as the tither." The bit boxy was the coffin of her third cousin Griselda Campbell, whose body lay in the room on her left hand as she called down the stair. Into that on her right Miss Horne now re-entered, to rejoin Mrs. Mellis, the wife of the principal draper in the town, who had called ostensibly to condole with her, but really to see the corpse. "Ay, she was ta'en young," sighed the visitor, with long-drawn tones and a shake of the head, implying that therein lay ground of complaint, at which poor mortals dared but hint.
"Not that young," returned Miss Horne. "She was upon the edge o' 30.
"Well, she had a sair time o't."
"Not that sair, so far as I can see, and who sud ken better? She's had a been doon sittin',
and should ha' had as long as I was to the fore."
"Na, it was neither so young, nor yet so sair."
"Ay, but she was a patient cratur wi' all flesh," persisted Mrs. Mellis, as if she would not willingly be foiled in the attempt to extort for the dead some syllable of acknowledgment from the lips of her late companion.
"'Deed she was that, a ween o'er patient with some. But that came o' having mair heart nor brains.
She had feelin's, gin ye like, and to spare, but I never took o'er any of the stock.
It's a pity she hadna the judgment to match,
for she never misdoubted anybody enough. But I wot it disna matter noo, for she's gone where it's less wanted. For when it has the harmlessness of the dove in this ill-wold warl, there's a feck o' 10 that has the wisdom of the serpent, and the serpents make sair work with the doves, let alone them 'at flees into the very mouths o' them."
"Well, you're just right there," said Mrs. Mellis.
"And as you say, she was aye some easy to persuade. I had no doubt she believed to the very last he would come back and marry her."
"Come back and marry her? Who or what div you mean?
I just tell you, Mistress Mellis, and it's well you're named, gin you dare to hint at one word o' such clavers, it's this side of this door o' mine used to be less acquaint with." As she spoke, the hawk eyes of Miss Horne glowed on each side of her hawk nose, which grew more and more hooked as she glared, while her neck went craning forward as if she were on the point of making a swoop on the offender. Mrs. Mellis's voice trembled with something very like fear, as she replied, "Good guidance, Miss Horne, what have I said to gar you look at me so by ordinary as that?"
"Said?" repeated Miss Horne, in a tone that revealed both annoyance with herself and contempt for her visitor.
"There's no a clever in all the countryside that ye maun fess at home aneath your oxter, as gin it were the prodigal afore he repented. Ye sud get small thanks for such like here, and her lying there as she'll lie till the judgment day, poor thing." "I'm sure I meant no offence, Miss Horne," said her visitor. "I thought a'body kent that she was ill about him."
"About who, in the name of the father o' lies?"
"Oh, about that long-legged doctor 'at set out for the Ingies, and died afore he won across the equator. Only folks said he was no more dead nor a halvert worm, and would be home when she was married."
"It's all lies frae head to foot and frae heart to skin."
"Well, it was plain to see she dwined away after he gaed, and never was herself again. You dinna deny that."
"It's all havers," persisted Miss Horne, but in accents considerably softened. "She cared no more about the child nor I did mysel'. She dwined, I grant ye, and he gaed away, I grant ye. But the wind blows and the water runs, and the tane has little to do with the tither."
Well, I'm sorry I said anything to offend ye, and I canna say mair. With your leave, Miss Horne, I'll just gang and take a last look at her, poor thing."
"'Deed, ye should do nothing of the kind. I shall let nobody glower at her 'at would gang and spare sic havers about her, Mistress Mellis. To say it, such a dove as my Grisel, poor soft-hearted, winsome thing, would ha' looked twice at any sic a serpent as him. Na, mem, gang your ways home, and come back straight frae your prayers the morn's morning. By that time she'll be quiet in her coffin, and I'll be quiet in my temper. Syne I'll let you see her, maybe. I wish I was weel rid of the sight of her, for I canna bide it. Lord, I canna bide it." These last words were uttered in a murmured aside, inaudible to Mrs. Mellis, to whom, however, they did not apply, but to the dead body. She rose notwithstanding in considerable displeasure, and with a formal farewell walked from the room, casting a curious glance as she left it in the direction of that where the body lay, and ascended the stairs as slowly as if on every step she deliberated whether the next would bear her weight. Miss Horne, who had followed her to the head of the stair, watched her out of sight below the landing, when she turned and walked back once more into the parlour, but with a lingering look towards the opposite room, as if she saw through the closed door what lay white on the white bed. "It's a God's mercy I had no feelings," she said to herself, "to even my bonny Grisel to sic a long kite-clung child as yon. Ay, poor Grisel, she's gone frae me like a knotless thread." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Malcolm, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 2. Barbara Catanach. Miss Horne was interrupted by the sound of the latch of the street door, and sprung from her chair in anger. "Canna they let her sleep for 5 minutes?" she cried aloud, forgetting that there was no fear of rousing her any more. "It'll be Jean come in frae the pump," she reflected after a moment's pause, but hearing no footstep along the passage to the kitchen, concluded, "It's no her, for she gangs about the house like the fore-half of a new shod coat," and went down the stair to see who might have thus presumed to enter unbidden. In the kitchen, the floor of which was as white as scrubbing could make it, and sprinkled with sea-sand, under the gaily painted Dutch clock, which went on ticking as loud as ever, though just below the dead, sat a woman about 60 years of age, whose plump face to the first glance looked kindly, to the second cunning, and to the third evil. To the last look, the plumpness appeared unhealthy, suggesting a doughy indentation to the finger, and its colour also was pasty. Her deep-set, black, bright eyes, glowing from under the darkest of eyebrows which met over her nose, had something of a fascinating influence, so much of it that at a first interview one was not likely for a time to notice any other of her features. She rose as Miss Horne entered, buried a fat fist in a soft side, and stood silent. "Well?" said Miss Horne interrogatively, and was silent also. "I thought you might want a cast o' my calling," said the woman. "Na, na, there's not a han 'at shall lay finger upon the bairn but mine ain," said Miss Horne. "I had it all ower my lee lawn afore the scree o' day. She's layin' quiet now, very quiet, waitin' upon Watty Witherspale. When he fesses hame her bit boxie, we shall hae laid canny intil it, and hae done with it." "Well, mem, for a lady born like yoursel', I mun say you take it unco composed." "I'm not aware, Mistress Catanach, o' any necessity laid upon you to say your mind in this house. It's not expeckit. But what for should I no take it with composure? We'll have to take our own turn ere long, as composed as we hae the skill of, and gang out like a long nibbit cannel. Ay, and leave just sic a memory ahind, some o' us, Bobby." "I kenna gin ye mean me, Miss Horne," said the woman, "but it's not that muckle o' memory I expect to leave ahind me." "The less the better," muttered Miss Horne, but her unwelcome visitor went on. "Them 'at's most in my debt kens least about it, and then mithers canna be said to hae muckle to be thankful for. It's God's truth, I ken waur nor ever I did, mem. A body in my trade canna help fa'in among ill company whiles, for we're all born in sin, and brought forth in iniquity, as the book says. In fact, it's all sin together. We come o' sin, and we gang frae sin, but ye ken the likes o' me maunna clype. All the same, gin ye dinna take the help o' my han', ye winna refuse me the sight o' my ain, poor thing. There's none to look upon her dead it wasna a pleasure till her livin', and ye ken weel enough, Bobby, she couldna thole the sight o' you. And good reason had she for that, gin aught gangs through my head ere I fall asleep in the long mirk nights be a hair better nor one o' the old wives' fables that folk says the Holy Book makes a light of." "What mean ye?" demanded Miss Horne, sternly and curtly. "I ken what I mean mysel', and one that's not content with that, but ill be a howdy. Midwife. I would fain ha' gotten a fancy out o' my heid that's been there this many a lang day. But please yoursel', mem, gin ye winna be neighbourly. You sa no gang near her, not to save you frae all the ill dreams that ever gathered about a sin-stappit bolster.
cried Miss Horne, and drew down her long upper lip in a strong arch. "Ca canny, ca canny," said Bobby. "Dinna anger me ower sair, for I am but mortal. Folk take a heap frae you, Miss Horne, 'at they'll take frae nane ither, for your temper's weel kent and little made of. But it's an ill-faured thing to anger the hourie. Some muckle lies upon her, and I'm not in the tune to put up with muckle the night. I wonder at ye being so unneighbour-like. At sic a time, too, with a corp in the hoose. Gang away. Gang out o't. It's my house," said Miss Horne, in a low, hoarse voice, restrained from rising to tempest pitch only by the consciousness of what lay on the other side of the ceiling above her head. "I would as soon let a cat intil the dead chamber to gang lopin' o'er the corp, or maybe were, as I would let yoursel intil it, Bobby Catanach, and there's till ye." At this moment, the opportune entrance of Jean afforded fitting occasion to her mistress for leaving the room, without encountering the dilemma of either turning the woman out, a proceeding which the latter, from the way in which she set her short, stout figure square on the floor, appeared ready to resist, or of herself abandoning the field in discomfiture. She turned and marched from the kitchen with her head in the air, and the gait of one who had been insulted on her own premises. She was sitting in the parlour, still red-faced and wrathful, when Jean entered, and closing the door behind her, drew near to her mistress, bearing a narrative, commenced at the door, of all she had seen, heard, and done, while out and about in the town. But Miss Horne interrupted her the moment she began to speak. "Is that woman forth the house, Jean?" she asked, in the tone of one who waited her answer in the affirmative, as a preliminary condition of all further conversation. "She's gone, mem," answered Jean, adding to herself in a wordless thought, "I'm not saying where." "She's a woman I wouldna hae you throng with, Jean." "I kenna ill of her, mem," returned Jean. "She's enough to corrupt a kirkyard," said her mistress, with more force than fitness. Jean, however, was on the shady side of 50, more likely to have already yielded than to be liable to a first assault of corruption, and little did Miss Horne think how useless was her warning, or where Barbara Catanach was at that very moment. Trusting to Jean's cunning, as well she might, she was in the dead chamber, and standing over the dead. She had folded back the sheet, not from the face, but from the feet, and raised the night-dress of fine linen in which the love of her cousin had robed the dead for the repose of the tomb. "It would ha' been telling her," she muttered, "to ha' spoken Bobby fair. I'm no used to be falling foul of that gait. I s' be even with her yet, I'm thinking. The old speldin. Losh, and praise be thanked, there it is. It's there, a wee darker, but the same. Just where I could ha' laid the pint of my finger upon it in the mirk. No, let the worms eat it," she concluded, as she folded down the linen of shroud and sheet, "and no mortal ken o' it but mysel', and him 'at bode till 'a seen it, gin he was a hair better nor Glencandy's man in the old ballant." The instant she had rearranged the garments of the dead, she turned and made for the door with a softness of step that strangely contrasted with the ponderousness of her figure, and indicated great muscular strength, opened it with noiseless circumspection to the width of an inch, peeped out from the crack, and seeing the opposite door still shut, stepped out with a swift, noiseless swing of person and door simultaneously, closed the door behind her, stole down the stairs, and left the house. Not a board creaked, not a latch clicked as she went. She stepped into the street as sedately as if she had come from paying to the dead the last offices of her composite calling, the projected front of her person appearing itself aware of its dignity as the visible sign and symbol of a good conscience and kindly heart. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 3. The Mad Laird. When Mistress Catanach arrived at the opening of a street which was just opposite her own door, and led steep toward the sea-town, she stood, and shading her eyes with her hooded hand, although the sun was far behind her, looked out to sea. It was the forenoon of a day of early summer. The larks were many and loud in the skies above her, for, although she stood in a street, she was only a few yards from the green fields. But she could hardly have heard them, for their music was not for her. To the northward, whither her gaze, if gaze it could be called, was directed, all but cloudless blue heavens stretched over an all but shadowless blue sea, Two bold, jagged promontories, one on each side of her, formed a wide bay. Between that on the west, and the sea-town at her feet, lay a great curve of yellow sand, upon which the long breakers, born of last night's wind, were still roaring from the northeast, although the gale had now sunk to a breeze, cold and of doubtful influence. From the chimneys of the fishermen's houses below ascended a yellowish smoke, which against the blue of the sea assumed a dull green colour as it drifted vanishing towards the southwest. But Mrs. Catanach was looking neither at nor for anything. She had no fisherman husband, or any other relative at sea. She was but revolving something in her unwholesome mind, and this was her mode of concealing an operation which naturally would have been performed with down-bent head and eyes on the ground. While she thus stood, a strange figure drew near, approaching her with step almost as noiseless as that with which she had herself made her escape from Miss Horne's house. At a few yards' distance from her it stood, and gazed up at her countenance as intently as she seemed to be gazing on the sea. It was a man of dwarfish height and uncertain age, with a huge hump upon his back, features of great refinement, a long thin beard, and a forehead unnaturally large, over eyes which, although of a pale blue mingled with a certain mottled milky gleam, had a pathetic, dog-like expression. Decently dressed in black, he stood with his hands in the pockets of his trousers, gazing immovably in Mrs. Catanach's face. Becoming suddenly aware of his presence, she glanced downward, gave a great start and a half-scream, and exclaimed in no gentle tones, "Preserve us! Where come ye frae?" It was neither that she did not know the man, nor that she meant any offence. Her words were the mere embodiment of the annoyance of startled surprise, but their effect was peculiar. Without a single other motion he turned abruptly on one heel, gazed seaward with quick flushed cheeks and glowing eyes, but apparently too polite to refuse an answer to the evidently unpleasant question, replied in low, almost sullen tones, "I dinna ken where I come frae. Ye ken 'at I dinna ken where I come frae. I dinna ken where ye come frae. I dinna ken where onybody comes frae." "Hoot, laird, nae offence," returned Mrs. Catanach. "It was yer ain wyte. What garred ye stand glowerin' at a body that gait? An' tell them 'at ye was there." "I thought ye was looking where ye came frae," returned the man, in tones apologetic and hesitating. "'Deed, I fash wid no sic freits," said Mrs. Catanach. "So long as ye ken where ye're gaein' till," suggested the man. "Toots, I fash as little with that either, an' ken just as muckle about the tane as the tither," she answered with a low, oily, guttural laugh of contemptuous pity. "I ken mair nor that mysel', but no muckle," said the man. "I dinna ken where I cam frae, an' I dinna ken where I'm goin' till. But I ken 'at I'm goin' where I cam frae. That stands to reason, ye see. But they telled me 'at ye kenned all about where we all come frae." "Deil a bit of it," persisted Mrs. Catanach, in tones of repudiation. "What care I where I come frae, so long as—" "So long as what, gin you please?" pleaded the man, with a childlike entreaty in his voice. "Well, gin you will have it, so long as I came frae my mither," said the woman, looking down on the inquirer with a vulgar laugh. The hunchback uttered a shriek of dismay, and turned and fled. And as he turned, long, thin, white hands flashed out of his pockets, pressed against his ears, and intertwined their fingers at the back of his neck. With a marvellous swiftness he shot down the steep descent towards the shore. "The deil's in it 'at I bude to anger him," said the woman, and walked away, with a short laugh of small satisfaction. The style she had given the hunchback was no nickname. Stephen Stewart was laird of the small property and ancient house of Kirkbyres, of which his mother managed the affairs. Hardly for her son, seeing that, beyond his clothes and £5 a year of pocket-money, he derived no personal advantage from his possessions. He never went near his own house, for, from some unknown reason, plentifully aimed at in the dark by the neighbours, he had such a dislike to his mother, that he could not bear to hear the name of mother, or even the slightest allusion to the relationship. Some said he was a fool, others a madman, some both. None, however, said he was a rogue, and all would have been willing to allow that whatever it might be that caused the difference between him and other men, throughout the disturbing element blew ever and anon the air of a sweet humanity. Along the shore, in the direction of the great rocky promontory that closed in the bay on the west, With his hands still clasped over his ears, as if the awful word were following him, he flew rather than fled. It was nearly low water, and the wet sand afforded an easy road to his flying feet. Betwixt sea and shore, a sail in the offing the sole other moving thing in the solitary landscape, like a hunted creature he sped, his footsteps melting and vanishing behind him in the half-quicksand. Where the curve of the water-line turned northward, at the root of the promontory, 6 or 8 fishing boats were drawn up on the beach in various stages of existence. One was little more than half built, the fresh wood shining against the background of dark rock. Another was newly tarred. Its sides glistened with the rich shadowy brown, and filled the air with a comfortable odour. Another wore age-long neglect on every plank and seam. Half its props had sunk or decayed, and the huge hollow leaned low on one side, disclosing the squalid desolation of its lean-ribbed and naked interior, producing all the phantasmic effect of a great swampy desert. Old pools of water overgrown with a green scum lay in the hollows between its rotting timbers, and the upper planks were baking and cracking in the sun. Near where they lay, a steep path ascended the cliff, whence through grass and ploughed land it led across the promontory to the fishing village of Scarnose, which lay on the other side of it. There the Mad Laird, or Mad Humpy, as he was called by the baser sort, often received shelter, chiefly from the family of a certain Joseph Mair, one of the most respectable inhabitants of the place. But the way he now pursued lay close under the cliffs of the headland, and was rocky and difficult. He passed the boats, going between them and the cliffs at a foot-pace, with his eyes on the ground, and not even a glance at the 2 men who were at work on the unfinished boat. One of them was his friend, Joseph Mair. They ceased their work for a moment to look after him. "That's the poor laird again," said Joseph, the instant he was beyond hearing. "Something's wrong with him. I wonder what's come o'er him." "I haven't seen him for a while now," returned the other. "They tell me 'at his mither made him over to the devil afore he came to the light, and so aye as his birthday comes round, Satan gets the power o'er him. But he's a fearsome sight when he's ta'en that gait," continued the speaker. "I met him once in the gloamin', just ower by the town, with his eyen glowering like oily lamps, and the slaver running down his long beard. I just lope as gin I had seen the muckle Satan himsel." "Ye not ha' done that," was the reply. "He's just as harmless, e'en at the worst, as any lamb. He's but a poor cratur, whose trouble's o'er strong for him, that's all. Satan has as little to do with him as with any man I ken." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Malcolm, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 4. Phemy Mair. With eyes that stared as if they and not her ears were the organs of hearing, this talk was heard by a child of about 10 years of age, who sat in the bottom of the ruined boat, like a pearl in a decaying oyster shell, one hand arrested in the act of dabbling in a green pool, the other on its way to her lips with a mouthful of the seaweed called dulse. She was the daughter of Joseph Mair just mentioned, a fisherman who had been to sea in a man of war, in consequence of which his toe-name or nickname was Blue Peter, where, having been found capable, he was employed as carpenter's mate, and came to be very handy with his tools. Having saved a little money by serving in another man's boat, he was now building one for himself. He was a dark-complexioned, foreign-looking man, with gold rings in his ears, which he said enabled him to look through the wind "on his ain water." Unlike most of his fellows, he was a sober and indeed thoughtful man, ready to listen to the voice of reason from any quarter. They were, in general, men of hardihood and courage, encountering as a mere matter of course such perilous weather as the fishers on a great part of our coasts would have declined to meet, and during the fishing season were diligent in their calling, and made a good deal of money. But when the weather was such that they could not go to sea, when their nets were in order and nothing special requiring to be done, they would have bouts of hard drinking, and spend a great portion of what ought to have been their provision for the winter. Their women were in general coarse in manners and rude in speech, often of great strength and courage, and of strongly marked character. They were almost invariably the daughters of fishermen, for a wife taken from among the rural population would have been all but useless in regard of the peculiar duties required of her. If these were less dangerous than those of their husbands, they were quite as laborious and less interesting. The most severe consisted in carrying the fish into the country for sale, in a huge creel or basket, which, when full, was sometimes more than a man could lift to place on the woman's back. With this burden, kept in its place by a band across her chest, she would walk as many as 20 miles, arriving at some inland town early in the forenoon, in time to dispose of her fish for the requirements of the day. I may add that, although her eldest child was probably born within a few weeks after her marriage, infidelity was almost unknown amongst them. In some respects, although in none of its good qualities, Mrs. Mair was an exception from her class. Her mother had been the daughter of a small farmer, and she had well-to-do relations in an inland parish. But how much these facts were concerned in the result, it would be hard to say. Certainly she was one of those elect whom nature sends into the world for the softening and elevation of her other children. She was still slight and graceful, with a clear complexion, and the prettiest teeth possible. The former two at least of which advantages she must have lost long before, had it not been that, while her husband's prudence had rendered hard work less imperative, he had a singular care over her good looks, and that a rough, honest elder sister of his lived with them, whom it would have been no kindness to keep from the hardest work, seeing it was only through such that she could have found a sufficiency of healthy interest in life. While Janet Mair carried the creel, Annie only assisted in making the nets, and in cleaning and drying the fish, of which they cured considerable quantities. These, with her household and maternal duties, afforded her ample occupation. Their children were well trained, and being of necessity, from the narrowness of their house accommodation, a great deal with their parents, heard enough to make them think after their faculty. The Mad Laird was, as I have said, a visitor at their house oftener than anywhere else. On such occasions he slept in a garret accessible by a ladder from the ground floor, which consisted only of a kitchen and a closet. Little Phemy Mair was therefore familiar with his appearance, his ways, and his speech, and she was a favourite with him, although hitherto his shyness had been sufficient to prevent any approach to intimacy with even a child of 10. When the poor fellow had got some little distance beyond the boats, he stopped and withdrew his hands from his ears. In rushed the sound of the sea, the louder that the caverns of his brain had been so long closed to its entrance. With a moan of dismay he once more pressed his palms against them, and thus deafened, shouted with a voice of agony into the noise of the rising tide, "I dinna ken where I come frae!" After which cry, wrung from the grief of human ignorance, he once more took to his heels, though with far less swiftness than before, and fled stumbling and scrambling over the rocks. Scarcely had he vanished from view of the boats, when Phemy scrambled out of her big mussel shell. Its upheaved side being toward the boat at which her father was at work, she escaped unperceived, and so ran along the base of the promontory, where the rough way was perhaps easier to the feet of a child content to take smaller steps, and climb or descend by the help of more insignificant inequalities. She came within sight of the laird, just as he turned into the mouth of a well-known cave, and vanished. Phemy was one of those rare and blessed natures which have endless courage because they have no distrust, and she ran straight into the cave after him, without even first stopping to look in. It was not a very interesting cave to look into. The strata of which it was composed, upheaved almost to the perpendicular, shaped an opening like the half of a Gothic arch divided vertically and leaning over a little to one side, which opening rose to the full height of the cave, and seemed to lay bare every corner of it to a single glance. In length it was only about 4 or 5 times its width. The floor was smooth and dry, consisting of hard rock. The walls and roof were jagged with projections and shadowed with recesses, but there was little to rouse any frightful fancies. When Phemy entered, the laird was nowhere to be seen, but she went straight to the back of the cave, to its farthest visible point. There she rounded a projection, and began an ascent which only familiarity with rocky ways could have enabled such a child to accomplish. At the top she passed through another opening, and by a longer and more gently sloping descent, reached the floor of a second cave, as level and nearly as smooth as a table. On her left hand, what light managed to creep through the tortuous entrance was caught and reflected in a dull glimmer from the undefined surface of a well of fresh water, which lay in a sort of basin in the rock. On a bedded stone beside it sat the laird, with his head in his hands, his elbows on his knees, and his hump upheaved above his head, like Mount Sinai over the head of Christian in the Pilgrim's Progress. As his hands were still pressed on his ears, he heard nothing of Phemy's approach, and she stood for a while staring at him in the vague glimmer, apparently with no anxiety as to what was to come next. Weary at length, for the forlorn man continued movelessly sunk in his own thoughts, or what he had for such, the eyes of the child began to wander about the darkness, to which they had already got so far accustomed as to make the most of the scanty light. Presently she fancied she saw something glitter away in the darkness. Two things. They must be eyes. The eyes of an otter or of a polecat, in which creatures the caves along the shore abounded. Seized with sudden fright, she ran to the laird and laid her hand on his shoulder, crying, "Look, Laird, look!" He started to his feet and gazed bewildered at the child, rubbing his eyes once and again. She stood between the well and the entrance, so that all the light there was gathered upon her pale face. "Where do you come frae?" he cried. "I came frae the old boat," she answered. "What do you want with me?" "Nothing, sir. I only came to see how you was getting on. I wouldn't ha' disturbed you, sir, but I saw the twa een of a wildcat or such like glowering away yonner in the mirk, and they flait me, and I grippit you." "Weel, weel, sit ye down, bairnie," said the Mad Laird in a soothing voice. "The wildcat sanna touch ye. You're no flait at me, are ye?" Na," answered the child. "What for should I be flait at you, sir? I'm Phemy Mair."
Bairnie, it's you, is it?" he returned in tones of satisfaction, for he had not hitherto recognized her. Sit ye down, and we'll see about it all."
Phemy obeyed, and seated herself on the nearest projection. The laird placed himself beside her, and once more buried his face, but not his ears, in his hands. Nothing entered them, however, but the sound of the rising tide, for Phemy sat by him in the faintly glimmering dusk, as without fear felt, so without word spoken. The evening crept on, and the night came down, but all the effect of the growing darkness was that the child drew gradually nearer to her uncouth companion, until at length her hand stole into his, her head sank upon his shoulder, his arm went round her to hold her safe, and thus she fell fast asleep. After a while, the laird gently roused her, and took her home, on their way warning her, in strange yet to her comprehensible utterance, to say nothing of where she had found him, for if she exposed his place of refuge, wicked people would take him, and he should never see her again. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 5. Lady Florimel. All the coast to the east of the little harbour was rock, bold and high, of a grey and brown hard stone, which, after a mighty sweep, shot out northward, and closed in the bay on that side with a second great promontory. The long curved strip of sand on the west, reaching to the promontory of Scournos, was the only open portion of the coast for miles. Here the coasting vessel gliding past gained a pleasant peep of open fields, belts of wood and farmhouses, with now and then a glimpse of a great house amidst its trees. In the distance one or two bare solitary hills, imposing in aspect only from their desolation, for their form gave no effect to their altitude, rose to the height of over 1,000 feet. On this comparatively level part of the shore, parallel with its line, and at some distance beyond the usual high-water mark, the waves of 10,000 northern storms had cast up a long dune or bank of sand, terminating towards the west within a few yards of a huge solitary rock of the ugly kind called conglomerate, which must have been separated from the roots of the promontory by the rush of waters at unusually high tides. For in winter they still sometimes rounded the rock, and running down behind the dune, turned it into a long island. The sand on the inland side of the dune, covered in short, sweet grass, browsed on by sheep and with the largest and reddest of daisies, was thus occasionally swept by wild salt waves, and at times, when the northern wind blew straight as an arrow and keen as a sword from the regions of endless snow, lay under a sheet of gleaming ice. The sun had been up for some time in a cloudless sky.
The wind had changed to the south, and wafted soft country odours to the shore, in place of sweeping to inland farms the scents of seaweed and broken salt waters, mingled with a suspicion of icebergs. From what was called the Seaton, or sea town, of Portlossie, a crowd of cottages occupied entirely by fisher folk, a solitary figure was walking westward along this grass at the back of the dune, singing. On his left hand the ground rose to the high road. On his right was the dune, interlaced and bound together by the long, clasping roots of the coarse bent, without which its sands would have been but the sport of every wind that blew. It shut out from him all sight of the sea, but the moan and rush of the rising tide sounded close behind it. At his back rose the town of Portlossie, high above the harbour and the Seaton, with its houses of grey and brown stone, roofed with blue slates and red tiles. It was no Highland town, scarce one within it could speak the Highland tongue, yet down from its high streets on the fitful air of the morning now floated intermittently the sound of bagpipes, borne winding from street to street, and loud blown to wake the sleeping inhabitants and let them know that it was now 6 of the clock. He was a youth of about 20, with a long, swinging, heavy-footed stride, which took in the ground rapidly, a movement unlike that of the other men of the place, who always walked slowly, and never but on dire compulsion ran. He was rather tall and large-limbed. His dress was like that of a fisherman, consisting of blue serge trousers, a shirt striped blue and white, and a Guernsey frock, which he carried flung across his shoulder. On his head he wore a round blue bonnet, with a tuft of scarlet in the centre. His face was more than handsome, with large features, not finely cut, and a look of mingled nobility and ingenuousness, the latter amounting to simplicity, or even innocence, while the clear outlook from his full and well-opened hazel eyes indicated both courage and promptitude. His dark brown hair came in large curling masses from under his bonnet. It was such a form and face as would have drawn every eye in a crowded thoroughfare. About the middle of the long sandhill, a sort of wide embrasure was cut in its top, in which stood an old-fashioned brass swivel gun. When the lad reached the place, he sprang up the sloping side of the dune, seated himself on the gun, drew from his trousers a large silver watch, regarded it steadily for a few minutes, replaced it, and took from his pocket a flint and steel, wherewith he kindled a bit of touch-paper, which, rising, he applied to the vent of the swivel. Followed a great roar. Its echoes had nearly died away, when a startled little cry reached his keen ear, and looking along the shore to discover whence it came, he spied a woman on a low rock that ran a little way out into the water. She had half risen from a sitting posture, and apparently her cry was the result of the discovery that the rising tide had overreached and surrounded her. There was no danger whatever, but the girl might well shrink from plunging into the clear beryl depth in which swayed the seaweed clothing the slippery slopes of the rock. He rushed from the sand-hill, crying as he approached her, "Dinna be in a hurry, mem. Bide till I come to ye," and running straight into the water, struggled through the deepening tide, the distance being short, and the depth almost too shallow for swimming. In a moment he was by her side, scarcely saw the bare feet she had been bathing in the water, heeded as little the motion of the hand which waved him back, caught her in his arms like a baby, and had her safe on the shore ere she could utter a word. Nor did he stop until he had carried her to the slope of the sand-hill, where he set her gently down, and without a suspicion of the liberty he was taking, and filled only with a passion of service, was proceeding to dry her feet with the frock which he had dropped there as he ran to her assistance. "Let me alone, pray!" cried the girl with a half-amused indignation, drawing back her feet, and throwing down a book she had carried that she might the better hide them with her skirt. But although she shrank from his devotion, she could neither mistake it, nor help being pleased with his kindness. Probably she had never before been immediately indebted to such an ill-clad individual of the human race, but even in such a costume she could not fail to see he was a fine fellow. Nor was the impression disturbed when he opened his mouth and spoke in the broad dialect of the country, for she had no associations to cause her to misinterpret its homeliness as vulgarity. "Where's your stockings, mem?" he said. "You gave me no time to bring them away. You caught me up so rudely," answered the girl half querulously, but in such lovely speech as had never before greeted his Scottish ears. Before the words were well beyond her lips, he was already on his way back to the rock, running, as he walked, with great heavy-footed strides. The abandoned shoes and stockings were in imminent danger of being floated off by the rising water, but he dashed in, swam a few strokes, caught them up, waded back to the shore, and leaving a wet track all the way behind him, but carrying the rescued clothing at arm's length before him, rejoined their owner. Spreading his frock out before her, he laid the shoes and stockings upon it, and observing that she continued to keep her feet hidden under the skirts of her dress, turned his back and stood. "Why don't you go away?" said the girl, venturing one set of toes from under their tent, but hesitating to proceed further in the business. Without word or turn of head he walked away. Either flattered by his absolute obedience and persuaded that he was a true squire, or unwilling to forego what amusement she might gain from him, she drew in her half-issuing foot, and certainly urged in part by an inherited disposition to tease, spoke again. "You're not going away without thanking me," she said. "What for, mem?" he returned simply, standing stock-still again with his back towards her. "You needn't stand so. You don't think I would go on dressing while you remained in sight?" "I was as good as away, mem," he said, and turning a glowing face, looked at her for a moment, then cast his eyes on the ground. "Tell me what you mean by not thanking me," she insisted. "They would be dull thanks, mem, that were thanked afore I kenned what for." "For allowing you to carry me ashore, of course." "Be thanked, mem, with all my heart." "Will I gang down on my knees?" "No, why should you go on your knees?" "'Cause you're most o'er bonny to look at standing, mem, and I'm feared for angering ye." "Don't say ma'am to me." "What am I to say then, mem? I ask your pardon, mem." "Say my lady. That's how people speak to me." "I thought ye bud to be somebody by ordinary, my lady. That'll be how you're so terrible bonny," he returned, with some tremulousness in his tone. "But ye maun put on your hose, my lady, or you'll get your feet cold, and that's no good for the likes o' you." The form of address she prescribed conveyed to him no definite idea of rank. It but added intensity to the notion of her being a lady, as distinguished from one of the women of his own condition in life. "And pray what is to become of you?" she returned, "with your clothes as wet as water can make them?" "The salt water kens me o'er well to do me any ill," returned the lad. "I gang wet to the skin mony a day fra morning till night, and mony a night fra night till morning, at the herring fishing ye ken, my lady." One might well be inclined to ask what could have tempted her to talk in such a familiar way to a creature like him. Human indeed, but separated from her by a gulf more impassable far than that which divided her from the thrones, principalities, and powers of the upper regions. And how is the fact to be accounted for, that here she put out a dainty foot, and reaching for one of her stockings began to draw it gently over the said foot? Either her sense of his inferiority was such that she regarded his presence no more than that of a dog, or possibly she was tempted to put his behaviour to the test. He, on his part, stood quietly regarding the operation, either that, with the instinct of an inborn refinement, he was aware he ought not to manifest more shamefacedness than the lady herself, or that he was hardly more accustomed to the sight of gleaming fish than the bare feet of maidens. "I'm thinking, my lady," he went on in absolute simplicity, "that small foot of your ain has danced many a braw dance on many a braw floor." "How old do you take me for, then?" she rejoined, and went on drawing the garment over her foot by the shortest possible stages. "Ye'll no be muckle o'er 20, he said. "I'm only 16, she returned, laughing merrily. "What will you be or you behold?" he exclaimed, after a brief pause of astonishment. "Do you ever dance in this part of the country?" she asked, heedless of his surprise. "No that muckle, at least among the fisher folks, except it be at a wedding. I was at one last night." "And did you dance?" "'Deed did I, my lady. I danced the most of the lasses clean off of their legs." "What made you so cruel?" "Well, you see, mem, I mean, my lady, folk said I was ill about the bride, and so I bode to dance it out of their heads." "And how much truth was there in what they said?" she asked, with a sly glance up in the handsome, now glowing face. "Gien there was any, there was unco little," he replied. "The child's welcome till her for me, but she was the bonniest lassie we had. It was what we call a penny wedding," he went on, as if willing to change the side of the subject. "And what's a penny wedding?" "It's a kind of a custom among the fishers. There's some gay poor folk among us, ye see, and when a two o' them marries, the lave o' us wants to gie them a bit of a start like. So we all gang to the wedding and eats and drinks plenty, and pays for all 'at we have, and they make a good profit out o' it, for the things doesna cost them near hand so muckle as we pay. So they have a good handful o'er for the plenishin." "And what do they give you to eat and drink?" asked the girl, making talk. "Ow, skate and mustard to eat, and whisky to drink," answered the lad, laughing. "But it's mair for the fun. I dinna care muckle about whisky and that kind of thing mysel'. It's the fiddles and the dancing 'at I like." "You have music, then?" "Aye, just the fiddles and the pipes." "The bagpipes, do you mean?" "Aye, my grandfather plays them." "But you're not in the Highlands here. How come you to have bagpipes?" "It's a stray bag and no more. But the folk here likes the cry of it well enough, and have it to wake them ilka morning. Yon was my grandfather you heard afore I fired the gun. Yon was his pipes waking them, honest folk." "And what made you fire the gun in that reckless way? Don't you know it is very dangerous?" "Dangerous, mem, my lady, I mean. There was nothing intil it but a pennyworth of blasting powder. It wouldna blow the froth off the top of a jaw." "It nearly blew me out of my small wits, though." "I'm very sorry it frighted ye, but gien I had seen ye, I bode to fire the gun." "I don't understand you quite. But I suppose you mean it was your business to fire the gun?" "Jist that, my lady." "Why?" "'Cause it's been decreed in the town council that at 6 o'clock ilka morning that gun's to be fired, at least so long as my lord the Marquis is at Portlossie house. You see it's a royal burgh, this, and it costs but about a penny, and it's grand like to have a small cannon to fire, and gien I was to neglect it, my grandfather would gang on skirlin'. What's the English for skirlin', my lady? Skirlin' o' the pipes?" "I don't know, but from the sound of the word I should suppose it stands for screaming." "Aye, that's it, only screaming's not so good as skirlin'. My grandfather's an old man, as I was going on to say, and has hardly breath enough to feel the bag, but he would be after dirking anybody 'at said sic a thing. And till he heard that gun he would gang on blowing though he sud burst himsel'. There's nobody kens the smeddum in an old Highland man." By the time the conversation had reached this point, the lady had got her shoes on, had taken up her book from the sand, and was now sitting with it in her lap. No sound reached them but that of the tide, for the scream of the bagpipes had ceased the moment the Swivel was fired. The sun was growing hot, and the sea, although so far in the cold north, was gorgeous in purple and green, suffused as with the overpowering pomp of a peacock's plumage in the sun. Away to the left the solid promontory trembled against the horizon, as if ready to dissolve and vanish between the bright air and the lucid sea that fringed its base with white. The glow of a young summer morning pervaded earth and sea and sky, and swelled the heart of the youth as he stood in unconscious bewilderment before the self-possession of the girl. She was younger than he, and knew far less that was worth knowing, yet had a world of advantage over him, not merely from the effect of her presence on one who had never seen anything half so beautiful, but from a certain readiness of surface thought, combined with the sweet polish of her speech, and an assurance of superiority which appeared to them both to lift her, like one of the old immortals, far above the level of the man whom she favoured with her passing converse. What in her words, as here presented only to the eye, may seem brusqueness or even forwardness, was so tempered, so toned, so fashioned by the naivety with which she spoke, that it sounded in his ears as the utterance of absolute condescension. As to her personal appearance, the lad might well have taken her for 20, for she looked more of a woman than, tall and strongly built as he was, he looked of a man. She was rather tall, rather slender, finely formed, with small hands and feet, and full throat. Her hair was of a dark brown, her eyes of such a blue that no one could have suggested grey, her complexion fair, a little freckled, which gave it the warmest tint it had, her nose nearly straight, her mouth rather large but well formed, and her forehead, as much of it as was to be seen under a garden hat, rose with promise above a pair of dark and finely pencilled eyebrows. The description I have here given may be regarded as occupying the space of a brief silence, during which the lad stood motionless, like one awaiting further command. "Why don't you go?" said the lady. "I want to read my book." He gave a great sigh, as if waking from a pleasant dream, took off his bonnet with a clumsy movement, which yet had in it a grace worthy of a Stuart court, and descending the dune, walked away along the sands towards the sea-town. When he had gone about a couple of 100 yards, he looked back involuntarily. The lady had vanished. He concluded that she had crossed to the other side of the dune, but when he had gone so far on his way to the village as to clear the eastern end of the sand-hill, and there turned and looked up its southern slope, she was still nowhere to be seen. The old Highland stories of his grandfather came crowding to mind, and altogether human as she had appeared,
He almost doubted whether the sea, from which he had thought he rescued her, were not her native element. The book, however, not to mention the shoes and stockings, was against the supposition. Anyhow, he had seen a vision of some order or other, as certainly as if an angel from heaven had appeared to him, for the waters of his mind had been troubled with a new sense of grace and beauty, giving an altogether fresh glory to existence. Of course no one would dream of falling in love with an unearthly creature, even an angel. At least something homely must mingle with the glory ere that become possible. And as to this girl, the youth could scarcely have regarded her with a greater sense of far-offness had he known her for the daughter of a king of the sea, one whose very element was essentially death to him as life to her. Still he walked home as if the heavy boots he wore were wings at his heels, like those of the little Eurus or Boreas that stood blowing his trumpet forever in the round open temple, which from the top of a grassy hill in the park overlooked the Seton. "Sic een," he kept saying to himself, "and sic small white hands, and sic a bonny foot. How she would glitter through the water in a bag net. Faith, gin she were to sing Come Down to Me, I would gang. Would that be to lose both soul and body, I wonder? I'll see what Maister Graham says to that. It's a fine question to put to him. Gin a body was to gang with a mermaid, who they say has no soul to be saved, would that be the loss of his soul, as well as of the bodily life of him?" End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 6. Duncan MacPhail. The sea town of Portlossie was as irregular a gathering of small cottages as could be found on the surface of the globe. They faced every way, turned their backs and gables every way. Only of the roofs could you predict the position. Were divided from each other by every sort of small, irregular space and passage, and looked like a National Assembly debating a constitution. Close beside the Seton, as it was called, ran a highway, climbing far above the chimneys of the village to the level of the town above. Behind this road, and separated from it by a high wall of stone, lay a succession of heights and hollows covered with grass. In front of the cottages lay sand and sea. The place was cleaner than most fishing villages, but so closely built, so thickly inhabited, and so pervaded with a very ancient and fish-like smell, that but for the besom of the salt north wind it must have been unhealthy. Eastward the houses could extend no further for the harbour, and westward no further for a small river that crossed the sands to find the sea, discursively and merrily at low water, but with sullen submissive mingling when banked back by the tide. Avoiding the many nets extended long and wide on the grassy sands, the youth walked through the tide-swollen mouth of the river, and passed along the front of the village until he arrived at a house, the small window in the seaward gable of which was filled with a curious collection of things for sale: dusty-looking sweets in a glass bottle, gingerbread cakes in the shape of large hearts, thickly studded with sugar-plums of rainbow colours, invitingly poisonous, strings of tin covers for tobacco pipes, overlapping each other like fish-scales, toys and tapes and needles, and 20 other kinds of things, all huddled together. Turning the corner of this house, he went down the narrow passage between it and the next, and in at its open door. But the moment it was entered, it lost all appearance of the shop, and the room with the tempting window showed itself only as a poor kitchen with an earthen floor. "Weel, how did the pipes behave themselves the day, Daddy?" said the youth as he strode in. "Och, she'll be being a good boy to-day," returned the tremulous voice of a grey-headed old man, who was leaning over a small peat fire on the hearth, sifting oatmeal through the fingers of his left hand into a pot, while he stirred the boiling mess with a short stick held in his right. It had grown to be understood between them that the pulmonary conditions of the old piper should be attributed not to his internal, but to his external lungs, namely, the bag of his pipes. Both sets had of late years manifested strong symptoms of decay, and decided measures had had to be again and again resorted to in the case of the latter to put off its evil day, and keep within it the breath of its musical existence. The youth's question, then, as to the behaviour of the pipes, was in reality an inquiry after the condition of his grandfather's lungs, which for their part grew yearly more and more asthmatic, notwithstanding which Duncan MacPhail would not hear of resigning the dignity of town piper. "That's fine, Daddy," returned the youth. "Will I make out the porridge?
I'm thinking you've had enough o' hinging o'er the fire this het morning." "No, sir," answered Duncan. "She'll be perfectly able to make the parritch herself, my boy Malcolm. The day will dawn when her boy must make his own parritch, and she'll be wanting no more parritch, but have to drink the rain water, and no drop of the ishkabeha to put into it, my boy Malcolm."
His grandson was quite accustomed to the old man's heathenish mode of regarding his immediate existence after death as a long confinement in the grave, and generally had a word or two ready wherewith to combat the frightful notion. But as he spoke, Duncan lifted the pot from the fire, and set it on its 3 legs on the deal table in the middle of the room, adding, "There, my man, there's the parritch. And was it to butter or to treacle or to pottle of beer she would be having for kitchy this fine morning?" This point settled, the two sat down to eat their breakfast, and no one would have discovered, from the manner in which the old man helped himself, nor yet from the look of his eyes, that he was stone blind. It came neither of old age nor disease. He had been born blind. His eyes, although large and wide, looked like those of a sleep-walker, open with shut sense. The shine in them was all reflected light, glitter, no glow, and their colour was so pale that they suggested some horrible sight as having driven from them hue and vision together. "Have you eaten enough, my son?" he said, when he heard Malcolm lay down his spoon. "Aye, plenty, thank you, daddy, and they were right well made," replied the lad, whose mode of speech was entirely different from his grandfather's. The latter had learned English as a foreign language, but could not speak Scotch, his mother tongue being Gaelic. As they rose from the table, a small girl, with hair wildly suggestive of insurrection and conflagration, entered, and said in a loud screech, "Maister MacPhail, my mither wants a pot of bleckin, and you're to be sure and give her it's good, she says." "Very good, my child, Jeanie. But young Malcolm and old Duncan hasn't made their prayers yet, and you know very well that she won't sail before she's made her prayers. Tell your mother that she'll be bringing the blackin when she comes to look to the lamp." The child ran off without response. Malcolm lifted the pot from the table and set it on the hearth, put the plates together and the spoons and set them on a chair, for there was no dresser, tilted the table and wiped it hearthward, then from a shelf took down and laid upon it a Bible, before which he seated himself with an air of reverence. The old man sat down on a low chair by the chimney-corner, took off his bonnet, closed his eyes, and murmured some almost inaudible words, then repeated in Gaelic the first line of the 103rd Psalm, "O manam banach hus an yish," and raised a tune of marvellous wail. Arrived at the end of the line, he repeated the process with the next, and so went on, giving every line first in the voice of speech and then in the voice of song, through 3 stanzas of 8 lines each. And no less strange was the singing than the tune, wild and wailful as the wind of his native desolations, or as the sound of his own pipes borne thereon, and apparently all but lawless, for the multitude of so-called grace notes, hovering and fluttering endlessly around the centre tone like the comments on a text, rendered it nearly impossible to unravel from them the air even of a known tune. It had in its kind the same liquid uncertainty of confluent sound which had hitherto rendered it impossible for Malcolm to learn more than a few of the common phrases of his grandfather's mother tongue. The psalm over, during which the sightless eyeballs of the singer had been turned up towards the rafters of the cottage, a sign surely that the germ of light, the sunny seed, as Henry Vaughan calls it, must be in him, else why should he lift his eyes when he thought upward? Malcolm read a chapter of the Bible, plainly the next in an ordered succession, for it could never have been chosen or culled. After which they kneeled together, and the old man poured out a prayer, beginning in a low, scarcely audible voice, which rose at length to a loud, modulated chant. Not a sentence, hardly a phrase, of the utterance did his grandson lay hold of. But there were a few inhabitants of the place who could have interpreted it, and it was commonly believed that one part of his devotions was invariably a prolonged petition for vengeance on Campbell of Glenlyon, the main instrument in the massacre of Glencoe. He could have prayed in English, and then his grandson might have joined in his petitions, but the thought of such a thing would never have presented itself to him. Nay, although, understanding both languages, he used that which was unintelligible to the lad, he yet regarded himself as the party who had the right to resent the consequent schism. Such a conversation as now followed was no new thing after prayers. "I could very well wish, Malcolm, my son," said the old man, "that you would be learning to speak your own language.
It is all very well for to Sassenach, Saxon, that is, non-Celtic, poddies to read the Bible in English, for it will be pleasing to make or not to make them capable of the Gaelic, no more than monkeys. But for all that it is not the word of God. The Gaelic is the language of the Garden of Eden, and no doubt but it be the language in which the shepherd calls his sheep unto everlasting hills. You see, Malcolm, it must be so. For how can a mortal man speak to his God in anything but Gaelic? When Mr. No, not Mr. Cram, the good man, it was the new minister, he speak and say to her, Mr. MacPhail, you ought to make your prayers in English. I was very wrathful, and I answered and said, Mr. Downey, do you dare to suppose that God doesn't prefer the Gaelic to the Sassenach tongue? Mr. MacPhail, says he, it'll be for your boy, I mean it. Who's the lad to learn the way of salvation if you speak to your God in his presence in a strange tongue? So I was obedient to his word, and the next evening I did kneel down in the Sassenach, and I did make begin. But oh no, she wouldn't go. Her tongue would be cleaving to the roof of her mouth. The claymore would be sticking rusty into scabbard. For her heart she was ashamed to speak to the Highlandman's maker in the Sassenach tongue. You must be learning the Gaelic, or you'll not be being worthy to be her nane's son, Malcolm. But, Daddy, who's to learn me? Asked his grandson gaily. Learn you, Malcolm. The Gaelic is the language of nature, and wants no learning. I never did be learning it, yet I never have to say to myself, what is it she would be saying when I speak the Gaelic? But she always has to set the dead men, that is, the words, on their feet, and put them in battle array when she would be speaking the dull, mechanic English. When she opens her mouth to it, the Gaelic comes like a spring of pure water, Malcolm. To plenty of it must run out. Try it now, Malcolm. Just open your mouth in the Gaelic shape, and see if the Gaelic will not be fallen from it. Seized with a merry fit, Malcolm did open his mouth in the Gaelic shape, and sent from it a strange gabble, imitative of the most frequently recurring sounds of his grandfather's speech. "Who will that do, Daddy?" he asked, after jabbering gibberish for the space of a minute. "It will not be bad for a beginning, Malcolm. She cannot say it just be words, or that there be much of the sense in it, but it be very like what the babes will say before they begin to speak it properly. So it's all very well, and if you will only be putting your mouth in the Gaelic shape often enough, the sounds will soon be taken to shape of it, and the words will be coming through the mists, and before you know, you'll be being a great credit to your grandfather, my boy Malcolm." A silence followed, for Malcolm's attempt had not had the result he anticipated. He had only thought to make his grandfather laugh. Presently the old man resumed, in the kindest voice, "And there's another thing, Malcolm, that's much wanting to you. You'll never be a man, not to speak of a bard like your grandfather, if you'll not be learning to play on the bagpipes." Malcolm, who had been leaning against the chimney lug while his grandfather spoke, moved gently round behind his chair, reached out for the pipes where they lay in a corner at the old man's side, and catching them up softly, put the mouthpiece to his lips. With a few vigorous blasts he filled the bag, and out burst the double droning bass, while the youth's fingers, clutching the chanter as by the throat, at once compelled its screeches into shape far better at least than his lips had been able to give to the crude material of Gaelic. He played the only reel he knew, but that with vigour and effect. At the first sound of its notes, the old man sprung to his feet and began capering to the reel, partly in delight with the music, but far more in delight with the musician, while ever and anon, with feeble yell, he uttered the unspellable "hoo" of the Highlander, and jumped, as he thought, high in the air, though his failing limbs, alas, lifted his feet scarce an inch from the floor. "Ay, ay," he sighed at length, yielding the contest between his legs and the lungs of the lad. "Ay, ay, she'll die happy. She'll die happy. Hear till her boy, how he makes the pipes sing the true Gaelic, the best of Gaelic that. Old Duncan's pipes'll not know how to be talking Sassenach. See to it, see to it. He had but to blow in at the one end, and out came the reel at the other. Whew, whew. Play us the reel Houlihan, Malcolm, my chief." "I cannot reel, strathspey, nor lilt, but just that bird alone, Daddy." "Give them to me, my boy," cried the old piper, reaching out a hand as eager to clutch the uncouth instrument as the miser's to finger his gold. "Hear well to me as I play, and you'll soon be able to play pibroch or coronach with the best piper between Cape Wrath and Mull Cantyre." He played tune after tune until his breath failed him, and an exhausted grunt of the drone, in the middle of a coronach, followed by an abrupt pause, revealed the emptiness of both lungs and bag. Then first he remembered his object, forgotten the moment he had filled his bag. "Now, Malcolm," he said, offering the pipes to his grandson, "you play dat after." He had himself, of course, learned all by the ear, but could hardly have been serious in requesting Malcolm to follow him through such a succession of tortuous mazes. "I hadna a memory up to that, Daddy, but I s' get a hold of Mr. Graham's flute music, and maybe that'll help me a bit. Wouldna you be taking home Meg Partan's blacking 'at you promised her?" "Surely, my son, she should always be keeping her promises." He rose, and getting a small stone bottle and his stick from the corner between the projecting ingle-cheek and the window, left the house, to walk with unerring steps through the labyrinth of the village, threading his way from passage to passage, and avoiding pools and projecting stones, not to say houses and human beings. His eyes, or indeed perhaps rather his whole face, appeared to possess an ethereal sense as of touch, for without the slightest contact, in the ordinary sense of the word, he was aware of the neighbourhood of material objects, as if through the pulsations of some medium to others imperceptible. He could with perfect accuracy tell the height of any wall or fence within a few feet of him, could perceive at once whether it was high or low or half-tide, and that merely by going out in front of the houses and turning his face with its sightless eyeballs towards the sea, knew whether a woman who spoke to him had a child in her arms or not, and indeed was believed to know sooner than ordinary mortals that one was about to become a mother. He was a strange figure to look upon in that lowland village, for he invariably wore the Highland dress. In truth, he had never had a pair of trousers on his legs, and was far from pleased that his grandson clothed himself in such contemptible garments. But, contrasted with the showy style of his costume, there was something most pathetic in the blended pallor of hue into which the originally gorgeous colours of his kilt had faded, noticeable chiefly on weekdays, when he wore no sporran. For the kilt, encountering, from its loose construction, comparatively little strain or friction, may reach an antiquity unknown to the garments of the Low Country, and while perfectly decent, yet look ancient exceedingly. On Sundays, however, he made the best of himself, and came out like a belated and aged butterfly, with his father's sporran, or tasselled goatskin purse, in front of him, his grandfather's dirk at his side, his great-grandfather's skein-dhu, or little black-hafted knife, stuck in the stocking of his right leg, and a huge round brooch of brass, nearly 1/2 foot in diameter, and Mr. Graham said, as old as the Battle of Harlaw, on his left shoulder. In these adornments he would walk proudly to church, leaning on the arm of his grandson. "The piper's gey broken like the day," said one of the fishermen's wives to a neighbour as he passed them, the fact being that he had not yet recovered from his second revel in the pipes so soon after the exhaustion of his morning's duty, and was in consequence more asthmatic than usual. "I doubt he'll be slipping away some cold night," said the other. "His living breath's ill to get." "Ay, he has to warful for it, poor man. Well, he'll be missed, the blind body. It's extraordinary how he's managed to live, and bring up such a fine lad as that Malcolm of his. Well, you see, Providence has been kind to him, as well as ither blind creatures. The tone's piping is not to be despised, and there's the crying and the chop and the lamps. 'Deed, he's been an ident creature, and for a blind man, as you say, it's just extraordinary. Div you mind when first he came to the town, lass?" "Ay, what would hinder me minding that? It's not so long." "Malcolm, it's sic a fine lad noo, they tell me wasna muckle bigger nor a gay haddie." Tolerable haddock. But the old man was an old man then, though nae doubt he's unco failed since syne. "A daughter's bairn, they say, the lad." "Ay, they say, but who kens? Duncan could never be gotten to open his mouth as to the father and mother o' him, and so it weel may be, as they say. It's nigh 20 year now, I'm thinking, sin he made his appearance. Ye wasna come frae Scournos ere then." "Some folk says the old man's name's no MacPhail, and he mauna come here in hiding for some rough job or other that he's been mixed up with. I s' believe not ill is sic a poor harmless body. Folk 'at makes their own living, wanting the ane to guide them, canna be that far off the straight. God guide us, we have enough to answer for our own selves, unpassed judgment upon one another." "I was but telling you what folk telled me," returned the younger woman. "Ay, ay, lass, I ken that, for I ken there was folk to tell ye." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 7. Alexander Graham. As soon as his grandfather left the house, Malcolm went out also, closing the door behind him and turning the key, but leaving it in the lock. He ascended to the upper town, only, however, to pass through its main street, at the top of which he turned and looked back for a few moments, apparently in contemplation. The descent to the shore was so sudden that he could see nothing of the harbour or of the village he had left. Nothing but the blue bay and the filmy mountains of Sutherlandshire, molten by distance into cloudy questions, and looking, betwixt blue sea and blue sky, less substantial than either. After gazing for a moment, he turned again and held on his way, through fields which no fence parted from the road. The morning was still glorious, the larks right jubilant, and the air filled with the sweet scents of cottage flowers. Across the fields came the occasional low of an ox, and the distant sounds of children at play. But Malcolm saw without noting, and heard without heeding, for his mind was full of speculation concerning the lovely girl, whose vision appeared already far off. Who might she be? Whence had she come? Whither could she have vanished? That she did not belong to the neighbourhood was certain, he thought, but there was a farmhouse near the sea-town where they let lodgings, and although it was early in the season, she might belong to some family which had come to spend a few of the summer weeks there. Possibly his appearance had prevented her from having her bath that morning. If he should have the good fortune to see her again, he would show her a place far fitter for the purpose, a perfect arbour of rocks, utterly secluded, with a floor of deep sand, and without a hole for crab or lobster. His road led him in the direction of a few cottages lying in a hollow. Beside them rose a vision of trees, bordered by an ivy-grown wall, from amidst whose summit shot the spire of the church, and from beyond the spire, through the trees, came golden glimmers as of vane and crescent and pinnacled ball that hinted at some shadowy abode of enchantment within. But as he descended the slope towards the cottages, the trees gradually rose and shut in everything. These cottages were far more ancient than the houses of the town, were covered with green thatch, were buried in ivy, and would soon be radiant with roses and honeysuckles. They were gathered irregularly about a gate of curious old ironwork, opening on the churchyard, but more like an entrance to the grounds behind the church, for it told of ancient state, bearing on each of its pillars a great stone heron with a fish in its beak. This was the quarter whence had come the noises of children, but they had now ceased, or rather sunk into a gentle murmur, which oozed, like the sound of bees from a straw-covered beehive, out of a cottage rather larger than the rest, which stood close by the churchyard gate. It was the parish school, and these cottages were all that remained of the old town of Portlossie, which had at one time stretched in a long irregular street almost to the shore. The town cross yet stood, but away solitary on a green hill that overlooked the sands. During the summer, the long walk from the new town to the school and to the church was anything but a hardship. In winter it was otherwise, for then there were days in which few would venture the single mile that separated them. The door of the school, bisected longitudinally, had one of its halves open, and by it outflowed the gentle hum of the honey-bees of learning. Malcolm walked in, and had the whole of the busy scene at once before him. The place was like a barn, open from wall to wall, and from floor to rafters and thatch, browned with the peat smoke of vanished winters. 2/3 of the space were filled with long desks and forms. The other had only the master's desk, and thus afforded room for standing classes. At the present moment it was vacant, for the prayer was but just over, and the Bible class had not been called up. There Alexander Graham, the schoolmaster, descending from his desk, met and welcomed Malcolm with a kind shake of the hand. He was a man of middle height, but very thin, and about 45 years of age, but looked older, because of his thin grey hair and a stoop in the shoulders. He was dressed in a shabby black tail-coat, and clean white neckcloth. The rest of his clothes were of parson grey, noticeably shabby also. The quiet sweetness of his smile, and a composed look of submission were suggestive of the purification of sorrow, but were attributed by the townsfolk to disappointment, for he was still but a schoolmaster, whose aim they thought must be a pulpit and a parish. But Mr. Graham had been early released from such an ambition, if it had ever possessed him, and had for many years been more than content to give himself to the hopefuller work of training children for the true ends of life. He lived the quietest of studious lives, with an old housekeeper. Malcolm had been a favourite pupil, and the relation of master and scholar did not cease when the latter saw that he ought to do something to lighten the burden of his grandfather, and so left the school and betook himself to the life of a fisherman, with the slow leave of Duncan, who had set his heart on making a scholar of him, and would never, indeed, had Gaelic been amongst his studies, have been won by the most laboursome petition. He asserted himself perfectly able to provide for both for 10 years to come at least, in proof of which he roused the inhabitants of Portlossie, during the space of a whole month, a full hour earlier than usual, with the most terrific blasts of the bagpipes, and this notwithstanding complaint and expostulation on all sides, so that at length the provost had to interfere, after which outburst of defiance to time, however, his energy had begun to decay so visibly that Malcolm gave himself to the pipes in secret, that he might be ready, in case of sudden emergency, to take his grandfather's place. For Duncan lived in constant dread of the hour when his office might be taken from him and conferred on a mere drummer, or still worse, on a certain ne'er-do-well cousin of the provost, so devoid of music as to be capable only of ringing a bell. "I've had an invitation to Miss Campbell's funeral, Miss Horne's cousin, you know," said Mr. Graham, in a hesitating and subdued voice. "Could you manage to take the school for me, Malcolm?" "Yes, sir. There's nothing to hinder me. What day is it upon?" "Saturday." "Very well, sir. I shall be here in good time." This matter settled, the business of the school, in which, as he did often, Malcolm had come to assist, began. Only a pupil of his own could have worked with Mr. Graham, for his mode was very peculiar. But the strangest fact in it would have been the last to reveal itself to an ordinary observer. This was, that he rarely contradicted anything. He would call up the opposing truth, set it face to face with the error, and leave the two to fight it out. The human mind and conscience were, he said, the plains of Armageddon, where the battle of good and evil was forever raging, and the one business of a teacher was to rouse and urge this battle by leading fresh forces of the truth into the field. Forces composed as little as might be of the hireling troops of the intellect, and as much as possible of the native energies of the heart, imagination, and conscience. In a word, he would oppose error only by teaching the truth. In early life he had come under the influence of the writings of William Law, which he read as one who pondered every doctrine in that light which only obedience to the truth can open upon it. With a keen eye for the discovery of universal law in the individual fact, he read even the marvels of the New Testament practically. Hence, in training his soldiers, every lesson he gave them was a missal. Every admonishment of youth or maiden was as the mounting of an armed champion, and the launching of him with a God-speed into the thick of the fight. He now called up the Bible class, and Malcolm sat beside and listened. That morning they had to read one of the chapters in the history of Jacob. "Was Jacob a good man?" he asked, as soon as the reading, each of the scholars in turn taking a verse, was over. An apparently universal expression of assent followed. Halting its wake, however, came the voice of a boy near the bottom of the class. "Wasna he some double, sir?" "You are right, Shelty," said the master. "He was double. I must, I find, put the question in another shape. Was Jacob a bad man?" Again came such a burst of yeses that it might have been taken for a general hiss. But limping in the rear came again the half-dissentient voice of Jamie Joss, whom the master had just addressed as Shelty. "Partly, sir." "You think then, Shelty, that a man may be both bad and good?" "I dinna ken, sir. I think he may be whiles one, and whiles the other, and whiles maybe it would be ill to say whilk. Or collies whiles, and two minds whether he'll do what he's telled or no." "That's the battle of Armageddon, Shelty, my man. It's aye ragin', on gun roared or bayonet clashed. Ye maun up and do your best in it, my man. Gin ye die fightin' like a man, ye'll flee up wi' a quiet face and a wide open een, and there's a great one 'at'll say to ye, 'Well done, laddie.' But gin ye gie in to the enemy, he'll turn ye into a creepin' thing 'at eats dirt, and there'll no be a hole in all the crystal wall of the New Jerusalem near enough to the ground to let ye creep through." As soon as ever Alexander Graham, the polished thinker and sweet-mannered gentleman, opened his mouth concerning the things he loved best, that moment the most poetic forms came pouring out in the most rugged speech. "I reckon, sir," said Shelty, "Jacob had not foughten out his battle." "That's just it, my boy, and because he wouldna get up and fight manfully,
God had to take him in hand. You've heard tell of generals, when their troops were running away, having to cut this man down, shoot that one, and lick another, till he turned them all right face about, and drave them on to the foe like a spate. And the trouble God took with Jacob wasn't lost upon him at last."
"And what came of Esau, sir?" asked a pale-faced maiden with blue eyes. "He was not an ill kind of child, was he, sir?"
"No, Mappy," answered the master. "He was a fine child, as you say, but he not mared time and gentler treatment to make anything of him. You see, he had a good heart, but was a duller kind of a creature altogether, and cared for nothing he couldn't see or handle. He never thought muckle about God at all. Jacob was another sort, a poet kind of a man, but a snake-drawn creature for all that. It was easier, however, to get the slyness out of Jacob than the dullness out of Esau. Punishment telt upon Jacob like upon a thin-skinned horse, whereas Esau was mere like the minister's pony, that can hardly be made to understand that you want him to gang on. But on the other hand, dullness is a thing that can be borne with. There's nae hurry about that. But the deceitful tricks of Jacob were not to be endured, and so the toss came down upon him." "And what for did not God make Esau as clever as Jacob?" asked a wizened-faced boy near the top of the class. "Ah, my Peary," said Mr. Graham, "I cannot tell you that. All that I can tell is, that God had not done making at him, and some kind of folk take longer to make out than others, and you cannot tell what they're to be till they're made out. But whether what I tell you be right or no, God mun ha the very best of reasons for it, or good, maybe, for us to understand. The best of reasons for Esau himsel, I mean, for the Creator looks after his creature first of all. And now," concluded Mr. Graham, resuming his English, "go to your lessons, and be diligent, that God may think it worth while to get on faster with the making of you." In a moment the class was dispersed, and all were seated. In another, the sound of scuffling arose, and fists were seen storming across a desk. "Andrew Jameson and Poochie, come up here," said the master in a loud voice. "He hitted me first," cried Andrew, the moment they were within a respectful distance of the master, whereupon Mr. Graham turned to the other with inquiry in his eyes. "He had no business to call me Poochie." "No more he had, but you had just as little right to punish him for it. The offence was against me. He had no right to use my name for you, and the quarrel was mine. For the present you are Poochie no more. Go to your place, William Wilson." The boy burst out sobbing, and crept back to his seat with his knuckles in his eyes. "Andrew Jameson," the master went on, "I had almost got a name for you, but you have sent it away. You are not ready for it yet, I see. Go to your place." With downcast looks, Andrew followed William, and the watchful eyes of the master saw that, instead of quarrelling any more during the day, they seemed to catch at every opportunity of showing each other a kindness. Mr. Graham never used bodily punishment. He ruled chiefly by the aid of a system of individual titles, of the mingled characters of pet name and nickname. As soon as the individuality of a boy had attained to signs of blossoming, that is, had become such that he could predict not only an upright but a characteristic behaviour in given circumstances, he would take him aside and whisper in his ear that henceforth, so long as he deserved it, he would call him by a certain name, one generally derived from some object in the animal or vegetable world, and pointing to a resemblance which was not often patent to any eye but the master's own. He had given the name of Poochie, for instance, to William Wilson, because, like the kangaroo, he sought his object in a succession of awkward, yet not the less availing leaps, gulping his knowledge and pocketing his conquered marble after a like fashion. Mappy, the name which thus belonged to a certain flaxen-haired, soft-eyed girl, corresponds to the English bunny. Sheltie is the small Scotch mountain pony, active and strong. Peary means peg-top. But not above a quarter of the children had pet names. To gain one was to reach the highest honour of the school. The withdrawal of it was the severest of punishments, and the restoring of it the sign of perfect reconciliation. The master permitted no one else to use it, and was seldom known to forget himself so far as to utter it while its owner was in disgrace. The hope of gaining such a name, or the fear of losing it, was in the pupil the strongest ally of the master, the most powerful enforcement of his influences. It was a scheme of government by aspiration, but it owed all its operative power to the character of the man who had adopted rather than invented it, for the scheme had been suggested by a certain passage in the book of the Revelation. Without having read a word of Swedenborg, he was a believer in the absolute correspondence of the inward and outward, and thus, long before the younger Darwin arose, had suspected a close relationship,
remote identity indeed in nature and history between the animal and human worlds. But photographs from a good many different points would be necessary to afford anything like a complete notion of the character of this country schoolmaster. Towards noon, while he was busy with an astronomical class, explaining, by means partly of the blackboard, partly of two boys representing the relation of the earth and the moon, how it comes that we see but one half of the latter, the door gently opened, and the troubled face of the Mad Laird peeped slowly in. His body followed as gently, and at last, sad symbol of his weight of care, his hump appeared, with a slow half-revolution as he turned to shut the door behind him. Taking off his hat, he walked up to Mr. Graham, who, busy with his astronomy, had not perceived his entrance, touched him on the arm, and standing on tiptoe, whispered softly in his ear, as if it were a painful secret that must be respected. "I dinna ken where I come frae. I want to come to the school." Mr. Graham turned and shook hands with him, respectfully addressing him as Mr. Stewart, and got down for him the armchair which stood behind his desk. But with the politest bow, the laird declined it, and mournfully repeating the words, "I dinna ken where I come frae," took a place readily yielded him in the astronomical circle surrounding the symbolic boys. This was not by any means his first appearance there, for every now and then he was seized with a desire to go to school, plainly with the object of finding out where he came from. This always fell in his quieter times, and for days together he would attend regularly. In one instance he was not absent an hour for a whole month. He spoke so little, however, that it was impossible to tell how much he understood, although he seemed to enjoy all that went on. He was so quiet, so sadly gentle, that he gave no trouble of any sort, and after the first few minutes of a fresh appearance, the attention of the scholars was rarely distracted by his presence. The way in which the master treated him awoke like respect in his pupils. Boys and girls were equally ready to make room for him on their forms, and any one of the latter who had by some kind attention awakened the watery glint of a smile on the melancholy features of the troubled man, would boast of her success. Hence it came that the neighbourhood of Portlossie was the one spot in the county where a person of weak intellect or peculiar appearance might go about free of insult. The peculiar sentence the laird so often uttered was the only one he invariably spoke with definite clearness. In every other attempt at speech he was liable to be assailed by an often recurring impediment, during the continuance of which he could compass but a word here and there, often betaking himself in the agony of suppressed utterance to the most extravagant gestures, with which he would sometimes succeed in so supplementing his words as to render his meaning intelligible. The two boys representing the earth and the moon had returned to their places in the class, and Mr. Graham had gone on to give a description of the moon, in which he had necessarily mentioned the enormous height of her mountains as compared with those of the earth. But in the course of asking some questions he found a need of further explanation, and therefore once more required the services of the boy earth and boy moon. The moment the latter, however, began to describe his circle around the former, Mr. Stewart stepped gravely up to him, and laying hold of his hand, led him back to his station in the class. Then, turning first one shoulder, then the other to the company, so as to attract attention to his hump, uttered the single word, "Mountain," and took on himself the part of the moon, proceeding to revolve in the circle which represented her orbit. Several of the boys and girls smiled, but no one laughed, for Mr. Graham's gravity maintained theirs. Without remark, he used the Mad Laird for a moon to the end of his explanation. Mr. Stewart remained in the school all the morning, stood up with every class Mr. Graham taught, and in the intervals sat, with book or slate before him, still as a Brahmin on the fancied verge of his reabsorption, save that he murmured to himself now and then, "I dinna ken where I cam frae." When his pupils dispersed for dinner, Mr. Graham invited him to go to his house and share his homely meal, but with polished gesture and broken speech Mr. Stewart declined, walking away towards the town, and was seen no more that afternoon. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 8. The Swivel. Mrs. Courthope, the housekeeper at Lossie House, was a good woman, who did not stand upon her dignities, as small rulers are apt to do, but cultivated friendly relations with the people of the sea-town. Some of the rougher of the women despised the sweet outlandish speech she had brought with her from her native England, and accused her of mim-moudness, or an affected modesty in the use of words. But not the less was she in their eyes a great lady, whence indeed came the special pleasure in finding flaws in her. For to them she was the representative of the noble family on whose skirts they and their ancestors had been settled for ages, the last Marquis not having visited the place for many years, and the present having but lately succeeded. Duncan MacPhail was a favourite with her, for the Englishwoman will generally prefer the Highland to the Lowland Scotsman, and she seldom visited the Seton without looking in upon him, so that when Malcolm returned from the Alton, or Old Town, where the school was, it did not in the least surprise him to find her seated with his grandfather. Apparently, however, there had been some dissension between them, for the old man sat in his corner strangely wrathful, his face in a glow, his head thrown back, his nostrils distended, and his eyelids working, as if his eyes were poor dumb mouths, like Caesar's wounds, trying to speak.
"We are told in the New Testament to forgive our enemies, you know,"
said Mrs. Courthope, heedless of his entrance, but in a voice that seemed rather to plead than oppose.
"Indeed, she will not be false to her chief and her clan," retorted Duncan persistently. "She will not forgive Carmel of Glenlyon."
"But he's dead long since, and we may at least hope he repented and was forgiven."
"She'll be hoping nothing of the kind, Mistress Courthope," replied Duncan. "But if, as you say, God will be forgiving him, which I do not believe, let that be enough for the greedy blackguard. Sure it matters but small whether poor Duncan MacPhail will be forgiving him or not. Anyhow, he must do without it, for he shall not have it. He is a damned villain and scoundrel, and so she says with her respects to you, Mistress Courthope."
His sightless eyes flashed with indignation, and perceiving it was time to change the subject, the housekeeper turned to Malcolm. "Could you bring me a nice mackerel or whiting for my lord's breakfast tomorrow morning, Malcolm?" she said.
"Certainly, mem. I shall be with ye in good time, with the best the sea'll give me," he answered.
"If I have the fish by 9 o'clock, that will be early enough," she returned.
"I would not like to wait so long for my breakfast," remarked Malcolm.
"You wouldn't mind it much if you waited asleep," said Mrs. Courthope. "Can anybody sleep till such a time of day as that?" exclaimed the youth. "You must remember my lord doesn't go to bed for hours after you, Malcolm."
"And what can keep him up all that time? It's not as gin he were after the herring, and had the wind and the water, and the netfuls of wammelin' creatures to hold him wakin'."
"Oh, he reads and writes, and sometimes goes walking about the grounds after everybody else is in bed," said Mrs. Courthope. "He and his dog."
"Well, I would rather be up there," said Malcolm. "A heap rather. I like fine to be out in the quiet of the morning, afore the sun's up to set the din going, when it's all clear but no bright, like the back of a bonny salmon, and air and water and all looks as gin they were waiting for something. Quiet, very quiet, but not content."
Malcolm uttered this long speech, and went on with more like it, in the hope of affording time for the stormy waters of Duncan's spirit to assuage. Nor was he disappointed, for if there was a sound on the earth Duncan loved to hear, it was the voice of his boy, and by degrees the tempest sank to repose, the gathered glooms melted from his countenance, and the sunlight of a smile broke out.
"Hear to him," he cried. "Her boy will be a great bard some day, and sing before the Stuart kings when they come back to Holyrood."
Mrs. Courthope had enough of poetry in her to be pleased with Malcolm's quiet enthusiasm, and spoke a kind word of sympathy with the old man's delight as she rose to take her leave. Duncan rose also, and followed her to the door, making her a courtly bow, and that just as she turned away.
"It'll be a good woman, Mistress Courthope," he said as he came back, "and it'll no be to blame her for forgiving Glenlyon, for he did not kill her great-grandmother. But it'll be very bad breeding to request her nain self, Duncan MacPhail, to be forgiven the rascal. Only she'll be but a woman, and it'll not be no better to her. You'll be minding you'll be firing the gun at 6 o'clock exactly, Malcolm, for all she says, for my lord being but just come home to his property, it might be a vex to him if there was any mistake so soon. But indeed, I wonder he hasn't been sending for old Duncan to be giving him a song or two and the pipes, for he'll be having the oceans of very good Highland blood in his own veins, and his friend, the Prince of Wales, who has no more rights to it than a mackerel fish, will be wearing the kilts at Holyrood. So mind, you be firing the gun at 6, my son."
For some years, young as he was, Malcolm had hired himself to one or other of the boat proprietors of the Seton or of Scournose for the herring fishing, only, however, in the immediate neighbourhood, refusing to go to the Western Islands, or any station whence he could not return to sleep at his grandfather's cottage. He had thus on every occasion earned enough to provide for the following winter, so that his grandfather's little income as piper, and other small returns, were accumulating in various concealments about the cottage, for, in his care for the future, Duncan dreaded lest Malcolm should buy things for him, without which, in his own sightless judgment, he could do well enough. Until the herring season should arrive, however, Malcolm made a little money by line-fishing, for he had bargained the year before with the captain of a schooner for an old ship's boat, and had patched and caulked it into a sufficiently serviceable condition. He sold his fish in the town and immediate neighbourhood, where a good many housekeepers favoured the handsome and cheery young fisherman. He would now be often out in the bay long before it was time to call his grandfather in his turn to rouse the sleepers of Portlossie. But the old man had as yet always waked about the right time, and the inhabitants had never had any ground of complaint, a few minutes one way or the other being of little consequence. He was the cock which woke the whole yard. Morning after morning his pipes went crowing through the streets of the upper region, his music ending always with his round. But after the institution of the gun signal, his custom was to go on playing where he stood until he heard it, or to stop short in the midst of his round and his liveliest reveille the moment it reached his ear. Loath as he might be to give over, that sense of good manners which was supreme in every Highlander of the old time interdicted the fingering of a note after the Marquis's gun had called aloud. When Malcolm meant to go fishing, he always loaded the Swivel the night before, and about sunset the same evening he set out for that purpose. Not a creature was visible on the border of the curving bay, except a few boys far off on the gleaming sands whence the tide had just receded. They were digging for sand-eels, lovely little silvery fishes, which, as every now and then the spade turned one or two up, they threw into a tin pail for bait. But on the summit of the long sand-hill, the lonely figure of a man was walking to and fro in the level light of the rosy west, and as Malcolm climbed the near end of the dune, it was turning far off at the other. Halfway between them was the embrasure with the brass swivel, and there they met. Although he had never seen him before, Malcolm perceived at once it must be Lord Lossie, and lifted his bonnet. The Marquis nodded and passed on, but the next moment, hearing the noise of Malcolm's proceedings with the swivel, turned and said, "What are you about there with that gun, my lad?" "I'm just going to date her out and load her, my lord," answered Malcolm. "And what next? You're not going to fire the thing?" "Aye, the morn's morning, my lord." "What will that be for?" "Oh, just to wake your lordship." Said his lordship, with more expression than articulation. "Will I no load her?" asked Malcolm, throwing down the ramrod, and approaching the swivel as if to turn the muzzle of it again into the embrasure. "Oh yes, load her by all means. I don't want to interfere with any of your customs. But if that is your object, the means, I fear, are inadequate." "It's a comfort to hear that, my lord, for I canna aye be sure o' my old watch, and may weel be out o' 5 minutes or 2 whiles. So, in future, seem it's o' such small consequence to your lordship, I sud just let her off when it's convenient. A few minutes winna matter muckle to the Baillie bodies." There was something in Malcolm's address that pleased Lord Lossie, the mingling of respect and humour probably, the frankness and composure perhaps. He was not self-conscious enough to be shy, and was so free from design of any sort that he doubted the goodwill of no one. "What's your name?" asked the Marquis abruptly. "Malcolm MacPhail, my lord." "MacPhail? I heard the name this very day. Let me see. My grandfather's the blind piper, my lord." "Yes, yes. Tell him I shall want him at the house. I left my own piper at Cianglas." "I'll fess him with me in the morn, gin ye like, my lord, for I'll be ower with some fine trout or other, gin I hae not the waur luck the morn's mornin'. Mistress Courthope says she'll be aye ready for one to fry to your lordship's breakfast. But I'm thinking that'll be ower air for you to see him." "I'll send for him when I want him. Go on with your brazen serpent there, only mind you don't give her too much supper." "Just look at her ribs, my lord, she winna rive," was the youth's response, and the Marquis was moving off with a smile, when Malcolm called after him. "Gin your lordship likes to see your ain fairlies, I ken where some of them lie," he said. "What do you mean by furlies?" asked the Marquis. "Oh, curiosities, ye ken. For instance, there's some queer caves along the coast, 2 or 3 of them afore ye come to the Scarnoes. They say the water booed till a hulk at them, once upon a time, and they maun ha' been full o' partans and lobsters, and their friends and neighbours, but they're high and dry noo, as the fool said o' his minister, and nothing intil them but fomarts and otters and sic like." "Well, well, my lad, we'll see," said his lordship kindly,
and turning once more, he resumed his walk. "At your lordship's wool," answered Malcolm in a low voice, as he lifted his bonnet and again bent to the swivel. The next morning he was rowing slowly along in the bay, when he was startled by the sound of his grandfather's pipes, wafted clear and shrill on a breath of southern wind from the top of the town. He looked at his watch. It was not yet 5 o'clock. The expectation of a summons to play at Lossie House had so excited the old man's brain that he had waked long before his usual time, and Portlossie must wake also. The worst of it was, that he had already, as Malcolm knew from the direction of the sound, almost reached the end of his beat, and must even now be expecting the report of the swivel, until he heard which he would not cease playing, so long as there was a breath in his body. Pulling, therefore, with all his might, Malcolm soon ran his boat ashore, and in another instant the sharp yell of the swivel rang among the rocks of the promontory. He was still standing, lapped in a light reverie as he watched the smoke flying seaward, when a voice, already well known to him, said, close at his side, "What are you about with that horrid cannon?" Malcolm started. "Ye guard me luck, my lady," he returned with a smile and an obeisance. "You told me," the girl went on emphatically, and as she spoke she disengaged her watch from her girdle, "that you fired it at 6 o'clock. It is not nearly 6. "Didna ye hear the pipes, my lady?" he rejoined. "Yes, well enough, but a whole regiment of pipes can't make it 6 o'clock when my watch says 10 minutes past 5. "Eh, sic a braw watch!" exclaimed Malcolm. "What's all the bonny white knots about the face of it?" "Pearls," she answered, in a tone that implied pity of his ignorance. "Just look at it aside mine!" he exclaimed in admiration, pulling out his great old turnip. "There!" cried the girl. "Your own watch says only 5:15. "Oh, ay, my lady. I set it by the town clock 'at hangs in the window of the Lossie Arms last night. But I maun away and look after my lines, or atween the dale and the dogfish my lord'll fare ill." "You haven't told me why you fired the gun," she persisted. Thus compelled, Malcolm had to explain that the motive lay in his anxiety lest his grandfather should overexert himself, seeing he was subject to severe attacks of asthma. "He could stop when he was tired," she objected. "Ay, gin his pride would let him," answered Malcolm, and turned away again, eager to draw his line. "Have you a boat of your own?" asked the lady. "Ay, yon's her, down on the shore yonner. Would ye like a row? She's fine and quiet." "Who? The boat?" "The sea, my lady." "Is your boat clean?" "Of all thing but fish. But, na, it's no fit for sic a bonny going as that. I winna let ye gang the day, my lady, but gin ye like to be here the morn's morning, I s' be here at the same hour, and have my boat as clean as a Sunday sark." "You think more of my gown than of myself," she returned. "There's no fear o' yoursel, my lady. Ye're ower well made to blawd. But woe's me for the gown, or it had been an hour in the boat the day. Not to mention the fish comin' walloping o'er the gunwale, one after the other. But 'deed, I maun say good morning, mem." "By all means. I don't want to keep you a moment from your precious fish." Feeling rebuked, without well knowing why, Malcolm accepted the dismissal, and ran to his boat. By the time he had taken his oars, the girl had vanished. His line was a short one, but twice the number of fish he wanted were already hanging from the hooks. It was still very early when he reached the harbour. At home he found his grandfather waiting for him, and his breakfast ready. It was hard to convince Duncan that he had waked the royal burgh an hour too soon. He insisted that, as he had never made such a blunder before, he could not have made it now. "It's the watch 'at'll be telling to lies, Malcolm, my boy," he said thoughtfully. "She was once before." "But the sun says the same as the watch, Daddy," persisted Malcolm. Duncan understood the position of the sun and what it signified as well as the clearest-eyed man in Portlossie, but he could not afford to yield. "It was being some conspiracy at accursed Camel's to make her lose her poor pension," he said. "But never you mind, Malcolm. I'll be making up for t' blunder to-morrow morning. The good people shall have their sleeps a whole hour after they ought to be at their works." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 9. The Salmon Trout. Malcolm walked up through the town with his fish, hoping to part with some of the less desirable of them, and so lighten his basket before entering the grounds of Lossie House. But he had met with little success,
and was now approaching the town gate, as they called it, which closed a short street at right angles to the principal one, when he came upon Mrs. Catanach, on her knees, cleaning her doorstep. "Well, Malcolm, what fish have ye?" she said, without looking up. "Who kent ye it was me, Mistress Catanach?" asked the lad. "Kent it was you?" she repeated. "Gin there be but 2 feet at once in any street of Portlossie, I'll tell ye whose head's abune them, and my een sticked." Eyes closed. "Hoot, ye're a witch, Mistress Catanach," said Malcolm merrily. "That's as may be," she returned, rising, and nodding mysteriously. "I ha' told ye nae mair nor the truth. But what garred ye whup us all out of our naked beds by 5 o'clock in the morning this morning, man? That's not what ye paid for." "'Deed, mem, it was just a mistake o' my poor daddy's. He had been feart to sleep in o'er long, ye see, and so had waked o'er soon. I was out after the fish mysel." "But ye fired the gun gin the chap a 5." "Oh, ay, I fired the gun. The poor man would ha' bursten himsel' gin I had not." "Deil gin he had bursten himsel', the old Highland sholt!" exclaimed Mrs. Catanach spitefully. "You sanna even sic words to my grandfather, Mrs. Catanach," said Malcolm with rebuke. She laughed a strange laugh. "Sanna!" she repeated contemptuously. "And who's your grandfather that I should take tint how I wag my tongue o'er his righteousness?" Then, with a sudden change of her tone to one of would-be friendliness, "But what'll you be seeking for that bit of salmon trout, ye man?" she said. As she spoke, she approached his basket, and would have taken the fish in her hands, but Malcolm involuntarily drew back. "It's going to the house to my lord's breakfast," he said. "Hoots, you'll just leave the trout with me. You'll be seeking a sexpence for it, I reckon," she persisted, again approaching the basket. "I tell you, Mistress Catanach," said Malcolm, drawing back now in the fear that if once she had it she would not yield it again, "it's going up to the house." "Hoots, there's nobody there seen it yet. It's new out of the water." "But Mistress Courthope was down last night, and wanted the best I could hook." "Mistress Courthope! Who cares for her? A mim cantin' old body. Gi'e me the troutie, Malcolm. Ye're a bonny lad, and it's to be the better for ye." "'Deed, I could not do it, Mistress Catanach, though I'm sorry to disoblige ye. It's bespoken, ye see. But there's a fine haddie, and a bonny small coddy, and a gowkme." "Go away with your haddies and your gowkmes. Ye sanna gowk me with them." "Well, I wouldna wonder," said Malcolm, "gin Mrs. Courthope would like the haddie too, and maybe the lave of them as well. Hers is a muckle family to haud eatin'. I'll just gang to the hoose first afore I make any mair offers for my creel." "Ye'll leave the trout with me," said Mrs. Catanach imperiously. "Na, I canna do that. Ye maun see yersel 'at I canna." The woman's face grew dark with anger. "It will be the waur for ye," she cried. "I'm no going to be fleyt at ye. Ye're no sic a witch as that comes till, though ye div ken a body's foot upon the flags. My blind lucky daddy can do mair nor that," said Malcolm, irritated by her persistency, threats, and evil looks. "Dare ye me?" she returned, her pasty cheeks now red as fire, and her wicked eyes flashing as she shook her clenched fist at him. "What for no?" he answered coolly, turning his head back over his shoulder, for he was already on his way to the gate. "Ye s' ken that, ye misbegotten foundlin'!" screeched the woman, and waddled hastily into the house. "What ails her?" said Malcolm to himself. "She might have seen it I bud to give Mrs. Courthope the first offer." By a winding carriage drive, through trees whose growth was stunted by the sea winds, which had cut off their tops as with a keen razor, Malcolm made a slow descent, yet was soon shadowed by timber of a more prosperous growth, rising as from a lake of the loveliest green, spangled with starry daisies. The air was full of sweet odours, uplifted with the ascending dew, and trembled with 100 songs at once, for here was a very paradise for birds. At length he came in sight of a long, low wing of the house, and went to the door that led to the kitchen. There a maid informed him that Mrs. Courthope was in the hall, and he had better take his basket there, for she wanted to see him. He obeyed, and sought the main entrance. The house was an ancient pile, mainly of 2 sides at right angles, but with many gables, mostly having corbel steps, a genuine old Scottish dwelling, small windowed and grey, with steep slated roofs and many turrets, each with a conical top. Some of these turrets rose from the ground, encasing spiral stone stairs. Others were but bartizans, their interiors forming recesses and rooms. They gave the house something of the air of a French chateau, only it looked stronger and far grimmer. Carved around some of the windows, in ancient characters, were scripture texts and antique proverbs. 2 time-worn specimens of heraldic zoology, in a state of fearful and everlasting excitement, stood rampant and gaping, one on each side of the hall door, contrasting strangely with the repose of the ancient house, which looked very like what the oldest part of it was said to have been, a monastery. It had at the same time, however, a somewhat warlike expression, wherein consisting it would have been difficult to say, nor could it ever have been capable of much defence, although its position in that regard was splendid. In front was a great gravel space, in the centre of which lay a huge block of serpentine from a quarry on the estate, filling the office of goal, being the pivot, as it were, around which all carriages turned. On one side of the house was a great stone bridge of lofty span, stretching across a little glen, in which ran a brown stream spotted with foam, the same that entered the frith beside the Seaton. Not muddy, however, for though dark, it was clear, its brown being a rich transparent hue, almost red, gathered from the peat bogs of the great moorland hill behind. Only a very narrow terrace walk, with battlemented parapet, lay between the back of the house and a precipitous descent of 100 feet to this rivulet. Up its banks, lovely with flowers and rich with shrubs and trees below, you might ascend until by slow gradations you left the woods and all culture behind, and found yourself, though still within the precincts of Lossie House, on the lonely side of the waste hill, 1,000 feet above the sea. The hall door stood open, and just within hovered Mrs. Courthope, dusting certain precious things not to be handled by a housemaid. This portion of the building was so narrow that the hall occupied its entire width, and on the opposite side of it another door, standing also open, gave a glimpse of the glen. "Good morning, Malcolm," said Mrs. Courthope, when she turned and saw whose shadow fell on the marble floor. "What have you brought me?" "A fine salmon trout, mem. But gin ye had heard how Mistress Catanach flyted at me 'cause I wouldna gie it to her, ye would have thought, mem, she was something no canny, the way at first she begged, and syne flecht, and syne all but banned and swore." "She's a peculiar person, that, Malcolm. Those are nice whitings. I don't care about the trout. Just take it to her as you go back." "I don't gin she'll take it, mem. She's an awful vengeful creature, folks says." "You remind me, Malcolm," returned Mrs. Courthope, "that I'm not at ease about your grandfather. He is not in a Christian frame of mind at all, and he is an old man too. If we don't forgive our enemies, you know, the Bible plainly tells us we shall not be forgiven ourselves." "I'm thinking it was a greater nor the Bible said that, mem," returned Malcolm, who was an apt pupil of Mr. Graham. "But ye'll be meaning Camel o' Glenlyon," he went on with a smile. "It cannot matter muckle to him whether my grandfather forgie him or no, seeing he's been dead this 100 year." "It's not Campbell of Glenlyon, it's your grandfather I am anxious about," said Mrs. Courthope. "Nor is it only Campbell of Glenlyon he's so fierce against, but all his posterity as well." "They dinna exist, mem. There's no sic a being on the face of the earth as a descendant of that Glenlyon." "It makes little difference, I fear," said Mrs. Courthope, who was no bad logician. "The question isn't whether or not there's anybody to forgive, but whether Duncan MacPhail is willing to forgive." "That I do believe he is, mem, though he would be as sair astonished to hear it as ye are yoursel." "I don't know what you mean by that, Malcolm." "I mean, mem, 'at a blind man like my grandfather cannot ken himsel right, seeing he cannot ken ither folk right. It's by kenning ither folk 'at ye come to ken yoursel, mem. Isn't it, no?" "Blindness surely doesn't prevent a man from knowing other people. He hears them and he feels them, and indeed has generally more kindness from them because of his affliction." "Frae some of them, mem, but it's little kindness my grandfather has experienced frae Camel o' Glenlyon, mem." "And just as little injury, I should suppose," said Mrs. Courthope. "Ye're wrong there, mem. A murdered mither maun be an uncle scathe to Oya's Oya, grandson's grandson. But supposing ye to be right, what I say's to the point for all that. I maun just explain a wee. When I was a laddie at the school, I was once telt that one of the loons was in the way of mocking my grandfather. When I heard it, I thought I could just rive the heart o' him, and set my teeth in it, as the Dutch soldier did to the Spaniard. But when I got a grip o' him, and the rascal turned up a frighted, kind o' dog-like face to me, I just couldna drive my sticked knave intil it. Clenched fist. Mem, a face is an awful thing. There's aye something looking out o' it 'at ye cannot do as ye like with. But my grandfather never saw a face in his life,
let alone Glenlyon's, it's been dirt for so many a year. Gin he were looking into the face of that Glenlyon even, I do believe he would no more drive his dirk into him."
"Drive his dirk into him!"
echoed Mrs. Courthope, in horror at the very disclaimer. "No, I'm sure he would not," persisted Malcolm, innocently. "He might not take him out of a pot, hole in a river bed, but he would neither dirk him nor fling him in. I'm no that sure he wouldna even rax him a hand. One thing I am certain of, that by the time he meets Glenlyon in heaven, he'll be not that far frae letting bygones be bygones."
"Meets Glenlyon in heaven?"
again echoed Mrs. Courthope, who knew enough of the story to be startled at the taken-for-granted way in which Malcolm spoke.
"Is it probable that a wretch such as your legends describe him should ever get there?"
"You dinna think God's forgi'en him then, mem?"
"I have no right to judge Glenlyon, or any other man, but as you ask me, I must say I see no likelihood of it."
"How can ye complain of my poor blind grandfather for no forgi'en him then? I hae you there, mem."
"He may have repented, you know,"
said Mrs. Courthope feebly, finding herself in less room than was comfortable. "In sic case," returned Malcolm, "the old man'll hear about it the minute he wins there, and I make no doubt he'll do his best to persuade himself."
"But what if he shouldn't get there?"
persisted Mrs. Courthope, in pure benevolence. "Hoot toot, mem, I wonner to hear ye, a comma letting in on my grandfather holding out. That would be just yellow-faced Willie o'er again." Lord Stair, the prime mover in the massacre of Glencoe. "Na, na, things gang another gait up there. My grandfather's a rale good man, for all he has a way o' looking at things that's mair efter the law nor the gospel." Apparently Mrs. Courthope had come at length to the conclusion that Malcolm was as much of a heathen as his grandfather, for in silence she chose her fish, in silence paid him his price, and then with only a sad good day turned and left him. He would have gone back by the river-side to the sea-gate, but Mrs. Courthope having waived her right to the fish in favour of Mrs. Catanach, he felt bound to give her another chance, and so returned the way he had come. "Here's your trout, Mrs. Catanach," he called aloud at her door, which generally stood a little ajar. "Ye s' hae't for the sixpence, and a good bargain too, for one o' sic dimensions." As he spoke, he held the fish in at the door, but his eyes were turned to the main street, whence the factor's gig was at the moment rounding the corner into that in which he stood, when suddenly the salmon trout was snatched from his hand, and flung so violently in his face that he staggered back into the road. The factor had to pull sharply up to avoid driving over him. His rout, rather than retreat, was followed by a burst of insulting laughter, and at the same moment out of the house rushed a large, vile-looking mongrel, with hair like an ill-used door-mat, and an abbreviated nose, fresh from the ash-pit, caught up the trout, and rushed with it towards the gate. "That's right, my bairn," shouted Mrs. Catanach to the brute as he ran. "Take it to Mrs. Courthope. Take it back with my compliments." Amidst a burst of malign laughter, she slammed her door, and from a window sideways watched the young fisherman. As he stood looking after the dog in wrath and bewilderment, the factor, having recovered from the fit of merriment into which the sudden explosion of events had cast him, and succeeded in quieting his scared horse, said, slackening his reins to move on, "You sell your fish too cheap, Malcolm." "The devil's in the tyke," rejoined Malcolm, and seized at last by a sense of the ludicrousness of the whole affair, burst out laughing, and turned for the High Street. "Na, na, laddie, the devil's no awa in sic a hurry. He bade," said a voice behind him. Malcolm turned again, and lifted his bonnet. It was Miss Horne, who had come up from the Seton. "Did ye see yon, mem?" he asked. "Ay, well that, as I came up the brae. Dinna stand there, laddie. The jair'll be watchin' ye like a cat watchin' a mouse. I ken her. She's a cat woman, and I canna bide her. She's no mouse. She's in secrets mair nor good, I s' wad. Come away wi' me. I want a bit fish. I can ill eat an' her lyin' dead in the hoose. It winna gang ower. But I maun get some strength pittin' intil me afore the burial. It's a God's mercy I wasna made wi' feelin's, or what would ha come o' me? Where's the good o' greetin'? It's not worth the salt in the water of it, Malcolm. It's an ill world, and might be a bonny one, gin it werena for ill men." "'Deed, mem, I'm thinking mair about ill women at this present," said Malcolm. "Maybe there's no sic a thing, but yon's unco like one. As bonny a salmon trout as ever ye saw, mem. It's all I'm capable of to hold uncurst that foul tyke o' hers. Hoot, laddie, hold your tongue." "Ay, will I. I'm not going to do it, ye ken. But sic a fine trout as that. The very one ye would ha liked, mem." Never ye mind the trout. There's mair where that came frae. What angered her at ye? Nothing mair nor that I bode to give Mistress Courthope the first whale o' my fish. The woman's no worth your notice, 'cept to hold out o' her gate, laddie, and that ye had better look till, for she's no canny. Dinna ye anger her again, gin ye can help it. She has an ill look, and I cannot bide her. Hey, there's your siller. Jean, take in this fish." During the latter part of the conversation, they had been standing at the door, while Miss Horne ferreted the needful pence from a pocket under her gown. She now entered, but as Malcolm waited for Jean to take the fish, she turned on the threshold, and said, "Would you no like to see her, Malcolm? A good friend she was to you, so long as she was here," she added after a short pause. The youth hesitated. "I never saw a corp in my life, mem, and I'm just some feared," he said, after another brief silence. "Hoot, laddie," returned Miss Horne, in a somewhat offended tone. "That'll be what comes o' having feelin's. A bonny corp's the bonniest thing in creation. And that quiet. Sic a heap o' them as there has been sin' Abel," she went on, "an' ilk one o' them lookin' as gin there had never been anither but itsel'. Ye ought to see a corp, Malcolm. You'll have it to do afore you're one yoursel', and you'll never see a bonnier nor my Grisel." "Be it to your will, mem," said Malcolm resignedly. At once she led the way, and he followed her in silence up the stair, and into the dead chamber. There on the white bed lay the long, black, misshapen thing she had called the bit boxy, and with a strange sinking at the heart, Malcolm approached it. Miss Horne's hand came from behind him, and withdrew a covering. There lay a vision, lovely indeed to behold, a fixed evanescence, a listening stillness, awful, yet with a look of entreaty, at once resigned and unyielding, that strangely drew the heart of Malcolm. He saw a low white forehead, large eyeballs upheaving closed lids, finely modelled features of which the tightened skin showed all the delicacy, and a mouth of suffering whereon the vanishing Psyche had left the shadow of the smile with which she awoke. The tears gathered in his eyes, and Miss Horne saw them. "Ye maun lay your hand upon her, Malcolm," she said. "You said I touched the dead, to hold ye undreamed about them." "I would be loth," answered Malcolm. "She would be o'er bonny a dream to miss." "Are they all like that?" he added, speaking under his breath. "Na, 'deed no," replied Miss Horne, with mild indignation. "What d'ye expect Bobby Catanach to look like that now? I beg your pardon for mentioning the woman, my dear," she added with sudden divergence, bending towards the still face, and speaking in a tenderly apologetic tone. "I ken weel ye canna bide the verra name o' her, but it's to be the last ye s' hear it to all eternity, my doe." Then turning again to Malcolm, "Lay your hand upon her brow, I tell ye," she said. "I dare na," replied the youth, still under his breath. "My hands are no clean. I wadna for the world touch her with fishy hands." The same moment, moved by a sudden impulse, whose irresistibleness was veiled in his unconsciousness, he bent down, and put his lips to the forehead. As suddenly he started back erect, with dismay on every feature. Mem," he cried in an agonized whisper, "she's doom's cold." "What sud she be?" retorted Miss Horne. "Would ye hae her buried warm?" He followed her from the room in silence, with the sense of a faint sting on his lips. She led him into her parlour, and gave him a glass of wine. "You'll come to the burial upon Saturday?" she asked, half inviting, half inquiring. "I'm sorry to say, mem, 'at I canna," he answered. "I promised Mr. Graeme to take the school for him, and let him gang." "Weel, weel, Mr. Graeme's obliged to ye, no doot, and we canna help it. Gie my compliments to your grandfather." "I'll do that, mem. He'll be sair pleased, for he's unco grateful for any sic attention," said Malcolm, and with the words took his leave. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Malcolm, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 10. The Funeral. That night the weather changed, and grew cloudy and cold. Saturday morning broke drizzly and dismal. A northeast wind tore off the tops of the drearily tossing billows. All was grey, enduring, hopeless grey. Along the coast the waves kept roaring on the sands, persistent and fateful. The Scarnose was one mass of foaming white, and in the cave still haunted by the tide, the bellowing was like that of thunder. Through the drizzle-shot wind and the fog blown in shreds from the sea, a large number of the most respectable of the male population of the borough, clothed in Sunday gloom deepened by the crape on their hats, made their way to Miss Horne's, for despite her rough manners she was held in high repute. It was only such as had reason to dread the secret communication between closet and housetop that feared her tongue. If she spoke loud, she never spoke false, or backbit in the dark. What chiefly conduced, however, to the respect in which she was held, was that she was one of their own people, her father having died minister of the parish some 20 years before. Comparatively little was known of her deceased cousin, who had been much of an invalid, and had mostly kept to the house, but all had understood that Miss Horne was greatly attached to her, and it was for the sake of the living mainly that the dead was thus honoured. As the prayer drew to a close, the sounds of trampling and scuffling feet bore witness that Watty Witherspoon and his assistants were carrying the coffin down the stair. Soon the company rose to follow it, and trooping out, arranged themselves behind the hearse, which, horrid with nodding plumes and gold and black panelling, drew away from the door to make room for them. Just as they were about to move off, to the amazement of the company and the few onlookers who, notwithstanding the weather, stood around to represent the commonalty, Miss Horne herself, solitary, in a long black coat and somewhat awful bonnet, issued, and made her way through the mourners until she stood immediately behind the hearse, by the side of Mr. Cairns, the parish minister. The next moment, Watty Witherspoon, who had his station at the further side of the hearse, arriving somehow at a knowledge of the apparition, came round by the horses' heads, and with a look of positive alarm at the glaring infringement of time-honoured customs, addressed her in half-whispered tones expostulatory. "You'll never be thinking of going yoursel, ma'am," he said. "What for no, Watty, I would like to ken," growled Miss Horne from the vaulted depths of her bonnet. "The like was never heard tell of," returned Watty, with the dismay of an orthodox undertaker, righteously jealous of all innovation. "It'll be to tell it henceforth," rejoined Miss Horne, who in her risen anger spoke aloud, caring nothing who heard her. "Dare ye presume, Watty Witherspoon," she went on, "for no reason but that I gave ye the job and undertook to pay ye for it, and that far abone its market value, dare ye presume, I say, to dictate to me what to do and what not to do anent the matter in hand? Think ye I ha' been a mither to the poor young thing for so many a year to let her gang away her lone at the last with the likes o' you for company? Hoot, ma'am, there's the minister at your elbow. I tell ye, but ye're a wheen rough men folk. There's not a woman among ye to hold things decent, 'cept I gang mysel'. I'm not begging the minister's pardon either. I'll gang. I maun see my poor Grizel till her last bid." "I dread it may be too much for your feelings, Miss Horne," said the minister, who, being an ambitious young man of lowly origin, and very shy of the ridiculous, did not in the least wish her company. "Feelin's!" exclaimed Miss Horne, in a tone of indignant repudiation. "I'm going to do it right. I s' gang, and gin ye dinna like my company, Mr. Cairns, you can gang home, and I s' gang without ye. Gin she should happen to be looking down, she sannot see me wantin' at the last o' her. But I s' make no work about it. I s' no put mysel' o'er for it." And ere the minister could utter another syllable, she had left her place to go to the rear. The same instant the procession began to move, corpse-marshalled towards the grave. And stepping aside, she stood erect, sternly eyeing the irregular ranks of 2 and 3 and 4 as they passed her, intending to bring up the rear alone. But already there was one in that solitary position. With bowed head, Alexander Graham walked last and single. The moment he caught sight of Miss Horne he perceived her design, and lifting his hat, offered his arm. She took it almost eagerly, and together they followed in silence, through the gusty wind and monotonous drizzle. The schoolhouse was close to the churchyard. An instant hush fell upon the scholars when the hearse darkened the windows, lasting while the horrible thing slowly turned to enter the iron gates. A deep hush, as if a wave of the eternal silence which rounds all our noises had broken across its barriers. The Mad Laird, who had been present all the morning, trembled from head to foot, yet rose and went to the door with a look of strange, subdued eagerness. When Miss Horne and Mr. Graham had passed into the churchyard, he followed. With the bending of uncovered heads, in a final gaze of leave-taking, over the coffin at rest in the bottom of the grave, all that belonged to the ceremony of burial was fulfilled. But the two facts that no one left the churchyard, although the wind blew and the rain fell, until the mound of sheltering earth was heaped high over the dead, and that the hands of many friends assisted with spade and shovel, did much to compensate for the lack of a service. As soon as this labour was ended, Mr. Graham again offered his arm to Miss Horne, who had stood in perfect calmness watching the whole with her eagle's eyes. But although she accepted his offer, instead of moving towards the gate, she kept her position in the attitude of a hostess who will follow her friends. They were the last to go from the churchyard. When they reached the schoolhouse, she would have had Mr. Graham leave her, but he insisted on seeing her home. Contrary to her habit, she yielded, and they slowly followed the retiring company. "Safe at last," half-sighed Miss Horne, as they entered the town, her sole remark on the way. Rounding a corner, they came upon Mrs. Catanach standing at a neighbour's door, gazing out upon nothing, as was her wont at times, but talking to someone in the house behind her. Miss Horne turned her head aside as she passed. A look of low, malicious, half-triumphant cunning lightened across the puffy face of the howdy. She cocked one bushy eyebrow, setting one eye wide open, drew down the other eyebrow, nearly closing the eye under it, and stood looking after them until they were out of sight. Then, turning her head over her shoulder, she burst into a laugh, softly husky with the general flabbiness of her corporeal conditions. "What ails you, Mistress Catanach?" cried a voice from within. "Sic a couple as yon twosome would make," she replied, again bursting into gelatinous laughter. "Who then? I cannot leave my milk parage to come and look. Oh, just Meg Horne the old kale runt, and Sanny Graham the stickit minister. I would like well to be at the bidding of them. The two heads of them upon one bolster." And chuckling a low chuckle, Mrs. Catanach moved for her own door. As soon as the churchyard was clear of the funeral train, the Mad Laird peeped from behind a tall stone, gazed cautiously around him, and then with slow steps came and stood over the new-made grave, where the sexton was now laying the turf, to make a snod for the Sabbath. "What is she gone till?" he murmured to himself. He could generally speak better when merely uttering his thoughts without attempt at communication. "I dinna ken where I come frae, and I dinna ken where she's gone till, but when I gang mysel', maybe I'll ken both. I dinna ken where I come frae." Thus muttering, so lost in the thoughts that originated them that he spoke the words mechanically, he left the churchyard and returned to the school, where, under the superintendence of Malcolm, everything had been going on in the usual Saturday fashion, the work of the day which closed the week's labours being to repeat a certain number of questions of the shorter catechism, which term, alas, included the answers, and next to buttress them with a number of suffering caryatids, as it were, texts of Scripture, I mean, first petrified, and then dragged into the service. Before Mr. Graham returned, everyone had done his part except Shelty, who, excellent at asking questions for himself, had a very poor memory for the answers to those of other people, and was in consequence often a keepy in. He did not generally heed it much, however, for the master was not angry with him on such occasions, and they gave him an opportunity of asking in his turn a multitude of questions of his own. When he entered, he found Malcolm reading the Tempest, and Shelty sitting in the middle of the waste schoolroom, with his elbows on the desk before him, and his head and the shorter catechism between them, while in the farthest corner sat Mr. Stewart, with his eyes fixed on the ground, murmuring his answerless questions to himself. "Come up, Shelty," said Mr. Graham, anxious to let the boy go. "Which of the questions did you break down in to-day?" "Please, sir, I couldna rest in my grave till the resurrection," answered Shelty, but with a dim sense of the humour involved in the reply. "What benefits do believers receive from Christ at death?" said Mr. Graham, putting the question with a smile. "The souls of believers are at their death made perfect in holiness, and do immediately pass into glory, and their bodies being still united to Christ do rest in their graves till the resurrection," replied Shelty, now with perfect accuracy, whereupon the master, fearing the outbreak of a torrent of counter-questions, made haste to dismiss him. "That'll do, Shelty," he said. "Run home to your dinner." Shelty shot from the room like a shell from a mortar. He had barely vanished when Mr. Stewart rose and came slowly from his corner, his legs appearing to tremble under the weight of his hump, which moved fitfully up and down in his futile attempts to utter the word resurrection. As he advanced, he kept heaving one shoulder forward,
as if he would fain bring his huge burden to the front, and hold it out in mute appeal to his instructor. But before reaching him he suddenly stopped, lay down on the floor on his back, and commenced rolling from side to side, with moans and complaints. Mr. Graham interpreted the action into the question, how was such a body as his to rest in its grave till the resurrection, perched thus on its own back in the coffin? All the answer he could think of was to lay hold of his hand, lift him, and point upwards. The poor fellow shook his head, glanced over his shoulder at his hump, and murmured, "Heavy, heavy," seeming to imply that it would be hard for him to rise and ascend at the last day. He had doubtless a dim notion that all his trouble had to do with his hump. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 11. The Old Church. The next day, the day of the resurrection, rose glorious from its sepulchre of sea fog and drizzle. It had poured all night long, but at sunrise the clouds had broken and scattered, and the air was the purer for the cleansing rain, while the earth shone with that peculiar lustre which follows the weeping which has endured its appointed night. The larks were at it again, singing as if their hearts would break for joy as they hovered in brooding exultation over the song of the future, for their nests beneath hoarded a wealth of larks for summers to come. Especially about the old church, half buried in the ancient trees of Lossie House, the birds that day were jubilant. Their throats seemed too narrow to let out the joyful air that filled all their hollow bones and quills. They sang as if they must sing, or choke with too much gladness. Beyond the short spire and its shining cock, rose the balls and stars and arrowy vanes of the house, glittering in gold and sunshine. The inward hush of the resurrection, broken only by the prophetic birds, the poets of the groaning and travailing creation, held time and space as in a trance, and the centre from which radiated both the hush and the carolling expectation seemed to Alexander Graham to be the churchyard in which he was now walking in the cool of the morning. It was more carefully kept than most Scottish churchyards, and yet was not too trim. Nature had a word in the affair, was allowed her part of mourning, in long grass and moss and the crumbling away of stone. The wholesomeness of decay, which both in nature and in humanity is but the miry road back to life, was not unrecognized here. There was nothing of the hideous attempt to hide death in the garments of life. The master walked about gently, now stopping to read some well-known inscription and ponder for a moment over the words, and now wandering across the stoneless mounds, content to be forgotten by all but those who loved the departed. At length he seated himself on a slab by the side of the mound that rose but yesterday. It was sculptured with symbols of decay, needless surely where the originals lay about the mouth of every newly opened grave, and as surely ill-befitting the precincts of a church whose indwelling gospel is of life victorious over death. What are these stones, he said to himself, but monuments to oblivion? They are not memorials of the dead, but memorials of the forgetfulness of the living. How vain it is to send a poor forsaken name, like the title page of a lost book, down the careless stream of time. Let me serve my generation, and let God remember me. The morning wore on. The sun rose higher and higher. He drew from his pocket the Nosce Te Ipsum of Sir John Davies, and was still reading, in quiet enjoyment of the fine logic of the lawyer-poet, when he heard the church key in the trembling hand of Jonathan Auld, the sexton, jar feebly, battling with the reluctant lock. Soon the people began to gather, mostly in groups and couples. At length came solitary Miss Horne, whom the neighbours, from respect to her sorrow, had left to walk alone. But Mr. Graham went to meet her, and accompanied her into the church. It was a cruciform building, as old as the vanished monastery, and the burial place of generations of noble blood. The dust of royalty even lay under its floor. A knight of stone reclined cross-legged in a niche with an arched Norman canopy in one of the walls, the rest of which was nearly encased in large tablets of white marble, for at his foot lay the ashes of barons and earls whose title was extinct, and whose lands had been inherited by the family of Lossie. Inside, as well as outside of the church, the ground had risen with the dust of generations, so that the walls were low, and heavy galleries having been erected in parts, the place was filled with shadowy recesses and haunted with glooms. From a window in the square pew where he sat, so small and low that he had to bend his head to look out of it, the schoolmaster could see a rivulet of sunshine, streaming through between two upright gravestones, and glorifying the long grass of a neglected mound that lay close to the wall under the wintry drip from the eaves. When he raised his head, the church looked very dark. The best way there to preach the resurrection, he thought, would be to contrast the sepulchral gloom of the church, its dreary psalms and drearier sermons, with the sunlight on the graves, the lark-filled sky, and the wind blowing where it listed. But although the minister was a young man of the commonest order, educated to the church that he might eat bread, hence a mere willing slave to the beck of his lord and master, the patron, and but a parrot in the pulpit, the schoolmaster not only endeavoured to pour his feelings and desires into the mould of his prayers, but listened to the sermon with a countenance that revealed no distaste for the weak and unsavoury broth ladled out him to nourish his soul withal. When, however, the service, though whose purposes the affair could be supposed to serve, except those of Mr. Cairns himself, would have been a curious question, was over, he did breathe a sigh of relief, and when he stepped out into the sun and wind which had been shining and blowing all the time of the dreary ceremony, he wondered whether the larks might not have had the best of it in the God-praising that had been going on for 2 slow-paced hours. Yet having been so long used to the sort of thing, he did not mind it half so much as his friend Malcolm, who found the Sunday observances an unspeakable weariness to both flesh and spirit. On the present occasion, however, Malcolm did not find the said observances dreary, for he observed nothing but the vision which radiated from the dusk of the small gallery forming Lossie Pew, directly opposite the Norman canopy and stone crusader. Unconventional, careless girl as Lady Florimel had hitherto shown herself to him, he saw her sit that morning like the proudest of her race, alone, and to all appearance unaware of a single other person's being in the church besides herself. She manifested no interest in what was going on, nor indeed felt any. How could she? Never parted her lips to sing, sat during the prayer, and throughout the sermon seemed to Malcolm not once to move her eyes from the carved crusader. When all was over, she still sat motionless, sat until the last old woman had hobbled out. Then she rose, walked slowly from the gloom of the church, flashed into the glow of the courtyard, gleamed across it to a private door in the wall, which a servant held for her, and vanished. If a moment after the notes of a merry song invaded the ears of those who yet lingered, who could dare suspect that proudly sedate damsel thus suddenly breaking the ice of her public behaviour? For a mere schoolgirl, she had certainly done the lady's part well. What she wore I do not exactly know, nor would it perhaps be well to describe what might seem grotesque to such prejudiced readers as have no judgment beyond the fashions of the day. But I will not let pass the opportunity of reminding them how sadly old-fashioned we of the present hour also look, in the eyes of those equally infallible judges who have been in dread procession towards us ever since we began to be, our posterity. Judges who perhaps will doubt with a smile whether we even knew what love was, or ever had a dream of the grandeur they are on the point of grasping. But at least bethink yourselves, dear posterity, we have not ceased because you have begun. Out of the church the blind Duncan strode with long, confident strides. He had no staff to aid him, for he never carried one when in his best clothes, but he leaned proudly on Malcolm's arm, if one who walked so erect could be said to lean. He had adorned his bonnet the autumn before with a sprig of the large purple heather, but every bell had fallen from it, leaving only the naked spray, pitiful analogue of the whole withered exterior of which it formed part. His sporran, however, hid the stained front of his kilt, and his Sunday coat had been new within 10 years, the gift of certain ladies of Portlossie, some of whom, to whose lowland eyes the kilt was obnoxious, would have added a pair of trousers, had not Miss Horne stoutly opposed them, confident that Duncan would regard the present as an insult. And she was right, for rather than wear anything instead of the philibeg, Duncan would have plaited himself one with his own blind fingers out of an old sack. Indeed, although the trews were never at any time unknown in the Highlands, Duncan had always regarded them as effeminate, and especially in his lowland exile would have looked upon the wearing of them as a disgrace to his Highland birth.
"That was a very good sermon today, Malcolm," he said, as they stepped from the churchyard upon the road.
Malcolm, knowing well whither conversation on the subject would lead, made no reply. His grandfather, finding him silent, iterated his remark, with the addition,
"But how could it be a bad one you'll be thinking, my boy, when he'd be having such a text to keep him straight?"
Malcolm continued silent, for a good many people were within hearing, whom he did not wish to see amused with a remark certain to follow any he could make. But Mr. Graham, who happened to be walking near the old man on the other side, out of pure politeness, made a partial response. "Yes, Mr. MacPhail," he said, "it was a grand text."
"Yes, and it was'll be a grand sermon," persisted Duncan. "Vengeance is mine, I will repay. The Lord loves vengeance. It's a fine thing, vengeance, to make the wicked know that they'll be being but men. Yes, the Lord will slay the wicked. The Lord will give the honest man vengeance upon his enemies. It was a grand sermon."
"Don't you think vengeance a very dreadful thing, Mr. MacPhail?" said the schoolmaster.
"Yes, for the one that'll be in the wrong. I wish the vengeance was mine," he added with a loud sigh.
"But the Lord doesn't think any of us fit to be trusted with it, and so keeps it to himself, you see."
"Yes, and that'll be because it be too good to be given to another, and some people would be wake of heart and be letting their enemies go."
"I suspect it's for the opposite reason, Mr. MacPhail. We would go much too far, making no allowances, causing the innocent to suffer along with the guilty, neither giving fair play nor avoiding cruelty. And indeed—"
"No fear," interrupted Duncan eagerly. "No fear, when the wrong was as large as Morven."
In the sermon there had not been one word as to St. Paul's design in quoting the text. It had been but a theatrical setting forth of the vengeance of God upon sin, illustrated with several common tales of the discovery of murder by strange means. A sermon after Duncan's own heart, and nothing but the way in which he now snuffed the wind with head thrown back and nostrils dilated could have given an adequate idea of how much he enjoyed the recollection of it. Mr. Graham had for many years believed that he must have had some personal wrongs to brood over, wrongs probably to which were to be attributed his loneliness and exile, but of such Duncan had never spoken, uttering no maledictions except against the real or imagined foes of his family. Footnote. What added to the likelihood of Mr. Graham's conjecture was the fact, well enough known to him, though to few lowlanders besides, that revenge is not a characteristic of the Gael. Whatever instances of it may have appeared, and however strikingly they may have been worked up in fiction, such belong to the individual and not to the race. A remarkable proof of this occurs in the history of the family of Glencoe itself. What remained of it after the massacre in 1689 rose in 1745, and joined the forces of Prince Charles Edward. Arriving in the neighbourhood of the residence of Lord Stair, whose grandfather had been one of the chief instigators of the massacre, the prince took special precautions, lest the people of Glencoe should wreak inherited vengeance on the earl. But they were too indignant at being supposed capable of visiting on the innocent the guilt of their ancestors, that it was with much difficulty they were prevented from forsaking the standard of the prince, and returning at once to their homes. Perhaps a yet stronger proof is the fact, fully asserted by one Gaelic scholar at least, that their literature contains nothing to foster feelings of revenge. End of footnote. The master placed so little value on any possible results of mere argument, and had indeed so little faith in any words except such as came hot from the heart, that he said no more, but with an invitation to Malcolm to visit him in the evening, wished them good day, and turned in at his own door. The two went slowly on towards the sea-town. The road was speckled with home-goers, single and in groups, holding a quiet Sunday pace to their dinners. Suddenly Duncan grasped Malcolm's arm, with the energy of perturbation, almost of fright, and said in a loud whisper, "There'll be something evil not far from her, Malcolm, my son. Look about, and take care how you'll be leading her." Malcolm looked about, and replied, pressing Duncan's arm, and speaking in a low voice, far less audible than his whisper, "There's nobody near, Daddy. Nobody but the howdy wife." "What howdy wife do you mean, Malcolm?" "Hoot, Mistress Catanach, ye ken. Dinna let her hear ye."
"I had a vision, Malcolm. One moment and no more. The darkness closed around it. I saw a bed, Malcolm, and—" "Wheesht, wheesht, Daddy," pleaded Malcolm importunately. "She hears ilka word you're saying. She's awful gleg, and she's as poisonous as an adder. Hold your tongue, Daddy. For good's sake, hold your tongue." The old man yielded, grasping Malcolm's arm and quickening his pace, though his breath came hard, as through the gathering folds of asthma. Mrs. Catanach also quickened her pace, and came gliding along the grass by the side of the road, noiseless as the adder to which Malcolm had likened her, and going much faster than she seemed. Her great round body looked a persistent type of her calling, and her arms seemed to rest in front of her as upon a ledge. In one hand she carried a small Bible, round which was folded her pocket-handkerchief, and in the other a bunch of southernwood and rosemary. She wore a black silk gown, a white shawl, and a great straw bonnet with yellow ribbons and huge bows, and looked the very pattern of Sunday respectability. But her black eyebrows gloomed ominous, and an evil smile shadowed about the corners of her mouth as she passed without turning her head or taking the least notice of them. Duncan shuddered, and breathed yet harder, but seemed to recover as she increased the distance between them. They walked the rest of the way in silence, however, and even after they reached home, Duncan made no allusion to his late discomposure. "What was it you thought you saw as we came frae the kirk, Daddy?" asked Malcolm, when they were seated at their dinner of broiled mackerel and boiled potatoes. "In other times she'll be having such visions often, Malcolm, my son," he returned, avoiding an answer. "Like other bards of her race, she would be seeing, in the spirit, where old Duncan can see. And she'll be telling you, Malcolm, beware of that woman, for the woman was thinking bad thoughts, and that will be what make her shudder and shake, my son, as she'll be going by."
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 12. The Churchyard. On Sundays, Malcolm was always more or less annoyed by the obtrusive presence of his arms and legs, accompanied by a vague feeling that, at any moment, and no warning given, they might, with some insane and irrepressible flourish, break the Sabbath on their own account, and degrade him in the eyes of his fellow townsmen, who seemed all silently watching how he bore the restraints of the holy day. It must be conceded, however, that the discomfort had quite as much to do with his Sunday clothes as with the Sabbath day, and that it interfered but little with an altogether peculiar calm which appeared to him to belong in its own right to the Sunday, whether its light flowed in the sunny cataracts of June, or oozed through the spongy clouds of November. As he walked again to the Alton, or Old Town, in the evening, the filmy floats of white in the lofty blue, the droop of the long dark grass by the side of the short bright corn, the shadows pointing like all lengthening shadows towards the quarter of hope, the yellow glory filling the air and paling the green below, the unseen larks hanging aloft, like air pitcher plants that overflowed in song, like electric jars emptying themselves of the sweet thunder of bliss in the flashing of wings and the trembling of melodious throats. These were indeed of the summer, but the cup of rest had been poured out upon them. The Sabbath brooded like an embodied peace over the earth, and under its wings they grew sevenfold peaceful, with a peace that might be felt, like the hand of a mother pressed upon the half-sleeping child. The rusted iron cross on the eastern gable of the old church stood glowing lustreless in the westering sun, while the gilded vane, whose business was the wind, creaked radiantly this way and that, in the flaws from the region of the sunset. Its shadow flickered soft on the new grave, where the grass of the wounded sod was drooping. Again seated on a neighbour stone, Malcolm found his friend. "See," said the schoolmaster, as the fisherman sat down beside him, "how the shadow from one grave stretches like an arm to embrace another. In this light the churchyard seems the very birthplace of shadows. See them flowing out of the tombs as from fountains to overflow the world. Does the morning or the evening light suit such a place best, Malcolm?" The pupil thought for a while. "The evening light, sir," he answered at length. "For you see the sun's dayin' like,
and death's like a falling asleep, and the grave's the bed, and the sod's the bedclothes, and there's a long night to the fore." "Are you sure of that, Malcolm?" "It's the way folk thinks and says about it, sir." "Or maybe doesna think, and only says?" "Maybe, sir. I dinna ken." "Come here, Malcolm," said Mr. Graham, and took him by the arm, and led him towards the east end of the church, where a few tombstones were crowded against the wall, as if they would press close to a place they might not enter. "Read that," he said, pointing to a flat stone, where every hollow letter was shown in high relief by the growth in it of a lovely moss. The rest of the stone was rich in grey and green and brown lichens, but only in the letters grew the bright moss. The inscription stood, as it were, in the hand of nature herself: "He is not here, he is risen." While Malcolm gazed, trying to think what his master would have him think, the latter resumed: "If he is risen, if the sun is up, Malcolm, then the morning, and not the evening, is the season for the place of tombs. The morning, when the shadows are shortening and separating, not the evening, when they are growing all into one. I used to love the churchyard best in the evening, when the past was more to me than the future. Now I visit it almost every bright summer morning, and only occasionally at night." "But, sir, isna death a dreadful thing?" said Malcolm. "That depends on whether a man regards it as his fate or as the will of a perfect God. Its obscurity is its dread. But if God be light, then death itself must be full of splendour, a splendour probably too keen for our eyes to receive." "But there's the day in itself. Isna that fearsome? It's that I would be flayed at." "I don't see why it should be. It's the want of a God that makes it dreadful, and you will be greatly to blame, Malcolm, if you haven't found your God by the time you have to die." They were startled by a gruff voice near them. The speaker was hidden by a corner of the church. "Aye, she's well happed," it said. "But a grave never looks right wanting a stone, and her old cousin would hear of none being laid o'er her. I said it might be set up at her head, where she would never find the way to it, but none o' it for her. She's one 'at mun take her ain gait, say the other thing who likes." It was Watty Witherspoon who spoke, a thin shaving of a man, with a deep, harsh, indeed startling voice. "And what ailed her at a stone?" returned the voice of Jonathan Oldbird, the sexton. "No doubt it would be the expense." "I'm not a-telling you what it was. Deal a bit of the expense came into the calculation. The old maiden's none so close as folk as didn't ken her would make her out. I ken her weel. She wouldn't have a stone laid upon her as gin she wanted to hold her down, poor thing. She says she, the yard's enough upon the top of her, wanting that." "It might be some sair she would be thinking, doubtless, for such a wake-worn creature to lift when the trump was blown," said the sexton, with the feeble laugh of one who doubts the reception of his wit. "Well, I div whiles think," responded Watty, but it was impossible from his tone to tell whether or not he spoke in earnest. "It may be my boxies is a ween o'er-weel made for the use they're puttin' till. They sudna be that ill to rive. Gin all be true 'at the minister says. You see, we dinna ken when that day may come, and there may not be time for the wat and the worm to caw the boards apart." "Hoots, man, it's not your long nails, nor yet your hated screws that'll hold down the redeemed, gin the judgment were the morn's morning," said the sexton. "And for the lave they would be glad enough to bide where they are, but they'll all be howked out, fear na ye that." "The Lord grant a blessed uprising to you and me, Jonathan, at that day," said Watty, in the tone of one who felt himself uttering a more than ordinarily religious sentiment, and on the word followed the sound of their retreating footsteps. How closely together may come the solemn and the grotesque, the ludicrous and the majestic, said the schoolmaster. Here, to us lingering in awe about the doors beyond which lie the gulfs of the unknown, to our very side come the right and the grave-digger with their talk of the strength of coffins and the judgment of the living God. "I ha' whiles thought myself, sir," said Malcolm, "it was gey strange-like to have a woman of the make of Mistress Catanach sitting at the receipt of bairns, like the gatekeeper of the other world, with a haspot in her hand. It doesna promise o'er-weel for them 'at she lets in. And now ye have putten into my head 'at there's Watty Witherspoon and Jonathan Oldbird for the porters to open and let all that's left of us out again. Think o' sic like having sic a hand in sic solemn matters." "Indeed, some of us have strange porters," said Mr. Graham with a smile, "both to open to us and to close behind us. Yet even in them lies the human nature,
which, itself the embodiment of the unknown, wanders out through the gates of mystery, to wander back, it may be, in a manner not altogether unlike that by which it came. In contemplative moods, the schoolmaster spoke in a calm and loftily sustained style of book English, quite another language from that he used when he sought to rouse the consciences of his pupils, and strangely contrasted with that in which Malcolm kept up his side of the dialogue. "I hope, sir," said the latter, "it'll be nae sort of a celestial Mistress Catanach at'll be waiting for me at the other side, nor yet for my poor daddie, who could ill bide being wamble about upon her knee." Mr. Graham laughed outright. "If there be one to act the nurse," he answered, "I presume there will be one to take the mother's part too." "But speaking o' the grave, sir," pursued Malcolm, "I wish ye could drop a word it might be o' some comfort to my daddie. It's plain to me frae words that he lets fall now and then, that instead o' leaving the world ahint him when he days, he thinks to lie smorin' and smutterin' in the moles, clammy and wet, but all there, and tremblin' at the thought of the sudden awful roar and din o' the brazen trumpet of the archangel. I wish ye would look in and say something till him some night. It's no good mentioning it to the minister, he would only give a laugh and gang away. And gin ye could just slide in a word about forgiving his enemies, sir. I made light of the matter to Mistress Courthope, 'cause she only makes him were. She does weel wi' what the minister puts intil her, but she has little of her own to mix it up with, and so has but small weight with the likes of my grandfather. Only ye will not let him think ye cold on purpose." They walked about the churchyard until the sun went down in what Mr. Graham called the grave of his endless resurrection, the clouds on the one side bearing all the pomp of his funeral, the clouds on the other all the glory of his uprising. And when now the twilight trembled filmy on the borders of the dark, the master once more seated himself beside the new grave, and motioned to Malcolm to take his place beside him. There they talked and dreamed together of the life to come, with many wonderings and returns. And little as the boy knew of the ocean depths of sorrowful experience in the bosom of his companion whence floated up the breaking bubbles of rainbow-hued thought, his words fell upon his heart, not to be provender for the birds of flitting fancy and airy speculation, but the seed, it might be decades ere it ripened, of a coming harvest of hope. At length the master rose and said, "Malcolm, I'm going in. I should like you to stay here half an hour alone, and then go straight home to bed." For the master believed in solitude and silence. Say rather, he believed in God. What the youth might think, feel, or judge, he could not tell, but he believed that when the human is still, the divine speaks to it, because it is his own. Malcolm consented willingly. The darkness had deepened, the graves all but vanished. An old setting moon appeared, boat-like over a great cloudy chasm, into which it slowly sank. Blocks of cloud with stars between possessed the sky. All nature seemed thinking about death. A listless wind began to blow, and Malcolm began to feel as if he were awake too long, and ought to be asleep, as if he were out in a dream, a dead man that had risen too soon, or lingered too late, so lonely, so forsaken. The wind, soft as it was, seemed to blow through his very soul, yet something held him, and his half-hour was long over when he left the churchyard. As he walked home, the words of a German poem, a version of which Mr. Graham had often repeated to him, and once more that same night, kept ringing in his heart. "Uplifted is the stone, and all mankind arisen. We men remain thine own, and vanished is our prison. What bitterest grief can stay before thy golden cup, when earth and life give way, and with our Lord we sup? To the marriage death doth call, the maidens are not slack, the lamps are burning all, of oil there is no lack. Afar I hear the walking of thy great marriage throng, and hark, the stars are talking with human tone and tongue. Courage, for life is hasting to endless life away. The inner fire unwasting transfigures our dull clay. See the stars melting, sinking, in life wine golden bright. We of the splendor drinking shall grow to stars of light. Lost, lost are all our losses, love set forever free. The full life heaves and tosses, like an eternal sea. One endless living story, one poem spread abroad. And the sun of all our glory is the countenance of God. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 13. The Marquis of Lossie. The next morning rose as lovely as if the mantle of the departing resurrection day had fallen upon it. Malcolm rose with it, hastened to his boat, and pulled out into the bay for an hour or two's fishing. Nearly opposite the great conglomerate rock at the western end of the Dune, called the Board Craig because of a large hole that went right through it, he began to draw in his line. Glancing shoreward as he leaned over the gunwale, he spied at the foot of the rock, near the opening, a figure in white, seated with bowed head. It was of course the mysterious lady, whom he had twice before seen thereabout at this unlikely, if not untimely, hour. But with yesterday fresh in his mind, how could he fail to see in her an angel of the resurrection, waiting at the sepulchre to tell the glad news that the Lord was risen? Many were the glances he cast shoreward as he rebaited his line, and having thrown it again into the water, sat waiting until it should be time to fire the swivel. Still the lady sat on, in her whiteness a creature of the dawn, without even lifting her head. At length, having added a few more fishes to the little heap in the bottom of his boat, and finding his watch bear witness that the hour was at hand, he seated himself on his thwart, and rowed lustily to the shore, his bosom filled with the hope of yet another sight of the lovely face, and another hearing of the sweet English voice and speech. But the very first time he turned his head to look, he saw but the sloping foot of the rock sink bare into the shore. No white-robed angel sat at the gate of the resurrection. No moving thing was visible on the far vacant sands. When he reached the top of the dune, there was no living creature beyond but a few sheep feeding on the thin grass. He fired the gun, rowed back to the Seaton, ate his breakfast, and set out to carry the best of his fish to the house. The moment he turned the corner of her street, he saw Mrs. Catanach standing on her threshold with her arms akimbo. Although she was always tidy, and her house spotlessly trim, she yet seemed forever about the door, on the outlook at least, if not on the watch. "What have ye in your bit basket the day, Malcolm?" she said, with a peculiar smile, which was not sweet enough to restore vanished confidence. "Nothing good for dogs," answered Malcolm, and was walking past. But she made a step forward, and with a laugh meant to indicate friendly amusement, said, "Let's see what's intil at any gate. The doggie's away on his travels the day." "'Deed, Mistress Catanach," persisted Malcolm, "I cannot say I like to ha' my own fish flung in my face, nor yet to see ill-faured tykes run away with it afore my very een." After the warning given him by Miss Horne, and the strange influence her presence had had on his grandfather, Malcolm preferred keeping up a negative quarrel with the woman. "Dinna ca' ill names," she returned. "My dog would take it waur to be called an ill-faured tyke, nor to have fish flung in his face. Let's see what's in your basket, I say." As she spoke, she laid her hand on the basket, but Malcolm drew back, and turned away towards the gate. "Lord save us!" she cried with a yelling laugh. "You're no feared at an old wife like me." "I dinna ken, maybe aye and maybe no, I wouldna say. But I dinna want to have anything to do with ye, mem." "Malcolm MacPhail," said Mrs. Catanach, lowering her voice to a hoarse whisper, while every trace of laughter vanished from her countenance. "Ye hae had mair to do with me nor ye ken, and aiblins ye'll have mair yet nor ye can weel help. So ca' canny, my man." "Ye may hae the layin' o' me out," said Malcolm, "but it sanna be wi' my wool, and gien I have any life left in me, I should give ye a fleg." "You may get awa' yoursel'. I have frighted the dead afore now. So gang your ways to Mistress Courthope, with a flake in your lug. I wish ye luck, such luck as I would wish ye." Her last words sounded so like a curse, that to overcome a cold creep, Malcolm had to force a laugh. The cook at the house bought all his fish, for they had had none for the last few days because of the storm, and he was turning to go home by the riverside, when he heard a tap on a window, and saw Mrs. Courthope beckoning him to another door. "His lordship desired me to send you to him, Malcolm, the next time you called," she said. "Well, mem, here I am," answered the youth. "You'll find him in the flower garden," she said. "He's up early to-day for a wonder." He left his basket at the top of the stairs that led down the rock to the level of the burn, and walked up the valley of the stream. The garden was a curious old-fashioned place, with high hedges and close alleys of trees, where two might have wandered long without meeting, and it was some time before he found any hint of the presence of the Marquis. At length, however, he heard voices, and following the sound, walked along one of the alleys till he came to a little arbour, where he discovered the Marquis seated, and to his surprise, the white-robed lady of the sands beside him. A great deer-hound at his master's feet was bristling his mane, and baring his eye-teeth with a growl, but the girl had hold of his collar. "Who are you?" asked the Marquis rather gruffly, as if he had never seen him before. "I beg your lordship's pardon," said Malcolm, "but they telled me your lordship wanted to see me, and sent me to the flower garden. Will I gang, or will I bide?" The Marquis looked at him for a moment, frowningly, and made no reply. But the frown gradually relaxed before Malcolm's modest but unflinching gaze, and the shadow of a smile slowly usurped its place. He still kept silent, however. "Am I to gang or bide, my lord?" repeated Malcolm. "Can't you wait for an answer?" "As long as your lordship likes. Will I gang and walk about, mem, my lady, till his lordship's made up his mind? Would that please him, do you think?" he said, in the tone of one who seeks advice. But the girl only smiled, and the Marquis said, "Go to the devil." "I'm on look to your lordship for the necessary directions," rejoined Malcolm. "Your tongue's long enough to inquire as you go," said the Marquis. A reply in the same strain rushed to Malcolm's lips, but he checked himself in time, and stood silent, with his bonnet in his hand, fronting the two. The Marquis sat gazing as if he had nothing to say to him, but after a few moments the lady spoke, not to Malcolm, however. "Is there any danger in boating here, papa?" she said. "Not more, I dare say, than there ought to be," replied the Marquis listlessly. "Why do you ask?" "Because I should so like a row. I want to see how the shore looks to the mermaids." "Well, I will take you some day, if we can find a proper boat." "Is yours a proper boat?" she asked, turning to Malcolm with a sparkle of fun in her eyes. "That depends on my lord's definition of proper." "Definition?" repeated the Marquis. "Is it o'er long a word, my lord?" asked Malcolm. The Marquis only smiled. "I ken what you mean. It's a strange word in a fisher lad's mouth, you think. But what for should not a fisher lad have a smattering o' logic, my lord? For Greek or Latin there's but small opportunity o' exercise in our parts, but for logic, a fisher body may aye hold his hand in that. He can aye be trying it upon his wife, or his good mother, or upon his boat, or upon the fish when they winna take. Logic would save a heap o' cursing and ill words, among the fisher folk, I mean, my lord." "Have you been to college?" "Na, my lord, the more's the pity. But I've been to the schools sin ever I can mind." "Do they teach logic there?" "A kind o' it. Mr. Graham sets us to try our hand whiles, just to make us a bit gleg, ye ken." "You don't mean you go to school still?" "I dinna gang reg'lar, but I gang as often as Mr. Graham wants me to help him, and I aye gether something." "So it's schoolmaster you are as well as fisherman. Two strings to your bow. Who pays you for teaching?" "Oh, nobody. Who would pay me for that?" "Why, the schoolmaster." "No, but that would be an affront, my lord." "How can you afford the time for nothing?" "The time comes to little, compared with what Mr. Graham gives me in the long forenights. In the winter time, you ken, my lord, when the sea's whiles o'er contumacious to be meddled muckle with." "But you have to support your grandfather." "My grandfather would ill be pleased to hear you say it, my lord. He's terrible independent, and what with his pipes and his lamps and his shop, he could keep us both. It's not muckle the likes of us wants. He winna let me gang far to the fishing, so that I had the mair time to read and gang to Mr. Graham." As the youth spoke, the Marquis eyed him with apparently growing interest. "But you haven't told me whether your boat is a proper one," said the lady. "Proper enough, mem, for what's required of her. She takes good fish." "But is it a proper boat for me to have a row in?" "Not with that going on, mem, as I telled you afore." "The water won't get in, will it?" "No more than's easy gotten out again." "Do you ever put up a sail?" "Whiles, a wee bit o' a lug sail." "Nonsense, Florrie," said the Marquis. "I'll see about it." Then, turning to Malcolm, "You may go," he said. "When I want you, I will send for you." Malcolm thought with himself that he had sent for him this time before he wanted him, but he made his bow and departed, not without disappointment, for he had expected the Marquis to say something about his grandfather going to the house with his pipes, a request he would fain have carried to the old man to gladden his heart withal. Lord Lossie had been one of the boon companions of the Prince of Wales. considerably higher in type, it is true, yet low enough to accept usage for law, and measure his obligation by the custom of his peers. Duty merely amounted to what was expected of him, and honour, the flitting shadow of the garment of truth, was his sole divinity. Still, he had a heart, and it would speak, so long at least as the object affecting it was present. But, alas, it had no memory. Like the unjust judge, he might redress a wrong that cried to him, but out of sight and hearing, it had for him no existence. To a man he would not have told a deliberate lie, except indeed a woman was in the case, but to women he had lied enough to sink the whole ship of fools. Nevertheless, had the accusing angel himself called him a liar, he would have instantly offered him his choice of weapons. There was in him by nature, however, a certain generosity which all the vice he had shared in had not quenched. Overbearing, he was not yet too overbearing to appreciate a manly carriage, and had been pleased with what some would have considered the boorishness of Malcolm's behaviour, such not perceiving that it had the same source as the true aristocratic bearing, namely, a certain unselfish confidence which is the mother of dignity. He had of course been a spendthrift, and so much the better, being otherwise what he was, for a cautious and frugal voluptuary is about the lowest style of man. Hence he had never been out of difficulties, and when, a year or so agone, he succeeded to his brother's marquisate, he was, notwithstanding his enlarged income, far too much involved to hope any immediate rescue from them. His new property, however, would afford him a refuge from troublesome creditors. There he might also avoid expenditure for a season, and perhaps rally the forces of a dissolute life. The place was not new to him, having some 20 years before spent nearly 12 months there, of which time the recollections were not altogether unpleasant. Weighing all these things, he had made up his mind, and here he was at Lossie House. The Marquis was about 50 years of age, more worn than his years would account for, yet younger than his years in expression, for his conscience had never bitten him very deep. He was middle-sized, broad-shouldered but rather thin, with fine features of the aquiline Greek type, light blue hazy eyes, and fair hair, slightly curling and streaked with grey. His manners were those of one polite for his own sake. To his remote inferiors he was kind, would even encourage them to liberties, but might in turn take greater with them than they might find agreeable. He was fond of animals, would sit for an hour stroking the head of Demon, his great Irish deer-hound, but at other times would tease him to a wrath which touched the verge of dangerous. He was fond of practical jokes, and would not hesitate to indulge himself even in such as were incompatible with any genuine refinement. The sort had been in vogue in his merrier days, and Lord Lossie had ever been one of the most fertile in inventing, and loudest in enjoying them. For the rest, if he was easily enraged, he was readily appeased, could drink a great deal, but was no drunkard, and held as his creed that a god had probably made the world and set it going, but that he did not care a brass farthing, as he phrased it, how it went on, or what such an insignificant being as a man did or left undone in it. Perhaps he might amuse himself with it, he said, but he doubted it. As to men, he believed every man loved himself supremely, and therefore was in natural warfare with every other man. Concerning women, he professed himself unable to give a definite utterance of any sort, and yet, he would add, he had had opportunities. The mother of Florimel had died when she was a mere child, and from that time she had been at school until her father brought her away, to share his fresh honours. She knew little, that little was not correct, and had it been, would have yet been of small value. At school she had been under many laws, and had felt their slavery. She was now in the third heaven of delight with her liberty. But the worst of foolish laws is, that when the insurgent spirit casts them off, it is but too ready to cast away with them the genial self-restraint which these fretting trammels have smothered beneath them. Her father regarded her as a child, of whom it was enough to require that she should keep out of mischief. He said to himself now and then that he must find a governess for her, but as yet he had not begun to look for one. Meantime, he neither exercised the needful authority over her, nor treated her as a companion. His was a shallow nature, never very pleasantly conscious of itself except in the whirl of excitement, and the glitter of crossing lights. With a lovely daughter by his side, he neither sought to search into her being, nor to aid its unfolding, but sat brooding over past pleasures, or fancying others yet in store for him, lost in the dull flow of life along the lazy reach to whose mire its once tumultuous torrent had now descended. But indeed, what could such a man have done for the education of a young girl? How many of the qualities he understood and enjoyed in women could he desire to see developed in his daughter? There was yet enough of the father in him to expect those qualities in her, to which in other women he had been an insidious foe. But had he not done what in him lay to destroy his right of claiming such from her? So Lady Florimel was running wild, and enjoying it. As long as she made her appearance at meals, and looked happy, her father would give himself no trouble about her. How he managed to live in those first days without company, what he thought about or speculated upon, it were hard to say. All he could be said to do was to ride here and there over the estate with his steward, Mr. Crathie, knowing little and caring less about farming, or crops, or cattle. He had by this time, however, invited a few friends to visit him, and expected their arrival before long. "How do you like this dull life, Flory?" he said, as they walked up the garden to breakfast. "Dull, papa," she returned. "You never were at a girls' school, or you wouldn't call this dull. It is the merriest life in the world, to go where you like and have miles of room, and such room. It's the loveliest place in the world, papa." He smiled a small, satisfied smile, and stooping, stroked his demon. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 14. Meg Partan's Lamp. Malcolm went down the riverside, not over-pleased with the Marquis, for, although unconscious of it as such, he had a strong feeling of personal dignity. As he threaded the tortuous ways of the Seton towards his own door, he met sounds of mingled abuse and apology. Such were not infrequent in that quarter, for one of the women who lived there was a termagant, and the door of her cottage was generally open. She was known as Meg Partan. Her husband's real name was of as little consequence in life as it is in my history, for almost everybody in the fishing villages of that coast was and is known by his toe name, or nickname, a device for distinction rendered absolutely necessary by the paucity of surnames occasioned by the persistent intermarriage of the fisher-folk. Partan is the Scotch for crab, but the immediate recipient of the name was one of the gentlest creatures in the place, and hence it had been surmised by some that, the grey mare being the better horse, the man was thus designated from the crabbedness of his wife. But the probability is he brought the agnomen with him from school, where many such apparently misfitting names are unaccountably generated. In the present case, however, the apologies were not issuing as usual from the mouth of Davy Partan, but from that of the blind piper. Malcolm stood for a moment at the door to understand the matter of contention, and prepare him to interfere judiciously. "Gin ye suppose, piper, 'at ye're paid to drive folk out of their beds at sic hours as yon, it's time the town council was informed of your mistake," said Meg Partan, with emphasis on the last syllable. "The good peoples up in the town are not half so hard upon her as you, Mistress Partan," insinuated poor Duncan, who, knowing himself in fault, was humble. "And it's there that she's paid," he added, with a bridling motion, "and not down here below. Dinna ye glorify yoursel' to suppose there's a fisher, let alone a fisher's wife, in all the whole Seton that would lippen till an old haverer like you to hae them up in the morning. Haith, I was out o' my bed hours or I heard the skirling o' your pipes. Troth, I ken weel how muckle o'er ere you was. But what folk takes in hand, folks to put out o' hand in a proper manner, and no misguggle it altogether like yon. And for what they say in the town, there's Mistress Catanach." "Mistress Catanach is a bad woman," said Duncan. "I would advise you, piper, to hold a quiet sough about her. She's no to be meddled with, Mistress Catanach, I can tell ye. Gin ye anger her, it'll be the waur for ye. The next time ye have a lying in, she'll be raxing ye a hairless pup, or deed maybe a stan of bagpipes as the product. Her nane's sel will not be requiring her services, Mistress Partan. She'll be leaving that to you, if you'll excuse me," said Duncan. "Deed, you're right there. An old Spalding like you. Ha ha ha!" Malcolm judged it time to interfere, and stepped into the cottage. Duncan was seated in the darkest corner of the room, with an apron over his knees, occupied with a tin lamp. He had taken out the wick, and laid its flat tube on the hearth, had emptied the oil into a saucer, and was now rubbing the lamp vigorously. Cleanliness rather than brightness must have been what he sought to produce. Malcolm's instinct taught him to side so far with the dame concerning Mrs. Catanach, and thereby turn the torrent away from his grandfather. "'Deed, you're right there, Mistress Findlay," he said. "She's not to be meddled with. She's no mose." Malcolm was a favourite with Meg, as with all the women of the place. Hence she did not even start in resentment at his sudden appearance, but turning to Duncan, exclaimed victoriously, "Hear till Ron Aya! He's a lad of sense." "Aye, hear to him," rejoined the old man with pride. "My Malcolm will always be speaking that which will be worth the hearing with the ears. Both of you and me will be known to Mistress Catanach pretty well, eh, Malcolm, my son? We'll not be trusting her fairy too much, will we, my son?" "Not a hair, daddy," returned Malcolm. "She's a doom's clever wife, though, and one 'at you may lippen till in the way of her own calling," said Meg Partan, whose temper had improved a little under the influence of the handsome youth's presence and cheery speech. "She'll not be doubting it," responded Duncan. "But, the woman'll be having a crim visage and a fearsome eye." Like all the blind, he spoke as if he saw perfectly. "Well, I ha' heard folk say 'at you bode to have the second sight," said Mrs. Findlay, laughing rudely. "But wow, it stands ye in small service gin that be all it comes to. She's a good-natured, sonsy-looking wife, as you would see, and for her een, they're just sick likes man own. Henna ye near done with that lamp yet?" "The wick of it'll be just a little out of order," answered the old man. "The bairns has been pulling it up with a pin from the top, and not putting it in at a hole for the purpose, and she'll be thinking you'll be cleaning off the burnt part with the pin yourself, ma'am, and not with a pair of scissors she told you of, Mistress Partan." "Go away with your nonsense," cried Meg. "Dare ye say I dinna ken how to trim an oily lamp with the best blind piper 'at ever came for the bare-legged Highlands?" "A joke's a joke, ma'am," said Duncan, rising with dignity. "But for a lady to make a joke of a man's bare legs is not the propriety." "Out o' my house wid ye!" screamed the she-Partan. "Would ye thrip upon me anything I said was less nor proper? And I should say what wouldna stand the light as well's the bare hose o' any Highland rascal 'at ever lap a Lowland dyke." "Hoot toot, Mistress Findlay," interposed Malcolm, as his grandfather strode from the door. "Ye maunna forget 'at he's old and blind, and all Highland folk some kittle about their legs." "Deil shuckle them!" exclaimed the Partaness. "What care I for his legs?" Duncan had brought the germ of this ministry of light from his native Highlands, where he had practised it in his own house, no one but himself being permitted to clean, or fill, or indeed trim the lamp. How first this came about, I do not believe the old man himself knew, but he must have had some feeling of a call to the work, for he had not been a month in Portlossie before he had installed himself in several families as the genius of their lamps, and he gradually extended the relation until it comprehended almost all the houses in the village. It was strange and touching to see the sightless man thus busy about light for others. A marvellous symbol of faith he was, not only believing in sight, but in the mysterious and to him altogether unintelligible means by which others saw. In thus lending his aid to a faculty in which he had no share, he himself followed the trail of the garments of light, stooping ever and anon to lift and bear her skirts. He haunted the steps of the unknown power, and flitted about the walls of her temple as we mortals haunt the borders of the immortal land, knowing nothing of what lies behind the unseen veil, yet believing in an unrevealed grandeur. Or shall we say he stood like the forsaken merman, who, having no soul to be saved, yet lingered and listened outside the prayer-echoing church. Only old Duncan had got farther. Though he saw not a glimmer of the glory, he yet asserted his part and lot in it, by the aiding of his fellows, to that of which he lacked the very conception himself. He was a doorkeeper in the house. Yea, by faith the blind man became even a priest in the temple of light. Even when his grandchild was the merest baby, he would never allow the gloaming to deepen into night without kindling for his behoof the brightest and cleanest of train oil lamps. The women who at first looked in to offer their services would marvel at the trio of blind man, babe, and burning lamp, and some would expostulate with him on the needless waste. But neither would he listen to their words, nor accept their offered assistance in dressing or undressing the child. The sole manner in which he would consent to avail himself of their willingness to help him was to leave the baby in charge of this or that neighbour while he went his rounds with the bagpipes. When he went lamp-cleaning he always took him along with him. By this change of guardians Malcolm was a great gainer, for thus he came to be surreptitiously nursed by a baker's dozen of mothers, who had a fund of not very wicked amusement in the lamentations of the old man over his baby's refusal of nourishment, and his fears that he was pining away. But while they honestly declared that a healthier child had never been seen in Portlossie, they were compelled to conceal the too satisfactory reasons of the child's fastidiousness, for they were persuaded that the truth would only make Duncan terribly jealous, and set him on contriving how at once to play his pipes and carry his baby. He had certain days for visiting certain houses and cleaning the lamps in them. The housewives had at first granted him as a privilege the indulgence of his whim, and as such alone had Duncan regarded it. But by and by, when they found their lamps burn so much better from being properly attended to, they began to make him some small return, and at length it became the custom with every housewife who accepted his services to pay him a halfpenny a week during the winter months for cleaning her lamp. He never asked for it, if payment was omitted, never even hinted at it, received what was given him thankfully, and was regarded with kindness, and indeed respect, by all. Even Mrs. Partan, as he alone called her, was his true friend. No intensity of friendship could have kept her from scolding. I believe if we could thoroughly dissect the natures of scolding women, we should find them in general not at all so unfriendly as they are unpleasant. A small trade in oil arose from his connection with the lamps, and was added to the list of his general dealings. The fisher folk made their own oil, but sometimes it would run short, and then recourse was had to Duncan's little store, prepared by himself of the best, chiefly now from the livers of fish caught by his grandson. With so many sources of income, no one wondered at his getting on. Indeed, no one would have been surprised to hear, long before Malcolm had begun to earn anything, that the old man had already laid by a trifle. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 15. The Slope of the Dune. Looking at Malcolm's life from the point of his own consciousness, and not from that of the so-called world, it was surely pleasant enough. Innocence, devotion to another, health, pleasant labour with an occasional shadow of danger to arouse the energies, leisure, love of reading, a lofty-minded friend, and above all a supreme presence, visible to his heart in meeting of vaulted sky and outspread sea, and felt at moments in any waking wind that cooled his glowing cheek, and breathed into him anew of the breath of life. Lapped in such conditions, bathed in such influences, the youth's heart was swelling like a rosebud, ready to burst into blossom. But he had never yet felt the immediate presence of woman in any of her closer relations. He had never known mother or sister, and although his voice always assumed a different tone, and his manner grew more gentle in the presence of a woman, old or young, he had found little individually attractive amongst the fisher girls. There was not much in their circumstances to bring out the finer influences of womankind in them. They had rough usage, hard work at the curing and carrying of fish and the drying of nets, little education, and but poor religious instruction. At the same time, any failure in what has come to be specially called virtue was all but unknown amongst them, and the profound faith in women, and corresponding worship of everything essential to womanhood which essentially belonged to a nature touched to fine issues, had as yet met with no check. It had never come into Malcolm's thoughts that there were live women capable of impurity. Mrs. Catanach was the only woman he had ever looked upon with dislike, and that dislike had generated no more than the vaguest suspicion. Let a woman's faults be all that he had ever known in woman, he yet could look on her with reverence, and the very heart of reverence is love, whence it may be plainly seen that Malcolm's nature was at once prepared for much delight and exposed to much suffering. It followed that all the women of his class loved and trusted him, and hence in part it came that, absolutely free of arrogance, he was yet confident in the presence of women. The tradesmen's daughters in the upper town took pains to show him how high above him they were, and women of better position spoke to him with a kind condescension that made him feel the gulf that separated them. But to one and all he spoke with the frankness of manly freedom. But he had now arrived at that season when, in the order of things, a man is compelled to have at least a glimmer of the life which consists in sharing life with another. When once through the thousand unknown paths of creation The human being is so far divided from God that his individuality is secured, it has become yet more needful that the crust gathered around him in the process should be broken. And the love between man and woman arising from a difference deep in the heart of God and essential to the very being of each, for by no words can I express my scorn of the evil fancy that the distinction between them is solely or even primarily physical, is one of his most powerful forces for blasting the wall of separation, and first step towards the universal harmony of twain making one. That love should be capable of ending in such vermiculate results as too often appear, is no more against the loveliness of the divine idea, than that the forms of man and woman, the spirit gone from them, should degenerate to such things as may not be looked upon. There is no plainer sign of the need of a god than the possible fate of love. The celestial Cupido may soar aloft on seraph wings that assert his origin, or fall down on the belly of a snake and creep to hell. But Malcolm was not of the stuff of which coxcombs are made, and had not begun to think even of the abyss that separated Lady Florimel and himself, an abyss like that between star and star, across which stretches no mediating air, a blank and blind space. He felt her presence only as that of a being to be worshipped, to be heard with rapture, and yet addressed without fear. Though not greatly prejudiced in favour of books, Lady Florimel had burrowed a little in the old library at Lossie House, and had chanced on the Fairy Queen. She had often come upon the name of the author in books of extracts, and now, turning over its leaves, she found her own. Indeed, where else could her mother have found the name Florimel? Her curiosity was roused, and she resolved, no light undertaking, to read the poem through, and see who and what the Lady Florimel was. Notwithstanding the difficulty she met with at first, she had persevered, and by this time it had become easy enough. The copy she had found was in small volumes, of which she now carried one about with her wherever she wandered, and making her first acquaintance with the sea and the poem together, she soon came to fancy that she could not fix her attention on the book without the sound of the waves for an accompaniment to the verse, although the gentler noise of an ever-flowing stream would have better suited the nature of Spenser's rhythm, for indeed he had composed the greater part of the poem with such a sound in his ears, and there are indications in the poem itself that he consciously took the river as his chosen analogue after which to model the flow of his verse. It was a sultry afternoon, and Florimel lay on the seaward side of the dune, buried in her book. The sky was foggy with heat, and the sea lay dull, as if oppressed by the superincumbent air, and leaden in hue, as if its colour had been destroyed by the sun. The tide was rising slowly, with a muffled and sleepy murmur on the sand, for here were no pebbles to impart a hiss to the wave as it rushed up the bank, or to go softly hurtling down the slope with it as it sank. As she read, Malcolm was walking towards her along the top of the dune, but not until he came above almost where she lay, did she hear his step in the soft, quenching sand. She nodded kindly, and he descended, approaching her. "Did you want me, my lady?" he asked. "No," she answered. "I wasna sure whether you nodded 'cause you wanted me or no," said Malcolm, and turned to reascend the dune. "Where are you going now?" she asked. "Oh, no gate in particular. I just came out to see how things were looking." "What things?" "Oh, just the lift and the sea and sic generals." That Malcolm's delight in the presences of nature, I say presences, as distinguished from forms and colours and all analysed sources of her influences, should have already become a conscious thing to himself, requires to account for it the fact that his master, Graham, was already under the influences of Wordsworth, whom he had hailed as a crab that had burst his shell, and spread the wings of an eagle, and the virtue passed from him to his pupil. "I won't detain you from such important business," said Lady Florimel, and dropped her eyes on her book. "Gin you want my company, my lady, I can look about me just as well here as any other gate," said Malcolm. And as he spoke, he gently stretched himself on the dune, about 3 yards aside and lower down. Florimel looked half amused and half annoyed, but she had brought it on herself, and would punish him only by dropping her eyes again on her book and keeping silent. She had come to the Florimel of snow. Malcolm lay and looked at her for a few moments, pondering. Then, fancying he had found the cause of her offence, rose, and passing to the other side of her, again lay down, but at a still more respectful distance. "Why do you move?" she asked, without looking up. "'Cause there's just a possible air o' wind frae the nor'-east." "And you want me to shelter you from it?" said Lady Florimel. "Na, na, my lady," returned Malcolm, laughing. "For as bonny as ye are, ye would be but sma' scoge." Shelter. "Why did you move, then?" persisted the girl, who understood what he said just about half. "Well, my lady, ye see it's hot, and I'm aye among the fish, mair or less, and I didna ken I was to hae the honour o' sitting down aside ye. So I thought ye was maybe smelling the fish. It's healthy enough, but some folk doesna like it, and for all that I ken, you grand folks' senses may be mair ready to scunner than ours. 'Deed, my lady, we wouldna need to be particular whiles, or it would be the waur for us." Simple as it was, the explanation served to restore her equanimity, disturbed by what had seemed his presumption in lying down in her presence. She saw that she had mistaken the action. The fact was that, concluding from her behaviour she had something to say to him, but was not yet at leisure for him, he had lain down, as a loving dog might, to await her time. It was devotion, not coolness. To remain standing before her would have seemed a demand on her attention. To lie down was to withdraw and wait. But Florimel, although pleased, was only the more inclined to torment, a peculiarity of disposition which she inherited from her father. She bowed her face once more over her book, and read through 3 whole stanzas, without however understanding a single phrase in them, before she spoke. Then looking up, and regarding for a moment the youth who lay watching her with the eyes of the servants in the psalm, she said, "Well, what are you waiting for?" "I thought you wanted me, my lady. I beg your pardon," answered Malcolm, springing to his feet and turning to go. "Do you ever read?" she asked. "Often that," replied Malcolm, turning again, and standing stock still. "And I like best to read just as your ladyship's reading the noo, lying on the sandhill with the hale sea afore me, and nothing atween me and the icebergs but the water and the stars and a ween islands. It's like reading with four een, that." "And what do you read on such occasions?" carelessly drawled his persecutor. "Whiles one thing and whiles another, whiles anything I can lay my hands upon. I like travels and sic like well enough, and history, gin it be not ower dry. I do not like sermons, and there's mair o' them in Portlossie than anything other. Mr. Graham, that's the schoolmaster, has a grand library, but it's maist Latin and Greek, and though I like the Latin well, it's not what I would read in the face of the sea. When you're in dread o' wanting a dictionary, that spoils all." "Can you read Latin, then?" "Aye, what for no, my lady? I can read Virgil middlin', and Horace's Ars Poetica, the whilk Mr. Graham says is not its right name of all, but just Epistola ad Pisones, for gin they bud to give it another, it should have been Ars Dramatica. But ladies dinna care about such things." "You gentlemen give us no chance. You won't teach us." "No, my lady, dinna begin to make game o' me like my lord. I could ill bide it frae him, and gin ye take till it's weel I mun just hold out o' your gate. I'm no gentleman, and hae ower muckle respect for what becomes a gentleman to be pleased at being called one. But as for the Latin, I'll be proud to instruct your ladyship when you please." "I'm afraid I've no great wish to learn," said Florimel. "I daresay no," said Malcolm quietly, and again addressed himself to go. "Do you like novels?" asked the girl. "I never saw a novel. There's not one among all Mr. Graham's books, and I so warrant there's full 200 of them. I dinna believe there's a single novel in all Portlossie." "Don't be too sure. There are a good many in our library." "I had not the presumption, my lady, to count the house in Portlossie. You'll have a sight of books up there, na?" "Have you never been in the library?" "I never set foot in the house, 'cept in the kitchie, and once or twice stepping across the hall frae the one door to the tither. I would fain see what kind o' a place great folk like you bides in, and what kind o' things, books and all, ye have about you. It's no easy for the like o' us that has but a butt and a ben, outer and inner room, to understand how ye fill sic a muckle place as yon. I would be aye in the library, I think. But," he went on, glancing involuntarily at the dainty little foot that peered from under her dress, "your ladyship's so light-footed, ye'll be o'er the whole dwellin', like a wee bird in a muckle cage. When I want room, I like it wantin' walls." Once more he was on the point of going, but once more a word detained him. "Do you ever read poetry?" "Aye, sometimes, when it's old." "One would think you were talking about wine. Does age improve poetry as well?" "I ken nothing about wine, my lady. Miss Horn gave me a glass the other day, and it tasted well,
but whether it was Mair'em or mixed 'em, I could not tell mair nor a haddock. Doubtless age does gar poetry smack a wee better, but I said old only 'cause there's so little new poetry that I care about comes my gate. Mr. Graham's uncle taken with Mr. Wordsworth, not an ill name for a poet. Do ye ken anything about him, my lady? I never heard of him. I wouldna give an old Scots ballant for a barrowful o' his. There's grand bits here and there, no doubt, but it's o'er mim mode for me. What do you mean by that? It's o'er soft and slittery like in your mouth, my lady. What sort do you like, then? I like Milton well. You get a fine mouthful o' him. I dinna like the verse that ye can murl out atween your lips and your teeth. I like the verse that ye maun open your mouth well to let gang. Sign it's worth your while, whether ye understand it or no. I don't see how you can say that. Just hear, my lady. Here's a bit I came upon last night. His volant touch, instinct through all proportions, low and high, fled and pursued transverse the resonant fugue. Hear till it. It's gran, even though you dinna ken what it means a bit. I do know what it means, said Florimel. Let me see. Volant means... What does volant mean? It means flayn, I suppose. Well, he means some musician or other. Of course, it maun be jubal. I ken all the words but fugue, though I cannot tell what business instinct and proportions ha there. It's describing how the man's fingers, playing a fugue, on the organ, I suppose. A fugue'll be some kind of a tune, then. That casts a heap o' light on it, my lady. I never saw an organ. What is it like? Something like a pianoforte. But I never saw one of them, either. It's ill making things altogether out of your own head. Well, it's played with the fingers, like this, said Florimel, and the fugue is a kind of piece where one part pursues the other. And syne, cried Malcolm eagerly, that one turns round and runs after the first. That'll be fled and pursued transverse. I have it! I have it! See, my lady, what it is to have such schooling, with music and all. The proportions, that's the relation of the notes to one another, and fugue, that comes for a fugaire, to flee. Fled and pursued transverse the resonant fugue. The tane running after the tither, round and round. Aye, I have it now. Resonant, that's echoing or resounding. But what's instinct, my lady? It maun be an adjective, I'm thinking. Although the modesty of Malcolm had led him to conclude the girl immeasurably his superior in learning, because she could tell him what a fugue was, he soon found she could help him no further, for she understood scarcely anything about grammar, and her vocabulary was limited enough. Not a doubt interfered, however, with her acceptance of the imputed superiority, for it is as easy for some to assume as it is for others to yield. I have it! It is an adjective, cried Malcolm, after a short pause of thought. It's the touch that's instinct. But I fancy there should be a comma after instinct. His fingers were so used to it that they could most do the thing of themselves. Isn't it lucky, my lady, that I thought of saying it o'er to you? I'll read the book from the beginning. It's the next to the last, I think, just to come upon the two lines in their own place, on their expecting me like, and see how grand they'll sound when a body understands them. Thank you, my lady. I suppose you read Milton to your grandfather? Aye, sometimes, in the long forenights. What do you mean by the forenights? I mean after it's dark, and afore you gang to your bed. He likes the battles of the angels best. As soon as it comes to any fighting, up he gets and gangs striding about the floor, and whiles he makes a clot at his claymore. In faith, once he most called off my head with it, for he had made a mistake about where I was sitting. What's a claymore? A muckle Highland broadsword, my lady. Clay for gladius very likely, and more is the Gaelic for great. Claymore, great sword. Blind as my grandfather is, you would swear he had foughten in his day, gin you heard how he'll gar it whir and whistle about his head, as gin it were a bit leather wood. But that's very dangerous, said Florimel, something aghast at the recital. Oh, aye, assented Malcolm, indifferently. Gin you would look in, my lady, I would let you see his claymore, and his dirk, and his skean-dhu and all. I don't think I could venture. He's too dreadful. I should be terrified at him. Dreadful, my lady? He's the quietest, kindliest old man. That is, provided you say nothing for a Connell, or again any other Highlandman. You see, he comes of Glencoe, and the Connells are just a hate till him, specially Connell of Glenlyon, who was the worst of them all. You should hear him tell the story till his pipes, my lady. It's grand to hear him, and the poetry is all his own. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devora Allen. Chapter 16. The Storm. There came a blinding flash, and a roar through the leaden air, followed by heavy drops mixed with huge hailstones. At the flash, Florimel gave a cry and half rose to her feet, but at the thunder, fell as if stunned by the noise, on the sand. As if with a bound, Malcolm was by her side, but when she perceived his terror, she smiled, and laying hold of his hand, sprung to her feet. "Come, come!" she cried, and still holding his hand, hurried up the dune, and down the other side of it. Malcolm accompanied her step for step, strongly tempted, however, to snatch her up, and run for the Board Crag. He could not think why she made for the road, high on an unscalable embankment, with the park wall on the other side. But she ran straight for a door in the embankment itself, dark between two buttresses, which, never having seen it open, he had not thought of. For a moment she stood panting before it, while with trembling hand she put a key in the lock. The next she pushed open the creaking door and entered. As she turned to take out the key, she saw Malcolm yards away in the middle of the road, and in a cataract of rain, which seemed to have with difficulty suspended itself only until the lady should be under cover. He stood with his bonnet in his hand, watching for a farewell glance. "Why don't you come in?" she said impatiently. He was beside her in a moment. "I dinna ken you would let me in," he said. "I wouldn't have you drowned," she returned, shutting the door. "Drowned?" he repeated. "It would take a hantle to drown me. I stuck to the bottom o' a whummelled boat a whole night when I was but 15. They stood in a tunnel which passed under the road, affording immediate communication between the park and the shore. The further end of it was dark with trees. The upper half of the door by which they had entered was a wooden grating, for the admission of light, and through it they were now gazing, though they could see little but the straight lines of almost perpendicular rain that scratched out the colours of the landscape. The sea was troubled, although no wind blew. It heaved as with an inward unrest. But suddenly there was a great broken sound somewhere in the air, and the next moment a storm came tearing over the face of the sea, covering it with blackness innumerably rent into spots of white. Presently it struck the shore, and a great rude blast came roaring through the grating, carrying with it a sheet of rain, and, catching Florimel's hair, sent it streaming wildly out behind her. "Dinna ye think, my lady," said Malcolm, "ye had better make for the house? What with the wind and the wet thegither, you'll be getting your death o' cold. I s' gang with ye so far, gin ye'll allow me, just to hold it on blowing ye away." The wind suddenly fell, and his last words echoed loud in the vaulted way. For a moment it grew darker in the silence, and then a great flash carried the world away with it, and left nothing but blackness behind. A roar of thunder followed, and even while it yet bellowed, a white face flitted athwart the grating, and a voice of agony shrieked aloud, "I dinna ken where it comes frae!" Florimel grasped Malcolm's arm. The face had passed close to hers, only the grating between, and the cry cut through the thunder like a knife. Instinctively, almost unconsciously, he threw his arm around her, to shield her from her own terror. "Dinna be flayed, my lady," he said. "It's nothing but the Mad Laird. He's a quiet cratur enough, only he doesna ken where he comes frae. He doesna ken where anything comes frae, and he cannot bide it. But he wouldna hurt living creature, the laird." "What a dreadful face!" said the girl, shuddering. "It's not an ill-faured face," said Malcolm, "only the storm's frighted him by ordinary, and it's unco ghastly the noo." "Is there nothing to be done for him?" she said compassionately. "Not upon this side the grave, I doubt, my lady," answered Malcolm. Here coming to herself, the girl became aware of her support, and laid her hand on Malcolm's to remove his arm. He obeyed instantly, and she said nothing. "There was some speech," he went on hurriedly, with a quaver in his voice, "of putting him into the asylum at Aberdeen, and no letting him scour the country this gait, they said, but it would have been sheer cruelty, for the cratur likes nothing so well as running about, and does no manner o' hurt. A verra bairn can guide him, and he has just as good a right to the liberty God gives him as any man alive, and mair nor a hantle." "Is nothing known about him?" "Thing's known about him, my lady, it's known about the lave o' us. His father was the Laird o' Gersvale, and for that matter, he's laird himsel' now, but they say he's ta'en sick as scunner at his mother, that he cannot bide the very word o' mither, He just cries out when he hears it."
"It seems clearing," said Florimel.
"I doubt it's only holding up for a wee," returned Malcolm, after surveying as much of the sky as was visible through the bars. "But I do think ye had better run for the house, my lady. I sud just follow ye, a few yards ahind, till I see ye safe. Dinna ye be feared. I sud take good care. I wouldna hae ye seen in the company o' a fisher lad like me." There was no doubting the perfect simplicity with which this was said, and the girl took no exception. They left the tunnel, and skirting the bottom of the little hill on which stood the Temple of the Winds, were presently in the midst of a young wood, through which a gravelled path led towards the house. But they had not gone far ere a blast of wind, more violent than any that had preceded it, smote the wood, and the trees, young larches and birches and sycamores, bent streaming before it. Lady Florimel turned to see where Malcolm was, and her hair went from her like a Maenad's, while her garments flew fluttering and straining, as if struggling to carry her off. She had never in her life before been out in a storm, and she found the battle joyously exciting. The roaring of the wind in the trees was grand, and what seemed their terrified struggles while they bowed and writhed and rose, but to bow again, as in mad effort to unfix their earth-bound roots and escape, took such sympathetic hold of her imagination that she flung out her arms, and began to dance and whirl, as if herself the genius of the storm. Malcolm, who had been some 30 paces behind, was with her in a moment. "Isn't it splendid?" she cried. "It blows well, very near as well as my daddy," said Malcolm, enjoying it quite as much as the girl. "How dare you make game of such a grand uproar?" said Florimel with superiority. "Make game o' a blast o' wind by comparing it to my grandfather!" exclaimed Malcolm. "Hoot, my lady, it's a compliment to the biggest blast that ever blew to be compared to an old man like him. I'm more used to them to mind them muckle mysel', 'cept to fight with them. But when I watch the seagulls darting like arrowheads through the wind, I sometimes think it maun be grand for the angels to caw about great flags o' wings in a mortal warsel wi' sic a hurricane as this." "I don't understand you one bit," said Lady Florimel petulantly. As she spoke she went on, but, the blast having abated, Malcolm lingered, to place a proper distance between them. "You needn't keep so far behind," said Florimel, looking back. "As your ladyship pleases," answered Malcolm, and was at once by her side. "I'll gang till ye tell me to stan'. So different as ye look frae the other morning." "What morning?" "When ye was sitting at the foot of the Bord Craig." "Bord Craig? What's that?" "The rock with a hole through it. Ye ken the rock well enough, my lady. Ye was sitting at the foot o' it, reading your book, as white as gin ye had been made o' snow. It came to me that the rock was the sepulchre, the hole the open door o't, and yoursel' one of the angels that had folded his wings and was waiting for somebody to tell the good news till, that he was up and away." "And what do I look like to-day?" she asked. "Oh, the day, ye look like some cratur o' the storm, or the storm itsel' taking a living shape, and the bonniest it could. Or maybe, like Ariel, gaen afore the wind, with a blast in his feathers, ruffling them all gates at once." "Who's Ariel?" "Oh, the flying creature in the tempest. But, in your bonny southern speech, I daresay you would call him, or her, I dinna ken whilk the creature was, you would call it Ariel?" "I don't know anything about him, or her, or it," said Lady Florimel. "You'll have all about him up in the library there, though," said Malcolm. "The Tempest's the only one of Shakespeare's plays that I hae read, but it's a gran one, as Maister Graham has implored me to see." "Oh, dear!" exclaimed Florimel. "I've lost my book." "I'll gang back and look for it this minute, my lady," said Malcolm. "I ken ilka foot o' the road we've come, and it's not possible but I fa' in with it. Ye'll soon be home now, and it'll hardly be on again afore ye win in," he added, looking up at the clouds. "But how am I to get it? I want it very much." "I'll just fess it up to the hoose, and say 'at I found it where I will find it. But I wish ye would lend me your pocket napkin to row it in, for I'm feared for blooding it afore I get it back to ye." Florimel gave him her handkerchief, and Malcolm took his leave, saying, "I'll be up in the course of a half hour at the farthest." The humble devotion and absolute service of the youth, resembling that of a noble dog, however unlikely to move admiration in Lady Florimel's heart, could not fail to give her a quiet and welcome pleasure. He was an inferior who could be depended upon, and his worship was acceptable. Not a fear of his attentions becoming troublesome ever crossed her mind. The wider and more impassable the distinctions of rank, the more possible they make it for artificial minds to enter into simply human relations. The easier for the oneness of the race to assert itself, in the offering and acceptance of a devoted service. There is more of the genuine human in the relationship between some men and their servants than between those men and their own sons. With eyes intent, and keen as those of a gaze-hound, Malcolm retraced every step up to the grated door, but no volume was to be seen. Turning from the door of the tunnel, for which he had no sesame, he climbed to the foot of the wall that crossed it above, and with a bound, a clutch at the top, a pull and a scramble, was in the high road in a moment. From the road to the links was an easy drop, where, starting from the grated door, he retraced their path from the dune. Lady Florimel had dropped the book when she rose, and Malcolm found it lying on the sand, little the worse. He wrapped it in its owner's handkerchief, and set out for the gate at the mouth of the river. As he came up to it, the keeper, an ill-conditioned, snarling fellow, who, in the phrase of the Seaton folk, "rade on the riggin' o' his authority," rushed out of the lodge, and just as Malcolm was entering, shoved the gate in his face. "Ye come no in without the leave o' me," he cried, with a vengeful expression. "What's that for?" said Malcolm, who had already interposed his great boot, so that the spring-bolt could not reach its catch. "There's no land-loping rascals comin' here," said Bikes, setting his shoulder to the gate. That instant he went staggering back to the wall of the lodge, with the gate after him. "Stick to the wall there," said Malcolm, as he strode in. The keeper pursued him with frantic abuse, but he never turned his head. Arrived at the house, he committed the volume to the cook, with a brief account of where he had picked it up, begging her to inquire whether it belonged to the house. The cook sent a maid with it to Lady Florimel, and Malcolm waited until she returned, with thanks and a half-crown. He took the money, and returned by the upper gate through the town. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Accusation. The next morning, soon after their early breakfast, the gatekeeper stood in the door of Duncan MacPhail's cottage, with a verbal summons for Malcolm to appear before his lordship. "And I'm not to lose sight o' ye till ye'd put in your appearance," he added. "So gin ye dinna come peaceable, I'm on guard ye." "Where's your warrant?" asked Malcolm coolly. "Ye would have the impudence to demand my warrant, ye young sorner!" cried Bikes indignantly. "Come your ways, my man, or I se gar ye smart for it." "Hold a quiet sough, and gang home for your warrant," said Malcolm. "It's lying there, doubtless, or you wouldn't have dared to show your face on sic an errand." Duncan, who was dozing in his chair, awoke at the sound of high words. His jealous affection perceived at once that Malcolm was being insulted. He sprang to his feet, stepped swiftly to the wall, caught down his broadsword, and rushed to the door, making the huge weapon quiver and whir about his head as if it had been a slip of tin plate. "Where is the rascal?" he shouted. "She'll cut him down! Sure, the lowland thief! She'll cut him down! Who'll be insulting her Malcolm?" But Bikes, at first sight of the weapon, had vanished in dismay. "Hoot toot, daddy," said Malcolm, taking him by the arm. "There's nobody here. The poor cratur couldna bide the sough of the claymore. He fled, like the autumn wind over the stubble. There's Ossian for it." "The Lord be praised!" cried Duncan. "She'll be confounded her foes. But what would the rascal be wanting, my son?" Leading him back to his chair, Malcolm told him as much as he knew of the matter. "Don't you go for no warrant," said Duncan. "If my lord Marquis will be sending for you as one gentleman sends for another, then you go." Within an hour Bikes reappeared, accompanied by one of the gamekeepers, an Englishman. The moment he heard the door open, Duncan caught again at his broadsword. "We want you, my young man," said the gamekeeper, standing on the threshold, with Bikes peeping over his shoulder, in an attitude indicating one foot already lifted to run. "What for?" "That's as may appear." "Where's your warrant?" "There." "Lay it down on the table, and gang back to the door, till I get a sglint at it," said Malcolm. "You're an honest man, Wull, but I wouldna lip in a snuff mullet had mair nor one pinch intil it wi' yon coward cratur ahind ye." He was afraid of the possible consequences of his grandfather's indignation. The gamekeeper did at once as he was requested, evidently both amused with the bearing of the two men, and admiring it. Having glanced at the paper, Malcolm put it in his pocket, and whispering a word to his grandfather, walked away with his captors. As they went to the house, Bikes was full of threats, of which he sought to enhance the awfulness by the indefiniteness. but Will told Malcolm as much as he knew of the matter, namely, that the head gamekeeper, having lost some dozen of his sitting pheasants, had enjoined a strict watch, and that Bikes, having caught sight of Malcolm in the very act of getting over the wall, had gone and given information against him. No one about the premises, except Bikes, would have been capable of harbouring suspicion of Malcolm, and the head gamekeeper had not the slightest. But knowing that his lordship found little enough to amuse him, and anticipating some laughter from the confronting of two such opposite characters, he had gone to the Marquis with Bike's report, and this was the result. His lordship was not a magistrate, and the so-called warrant was merely a somewhat sternly worded expression of his desire that Malcolm should appear and answer to the charge. The accused was led into a vaulted chamber opening from the hall, a genuine portion, to judge from its deep, low-arched recesses, the emergence of truncated portions of 2 or 3 groins, and the thicknesses of its walls, of the old monastery. Close by the door ascended a right-angled modern staircase. Lord Lossie entered, and took his seat in a great chair in one of the recesses. "So, you young jackanapes," he said, half angry and half amused, "you decline to come when I send for you, without a magistrate's warrant, forsooth. It looks bad to begin with, I must say." "Your lordship would never ha' had me come at sic a summons as that cankered toad Johnny Bikes brought me. Gin ye had but heard him. He spake as gin he had been sent to fess me to your lordship by the scruff o' the neck, and I didna believe your lordship would do sic a thing. Onygate, I wasna going to stand that. You would have thought him a cornel at the smallest, and me a wheen herring guts. But it would have garred ye laugh, my lord, to see how the body ran when my blind grandfather, he canna bide anybody interfering with me, made at him with his broadsword." "Ye layin' rascal!" cried Bikes. "Me feared at an old spider, that hasna breath enough to fill the bag o' his pipes. Ca connie, Johnny Bikes, gin ye say an ill word o' my grandfather, I should gie your neck a thraw, and that the minute we're out of his lordship's presence." "Threats, my lord!" said the gamekeeper, appealing. "And well merited," returned his lordship. "Well then," he went on, again addressing Malcolm, "what have you to say for yourself in regard of stealing my brood pheasants?" "Maister Macpherson," said Malcolm, with an inclination of his head towards the gamekeeper, "might have found a fitter nook to fling that dirt intil. 'Deed, my lord, it's so ridiculous, it hardly angers me. A man 'at can hae all the fish in the whole ocean for the taking o' them, to be sic a sneck-drawin' contemptible wretch as take your lordship's bonny hen craturs for their chuckies, not to mention the sin of it. It's past an honest man's denyin', my lord, and Maister Macpherson kens better, for look at him laughing in his aunt's sleeve." "Well, we've no proof of it," said the Marquis, "but what do you say to the charge of trespass?" "The policy's that aye been open to honest folk, my lord." "Then where was the necessity for getting in over the wall?" "I beg your pardon, my lord, ye hadna proof again me o' that either." "Daur ye tell me," cried Bikes, recovering himself, "'at I dinna see ye wi' my 2 een, loup the dyke aneath the temple? Aye, and something flutterin', unco like bird wings, in your hand?" "Out or in, Johnny Bikes?" "Oh, out." "I did loup the dyke, my lord, but it was out, no in." "How did you get in, then?" asked the Marquis. "I get in, my lord," began Malcolm, and ceased. "How did you get in?" repeated the Marquis. "Oh, there's many ways o' winnin' in, my lord. The last time I came in but one, it was maist ower the carcass o' Johnny there, who would fain a hauden me out, only he hadna my blind daddy ahind him to aile his joints." "And dinna ye call that breaking in?" said Bikes. "Na, there was nothing to break, 'cep it had been your bones, Johnny, and that would have been a pity, they're so good for running with." "You had no right to enter against the will of my gatekeeper," said his lordship. "What is a gatekeeper for?" "I had a right, my lord, so long as I was upon my lady's business." "And what was my lady's business, pray?" questioned the Marquis. "I found a book upon the links, my lord, which was like to be hers, with the 2 beasts that stands at your lordship's door inside the broad of it. And so it turned out to be when I took it up to the house. There's the half-crown she gave me." Little did Malcolm think where the daintiest of pearly ears were listening, and the brightest of blue eyes looking down, half in merriment, a quarter in anxiety, and the remaining quarter in interest. On a landing half-way up the stair stood Lady Florimel, peeping over the balusters, afraid to fix her eyes upon him, lest she should make him look up. "Yes, yes, I dare say," acquiesced the Marquis. "But," he persisted, "what I want to know is, how you got in that time. You seem to have some reluctance to answer the question." "Weel, I have, my lord." "Then I must insist on your doing so." "Weel, I just winna, my lord. It was all straightfor'ard and fair, and gin your lordship were in my place, You would not say mair yoursel?" "He's been after one of the girls about the place," whispered the Marquis to the gamekeeper. "Speir at him, my lord, gin it please your lordship, what it was he had in his hand when he leapt the park wall," said Bykes. "Gin it be all one till his lordship," said Malcolm, without looking at Bykes, "it wad be better no to speir, for it gangs sore against me to refuse him." "I should like to know," said the Marquis. "Ye maun trust me, my lord, that I was after no ill. I gie ye my word for that, my lord." "But how am I to know what your word is worth?" returned Lord Lossie, well pleased with the dignity of the youth's behaviour. "To ken what a body's word is worth, ye maun trust him first, my lord. It's no muckle trust I want o' ye, it comes but to this, that I hae reasons, good to me, and no ill to you gin ye kent them, for not answering your lordship's questions. I'm not denying a word 'at Johnny Bykes says. I never heard the creature called a liar. He's but a cantankerous argle-bargless body, no fit to be a gatekeeper, 'cep it was upon the bin side, where most nobody gangs in or out. He would maybe be softer-hearted till a fellow creature's ain." "Would you have him let in all the tramps in the country?" said the Marquis. "Deil one of them, my lord. But I would hae him not trouble the likes o' me 'at fesses the fish to your lordship's breakfast. Six no like to be after mischief." "There is some glimmer of sense in what you say," returned his lordship. "But you know it won't do to let anybody that pleases get over the park walls. Why didn't you go out at the gate?" "The burn was atween me and hit, and it's a long road round." "Well, I must lay some penalty upon you, to deter others," said the Marquis. "Verra well, my lord. So long as it's fair, I s' abide it ongrutin'." "It shan't be too hard. It's just this: to give John Bykes the thrashing he deserves as soon as you're out of sight of the house." "Na, na, my lord, I canna do that," said Malcolm. "So you're afraid of him after all?" "Feared at Johnny Bykes, my lord! Ha, ha! You threatened him a minute ago, and now when I give you leave to thrash him, you decline the honour." "The disgrace, my lord! He's an older man, and not abune half the size. But fegs, gin he says another word again my grandfather, I will gie his neck a bit thraw." "Well, well, be off with you both," said the Marquis, rising. No one heard the rustle of Lady Florimel's dress as she sped up the stair, thinking with herself how very odd it was to have a secret with a fisherman. For a secret it was, seeing the reticence of Malcolm had been a relief to her, when she shrunk from what seemed the imminent mention of her name in the affair before the servants. She had even felt a touch of mingled admiration and gratitude when she found what a faithful squire he was, capable of an absolute obstinacy indeed where she was concerned. For her own sake as well as his, she was glad that he had got off so well, for otherwise she would have felt bound to tell her father the whole story, and she was not at all so sure as Malcolm that he would have been satisfied with his reasons, and would not have been indignant with the fellow for presuming even to be silent concerning his daughter. Indeed, Lady Florimel herself felt somewhat irritated with him, as having brought her into the awkward situation of sharing a secret with a youth of his position. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devora Allen. Chapter 18. The Quarrel. For a few days the weather was dull and unsettled, with cold flaws and an occasional sprinkle of rain. But after came a still grey morning, warm and hopeful, and ere noon the sun broke out, the mists vanished, and the day was glorious in blue and gold. Malcolm had been to Scarnose, to see his friend Joseph Mair, and was descending the steep path down the side of the promontory on his way home, when his keen eye caught sight of a form on the slope of the dune which could hardly be other than that of Lady Florimel. She did not lift her eyes until he came quite near, and then only to drop them again with no more recognition than if he had been any other of the fishermen. Already more than half inclined to pick a quarrel with him, she fancied that, presuming upon their very commonplace adventure and its resulting secret, he approached her with an assurance he had never manifested before, and her head was bent motionless over her book when he stood and addressed her. "My lady," he began, with his bonnet by his knee. "Well," she returned, without even lifting her eyes, for, with the inherited privilege of her rank, she could be insolent with coolness, and call it to mind without remorse. "I hope the bit bookie wasna muckle to wear, my lady," he said. "'Tis of no consequence," she replied. "Gin it were mine, I wouldna think so," he returned, eyeing her anxiously. "Here's your ladyship's pocket nepkin," he went on. "I hae keeped it ready rolled up, ever sin' my daddy washed it out. It's no ill done for a blind man, as you'll see, an' I ironed it mysel' as well as I could." As he spoke, he unfolded a piece of brown paper, disclosing a little parcel in a cover of immaculate post, which he humbly offered her. Taking it slowly from his hand, she laid it on the ground beside her with a stiff "Thank you," and a second dropping of her eyes that seemed meant to close the interview. "I doubt my company's no welcome the day, my lady," said Malcolm with trembling voice. "But there's one thing I maun refer till. When I took home your ladyship's book the other day, you sent me 50 by the hand of your servant lass. Afore her, I wasna going to disallow anything you pleased with regard to me, and I thought with mysel' it was maybe necessary for your ladyship's dignity and the look of things." "How dare you hint at any understanding between you and me?" exclaimed the girl in cold anger. "Lord, mem, what have I said to fist sic a fire flit out of your bonny een? I thought you only did it 'cause you wouldna like to look shabby afore the lass, no giving anything to the lad 'at brought you your ain, and lipping to me to understand that you did it but for the look of the thing, as I say." He had taken the coin from his pocket, and had been busy while he spoke rubbing it in a handful of sand, so that it was bright as new when he now offered it. "You are quite mistaken," she rejoined ungraciously. "You insult me by supposing I meant you to return it." "Div you think I could bide to be paid for return till a neighbour, let alone the lifting of a book till a lady?" said Malcolm with keen mortification. "That would be to despise mysel' frae keel to truck. I like to be paid for my work, and I like to be paid weel, but not a plack by sic like shall stick to my loof. It can be no offence to gie you back your half-crown, my lady." And again he offered the coin. "I don't in the least see why, on your own principles, you shouldn't take the money," said the girl, with more than the coldness of an uninterested umpire. "You worked for it, I'm sure, first accompanying me home in such a storm, and then finding the book and bringing it back all the way to the house. 'Deed, my lady, sic a doctrine would take all the grace out of the earth. What would this life be worth gien all was to be paid for? I would cut my throat afore I would bide in sic a whirl. Take your half-crown, my lady," he concluded, in a tone of entreaty. But the energetic outburst was sufficing in such her mood only to the disgust of Lady Florimel. "Do anything with the money you please, only go away, and don't plague me about it," she said freezingly. "What can I do with what I would not pass through my fingers?" said Malcolm with the patience of deep disappointment. "Give it to some poor creature. You know someone who'd be glad of it, I dare say." "I ken mony one, my lady, whom it would weel become your own bonny hand to give it till, but I'm not going to take credit for a liberality that would ill become me. You can tell how you earned it, and profess myself disgraced by taking a reward frae a born lady for what I would have done for any beggar wife in the land. Na, na, my lady. Your services are certainly flattering when you put me on a level with any beggar in the country. In regard to such service, my lady, ye ken well enough what I mean. Oblige me by taking back your siller." "How dare you ask me to take back what I once gave? You couldna ha' kent what you was doing when you gave it, my lady. Take it back, and take 100 off my heart." He actually mentioned his heart! Was it to be borne by a girl in Lady Florimel's mood? "I beg you will not annoy me," she said, muffling her anger in folds of distance, and again sought her book. Malcolm looked at her for a moment, then turned his face towards the sea, and for another moment stood silent. Lady Florimel glanced up, but Malcolm was unaware of her movement. He lifted his hand, and looked at the half-crown gleaming on his palm. Then, with a sudden poise of his body, and a sudden fierce action of his arm, he sent the coin, swift with his heart's repudiation, across the sands into the tide. Ere it struck the water he had turned, and with long stride, but low bent head, walked away. A pang shot to Lady Florimel's heart. "Malcolm!" she cried. He turned instantly, came slowly back, and stood erect and silent before her. She must say something. Her eye fell on the little parcel beside her, and she spoke the first thought that came. "Will you take this?" she said, and offered him the handkerchief. In a dazed way he put out his hand and took it, staring at it as if he did not know what it was. "It's some sir," he said at length, with a motion of his hands as if to grasp his head between them. "You wunnot take even the washing of a pocket nepkin frae me, and you would gar me take a whole half-crown frae yoursel'. Mem, you're a grand lady and a bonny, and ye had turns about ye. Gin it were but the set o' your head, it might gar an angel let fall what he was carryin'. But afore I would affront one that wanted nothing o' me but good will, I would rather be the fisher lad that I am." A weak-kneed peroration, truly, but Malcolm was overburdened at last. He laid the little parcel on the sand at her feet, almost reverentially, and again turned. But Lady Florimel spoke again. "It is you who are affronting me now," she said gently. "When a lady gives her handkerchief to a gentleman, it is commonly received as a very great favour indeed." "Gin I hae made a mistake, my lady, I might weel make it, not being a gentleman, and not being used to the treatment o' one. But I doubt gin a gentleman would have surmised what ye was efter with your nepkin, gin ye had offered him half a crown first." "Oh, yes, he would, perfectly," said Florimel, with an air of offence. "Then, my lady, for the first time in my life I wish I had been born a gentleman." "Then I certainly wouldn't have given it you," said Florimel with perversity. "What for no, my lady? I dinna understand ye again. There maun be an unco differ atween us." "Because a gentleman would have presumed on such a favour." "I'm gladder nor ever 'at I wasna born one," said Malcolm, and slowly stooping he lifted the handkerchief. "And I was aye glad o' that, my lady, 'cause gin I had been, I would hae been looking doon upon working men like mysel', as gin they werena freely o' the same flesh and blood. But I beg your ladyship's pardon for taking you up amiss, and so long as I live, I'll regard this as one o' her feathers that the angel moulted as she sat by the Bord Craig, and when I'm deid, I'll have it laid upon my face, and syne maybe I may get a sight o' ye as I pass. Good day, my lady." "Good day," she returned kindly. "I wish my father would let me have a row in your boat." "It's at your service when ye please, my lady," said Malcolm. One who had caught a glimpse of the shining yet solemn eyes of the youth as he walked home, would wonder no longer that he should talk as he did, so sedately, yet so poetically, so long-windedly, if you like, yet so sensibly, even wisely. Lady Florimel lay on the sand, and sought again to read the Fairy Queen. But for the last day or two she had been getting tired of it, and now the forms that entered by her eyes dropped half their substance and all their sense in the porch, and thronged her brain with the mere phantoms of things, with words that came and went and were nothing. Abandoning the harvest of chaff, her eyes rose and looked out upon the sea. Never, even from tropical shore, was richer hued ocean beheld. Gorgeous in purple and green, in shadowy blue and flashing gold, it seemed to Malcolm as if at any moment the ever new-born Anadyomene might lift her shining head from the wandering floor, and float away in her pearly lustre to gladden the regions where the glaciers glide seawards in irresistible silence, there to give birth to the icebergs in tumult and thunderous uproar. But Lady Florimel felt merely the loneliness. One deserted boat lay on the long sand, like the bereft and useless half of a double shell. Without show of life the moveless cliffs lengthened far into a sea where neither white sail deepened the purple and gold, nor red one enriched it with a colour it could not itself produce. Neither hope nor aspiration awoke in her heart at the sight. Was she beginning to be tired of her companionless liberty? Had the long stanzas, bound by so many interwoven links of rhyme ending in long alexandrines, the long cantos, the lingering sweetness long drawn out through so many unended books, begun to weary her at last? Had even a quarrel with a fisher lad been a little pastime to her? And did she now wish she had detained him a little longer? Could she take any interest in him beyond such as she took in Demon, her father's dog, or Brasenose, his favourite horse? Whatever might be her thoughts or feelings at this moment, it remained a fact that Florimel Colonsay, the daughter of a marquis, and Malcolm, the grandson of a blind piper, were woman and man, and the man the finer of the two this time. As Malcolm passed on his way one of the 3 or 4 solitary rocks which rose from the sand, the skeleton remnants of larger masses worn down by wind, wave, and weather, he heard his own name uttered by an unpleasant voice, and followed by a more unpleasant laugh. He knew both the voice and the laugh, and turning, saw Mrs. Catanach, seated apparently busy with her knitting, in the shade of the rock. "Weel," he said curtly. "Weel, sit ye up. Who's yon ye was play-actin' with out yonder? Who tell't ye to speir, Mistress Catanach? Ay, ay, lad, Ye'll be abune speaking till an old wife after colloguing with a young one, and sic a one. Isna she bonny, Malky? Isna hers a winsome shape and a laughing eye? Didna she draw ye on, and look in the hawk's e'en o' ye, and lay herself out afore ye, and— She did nothing of the sort, ye ill-tongued woman, said Malcolm in anger. Ho, ho, trumpeted Mrs. Catanach. Ill-tongued am I? And what next? Ill-deeded, returned Malcolm, when ye flang my bonny salmon trout till you're ugly divil of a dog. Ho, 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 ill-deeded am I? I s'll not forget the bonny names. Maybe your lordship would allow me the liberty of speering another question at ye, Malcolm MacPhail. You may speer all ye like, so long as ye cannot gar me stand to hearken. Good day to ye, Mistress Catanach. Your company was none of my seeking. I may leave it when I like. Dinna ye be o'er sure o' that, she called after him venomously. But Malcolm turned his head no more. As soon as he was out of sight, Mrs. Catanach rose, ascended the dune, and propelled her rotundity along the yielding top of it. When she arrived within speaking distance of Lady Florimel, who lay lost in her dreary regard of sand and sea, she paused for a moment, as if contemplating her. Suddenly, almost by Lady Florimel's side, as if he had risen from the sand, stood the form of the Mad Laird. "I dinna ken where I come frae," he said. Lady Florimel started, half rose, and seeing the dwarf so near, and on the other side of her a repulsive-looking woman staring at her, sprung to her feet and fled. The same instant, the Mad Laird, catching sight of Mrs. Catanach, gave a cry of misery, thrust his fingers in his ears, darted down the other side of the dune, and sped along the shore. Mrs. Catanach shook with laughter. "I have scaled the bonny doves," she said. Then she called aloud after the flying girl, "My lady, my bonny lady!" Florimel paid no heed, but ran straight for the door of the tunnel, and vanished. Thence, leisurely climbing to the Temple of the Winds, she looked down from a height of safety upon the shore and the retreating figure of Mrs. Catanach. Seating herself by the pedestal of the trumpet-blowing wind, she essayed her reading again, but was again startled, this time by a rough salute from Demon. Presently her father appeared, and Lady Florimel felt something like a pang of relief at being found there, and not on the farther side of the dune, making it up with Malcolm. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 19. Duncan's Pipes. A few days after the events last narrated, a footman in the Marquis's livery entered the Seton, snuffing with emphasized discomposure the air of the village, all ignorant of the risk he ran in thus openly manifesting his feelings. For the women at least were good enough citizens to resent any indignity offered their town. As vengeance would have it, Meg Partan was the first of whom, with supercilious airs and clippet tongue, he requested to know where a certain blind man, who played on an instrument called the bagpipes, lived. "Spit in your loaf and call for him," she answered, a reply of which he understood the tone and one disagreeable word. With reddening cheek, he informed her that he came on his lord's business. "I dinna doubt it," she retorted. "Ye look sick like as runs other folks' errands." "I should be obliged if you would inform me where the man lives," returned the lackey, with polite words in supercilious tones. "What do you want with him, honest man?" grimly questioned the Partaness, the epithet referring to Duncan, and not the questioner. "That I shall have the honour of informing himself," he replied. "Well, ye can ha' the honour of informing yoursel' where he bides," she rejoined, and turned away from her open door. All were not so rude as she, however, for he found at length a little girl willing to show him the way. The style in which his message was delivered was probably modified by the fact that he found Malcolm seated with his grandfather at their evening meal of water brose and butter, for he had been present when Malcolm was brought before the Marquis by Bikes, and had in some measure comprehended the nature of the youth. It was in politest phrase, and therefore entirely to Duncan's satisfaction in regard of the manner as well as matter of the message, that he requested Mr. Duncan MacPhail's attendance on the Marquis the following evening at 6 o'clock, to give his lordship and some distinguished visitors the pleasure of hearing him play on the bagpipes during dessert. To this summons, the old man returned stately and courteous reply, couched in the best English he could command,
which, although considerably distorted by Gaelic pronunciation and idioms, was yet sufficiently intelligible to the messenger, who carried home the substance for the satisfaction of his master, and what he could of the form for the amusement of his fellow servants. Duncan, although he received it with perfect calmness, was yet overjoyed at the invitation. He had performed once or twice before the late Marquis, and having ever since assumed the style of piper to the Marquis of Lossie, now regarded the summons as confirmation in the office. The moment the sound of the messenger's departing footsteps died away, he caught up his pipes from the corner, where, like a pet cat, they lay on a bit of carpet, the only piece in the cottage, spread for them between his chair and the wall, and, though cautiously mindful of its age and proved infirmity, filled the bag full, and burst into such a triumphant onset of battle, that all the children of the Seton were in a few minutes crowded about the door. He had not played above 5 minutes, however, when the love of finery natural to the Gael, the Gaul, the Galatian, triumphed over his love of music, and he stopped with an abrupt groan of the instrument to request Malcolm to get him new streamers. Whatever his notions of its nature might be, he could not come of the Celtic race without having in him somewhere a strong faculty for colour, and no doubt his fancy regarding it was of something as glorious as his knowledge of it must have been vague. At all events, he not only knew the names of the colours in ordinary use, but could describe many of the clan tartans with perfect accuracy, and he now gave Malcolm complete instructions as to the hues of the ribbons he was to purchase. As soon as he had started on the important mission, the old man laid aside his instrument, and taking his broadsword from the wall, proceeded with the aid of brick dust and lamp oil to furbish hilt and blade with the utmost care, searching out spot after spot of rust to the smallest with the delicate points of his great bony fingers. Satisfied at length of its brightness, he requested Malcolm, who had returned long before the operation was over, to bring him the sheath, which, for fear of its coming to pieces, so old and crumbling was the leather, he kept laid up in the drawer with his sporran and his Sunday coat. His next business, for he would not commit it to Malcolm, was to adorn the pipes with the new streamers. Asking the colour of each, and going by some principle of arrangement known only to himself, he affixed them, one after the other, as he judged right, shaking and drawing out each to its full length, with as much pride as if it had been a tone instead of a ribbon. This done, he resumed his playing, and continued it, notwithstanding the remonstrances of his grandson, until bedtime. That night he slept but little, and as the day went on grew more and more excited. Scarcely had he swallowed his 12 o'clock dinner of sowens and oat-cake, when he wanted to go and dress himself for his approaching visit. Malcolm persuaded him, however, to lie down a while and hear him play, and succeeded, strange as it may seem with such an instrument, in lulling him to sleep. But he had not slept more than 5 minutes when he sprung from the bed, wide awake, crying, "My boy, Malcolm! My son! You have let her sleep in, and the great peoples will be impatient for her music and cursing her in their hearts." Nothing would quiet him but the immediate commencement of the process of dressing, the result of which was, as I have said, even pathetic, from its intermixture of shabbiness and finery. The dangling brass-capped tails of his sporran in front, the silver-mounted dirk on one side, with its hilt of black oak carved into an eagle's head, and the steel basket of his broadsword gleaming at the other, his great shoulder-brooch of rudely chased brass, the pipes with their withered bag and gaudy streamers, the faded kilt, oiled and soiled, the stockings darned in 20 places by the hands of the termagant Meg Partan, the brogues patched and patched until it would have been hard to tell a spot of the original leather, the round blue bonnet grown grey with wind and weather, the belts that looked like old harness ready to yield at a pull, his skein dhu sticking out grim and black beside a knee like a lean knuckle, all combined to form a picture ludicrous to a vulgar nature, but gently pitiful to the lover of his kind. He looked like a half-mouldered warrior, waked from beneath an ancient cairn, to walk about in a world other than he took it to be. Malcolm, in his commonplace Sunday suit, served as a foil to his picturesque grandfather, to whose oft-reiterated desire that he would wear the Highland dress, he had hitherto returned no other answer than a humorous representation of the different remarks with which the neighbours would encounter such a solecism. The whole Seton turned out to see them start. Men, women, and children lined the fronts and gables of the houses they must pass on their way, for everybody knew where they were going and wished them good luck. As if he had been a great bard with a henchman of his own, Duncan strode along in front, and Malcolm followed, carrying the pipes, and regarding his grandfather with a mingled pride and compassion lovely to see. But as soon as they were beyond the village, the old man took the young one's arm, not to guide him, for that was needless, but to stay his steps a little. For when dressed he would, as I have said, carry no staff, and thus they entered the nearest gate of the grounds. Bike saw them and scoffed, but with discretion, and kept out of their way. When they reached the house they were taken to the servants' hall, where refreshments were offered them. The old man ate sparingly, saying he wanted all the room for his breath, but swallowed a glass of whisky with readiness, for although he never spent a farthing on it, he had yet a Highlander's respect for whisky, and seldom refused a glass when offered him. On this occasion, besides, anxious to do himself credit as a piper, he was well pleased to add a little fuel to the failing fires of old age, and the summons to the dining-room being in his view long delayed, he had, before he left the hall, taken a second glass. They were led along endless passages, up a winding stone stair, across a lobby, and through room after room. "It will be some glamour, sure, Malcolm," said Duncan in a whisper as they went. Requested at length to seat themselves in an empty room, the air of which was filled with the sounds and odours of the neighbouring feast, they waited again through what seemed to the impatient Duncan an hour of slow vacuity. But at last they were conducted into the dining-room. Following their guide, Malcolm led the old man to the place prepared for him at the upper part of the room, where the floor was raised a step or two. Duncan would, I fancy, even unprotected by his blindness, have strode unabashed into the very halls of heaven. As he entered, there was a hush, for his poverty-stricken age and dignity told for one brief moment. Then the buzz and laughter recommenced, an occasional oath emphasizing itself in the confused noise of the talk, the gurgle of wine, the ring of glass, and the chink of china. In Malcolm's vision, dazzled and bewildered at first, things soon began to arrange themselves. The walls of the room receded to their proper distance, and he saw that they were covered with pictures of ladies and gentlemen, gorgeously attired. The ceiling rose and settled into the dim show of a sky, amongst the clouds of which the shapes of very solid women and children disported themselves, while about the glittering table, lighted by silver candelabra with many branches, he distinguished the gaily dressed company, round which, like huge ill-painted butterflies, the liveried footmen hovered. His eyes soon found the lovely face of Lady Florimel, but after the first glance he dared hardly look again. Whether its radiance had any smallest source in the pleasure of appearing like a goddess in the eyes of her humble servant, I dare not say, but more lucent she could hardly have appeared had she been the princess in a fairy tale, about to marry her much-thwarted prince. She wore far too many jewels for one so young, for her father had given her all that belonged to her mother, as well as some family diamonds, and her inexperience knew no reason why she should not wear them. The diamonds flashed and sparkled and glowed on a white rather than fair neck, which, being very much uncollared, dazzled Malcolm far more than the jewels. Such a form of enhanced loveliness, reflected for the first time in the pure mirror of a high-toned manhood, may well be to such a youth as that of an angel with whom he has henceforth to wrestle in deadly agony until the final dawn. For lofty condition and gorgeous circumstance, while combining to raise a woman to an ideal height, ill suffice to lift her beyond love, or shield the lowliest man from the arrows of her radiation. They leave her human still. She was talking and laughing with a young man of weak military aspect, whose eyes gazed unshrinking on her beauty. The guests were not numerous. A certain bold-faced countess, the fire in whose eyes had begun to tarnish, and the natural lines of whose figure were vanishing in expansion. The soldier, her nephew, a wasted elegance. A long, lean man, who dawdled with what he ate, and drank as if his bones thirsted. An elderly, broad, red-faced, bull-necked baron of the Hanoverian type, and two neighbouring lairds and their wives, ordinary, and well pleased to be at the Marquis's table. Although the waiting were as many as the waited upon, Malcolm, who was keen-eyed and had a passion for service, a thing unintelligible to the common mind, soon spied an opportunity of making himself useful. Seeing one of the men, suddenly called away, set down a dish of fruit just as the countess was expecting it, he jumped up, almost involuntarily, and handed it to her. Once in the current of things, Malcolm would not readily make for the shore of inactivity. He finished the round of the table with the dish, while the men looked indignant, and the Marquis eyed him queerly. While he was thus engaged, however, Duncan, either that his poor stock of patience was now utterly exhausted, or that he fancied a signal given, compressed of a sudden his full-blown wading bag, and blasted forth such a wild howl of the pibroch, that more than one of the ladies gave a cry and half started from their chairs. The Marquis burst out laughing, but gave orders to stop him, a thing not to be effected in a moment, for Duncan was in full tornado, with the avenues of hearing, both corporeal and mental, blocked by his own darling utterance. Understanding at length, he ceased with the air and almost the carriage of a suddenly checked horse, looking half startled, half angry, his cheeks puffed, his nostrils expanded, his head thrown back, the port vent still in his mouth, the blown bag under his arm, and the fingers on the chanter, on the fret to dash forward again with redoubled energy. But slowly the strained muscles relaxed, he let the tube fall from his lips, and the bag descended to his lap. A man forbid, he heard the ladies rise and leave the room, and not until the gentlemen sat down again to their wine was there any demand for the exercise of his art. Now, whether what followed had been prearranged and old Duncan invited for the express purpose of carrying it out, or whether it was conceived and executed on the spur of the moment, which seems less likely, I cannot tell, but the turn things now took would be hard to believe were they dated in the present generation. Some of my elder readers, however, will, from their own knowledge of similar actions, grant likelihood enough to my record. While the old man was piping, as bravely as his lingering mortification would permit, the Marquis interrupted his music to make him drink a large glass of sherry, after which he requested him to play his loudest, that the gentleman might hear what his pipes could do. At the same time he sent Malcolm with a message to the butler about some particular wine he wanted. Malcolm went more than willingly, but lost a good deal of time from not knowing his way through the house. When he returned, he found things frightfully changed. As soon as he was out of the room, and while the poor old man was blowing his hardest, in the fancy of rejoicing his hearers with the glorious music of the Highland hills, one of the company, it was never known which, for each merrily accused the other, took a penknife, and going softly behind him, ran the sharp blade into the bag and made a great slit, so that the wind at once rushed out, and the tune ceased without sob or wail. Not a laugh betrayed the cause of the catastrophe. In silent enjoyment the conspirators sat watching his movements. For one moment Duncan was so astounded that he could not think. The next he laid the instrument across his knees, and began feeling for the cause of the sudden collapse. Tears had gathered in the eyes that were of no use but to weep withal, and were slowly dropping. "She was afraid, my lord and gentlemans," he said with a quavering voice, "that her bag will be near her latter end, but she believed she would be living beyond her nainsell, my gentlemans." He ceased abruptly, for his fingers had found the wound, and were prosecuting an inquiry. They ran along the smooth edges of the cut, and detected treachery. He gave a cry like that of a wounded animal, flung his pipes from him, and sprang to his feet, but forgetting a step below him, staggered forward a few paces and fell heavily. That instant Malcolm entered the room. He hurried in consternation to his assistance. When he had helped him up and seated him again on the steps, the old man laid his head on his boy's bosom, threw his arms around his neck, and wept aloud. "Malcolm, my son," he sobbed, "Duncan is wronged in the halls of the stranger. They'll have stabbed his best friend to the heart, and och, she'll be all too blind to take vengeance. Malcolm, son of heroes, draw the claymore of the bard, and fall upon the traitors. She'll be singing you to onset, for the pibroch is no more." His quavering voice rose that instant in a fierce though feeble chant, and his hand flew to the hilt of his weapon. Malcolm, perceiving from the looks of the men that things were as his grandfather had divined, spoke indignantly. "Ye ought to take shame to call yourselves gentlefolk, and play a poor blind man who was doing his best to please ye such an ill-faured trick." As he spoke, they made various signs to him not to interfere, but Malcolm paid them no heed, and turned to his grandfather, eager to persuade him to go home.
They had no intention of letting him off yet, however. Acquainted, probably through his gamekeeper, who laid himself out to amuse his master, with the piper's peculiar antipathies, Lord Lossie now took up the game. "It was too bad of you, Campbell," he said, "to play the good old man such a dog's trick." At the word Campbell, the piper shook off his grandson, and sprang once more to his feet, his head thrown back, and every inch of his body trembling with rage. "She might have known," he screamed, half choking, "that a cursed dog of a Carmel was in it." He stood for a moment, swaying in every direction, as if the spirit within him doubted whether to cast his old body on the earth in contempt of its helplessness, or to fling it headlong on his foes. For that one moment, silence filled the room. "You needn't attempt to deny it. It really was too bad of you, Glenlyon," said the Marquis. A howl of fury burst from Duncan's labouring bosom. His broadsword flashed from its sheath, and brokenly panting out the words, "Glenlyon, the great duffel! Have I been drinking with the hellhound Glenlyon?" He would have run a melee muck through the room with his huge weapon, but he was already struggling in the arms of his grandson, who succeeded at length in forcing from his bony grasp the hilt of the terrible claymore. But as Duncan yielded his weapon, Malcolm lost his hold on him. He darted away, caught his dirk, a blade of unusual length, from its sheath, and shot in the direction of the last word he had heard. Malcolm dropped the sword and sprung after him. "Give her the villain by the throat!" screamed the old man. "She'll stab his bag! She'll cut his tranter in two! She'll be doing it! Who but the great-grandson of Inverrigan should be cutting the throat of the dog Glenlyon?" As he spoke, he was running wildly about the room, brandishing his weapon, knocking over chairs, and sweeping bottles and dishes from the table. The clatter was tremendous, and the smile had faded from the faces of the men who had provoked the disturbance. The military youth looked scared. The Hanoverian pig cheeks were the colour of lead. The long, lean man was laughing like a skeleton. One of the lairds had got on the sideboard, and the other was making for the door with the bell-rope in his hand. The Marquis, though he retained his coolness, was yet looking a little anxious. The butler was peeping in at the door, with red nose and pale cheek-bones, the handle in his hand, in instant readiness to pop out again, while Malcolm was after his grandfather, intent upon closing with him. The old man had just made a desperate stab at nothing half across the table, and was about to repeat it, when, spying danger to a fine dish, Malcolm reached forward to save it. But the dish flew in splinters, and the dirk, passing through the thick of Malcolm's hand, pinned it to the table, where Duncan, fancying he had at length stabbed Glenlyon, left it quivering. "There, Glenlyon," he said, and stood trembling in the ebb of passion, and murmuring to himself something in Gaelic. Meantime, Malcolm had drawn the dirk from the table and released his hand. The blood was streaming from it, and the Marquis took his own handkerchief to bind it up. But the lad indignantly refused the attention, and kept holding the wound tight with his left hand. The butler, seeing Duncan stand quite still, ventured with scared countenance to approach the scene of destruction. "Dinna gang near him," cried Malcolm. "He has a skein do yet, and in grips that's worst of all." Scarcely were the words out of his mouth when the black knife was out of Duncan's stocking, and brandished aloft in his shaking fist. "Daddy," cried Malcolm, "you wouldna kill 2 Glenlyons in one day, would ye?" "She would, my son Malcolm. 50 of the boars in one breath. They are the children of wrath, and they have to be destructioned." "For an old man ye killed enough for one night," said Malcolm, and gently took the knife from his trembling hand. "Ye maun come home the noo." "Is the dog dead, then?" asked Duncan eagerly. "Oh, na, he's breathing yet," answered Malcolm. "She'll not can go till the dog will be dead. The dog may want more killing." "What a horrible savage," said one of the lairds, a justice of the peace. "He ought to be shut up in a madhouse." "Gin ye set about shutting up, sir, or my lord, I kenna whilk, you'll hae to begin nearer home," said Malcolm, as he stooped to pick up the broadsword, and so complete his possession of the weapons. "And you'll please to hold in mind that none here is an injured man but my grandfather himsel." "Hey," said the Marquis, "what do you make of all my dishes?" "'Deed, my lord, ye may comfort yourself that they were not dishes with brains in them, for sic some scarce in the house of Lossie." "You're a long-tongued rascal," said the Marquis. "A long tongue may whiles be as canny as a long spoon, my lord, and ye ken what that's for." The Marquis burst into laughter. "What do you make then of that horrible cut in your own hand?" asked the magistrate. "I make my own business of it," answered Malcolm. While this colloquy passed, Duncan had been feeling about for his pipes. Having found them, he clasped them to his bosom like a hurt child. Come home, he said. "Your own bard has revenged you." Malcolm took him by the hand and led him away. He went without a word, still clasping his wounded bagpipes to his bosom. "You'll hear from me in the morning, my lad," said the Marquis in a kindly tone, as they were leaving the room. "I ha' no wish to hear anything more o' your lordship. Ye hae done enough this night, my lord, to make ye ashamed o' yoursel' to your dying day, gin ye had any poor shame left in ye." The military youth muttered something about insolence, and made a step towards him. Malcolm quitted his grandfather, and stepped again into the room. "Come on," he said. "No, no," interposed the Marquis. "Don't you see the lad is hurt?" "Let him come on," said Malcolm. "I ha' one sound hand. Here, my lord, take the weapons, or the old man'll get a grip of them again." "I tell you no!" shouted Lord Lossie. "Fred, get out, will you?" The young gentleman turned on his heel, and Malcolm led his grandfather from the house without further molestation. It was all he could do, however, to get him home. The old man's strength was utterly gone. His knees bent trembling under him, and the arm which rested on his grandson's shook as with an ague fit. Malcolm was glad indeed when at length he had him safe in bed, by which time his hand had swollen to a great size, and the suffering grown severe. Thoroughly exhausted by his late fierce emotions, Duncan soon fell into a troubled sleep, whereupon Malcolm went to Meg Partan, and begged her to watch beside him until he should return, informing her of the way his grandfather had been treated, and adding that he had gone into such a rage that he feared he would be ill in consequence, and if he should be unable to do his morning's duty, it would almost break his heart. "Eh," said the Partaness in a whisper, as they parted at Duncan's door. "A bad temper is a frightsome thing. I'm sure the times I had telled him it would be the ruin o' him." To Malcolm's gentle knock, Miss Horne's door was opened by Jean. "What do you want at sic an untimious hour," she said, "when honest folk's all in their nightcaps?" "I want to see Miss Horne, gin you please," he answered. "I s' warrant she'll be in her bed and snoring," said Jean, "but I s' gang and see." Ere she went, however, Jean saw that the kitchen door was closed, for whether she belonged to the class honest folk or not, Mrs. Catanach was in Miss Horne's kitchen, and not in her nightcap. Jean returned presently with an invitation for Malcolm to walk up to the parlour. "I ha' gotten a small mishanter, Miss Horne," he said, as he entered, "and I thought I couldna do better than come to you, 'cause ye can hold your tongue, and that's more nor many one in the port o' Portlossie can, mem." The compliment, correct in fact as well as honest in intent, was not thrown away on Miss Horne, to whom it was the more pleasing that she could regard it as a just tribute. Malcolm told her all the story, rousing thereby a mighty indignation in her bosom, a great fire in her hawk nose, and a succession of wild flashes in her hawk eyes. But when he showed her his hand, "Lord, Malcolm," she cried, "it's a mercy I was made wantin' feelin's, or I couldna ha' bide the sight. My poor bairn!" Then she rushed to the stair and shouted, "Jean, ye limmer! Jean! Fetch some hot water, and some linen cloths." "I had none o' neither," replied Jean from the bottom of the stair. "Make up the fire, and put on some water directly. I s' find some clotties," she added, turning to Malcolm, "gin I should rive the tale frae my best Sunday sark." She returned with rags enough for a small hospital, and until the grumbling Jean brought the hot water, they sat and talked in the glimmering light of one long-beaked tallow candle. "It's a terrible hoose, yon o' Lossie," said Miss Horne, "and there's been terrible things done intil it. The old Marquis was an ill man. I dare not say what he wouldna ha' done, gin half the tales be true 'at they tell o' him, and the last one was little better. This one winna be so ill, but it's clear 'at he's tarred with the same stick." "I dinna think he means anything muckle amiss," agreed Malcolm, whose wrath had by this time subsided a little, through the quieting influences of Miss Horne's sympathy. "He's mair thoughtless, I do believe, than ill-contrived, and all for his fun. He spak unco kind to me afterhyne, but I couldna accept it, ye see, after the way he had served my daddy. But wouldna ye ha' thought he was old enough to ken better by this time?" "An old fool's the worst fool of a'," said Miss Horne. "But nothing o' that kind, be it as mad and pranksome as ever sic ploy could be, is to be made mention o' aside the things that was muttered of his brother. I budna come o'er them till a young lad like yoursel. They were never said straight out, mind ye, but just minted at like, with a down draw o' the brows, and a wee side shake o' the head, as gin the body would say, I could tell ye gin I dare. But I doubt mysel' gin onything was kent, though muckle was mair nor suspected. And where there's reek, there mun be fire. As she spoke, she was doing her best, with many expressions of pity, for his hand. When she had bathed and bound it up, and laid it in a sling, he wished her good night. Arrived at home, he found, to his dismay, that things had not been going well. Indeed, while yet several houses off, he had heard the voices of the Partan's wife and his grandfather in fierce dispute. The old man was beside himself with anxiety about Malcolm, and the woman, instead of soothing him, was opposing everything he said, and irritating him frightfully. The moment he entered, each opened a torrent of accusations against the other, and it was with difficulty that Malcolm prevailed on the woman to go home. The presence of his boy soon calmed the old man, however, and he fell into a troubled sleep, in which Malcolm, who sat by his bed all night, heard him at intervals, now lamenting over the murdered of Glencoe, now exulting in a stab that had reached the heart of Glenlyon, and now bewailing his ruined bagpipes. At length, towards morning, he grew quieter, and Malcolm fell asleep in his chair. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Malcolm, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 20. Advances. When he woke, Duncan still slept, and Malcolm, having got ready some tea for his grandfather's, and a little brose for his own breakfast, sat down again by the bedside, and awaited the old man's waking. The first sign of it that reached him was the feebly uttered question, "Will the dog be dead, Malcolm?" "As sure as ye stab at him," answered Malcolm. "Then she'll be getting herself ready," said Duncan, making a motion to rise. "What for, Daddy?" "For the hangin', my son," answered Duncan coolly. "Time enough for that, Daddy, when they send to tell ye," returned Malcolm, cautious of revealing the facts of the case. "Very good," said Duncan, and fell asleep again. In a little while he woke with a start. "She'll be having an evil dream, my son Malcolm," he said, "or it will be more than a dream. Connell Glenlyon, God curse him, came to her bedside, and he'll say to her, 'MacDonald,' he said, for being a dead man he would be knowing my name. 'MacDonald,' he said, 'what did you'll be meaning by dirking my posterity?' And she answered, and said to him, 'I pray it had been yourself, you damned Glenlyon.' And he said to me, 'It'll be no good wishing that. It would be doing you no good to dirk me, for I'm a dead man.' And a damned man, says herself, and would have taken him by the throat, but she couldn't move. 'Well, I'm not so sure of that,' says he, 'for I've begged all their pardons.' 'And did they give them to you, you dog?' says herself. 'Well, I'm not sure,' says he. 'Anyhow, I'm not damned very much yet.' 'She'll be much sorry to hear it,' says herself. And she took care always to be calling him some bad name, so that he shouldn't say she'll be forgiving him, whatever the rest of them might be doing. 'But what troubles me,' said he, 'it'll not be about myself at all.' 'That'll be a wonder,' says her nanesel. 'And what may it be about, you cutthroat?' 'It'll be about yourself,' says he. 'About herself?' 'Yes, about yourself,' says he. 'I'm sorry for you, for the thing that's to be done with him that killed a man, all because he bore my name, and he wasn't a son of mine at all. There is no pot in hell deep enough to put him in.' 'Then they must make haste and dig one,' says herself, 'for she'll be hanged in a day or two.' So she'll wake up, and behold, it was a dream." "And no sic an ill dream after all, Daddy," said Malcolm. "Not an evil dream, my son, when it makes her almost wish that she hadn't been quite killing the dog. Last night she would have made a boy of his skin like any other dog's skin, And today, no, my son, it was a very evil dream. And to be told that the great devil, Glenlyon herself, was not very much damned. It was a very evil dream, my son. Well, Daddy, maybe you'll take it for ill news, but ye killed nobody. Did she not drive her dirk into the dog? Cried Duncan fiercely. Och hon, then she's ashamed of herself for ever, when she might have done it, and it'll have to be done yet. He paused a few moments, and then resumed. And she'll not be going to be hanged. Maybe that will be better, for you wouldn't have liked to see your old grandfather to be hanged, Malcolm, my son. Not that she would have minded it herself in such a good cause, Malcolm. But she didn't be very happy after she did think she had done it, for you see he wasn't the very man his own self, and that must be counted. But she did kill something. What was it, Malcolm? Ye sent a grand dish flying, answered Malcolm. I se warrant it cost £1, to judge by the gold upon it. She'll hear a noise of breaking, but she did stab something soft. You stuck your dirk into my lord's mahogany table, said Malcolm. It not a good rug to haul it out. Then her arm has not lost all its strength, Malcolm. I prayed the table had been the ribs of Glenlyon. You maunna pray no such prayers, Daddy. Mind upon what Glenlyon said to ye last night. Gin I was you, I would not have a pot howked express for mysel, down yonner, in yon place that ye dreamed about. Well, I'll forgive him a little, Malcolm. Not the one that's dead, but the one that didn't do it, you know. But how will she be forgiving him for ripping her poor bag? Och hon, no more musics for her dying days, Malcolm. Och hon, I shall go creeping to the grave with no loud noises to defy to enemy. Her pipes is dumb for ever and ever. Och hon. The lengthening of his days had restored bitterness to his loss. I'll soon set the bag right, Daddy. Or gin I cannot do that, we'll get a new one. Mony a pibroch'll come skirling out of that chanter yet, ere all be done. They were interrupted by the unceremonious entrance of the same footman who had brought the invitation. He carried a magnificent set of ebony pipes, with silver mountings. "A present from my lord the Marquis," he said bumptiously, almost rudely, and laid them on the table. "Dinna lay them there. Take them frae that, or I'll fling them your puthered wig," said Malcolm. "It's a stand of pipes," he added, "and that a gran one, Daddy." "Take them away," cried the old man, in a voice too feeble to support the load of indignation it bore. "She'll be taking no presents from Marquis or Duke that would be deceiving old Duncan, and making him drink with the cursed Glenlyon. Tell the Marquis he'll be sending her grey hairs with sorrow to the grave, for she'll be dishonoured for ever and henceforth." Probably pleased to be the bearer of a message fraught with so much amusement, the man departed in silence with the pipes. The Marquis, although the joke had threatened, and indeed so far taken, a serious turn, had yet been thoroughly satisfied with its success. The rage of the old man had been to his eyes ludicrous in the extreme, and the anger of the young one so manly as to be even picturesque. He had even made a resolve, half dreamy and of altogether improbable execution, to do something for the fisher fellow. The pipes which he had sent as a solatium to Duncan were a set that belonged to the house, ancient, and in the eyes of either connoisseur or antiquarian exceedingly valuable. But the Marquis was neither the one nor the other, and did not in the least mind parting with them. As little did he doubt a propitiation through their means, was utterly unprepared for a refusal of his gift, and was nearly as much perplexed as annoyed thereat. For one thing, he could not understand such offence taken by one in Duncan's lowly position, for although he had plenty of Highland blood in his own veins, he had never lived in the Highlands, and understood nothing of the habits or feelings of the Gael. What was noble in him, however, did feel somewhat rebuked, and he was even a little sorry at having raised a barrier between himself and the manly young fisherman, to whom he had taken a sort of liking from the first. Of the ladies in the drawing-room, to whom he had recounted the vastly amusing joke with all the graphic delineation for which he had been admired at court, none, although they all laughed, had appeared to enjoy the bad recital thoroughly, except the bold-faced countess. Lady Florimel regarded the affair as undignified at the best, was sorry for the old man, who must be mad, she thought, and was pleased only with the praises of her squire of low degree. The wound in his hand the Marquis either thought too trifling to mention, or serious enough to have clouded the clear sky of frolic under which he desired the whole transaction to be viewed. They were seated at their late breakfast when the lackey passed the window on his return from his unsuccessful mission, and the Marquis happened to see him, carrying the rejected pipes. He sent for him, and heard his report, then with a quick nod dismissed him, his way when angry, and sat silent. "Wasn't it spirited? In such poor people, too," said Lady Florimel, the colour rising in her face, and her eyes sparkling. "It was damned impudent," said the Marquis. "I think it was damned dignified," said Lady Florimel. The Marquis stared. The visitors, after a momentary silence, burst into a great laugh. "I wanted to see," said Lady Florimel calmly, "whether I couldn't swear if I tried. I don't think it tastes nice. I shan't take to it, I think." "You'd better not in my presence, my lady," said the Marquis, his eyes sparkling with fun. "I shall certainly not do it out of your presence, my lord," she returned. "Now I think of it," she went on, "I know what I will do. Every time you say a bad word in my presence, I shall say it after you. I shan't mind who's there, parson or magistrate. Now you'll see." "You will get into the habit of it." "Except you get out of the habit of it first, papa," said the girl, laughing merrily. "You confounded little Amazon," said her father. "But what's to be done about those confounded pipes?" she resumed. "You can't allow such people to serve you so. Return your presents, indeed. Suppose I undertake the business." "By all means. What will you do?" "Make them take them, of course. It would be quite horrible never to be quits with the old lunatic." "As you please, puss." "Then you put yourself in my hands, papa?" "Yes. Only you must mind what you're about, you know." "That I will, and make them mind too," she answered, and the subject was dropped. Lady Florimel counted upon her influence with Malcolm, and his again with his grandfather, but careful of her dignity, she would not make direct advances. She would wait an opportunity of speaking to him. But, although she visited the sand-hill almost every morning, an opportunity was not afforded her. Meanwhile, the state of Duncan's bag and of Malcolm's hand forbidding, neither pipes were played nor gun was fired to arouse Marquis or Burgess. When a fortnight had thus passed, Lady Florimel grew anxious concerning the justification of her boast, and the more so that her father seemed to avoid all reference to it. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 21. Mediation. At length it was clear to Lady Florimel that if her father had not forgotten her undertaking, but was, as she believed, expecting from her some able stroke of diplomacy, it was high time that something should be done to save her credit. Nor did she forget that the unpiped silence of the royal borough was the memento of a practical joke of her father, so cruel that a piper would not accept the handsome propitiation offered on its account by a marquis. On a lovely evening, therefore, the sunlight lying slant on waters that heaved and sunk in a flowing tide, now catching the gold on lifted crests, now losing it in purple hollows, Lady Florimel found herself, for the first time, walking from the lower gate towards the Seaton. Rounding the west end of the village, she came to the sea-front, where, encountering a group of children, she requested to be shown the blind piper's cottage. 10 of them started at once to lead the way, and she was presently knocking at the half-open door, through which she could not help seeing the two at their supper of dry oat-cake, and still drier skim-milk cheese, with a jug of cold water to wash it down. Neither, having just left the gentlemen at their wine, could she help feeling the contrast between the dinner just over at the house and the meal she now beheld. At the sound of her knock, Malcolm, who was seated with his back to the door, rose to answer the appeal. The moment he saw her, the blood rose from his heart to his cheek in similar response. He opened the door wide, and in low, something tremulous tones, invited her to enter, then caught up a chair, dusted it with his bonnet,
and placed it for her by the window, where a red ray of the setting sun fell on a huge flowered hydrangea. Her quick eye caught sight of his bound-up hand. "How have you hurt your hand?" she asked kindly. Malcolm made signs that prayed for silence, and pointed to his grandfather, but it was too late. "Hurt your hand, Malcolm, my son?" cried Duncan, with surprise and anxiety mingled. "How will you be doing that?" "Here's a bonny young lady come to see you, Daddy," said Malcolm, seeking to turn the question aside. "She'll be very glad to see the bonny young lady, and she's greatly obliged for the honour. But if the bonny young lady will be excusing her, what'll be hurting your hand, Malcolm?" "I'll tell you afterhind, Daddy. This is my Lady Florimel, frae the house." Said Duncan, the pain of his insult keenly renewed by the mere mention of the scene of it. "But," he went on, continuing aloud the reflections of a moment of silence, "she'll be a lady, and it's not to be laid to her charge. Sit down, my lady. The poor place is your own." But Lady Florimel was already seated, and busy in her mind as to how she could best enter on the object of her visit. The piper sat silent, revolving a painful suspicion with regard to Malcolm's hurt. "So you won't forgive my father, Mr. MacPhail?" said Lady Florimel. "She would forgive any man but two men," he answered, "Glenlyon, and a man, whoever he might be, who would put upon her the disgrace of drinking in his company." "But you're quite mistaken," said Lady Florimel in a pleading tone. "I don't believe my father knows the gentleman you speak of." "Gentleman!" echoed Duncan. "He is a dog. No, he is no dog. Dogs is good. He is a mongrel of a fox and a wolf." "There was no Campbell at our table that evening," persisted Lady Florimel. "Then who told Duncan MacPhail a lie?" "It was nothing but a joke, indeed," said the girl, beginning to feel humiliated. "It was a bad joke, and might have been the hanging of poor Duncan," said the piper. Now Lady Florimel had heard a rumour of someone having been hurt in the affair of the joke, and her quick wits instantly brought that and Malcolm's hand together. "It might have been," she said, risking a miss for the advantage. "It was well that you hurt nobody but your own grandson." "Oh, my lady!" cried Malcolm with despairing remonstrance. "And me holding it frae him all this time! You should have considered an old man's feelings. He's as blind as a mole, my lady." "His feelings!" retorted the girl angrily. "He ought to know the mischief he does in his foolish rages." Duncan had risen, and was now feeling his way across the room. Having reached his grandson, he laid hold of his head and pressed it to his bosom. "Malcolm," he said, in a broken and hollow voice, not to be recognized as his. "Malcolm, my eagle of the crag, my heart of the heather, was it yourself she stabbed with her evil hand, my son? Did she'll be hurting her own boy? She'll never wear dirk more. Och hone, och hone." He turned, and with bowed head seeking his chair, seated himself and wept. Lady Florimel's anger vanished. She was by his side in a moment, with her lovely young hand on the bony expanse of his as it covered his face. On the other side, Malcolm laid his lips to his ear, and whispered with soothing expostulation, "It's most as weel as ever, Daddy. It's none the waur. It was but a bit of a skart. It's no worth twice thinking of." "The dirk went through it, Malcolm. It went into the table. She knows now. Oh, Malcolm, Malcolm, would to God she had killed herself before she hurted her boy." He made Malcolm sit down beside him, and taking the wounded hand in both of his, sunk into a deep silence, utterly forgetful of the presence of Lady Florimel, who retired to her chair, kept silence also, and waited. "It was not a good joke," he murmured at length, "upon an honest man, and might be calling herself a gentleman. A rage is not a joke. To put her in a rage was not good. See to it, and it was a very bad joke, too, to make a big hole in her poor bag. Oh, Con, oh, Con. But I'm glad Glenlyon was not there, for she was too blind to kill him." "But you will surely forgive my father when he wants to make it up. Those pipes have been in the family for hundreds of years," said Florimel. "Her own pipes has been in her own family for 5 or 6 generations at least," said Duncan.
and she was wondering why her boy didn't be mending her bag. My poor boy. Oh, Con! Oh, Con!"
"We'll get a new bag, Daddy," said Malcolm. "It's been long past mending with old age." "And then you will be able to play together," urged Lady Florimel. Duncan's resolution was visibly shaken by the suggestion. He pondered for a while. At last he opened his mouth solemnly, and said, with the air of one who had found a way out of a hitherto impassable jungle of difficulty, "If her Lord Marquis will come to Duncan's house, and say to Duncan it was but a joke and he is sorry for it, then Duncan will shake hands with the Marquis, and take to pipes." A smile of pleasure lighted up Malcolm's face at the proud proposal. Lady Florimel smiled also, but with amusement. "Will my lady take Duncan's message to my lord the Marquis?" asked the old man. Now Lady Florimel had inherited her father's joy in teasing, and the thought of carrying him such an overture was irresistibly delightful. "I will take it," she said. "But what if he should be angry?" "If her lord be angry, Duncan is angry too," answered the piper. Malcolm followed Lady Florimel to the door. "Put it as soft as ye can, my lady," he whispered. "I canna bide to anger folk mair than mun be." "I shall give the message precisely as your grandfather gave it to me," said Florimel, and walked away. While they sat at dinner the next evening, she told her father from the head of the table all about her visit to the piper, and ended with the announcement of the condition, word for word, on which the old man would consent to a reconciliation. Could such a proposal have come from an equal whom he had insulted, the Marquis would hardly have waited for a challenge. To have done a wrong was nothing. To confess it would be disgrace. But here the offended party was of such ludicrously low condition, and the proposal therefore so ridiculous, that it struck the Marquis merely as a yet more amusing prolongation of the joke. Hence his reception of it was with uproarious laughter, in which all his visitors joined. "Damn the old windbag," said the Marquis. "Damn the knife that made the mischief," said Lady Florimel. When the merriment had somewhat subsided, Lord Michaelham, the youth of soldierly aspect, would have proposed whipping the Highland beggar, he said, were it not for the probability the old clothes-horse would fall to pieces. Whereupon Lady Florimel recommended him to try it on the young fisherman, who might possibly hold together, whereat the young lord looked both mortified and spiteful. I believe some compunction, perhaps even admiration, mingled itself, in this case, with Lord Lossie's relish of an odd and amusing situation, and that he was inclined to compliance with the conditions of atonement, partly for the sake of mollifying the wounded spirit of the Highlander. He turned to his daughter and said, "Did you fix an hour, Flory, for your poor father to make amende honorable?" "No, papa, I did not go so far as that." The Marquis kept a few moments' grave silence. "Your lordship is surely not meditating such a solecism," said Mr. Morrison, the Justice Laird. "Indeed I am," said the Marquis. "It would be too great a condescension," said Mr. Cavins, "and your lordship will permit me to doubt the wisdom of it. These fishermen form a class by themselves. They are a rough set of men, and only too ready to despise authority. You will not only injure the prestige of your rank, my lord, but expose yourself to endless imposition." "The spirit moves me, and we are commanded not to quench the spirit," rejoined the Marquis with a merry laugh, little thinking that he was actually describing what was going on in him, that the spirit of good concerning which he jested was indeed not working in him, but gaining on him in his resolution of that moment. "Come, Flory," said the Marquis, to whom it gave a distinct pleasure to fly in the face of advice. "We'll go at once and have it over." So they set out together for the Seton, followed by the bagpipes, carried by the same servant as before, and were received by the overjoyed Malcolm, and ushered into his grandfather's presence. Whatever may have been the projected attitude of the Marquis, the moment he stood on the piper's floor, the generosus, that is, the gentleman in him, got the upper hand, and his behaviour to the old man was not polite merely, but respectful. At no period in the last 20 years had he been so nigh the kingdom of heaven as he was now, when making his peace with the blind piper. When Duncan heard his voice, he rose with dignity, and made a stride or two towards the door, stretching forth his long arm to its full length, and spreading wide his great hand with the brown palm upwards.
"Her namesel will be proud to see my lord Marquis under her roof," he said. The visit itself had already sufficed to banish all resentment from his soul. The Marquis took the proffered hand kindly. "I have come to apologize," he said. "Not one word more, my lord, I beg," interrupted Duncan. "My lord is come out of his goodness to bring her a great gift, for he'll be hearing of the sad accident which befell her poor pipes one evening lately. They was very old, my lord, and easily hurt." "I am sorry," said the Marquis, but again Duncan interrupted him. "I am glad, my lord," he said, "for it brings me to great joy. If my lady and your lordship will honour her poor house by sitting down, she will have the pleasure of be offering them a little music." His hospitality would give them of the best he had, but ere the entertainment was over, the Marquis judged himself more than fairly punished by the pipes for all the wrong he had done the piper. They sat down, and at a sign from his lordship, the servant placed his charge in Duncan's hands, and retired. The piper received the instrument with a proud gesture of gratification, felt it all over, screwed at this and that for a moment, then filled the great bag gloriously full. The next instant a scream invaded the astonished air fit to rival the skirl produced by the tosey tyke of Kirk Alloway. Another instant, and the piper was on his legs, as full of pleasure and pride as his bag of wind, strutting up and down the narrow chamber like a turkey-cock before his hens, and turning ever, after precisely so many strides, with a grand gesture and mighty sweep, as if he too had a glorious tale to mind, and was bound to keep it ceaselessly quivering to the tremor of the reed in the throat of his chanter. Malcolm, erect behind their visitors, gazed with admiring eyes at every motion of his grandfather. To one who had from earliest infancy looked up to him with reverence, there was nothing ridiculous in the display, in the strut, in all that to other eyes too evidently revealed the vanity of the piper. Malcolm regarded it all only as making up the orthodox mode of playing the pipes. It was indeed well that he could not see the expression upon the faces of those behind whose chairs he stood, while for moments that must have seemed minutes they succumbed to the wild uproar which issued from those splendid pipes. On an opposite hillside, with a valley between, it would have sounded poetic. In a charging regiment, none could have wished for more inspiriting battle strains. Even in a great hall, inspiring and guiding the merry reel, it might have been in place and welcome. But in a room of 10 feet by 12, with a wooden ceiling, acting like a drumhead, at the height of 7 feet and a half, it was little below torture to the Marquis and Lady Florimel. Simultaneously they rose to make their escape. "My lord and my lady mun be goin', Daddy," cried Malcolm. Absorbed in the sound which his lungs created and his fingers modulated, the piper had forgotten all about his visitors. But the moment his grandson's voice reached him, the tumult ceased. He took the port-vent from his lips, and with sightless eyes turned full on Lord Lossie, said in a low, earnest voice, "My lord, she'll be the grandest stand o' pipes she ever blew, and proud and thankful she'll be to her lord Marquis, and to the Lord o' Lords for the gift. The pipes shall go down from generation to generation to the end of time. Yes, my lord, until the loud cry of them be drowned in the roar of the trump of the great Archangel, when he'll be setting one foot on the land, and the other foot upon the sea, and Glenlyon shall be cast into the lake of fire." He ended with a low bow. They shook hands with him, thanked him for his music, wished him good night, and with a kind nod to Malcolm, left the cottage. Duncan resumed his playing the moment they were out of the house, and Malcolm, satisfied of his well-being for a couple of hours at least, he had been music-starved so long, went out also, in quest of a little solitude. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 22. Whence and Whither. He wandered along the shore on the land side of the mound, with a favourite old book of Scottish ballads in his hand, every now and then stooping to gather a sea anemone, a white flower something like a wild geranium, with a faint, sweet smell, or a small, short-stalked harebell, or a red daisy as large as a small primrose. For along the coast there, on cliff or in sand, on rock or in field, the daisies are remarkable for size, and often not merely tipped, but dyed throughout with a deep red.
He had gathered a bunch of the finest, and had thrown himself down on the side of the dune, whence, as he lay, only the high road, the park wall, the temple of the winds, and the blue sky were visible. The vast sea, for all the eye could tell, was nowhere. Not a ripple of it was to be seen, but the ear was filled with the night gush and flow of it. A sweet wind was blowing, hardly blowing, rather gliding like a slumbering river from the west. The sun had vanished, leaving a ruin of gold and rose behind him, gradually fading into dull orange and lead and blue sky and stars. There was light enough to read by, but he never opened his book. He was thinking over something Mr. Graham had said to him a few days before, namely, that all impatience of monotony, all weariness of best things even, are but signs of the eternity of our nature, the broken human fashions of the divine everlastingness. "I dinna ken where it comes frae," said a voice above him. He looked up. On the ridge of the mound, the whole of his dwarfed form relieved against the sky, and looking large in the twilight, stood the Mad Laird, reaching out his forehead towards the west, with his arms expanded as if to meet the ever-coming wind. "Naebody kens where the wind comes frae, or where it gangs till," said Malcolm. "You're not a hair waur off nor ither folk there, laird." "Does it come frae a good place, or frae an ill?" said the laird, doubtingly. "It's soft and kindly in the fine of it," returned Malcolm suggestively, rising and joining the laird on the top of the dune, and like him spreading himself out to the western air. The twilight had deepened, merging into such night as the summer in that region knows, a sweet pale memory of the past day. The sky was full of sparkles of pale gold in a fathomless blue. There was no moon. The darker sea lay quiet below, with only a murmur about its lip, and fitfully reflected the stars. The soft wind kept softly blowing. Behind them shone a light at the harbour's mouth, and a twinkling was here and there visible in the town above. But all was as still as if there were no life, save in the wind and the sea and the stars. The whole feeling was as if something had been finished in heaven, and the outmost ripples of the following rest had overflowed, and were now pulsing faintly and dreamily across the bosom of the labouring earth, with feeblest suggestion of the mighty peace beyond. Alas, words can do so little, even such a night is infinite. "Aye," answered the laird, "but it makes me down for it like, in the inside." "Some of the best things does that," said Malcolm. "I think a kiss frae my mother would gar me greet." He knew the laird's peculiarities well, but in the thought of his mother, had forgotten the antipathy of his companion to the word. Stewart gave a moaning cry, put his fingers in his ears, and glided down the slope of the dune, seawards. Malcolm was greatly distressed. He had a regard for the laird far beyond pity, and could not bear the thought of having inadvertently caused him pain. But he dared not follow him, for that would be but to heighten the anguish of the tortured mind and the suffering of the sickly frame. For when pursued, he would accomplish a short distance at an incredible speed, then drop suddenly, and lie like one dead. Malcolm therefore threw off his heavy boots, and starting at full speed along the other side of the dune, made for the Bord Craig, his object being to outrun the laird without being seen by him, and so, doubling the rock, return with leisurely steps and meet him. Sweetly the west wind whistled about his head as he ran. In a few minutes he had rounded the rock, towards which the laird was still running, but now more slowly. The tide was high and came near its foot, leaving but a few yards of passage between, in which space they approached each other, Malcolm with sauntering step as if strolling homewards. Lifting his bonnet, a token of respect he never omitted when he met the Mad Laird, he stood aside in the narrow way. Mr. Stewart stopped abruptly, took his fingers from his ears, and stared in perplexity. "It's a right bonny night, laird," said Malcolm. The poor fellow looked hurriedly behind him, then stared again, then made gestures backward, and next pointed at Malcolm with rapid pokes of his forefinger. Bewilderment had brought on the impediment in his speech, and all Malcolm could distinguish in the babbling efforts at utterance which followed, were the words, "Two of them! Two of them! Two of them!" often and hurriedly repeated. "It's a fine, soft, sleeked wind, laird," said Malcolm, as if they were meeting for the first time that night. "I think it maun come frae the blue there, ayont the stars. There's a heap o' wonderful things there, they tell me, and whiles a strokin' wind, and whiles a rosy smell, and whiles a bright light, and whiles, they say, an old yearnin' song will break out, and wanner away down,
and gang flitting and fleeing among the sair hearts of the men and women folk 'at cannot get things putten right." "I think there are 2 fools of them," said the Marquis, referring to the words of the laird. He was seated with Lady Florimel on the town side of the rock, hidden from them by one sharp corner. They had seen the Mad Laird coming, and had recognized Malcolm's voice. "I dinna ken where I come frae," burst from the laird, the word where drawn out and emphasized almost to a howl, and as he spoke he moved on again, but gently now, towards the rocks of the Scournos. Anxious to get him thoroughly soothed before they parted, Malcolm accompanied him. They walked a little way side by side in silence, the laird every now and then heaving his head like a fretted horse towards the sky, as if he sought to shake the heavy burden from his back, straighten out his poor twisted spine, and stand erect like his companion. "Ay," Malcolm began again, as if he had in the meantime been thinking over the question, and was now assured upon it. "The wind maun come frae yont the stars, for dinna ye mind, laird, ye was at the kirk last Sunday, wasna ye?" The laird nodded an affirmative, and Malcolm went on. "And dinna ye hear the minister read frae the book, at how ilka good and ilka perfect gift was frae abune, and cam frae the Father o' Lights?" "Father o' Lights," repeated the laird, and looked up at the stars. "I dinna ken where I come frae. I hadna father. I have only a woman." The moment he had said the word, he began to move his head from side to side, like a scared animal seeking where to conceal itself. "The Father o' Lights is your father, and mine, the father o' all of us," said Malcolm. "Of all good folk, I dare say," said the laird, with a deep and quivering sigh. "Mr. Graham says, of all body," returned Malcolm, "good and ill. O' the good to hold them good and make them better, o' the ill to make them good." "Gin that were true," said the laird. They walked on in silence for a minute. All at once the laird threw up his hands, and fell flat on his face on the sand, his poor hump rising skywards above his head. Malcolm thought he had been seized with one of the fits to which he was subject, and knelt down beside him to see if he could do anything for him. Then he found he was praying. He heard him, he could but just hear him, murmuring over and over, all but inaudibly, "Father o' Lights, Father o' Lights, Father o' Lights." It seemed as if no other word dared mingle itself with that cry. Maniac or not, the mood of the man was supremely sane, and altogether too sacred to disturb. Malcolm retreated a little way, sat down in the sand, and watched beside him. It was a solemn time, the full tide lapping up on the long yellow sand from the wide sea, darkening out to the dim horizon, the gentle wind blowing through the molten darkness. Overhead, the great vault without arch or keystone, of dim liquid blue, and sown with worlds so far removed they could only shine. And on the shore, the centre of all the cosmic order, a misshapen heap of man, a tumulus in which lay buried a live and lovely soul. The one pillar of its chapter house had given way, and the down-rushing ruin had so crushed and distorted it, that thenceforth, until some resurrection should arrive, disorder and misshape must appear to it the law of the universe, and loveliness but the passing dream of a brain glad to deceive its own misery, and so to fancy it had received from above what it had itself generated of its own poverty from below. To the mind's eye of Malcolm, the little hump on the sand was heaved to the stars, higher than ever Roman tomb or Egyptian pyramid, in silent appeal to the sweet heavens, a dumb prayer for pity, a visible groan for the resurrection of the body. For a few minutes he sat as still as the prostrate laird. But bethinking himself that his grandfather would not go to bed until he went back, also that the laird was in no danger, as the tide was now receding, he resolved to go and get the old man to bed, and then return. For somehow he felt in his heart that he ought not to leave him alone. He could not enter into his strife to aid him, or come near him in any closer way than watching by his side until his morning dawned, or at least the waters of his flood assuaged. Yet what he could he must. He would wake with him in his conflict. He rose and ran for the board crag, through which lay the straight line to his abandoned boots. As he approached the rock, he heard the voices of Lord Lossie and Lady Florimel, who, although the one had not yet verified her being, the other had almost ruined his,
were nevertheless enjoying the same thing, the sweetness of the night, together. Not hearing Malcolm's approach, they went on talking, and as he was passing swiftly through the bore, he heard these words from the Marquis. "The world's an ill-baked cake, Flory, and all that a woman at least can do is to cut as large a piece of it as possible, for immediate use." The remark being a general one, Malcolm cannot be much blamed if he stood with one foot lifted to hear Florimel's reply. "If it's an ill-baked one, papa," she returned, "I think it would be better to cut as small a piece of it as will serve for immediate use." Malcolm was delighted with her answer, never thinking whether it came from her head or her heart, for the two were at one in himself. As soon as he appeared on the other side of the rock, the Marquis challenged him. "Who goes there?" he said. "Malcolm MacPhail, my lord." "You rascal," said his lordship, good-humouredly, "you've been listening." "No, muckle, my lord. I heard but a word apiece, and I mun say my lady had the best of the logic." "My lady generally has, I suspect," laughed the Marquis. "How long have you been in the rock there?" "Not a minute, my lord. I fling off my boots to run after a friend, and that's how you didna hear me come up. I'm going after them noo, to gang home in them. Good night, my lord. Good night, my lady." He turned and pursued his way, but Florimel's face, glimmering through the night, went with him as he ran. He told his grandfather how he had left the Mad Laird lying on his face, on the sands between the Board Crag and the rocks of the promontory, and said he would like to go back to him. "He'll be having a fit, poor man," said Duncan. "Yes, my son, you must go to him and do your best for him. After such an honour as we've had this day, we mustn't be forgetting our poor neighbours. Will you be taking to him a drop of the Ishkabeha?" "He takes nothing of that kind," said Malcolm. He could not tell him that the madman, as men called him, lay wrestling in prayer with the Father of Lights. The old Highlander was not irreverent, but the thing would have been unintelligible to him. He could readily have believed that the supposed lunatic might be favoured beyond ordinary mortals, that at that very moment, lost in his fit, he might be wrapped in a vision of the future, a wave of time, far off as yet from the souls of other men, even now rolling over his. But that a soul should seek after vital content by contact with its Maker was an idea belonging to a region which, in the Highlander's being, lay as yet an unwatered desert, an undiscovered land, whence even no faintest odour had been wafted across the still air of surprised contemplation. About the time when Malcolm once more sped through the Board Crag, the Marquis and Lady Florimel were walking through the tunnel on their way home, chatting about a great ball they were going to give the tenants. He found the laird where he had left him, and thought at first he must now surely be asleep, but once more bending over him, he could still hear him murmuring at intervals, "Father o' Lights, Father o' Lights." Not less compassionate, and more sympathetic than Eliphaz or Bildad or Zophar, Malcolm again took his place near him, and sat watching by him until the grey dawn began in the east. Then all at once the laird rose to his feet, and without a look on either side, walked steadily away towards the promontory. Malcolm rose also, and gazed after him until he vanished amongst the rocks, no motion of his distorted frame witnessing other than calmness of spirit. So his watcher returned in peace through the cool morning air, to the side of his slumbering grandfather. No one in the Seton of Portlossie ever dreamed of locking door or window at night. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Malcolm, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 23. Armageddon. The home season of the herring fishery was to commence a few days after the occurrences last recorded. The boats had all returned from other stations, and the little harbour was one crowd of stumpy masts, each with its halyard, the sole cordage visible, rove through the top of it, for the hoisting of a lug sail, tanned to a rich red brown. From this underwood towered aloft the masts of a coasting schooner, discharging its load of coal at the little quay. Other boats lay drawn up on the beach in front of the Seton, and beyond it on the other side of the burn. Men and women were busy with the brown nets, laying them out on the short grass of the shore, mending them with netting needles like small shuttles, carrying huge burdens of them on their shoulders in the hot sunlight. Others were mending, caulking, or tarring their boats, and looking to their various fittings. All was preparation for the new venture in their own waters, and everything went merrily and hopefully. Wives who had not accompanied their husbands now had them home again, and their anxieties would henceforth endure but for a night. Joy would come with the red sails in the morning. Lovers were once more together, the one great dread broken into 100 little questioning fears. Mothers had their sons again, to watch with loving eyes as they swung their slow limbs at their labour, or in the evening sauntered about, hands in pockets, pipe in mouth, and blue bonnet cast carelessly on the head. It was almost a single family, bound together by a network of intermarriages, so intricate as to render it impossible for anyone who did not belong to the community to follow the threads, or read the design of the social tracery. And while the Setons swarmed with the goings-on of life, the town of Portlossie lay above it, still as a country hamlet, with more odours than people about. Of people it was seldom indeed that 3 were to be spied at once in the wide street, while of odours you would always encounter a smell of leather from the saddler's shop, and a mingled message of bacon and cheese from the very general dealers, in whose window hung what seemed 3 hams, and only he who looked twice would discover that the middle object was no ham, but a violin, while at every corner lurked a scent of gillyflowers and southernwood. Idly supreme, Portlossie the upper looked down in condescension, that is, in half-concealed contempt, on the ant-heap below it. The evening arrived on which the greater part of the boats was to put off for the first essay. Malcolm would have made one in the little fleet, for he belonged to his friend Joseph Mair's crew, had it not been found impossible to get the new boat ready before the following evening, whence for this one more he was still his own master, with one more chance of a pleasure for which he had been on the watch ever since Lady Florimel had spoken of having a row in his boat. True, it was not often she appeared on the shore in the evening, nevertheless he kept watching the Dune with his keen eyes, for he had hinted to Mrs. Courthope that perhaps her young lady would like to see the boats go out. Although it was the 50th time his eyes had swept the links in vague hope, he could hardly believe their testimony when now at length he spied a form, which could only be hers, looking seaward from the slope, as still as a sphinx on Egyptian sands. He sauntered slowly towards her by the landward side of the Dune, gathering on his way a handful of the reddest daisies he could find, then, ascending the sand-hill, approached her along the top. "Saw ye ever sic goins in your life, my lady?" he said, holding out his posy. "Is that what you call them?" she returned. "Oh, aye, my lady. Daisies, ye call them. I dinna ken but yours is the bonnier name of the two. Can it be what Mr. Graham tells me the old poet Chaucer makes o't?" "What is that?" "Oh, just the een o' the day. The day's eyes, ye ken. They're sma' een for sic a great face, but syne there's a lot o' them to make up for that. They've begun to close already, but the mair they close, the bonnier they look, with their bits o' screwed up mowies. But saw ye ever sic red ones, or ony sic a size, my lady?" "I don't think I ever did. What is the reason they are so large and red?" "I dinna ken. There canna be muckle nourishment in sic a thin soil, but there maun be something that agrees with them. It's the same all round about here." Lady Florimel sat looking at the daisies, and Malcolm stood a few yards off watching for the first of the red sails, which must soon show themselves, creeping out on the ebb tide. Nor had he waited long before a boat appeared, then another and another, 6 huge oars, ponderous to toil withal, urging each from the shelter of the harbour out into the wide weltering plain. The fishing boat of that time was not decked as now, and each, with every lift of its bows, revealed to their eyes a gaping hollow, ready, if a towering billow should break above it, to be filled with sudden death. One by one the whole fleet crept out, and ever as they gained the breeze, up went the red sails and filled. Aside leaned every boat from the wind, and went dancing away over the frolicking billows towards the sunset, its sails, deep dyed in oak bark, shining redder and redder in the growing redness of the sinking sun. Nor did Portlossie alone send out her boats, like huge sea-birds warring on the live treasures of the deep. From beyond the headlands east and west, out they glided on slow red wing. From Scournose, from Sand-End, from Clamrock, from the villages all along the coast, spreading as they came, each to its work apart through all the laborious night, to rejoin its fellows only as home drew them back in the clear grey morning, laden and slow with the harvest of the stars. But the night lay between, into which they were sailing over waters of heaving green that forever kept tossing up roses, a night whose curtain was a horizon built up of steady blue, but gorgeous with passing purple and crimson, and flashing with molten gold. Malcolm was not one of those to whom the sea is but a pond for fish, and the sky a storehouse of wind and rain, sunshine and snow. He stood for a moment gazing, lost in pleasure. Then he turned to Lady Florimel. She had thrown her daisies on the sand, appeared to be deep in her book, and certainly caught nothing of the splendour before her beyond the red light on her page. "Saw ye ever a bonnier sight, my lady?" said Malcolm. She looked up, and saw, and gazed in silence. Her nature was full of poetic possibilities, and now a formless thought foreshadowed itself in a feeling she did not understand. Why should such a sight as this make her feel sad? The vital connection between joy and effort had begun from afar to reveal itself with the question she now uttered. "What is it all for?" she asked dreamily, her eyes gazing out on the calm ecstasy of colour, which seemed to have broken the bonds of law, and ushered in a new chaos, fit matrix of new heavens and new earth. "To catch heron," answered Malcolm, ignorant of the mood that prompted the question, and hence mistaking its purport. But a falling doubt had troubled the waters of her soul, and through the ripple she could descry it settling into form. She was silent for a moment. "I want to know," she resumed, "why it looks as if some great thing were going on. Why is all this pomp and show? Something ought to be at hand. All I see is the catching of a few miserable fish. If it were the eve of a glorious battle now, I could understand it. If those were the little English boats rushing to attack the Spanish Armada, for instance, but they are only gone to catch fish. Or if they were setting out to discover the isles of the west, the country beyond the sunset. But this jars." "I cannot answer ye all at once, my lady," said Malcolm. "I maun take time to think about it, but I ken brawly what ye mean." Even as he spoke he withdrew, and descending the mound, walked away beyond the board crag, regardless now of the far lessening sails and the sinking sun. The motes of the twilight were multiplying fast as he returned along the shore side of the dune, but Lady Florimel had vanished from its crest. He ran to the top. Thence, in the dim of the twilight, he saw her slow retreating form, phantom-like, almost at the grated door of the tunnel, which, like that of a tomb, appeared ready to draw her in and yield her no more. "My lady! My lady!" he cried. "Winna ye bide for it?" He went bounding after her like a deer. She heard him call, and stood holding the door half open. "It's the battle of Armageddon, my lady," he cried, as he came within hearing distance. "The battle of what?" she exclaimed, bewildered. "I really can't understand your savage Scotch." "Hoot, my lady, the battle of Armageddon's not one of the Scots battles. It's the battle atween the right and the wrong, 'at ye read about in the book of the Revelations." "What on earth are you talking about?" returned Lady Florimel, in dismay, beginning to fear that her squire was losing his senses. "It's just what ye was saying, my lady. Sic a pomp as yon bode to hang abone a grand battle, some gait or other." "What has the catching of fish to do with the battle in the Revelations?" said the girl, moving a little within the door. "Well, my lady, gien I took it in hand to set it forth to ye, I would have to tell ye all that Mr. Graham has been learning me, sin ever I can mind. He says that the whole economy of nature is fashioned unco like that of the kingdom of heaven. It's just a gradation of services, and the highest end of ony animal is to contribute to the life of one higher than itsel. So that it's the grand privilege of the fish we take to be aten by human beings, and uphold what's abune them." "That's a poor consolation to the fish," said Lady Florimel. "How ken ye that, my lady? You can tell near han as little about the heart of a heron, sick as it has, as the heron can tell about your own, whilk, I'm thinking, maun be o' the largest size." "How should you know anything about my heart, pray?" she asked, with more amusement than offence. "Just by my own," answered Malcolm. Lady Florimel began to fear she must have allowed the fisher lad more liberty than was proper, seeing he dared avow that he knew the heart of a lady of her position by his own. But indeed Malcolm was wrong, for in the scale of hearts, Lady Florimel's was far below his. She stepped quite within the door, and was on the point of shutting it, but something about the youth restrained her, exciting at least her curiosity. His eyes glowed with a deep, quiet light, and his face, even grand at the moment, had a greater influence upon her than she knew. Instead, therefore, of interposing the door between them, she only kept it poised, ready to fall to the moment the sanity of the youth should become a hair's breadth more doubtful than she already considered it. "It's all part o' one thing, my lady," Malcolm resumed. "The herrin's like the folk 'at carries the mate and the powder and sic-like, for them 'at does the fightin'. The heart o' the living man's the place where the battle's fought, and it's aye going on and on there atween God and Satan, and the fish they hold folk up till it." "Do you mean that the herrings help you to fight for God?" said Lady Florimel, with a superior smile. "Either for God or for the devil, my lady. That depends upon the folk themselves. I say it holds them up to fight, and the thing maun be foughten out. Folk to fight maun live, and the herring holds the life in them, and so the catching of the herring comes in to be a part of the battle." "Wouldn't it be more sensible to say that the battle is between the fishermen and the sea, for the sake of their wives and children?" suggested Lady Florimel supremely. "Na, my lady, it wouldna be half so sensible, for it wouldna justify the grandeur that hangs ower the fight. The battle with the sea is no so muckle of an affair. Indeed, gien it werena that the wives and the very weans had themselves to fight in the same battle a good nail, I dinna see the muckle differ there would be atween them and the fish, nor what for they sudna eat one another, as the creatures in the water do. But gien it be the battle I say, there can be no pomp o' sea or sky or grand for it, and it's a whale word gien it but hold the good ones merry and strong, and up to their work. For that, weel may the sun shine a celestial rosy red, and weel may the boatie row, and weel may the stars look down, blinking and looking again, ilk one doing its bonny part to make a man a right-hearted, good-willed soldier." "And pray, what may be your rank in this wonderful army?" asked Lady Florimel, with the air and tone of one humouring a lunatic. "I'm nothing but a raw recruit, my lady, but gien I had my choice, I would be piper to my regiment." "How do you mean?" "I would make songs. Dinna laugh at me, my lady, for they're the best kind o' weapon for the work 'at I ken. But I'm not a maker, and maun content mysel' with doing my work." "Then why," said Lady Florimel, with the conscious right of social superiority to administer good counsel, "why don't you work harder, and get a better house and wear better clothes?" Malcolm's mind was so full of far other and weightier things that the question bewildered him, but he grappled with the reference to his clothes. "'Deed, my lady," he returned, "ye may well say that, seeing ye was never aboard a herring boat. But gien ye once saw the inside o' one full o' fish, where a body gang splitterin' about, maybe up to the middle o's leg in wammelin' herring, and the next minute, maybe, wet to the skin with a splash of a muckle jaw, ye might think the clothes good enough for the work, though ill fit, I confess with shame, to come afore your ladyship." "I thought you only fished about close by the shore in a little boat. I didn't know you went with the rest of the fishermen. That's very dangerous work, isn't it?" "No ower dangerous, my lady. There's some gangs down ilka season, but it's all in the way o' your work." "Then how is it you're not gone fishing to-night?" "She's a new boat, and there's another day's work on her afore we win out. Wouldn't ye like a row the night, my lady?" "No, certainly. It's much too late." "It'll be none merker nor 'tis. But I reckon ye're right. I came ower by just to see whether you wouldna like to gang wi' the boats a bit, but your ladyship set me off thinking, and that put it out o' my head. It's too late now anyhow. Come to-morrow evening, and I'll see if I can't go with you." "I canna, my lady. That's the fash o' it. I maun gang wi' Blue Peter the morn's night. It was my last chance, I'm sorry to say." "It's not of the slightest consequence," Lady Florimel returned, and bidding him good night, she shut and locked the door. The same instant she vanished, for the tunnel was now quite dark. Malcolm turned with a sigh, and took his way slowly homeward along the top of the dune. All was dim about him, dim in the heavens, where a thin veil of grey had gathered over the blue, dim on the ocean, where the stars swayed and swung, in faint flashes of dissolving radiance, cast loose like ribbons of seaweed, dim all along the shore, where the white of the breaking wavelet melted into the yellow sand, and dim in his own heart, where the manner and words of the lady had half hidden her starry reflex with a chilling mist. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devora Allen. Chapter 24. The Feast. To the entertainment which the Marquis and Lady Florimel had resolved to give, all classes and conditions in the neighbourhood now began to receive invitations. Shopkeepers, there called merchants, and all socially above them, individually, by notes, in the name of the Marquis and Lady Florimel, but in the handwriting of Mrs. Crathie and her daughters, and the rest generally by the sound of bagpipes, and proclamation from the lips of Duncan MacPhail. To the satisfaction of Johnny Bikes, the exclusion of improper persons was left in the hands of the gatekeepers. The thing had originated with the factor. The old popularity of the lords of the land had vanished utterly during the life of the Marquis's brother, and Mr. Crathie, being wise in his generation, sought to initiate a revival of it, by hinting the propriety of some general hospitality, a suggestion which the Marquis was anything but loath to follow. For the present Lord Lossie, although as unready as most men to part with anything he cared for, could yet cast away magnificently, and had always greatly prized a reputation for liberality. For the sake of the fishermen, the first Saturday after the commencement of the home fishing was appointed. The few serious ones, mostly Methodists, objected on the ground of the proximity of the Sunday, but their attitude was, if possible, of still less consequence in the eyes of their neighbours that it was well known they would in no case have accepted such an invitation. The day dawned propitious. As early as 5 o'clock Mr. Crathie was abroad, booted and spurred, now directing the workmen who were setting up tents and tables, now conferring with house steward, butler, or cook, now mounting his horse and galloping off to the home farm or the distillery, or into the town to the Lossie Arms, where certain guests from a distance were to be accommodated, and whose landlady had undertaken the superintendence of certain of the victualling departments. For canny Mr. Crathie would not willingly have the meanest guest ask twice for anything he wanted. So invaluable did he consider a good word from the humblest quarter. And the best labours of the French cook, even had he reverenced instead of despising Scotch dishes, would have ill sufficed for the satisfaction of appetites critically appreciative of hotch-potch, sheep's head, haggis, and black puddings. The neighbouring nobility and landed gentlemen, the professional guests also, including the clergy, were to eat with the Marquis in the great hall. On the grass near the house, tents were erected for the burgesses of the borough, and the tenants of the Marquis's farms. I would have said on the lawn, but there was no lawn proper about the place, the ground was so picturesquely broken, in parts with all but precipices, and so crowded with trees. Hence its aspect was specially unlike that of an English park and grounds. The whole was Celtic, as distinguished in character from Saxon. For the lake-like lawn, for the wide sweeps of airy room, in which expand the mighty boughs of solitary trees, for the filmy grey-blue distances and the far-off segments of horizon, here were the tree-crowded grass, the close windings of the long glen of the burn, heavily overshadowed, and full of mystery and covert, but leading at last to the widest vantage of outlook, the wild heathery hill down which it drew its sharp furrow, while in front of the house, beyond hidden river and plain of tree-tops, and far-sunk shore with its dune and its bored crag and its tortuous caves, lay the great sea, a pouting under lip, met by the thin, reposeful, shall I say sorrowful, upper lip of the sky. A bridge of stately span, level with the sweep in front, honourable embodiment of the savings of a certain noble countess, one end resting on the same rock with the house, their foundations almost in contact, led across the burn to more and more trees, their roots swathed in the finest grass, through which ran broad carriage-drives and narrower footways, hard and smooth with yellow gravel. Here amongst the trees were set long tables for the fishermen, mechanics, and farm labourers. Here also was the place appointed for the piper. As the hour drew near, the guests came trooping in at every entrance. By the sea-gate came the fisher-folk, many of the men in the blue jersey, the women mostly in short-print gowns of large patterns, the married with huge, wide-frilled caps, and the unmarried with their hair gathered in silken nets. Bonnets there were very few. Each group that entered had a joke or a jibe for Johnny Bikes, which he met in varying but always surly fashion. In that of utter silence in the case of Duncan and Malcolm, at which the former was indignant, the latter merry. By the town gate came the people of Portlossie. By the new main entrance from the high road beyond the town, through lofty Greekish gates, came the lords and lairds, in yellow coaches, gigs, and post-chaises. By another gate, far up the glen, came most of the country folk, some walking, some riding, some driving, all merry, and with the best intentions of enjoying themselves. As the common people approached the house, they were directed to their different tables by the sexton, for he knew everybody. The Marquis was early on the ground, going about amongst his guests, and showing a friendly off-hand courtesy which prejudiced everyone in his favour. Lady Florimel soon joined him, and a certain frank way she had inherited from her father, joined to the great beauty her mother had given her, straightway won all hearts. She spoke to Duncan with cordiality. The moment he heard her voice, he pulled off his bonnet, put it under his arm, and responded with what I can find no better phrase to describe than a profuse dignity. Malcolm she favoured with a smile which swelled his heart with pride and devotion. The bold-faced countess next appeared. She took the Marquis's other arm, and nodded to his guests condescendingly and often, but seemed, after every nod, to throw her head farther back than before. Then, to haunt the goings of Lady Florimel, came Lord Michaelham, receiving little encouragement, but eager after such crumbs as he could gather. Suddenly the great bell under the highest of the gilded vanes rang a loud peal, and the Marquis having led his chief guests to the hall, as soon as he was seated, the tables began to be served simultaneously. At that where Malcolm sat with Duncan, Grace was grievously foiled by the latter, for, unaware of what was going on, he burst out, at the request of a waggish neighbour, with a tremendous blast, of which the company took advantage to commence operations at once, and presently the clatter of knives and forks and spoons was the sole sound to be heard in that division of the feast. Across the valley, from the neighbourhood of the house, came now and then a faint peal of laughter, for there they knew how to be merry while they ate. But here the human element was in abeyance, for people who work hard seldom talk while they eat. From the end of an overhanging bough a squirrel looked at them for one brief moment, wondering perhaps that they should not prefer cracking a nut in private, and vanished. But the birds kept singing, and the scents of the flowers came floating up from the garden below, and the burn went on with its own noises and its own silences, drifting the froth of its last passion down towards the doors of the world. In the hall, ancient jokes soon began to flutter their moulted wings, and musty compliments to offer themselves for the acceptance of the ladies, and meet with a reception varied by temperament and experience. What the bold-faced countess heard with a hybrid contortion, half sneer and half smile, would have made Lady Florimel stare out of big refusing eyes. Those more immediately around the Marquis were soon laughing over the story of the trick he had played the blind piper, and the apology he had had to make in consequence. And perhaps something better than mere curiosity had to do with the wish of several of the guests to see the old man and his grandson. The Marquis said the piper himself would take care they should not miss him, but he would send for the young fellow, who was equally fitted to amuse them, being quite as much of a character in his way as the other. He spoke to the man behind his chair, and in a few minutes Malcolm made his appearance, following the messenger. "Malcolm," said the Marquis kindly, "I want you to keep your eyes open, and see that no mischief is done about the place." "I do not think there's one of our own folk would do any mischief, my lord," answered Malcolm. "But when ye keep open yet, ye cannot be sure who wins in, especially with such a gowk as Johnny Bikes at one of them. Not that he would wrong your lordship a hair, my lord." "At all events you'll be on the alert," said the Marquis. "I will that, my lord. There's 2 or 3 about already that I dinna altogether like the looks of. They're not like country folk, and they're not fisher folk. It's not far off the time o' year when the gipsies are in the way of paying us a visit, and they may a come in at the bin yet, where there's none but an old wife to hold them out." "Well, well," said the Marquis, who had no fear about the behaviour of his guests, and had only wanted a colour for his request of Malcolm's presence. "In the meantime," he added, "we are rather short-handed here. Just give the butler a little assistance, will you?" "Willingly, my lord," answered Malcolm, forgetting altogether, in the prospect of being useful and within sight of Lady Florimel, that he had but half finished his own dinner. The butler, who had already had an opportunity of admiring his aptitude, was glad enough to have his help, and after this day used to declare that in a single week he could make him a better servant than any of the men who waited at table. It was indeed remarkable how, with such a limited acquaintance with the many modes of an artificial life, he was yet, by quickness of sympathetic insight, capable not only of divining its requirements, but of distinguishing, amid the multitude of appliances around, those fitted to their individual satisfaction. It was desirable, however, that the sitting in the hall should not be prolonged, and after a few glasses of wine, the Marquis rose, and went to make the round of the other tables. Taking them in order, he came last to those of the rustics, mechanics, and fisher-folk. These had advanced considerably in their potations, and the fun was loud. His appearance was greeted with shouts, into which Duncan struck with a paean from his pipes. But in the midst of the tumult, one of the oldest of the fishermen stood up, and in a voice accustomed to battle with windy uproars, called for silence. He then addressed their host. "Ye'll just make us proud by drinking a tumbler with us, your lordship," he said. "It's no ilka day we ha the honour of your lordship's company." "Or I of yours," returned the Marquis, with hearty courtesy. "I will do it with pleasure, or at least a glass. My head's not so well seasoned as some of yours. Gin your lordship's head had as many blasts o' night wind, and as many jups o' cold sea-water about its lugs as ours, it would have been fit to stan as muckle o' the barley bree as the stavest o' the lot, I se warrant." "I hope so," returned Lord Lossie, who, having taken a seat at the end of the table, was now mixing a tumbler of toddy. As soon as he had filled his glass, he rose, and drank to the fishermen of Portlossie, their wives and their sweethearts, wishing them a mighty conquest of herring, and plenty of children to keep up the breed and the war on the fish. His speech was received with hearty cheers, during which he sauntered away to rejoin his friends. Many toasts followed, one of which, "Damnation to the dogfish," gave opportunity to a wag, seated near the piper, to play upon the old man's well-known foible by adding, "and Comilla Glenlyon," whereupon Duncan, who had by this time taken more whiskey than was good for him, rose, and made a rambling speech, in which he returned thanks for the imprecation, adding thereto the hope that never might one of the brood accursed go down with honour to the grave. The fishermen listened with respectful silence, indulging only in nods, winks, and smiles for the interchange of amusement, until the utterance of the wish recorded, when, apparently carried away for a moment by his eloquence, they broke into loud applause. But from the midst of it, a low gurgling laugh, close by him, reached Duncan's ear. Excited though he was with strong drink and approbation, he shivered, sunk into his seat, and clutched at his pipes convulsively, as if they had been a weapon of defence. "Malcolm, Malcolm, my son," he muttered feebly, "there is a woman will be laughing. She is a bad woman. She makes me cold." Finding from the no response that Malcolm had left his side, he sat motionless, drawn into himself, and struggling to suppress the curdling shiver. Some of the women gathered about him, but he assured them it was nothing more than a passing sickness. Malcolm's attention had, a few minutes before, been drawn to two men of somewhat peculiar appearance, who, applauding louder than any, only pretended to drink, and occasionally interchanged glances of intelligence. It was one of these peculiar looks that first attracted his notice. He soon discovered that they had a comrade on the other side of the table, who apparently, like themselves, had little or no acquaintance with anyone near him. He did not like either their countenances or their behaviour, and resolved to watch them. In order therefore to be able to follow them when they moved, as he felt certain they would before long, without attracting their attention, he left the table, and making a circuit, took up his position behind a neighbouring tree. Hence it came that he was not, at the moment of his need, by his grandfather's side, whither he had returned as soon as dinner was over in the hall. Meantime, it became necessary to check the drinking by the counter-attraction of the dance. Mr. Crathie gave orders that a chair should be mounted on a table for Duncan, and the young hinds and fishermen were soon dancing zealously with the girls of their company to his strathspeys and reels. The other divisions of the Marquis's guests made merry to the sound of a small brass band, a harp, and 2 violins. When the rest forsook the toddy for the reel, the objects of Malcolm's suspicion remained at the table, not to drink, but to draw nearer to each other and confer. At length, when the dancers began to return in quest of liquor, they rose and went away loiteringly through the trees. As the twilight was now deepening, Malcolm found it difficult to keep them in sight, but for the same reason he was able the more quickly to glide after them from tree to tree. It was almost moonrise, he said to himself, and if they meditated mischief, now was their best time. Presently he heard the sound of running feet, and in a moment more spied the unmistakable form of the Mad Laird, darting through the thickening dusk of the trees, with gestures of wild horror. As he passed the spot where Malcolm stood, he cried out in a voice like a suppressed shriek, "It's my mother! It's my mother! I dinna ken where I come frae!" His sudden appearance and outcry so startled Malcolm that for a moment he forgot his watch, and when he looked again the men had vanished. Not having any clue to their intent, and knowing only that on such a night the house was nearly defenceless, he turned at once and made for it. As he approached the front, coming over the bridge, he fancied he saw a figure disappear through the entrance, and quickened his pace. Just as he reached it, he heard a door bang, and supposing it to be that which shut off the second hall, whence rose the principal staircase, he followed this vaguest of hints, and bounded to the top of the stair. Entering the first passage he came to, he found it almost dark, with a half-opened door at the end, through which shone a gleam from some window beyond. This light was plainly shut off for a moment, as if by someone passing the window. He hurried after noiselessly, for the floor was thickly carpeted, and came to the foot of a winding stone stair. Afraid beyond all things of doing nothing, and driven by the formless conviction that if he stopped to deliberate he certainly should do nothing, he shot up the dark screw like an ascending bubble, passed the landing of the second floor without observing it, and arrived in the attic regions of the ancient pile, under low, irregular ceilings, here ascending in cones, there coming down in abrupt triangles, or sloping away to a hidden meeting with the floor in distant corners. His only light was the cold blue glimmer from here and there a storm window or a skylight. As the conviction of failure grew on him, the ghostly feeling of the place began to invade him. All was vague, forsaken, and hopeless, as a dreary dream, with the superadded miserable sense of lonely sleep-walking. I suspect that the feeling we call ghostly is but the sense of abandonment in the lack of companion life. But be this as it may, Malcolm was glad enough to catch sight of a gleam, as from a candle, at the end of a long, low passage on which he had come after mazy wandering. Another similar passage crossed its end, somewhere in which must be the source of the light. He crept towards it, and laying himself flat on the floor, peeped round a corner. His very heart stopped to listen. 7 or 8 yards from him, with a small lantern in her hand, stood a short female figure, which, the light falling for a moment on her soft, evil countenance, he recognized as Mrs. Catanach. Beside her stood a tall, graceful figure, draped in black from head to foot. Mrs. Catanach was speaking in a low tone, and what Malcolm was able to catch was evidently the close of a conversation. "I'll do my best, ye may be sure, my lady," she said. "There's something no canny about the cratur, and doubtless ye was an ill-used woman, and ye're in the right. But it's a some fearsome venture, and may be looked in till ye ken. There I be your scog. Lippen to me, and ye s'no repent it." As she ended speaking, she turned to the door, and drew from it a key, evidently after a foiled attempt to unlock it therewith, for from a bunch she carried she now made choice of another, and was already fumbling with it in the keyhole, when Malcolm bethought himself that, whatever her further intent, he ought not to allow her to succeed in opening the door. He therefore rose slowly to his feet, and stepping softly out into the passage, sent his round blue bonnet spinning with such a certain aim that it flew right against her head. She gave a cry of terror, smothered by the sense of evil secrecy, and dropped her lantern. It went out. Malcolm pattered with his hands on the floor, and began to howl frightfully. Her companion had already fled, and Mrs. Catanach picked up her lantern and followed. But her flight was soft-footed, and gave sign only in the sound of her garments, and a clank or two of her keys. Gifted with a good sense of relative position, Malcolm was able to find his way back to the hall without much difficulty, and met no one on the way. When he stepped into the open air, a round moon was visible through the trees, and their shadows were lying across the sward. The merriment had grown louder. For a good deal of whisky having been drunk by men of all classes, hilarity had ousted restraint, and the separation of classes having broken a little, there were many stragglers from the higher to the lower divisions, whence the area of the more boisterous fun had considerably widened. Most of the ladies and gentlemen were dancing in the chequer of the trees and moonlight, but, a little removed from the rest, Lady Florimel was seated under a tree, with Lord Michaelham by her side, probably her partner in the last dance. She was looking at the moon, which shone upon her from between two low branches, and there was a sparkle in her eyes, and a luminousness upon her cheek, which to Malcolm did not seem to come from the moon only. He passed on, with the first pang of jealousy in his heart, feeling now for the first time that the space between Lady Florimel and himself was indeed a gulf. But he cast the whole thing from him for the time, with an inward scorn of his foolishness, and hurried on from group to group, to find the Marquis. Meeting with no trace of him, and thinking he might be in the flower garden, which a few rays of the moon now reached, he descended thither. But he searched it through with no better success, and at the farthest end was on the point of turning to leave it and look elsewhere, when he heard a moan of stifled agony on the other side of a high wall which here bounded the garden. Climbing up an espalier, he soon reached the top, and looking down on the other side, to his horror and rage, espied the Mad Laird on the ground, and the very men of whom he had been in pursuit, standing over him and brutally tormenting him, apparently in order to make him get up and go along with them. One was kicking him, another pulling his head this way and that by the hair, and the third punching and poking his hump, which last cruelty had probably drawn from him the cry Malcolm had heard. 3 might be too many for him. He descended swiftly, found some stones and a stake from a bed of sweet peas, then climbing up again, took such effectual aim at one of the villains that he fell without uttering a sound. Dropping at once from the wall, he rushed at the 2 with stick upheaved. "Dinna be in sic a rage, man," cried the first, avoiding his blow. "We're about nothing ayont the lawful. It's only the Mad Laird. We're taking him to the asylum at Aberdeen, by the order of his ain mither." At the word a choking scream came from the prostrate victim. Malcolm uttered a huge imprecation, and struck at the fellow again, who now met him in a way that showed it was noise more than wounds he had dreaded. Instantly the other came up, and also fell upon him with vigour. But his stick was too much for them, and at length one of them, crying out, "It's the blind piper's bastard! I'll mark him yet!" took to his heels, and was followed by his companion. More eager after rescue than punishment, Malcolm turned to the help of the laird, whom he found in utmost need of his ministrations, gagged, and with his hands tied mercilessly tight behind his back. His knife quickly released him, but the poor fellow was scarcely less helpless than before. He clung to Malcolm, and moaned piteously, every moment glancing over his shoulder in terror of pursuit. His mouth hung open, as if the gag were still tormenting him. Now and then he would begin his usual lament, and manage to say, "I dinna ken," but when he attempted the where, his jaw fell and hung as before. Malcolm sought to lead him away, but he held back, moaning dreadfully. Then Malcolm would have him sit down where they were, but he caught his hand and pulled him away, stopping instantly, however, as if not knowing whither to turn from the fears on every side. At length the prostrate enemy began to move, when the laird, who had been unaware of his presence, gave a shriek, and took to his heels. Anxious not to lose sight of him, Malcolm left the wounded man to take care of himself, and followed him up the steep side of the little valley. They had not gone many steps from the top of the ascent, however, before the fugitive threw himself on the ground exhausted, and it was all Malcolm could do to get him to the town, where, unable to go a pace further, he sank down on Mrs. Catanach's doorstep. A light was burning in the cottage, but Malcolm would seek shelter for him anywhere rather than with her, and in terror of her quick ears, caught him up in his arms like a child, and hurried away with him to Miss Horne's. "Eh, sirs!" exclaimed Miss Horne, when she opened the door, for Jean was among the merrymakers. "Who's this that's kilt noo?" "It's the laird, Mr. Stewart," returned Malcolm. "He's no freely kilt, but nigh han." "Na, weel I wat. Come in and set him down till we see," said Miss Horne, turning and leading the way up to her little parlour. There Malcolm laid his burden on the sofa, and gave a brief account of the rescue. "Lord preserve us, Malcolm!" cried Miss Horne, as soon as he had ended his tale, to which she had listened in silence, with fierce eyes and threatening nose. "Isna it a mercy I wasna made like some folk, or I couldna ha' bidden to see the poor fellow misguided that gate. It's a special mercy, Malcolm MacPhail, to be made wantin' any such thing as feelin's." She was leaving the room as she spoke, to return instantly with brandy. The laird swallowed some with an effort, and began to revive. "Eh, sirs!" exclaimed Miss Horne, regarding him now more narrowly.
but he's in an awful state of dirt. I mun wash his face and hands and put him till his bed. Could ye help off wi' his clothes, Malcolm? Though I havena ony feelin's, I'm just some eerie like at the poor body's back." The last words were uttered in what she judged a safe aside. As if she had been his mother, she washed his face and hands, and dried them tenderly, the laird submitting like a child. He spoke but one word, when she took him by the hand to lead him to the room where her cousin used to sleep. "Father lights," he said, and no more. Malcolm put him to bed, where he lay perfectly still, whether awake or asleep, they could not tell. He then set out to go back to Lossie House, promising to return after he had taken his grandfather home, and seen him also safe in bed. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 25. The Night Watch. When Malcolm returned, Jean had retired for the night, and again it was Miss Horne who admitted him, and led him to her parlour. It was a low-ceilinged room, with lean, spider-legged furniture and dingy curtains. Everything in it was suggestive of a comfort slowly vanishing. An odour of withered rose-leaves pervaded the air. A Japanese cabinet stood in one corner, and on the mantelpiece a pair of Chinese fans with painted figures whose faces were embossed in silk, between which ticked an old French clock, whose supporters were a shepherd and shepherdess in prettily painted china. Long faded as was everything in it, the room was yet very rich in the eyes of Malcolm, whose home was bare even in comparison with that of the poorest of the fisherwomen. They had a passion for ornamenting their chimney-pieces with china ornaments, and their dressers with the most gorgeous crockery that their money could buy, a certain metallic orange being the prevailing hue, while in Duncan's cottage, where woman had never initiated the taste, there was not even a china poodle to represent the finished development of luxury in the combination of the ugly and the useless. Miss Horne had made a little fire in the old-fashioned grate, whose bars bellied out like a sail almost beyond the narrow chimney-shelf, and a tea-kettle was singing on the hob, while a decanter, a sugar-basin, a nutmeg-grater, and other needful things on a tray, suggested negus, beyond which Miss Horne never went in the matter of stimulants, asserting that, as she had no feelings, she never required anything stronger. She made Malcolm sit down at the opposite end of the fire, and mixing him a tumbler of her favourite drink, began to question him about the day, and how things had gone. Miss Horne had the just repute of discretion, for, gladly hearing all the news, she had the rare virtue of not repeating things to the prejudice of others without some good reason for so doing. Malcolm, therefore, seated thus alone with her in the dead of the night, and bound to her by the bond of a common well-doing, had no hesitation in unfolding to her all his adventures of the evening. She sat with her big hands on her lap, making no remark, not even an exclamation, while he went on with the tale of the garret. But her listening eyes grew, not larger, darker and fiercer as he spoke. The space between her nostrils and mouth widened visibly. The muscles knotted on the sides of her neck, and her nose curved more and more to the shape of a beak. "There's some devilry there," she said at length, after he had finished, breaking a silence of some moments, during which she had been staring into the fire. "Where two ill women come together, there mun be the old man himsel' atween them." "I dinna doubt it," returned Malcolm. "And one of them's an ill woman, sure enough, but I ken nothing about the tither, only 'at she mun be a lady by the way the housewife spak till her. The word token when a lady collogues with a woman aneath her own station, and when it has kept many a secret in her day, and by her calling has had mair opportunity, not to say farther, than other folk o' doing ill things. And gin ye dinna ken her, that's no reason 'at I shouldn't have a gruff guess at her, by the marks ye read off o' her." "I'll just have to tell ye a story, sic as an old wife like me seldom tells till a young man like yoursel'." "Your own bridle shall rule my tongue, mem," said Malcolm. "I shall lip into your discretion," said Miss Horne, and straightway began. "Some years ago, and I se warrant it's weel ower 20, that same woman, Bobby Catanach, who was no home-born woman, nor had been long about the town, comin' as she did frae nobody kent where, 'cept maybe it was the Marquis that then was, presumed to make up to me in the way of friendly acquaintance, sic as a maiden lady might have with a howdy, and not 'at she forgot her proper behaviour to one like mysel'. But I couldna ha' bidden the jade, 'cept I had reasons for letting her jaw wag. She was cunning, the old wretch. Not that old, maybe about 40, but I was o'er money for her. She had the design to win at something she thought I kent, and so, to entice me to open my book, she opened hers, and tell't me story after story about this neighbour and that, all of them things that ought not to have been true, and that she ought not to have let pass her lips gin they were true, seeing she came by the knowledge of them so as she said she did. But she got nothing of me, the fat-brained cat, and she hates me like the very mischief." Miss Horne paused, and took a sip of her negus. "One day I came upon her sitting by the ingle-nook in my own kitchen, holding a close and a like confab with Jean. I had Jean then, and how I kept the hizzy I hardly ken. I think it mun be that, having no feelings of my own, I hae ower muckle regard to ither folks, and so I never liked to put her away without downright provocation. But dinna ye look into Jean, Malcolm. Na, na. At that time, my cousin, Miss Grizel Camel, my third cousin she was, had come to bide with me, a bonny young thing as ye would see, but in sair ill health, and maybe she had frets, and maybe no, but she couldna bide to see the woman Catanach about the place. And in very truth she was to mysel like one of the ale-fired birds, I dinna mind upon the name of them, that hangs o'er an army, for wherever there was anybody now well, or anybody dead, there was Bobby Catanach. I ha' heard o' creeping things that visits folk that's no well, and Bobby was and is one sick like. So I was angered at seeing her colloguing with Jean, and I cried Jean to me to the door of the kitchen. But with that up jumps Bobby, and coming after her, says to me, says she, "Eh, Miss Horne, there's terrible news. Lady Lossie's dead. She's been 3 weeks dead." "Well," says I, "what's so terrible about that?" For ye ken, I never had any feelings, and I could see nothing so awful about a body dying in the ordinary way o' nature like. "We'll no miss her muckle down here," says I, "for I never heard of her being at the house, and ever I can mind." "But that's no all," says she, "only I would be laith to speak about it in the trance. Let me up the stair with ye, and I'll tell ye more." Well, partly I was taken by surprise like, and partly I wasna so old as I am now, and partly that I was curious to hear, ill that I liked her, what neist the woman would say, I did as I oughtna, and I turned and gaed up the stair and let her follow me. When she came in, she put to the door ahind her, and turned to me and said, says she, "And who's dead forby, think ye?" "I ha' heard o' nobody," I answered. "Who but the Laird of Gersfell," says she. "I'm sorry to hear that, honest man," says I, for a'body liked Mr. Stewart. "And what think ye o't?" says she, with a runkling o' her brows, and a shake o' her head, and a setting o' her round kneves upon the fat hips o' her. "Think o't," says I. "What should I think o't, but that it's the will o' Providence?" With that she laughed till she wobbled all o'er like cold skink, and says she, "Well, that's just what it is noo, and that let me tell ye, Miss Horne." I glowered at her, most frighted into believing she was the witch folk called her. "Whose son's the hump-backed creature," says she, "'at comes in the gig whiles with the groom lad, think ye?" "Who but the poor man it's dead," says I. "Deal a bit o't," says she, "and I beg your pardon for mentioning o' him," says she. And syne she screwed up her mouth, and came close up till me, for I wadna sit down mysel, unless would I bid her, and was sorry enough by this time that I had brought her up the stair. And says she, laying her hand upon my arm with a clap, as gin her and me was to be friends upon such a grand foundation of dirt as that. Says she, making like tutmoot o' it, "He's Lord Lossie's," says she, and makes a face that might have turned a cat sick, only by good luck I had no feelings. "And no sooner's my lady dead nor her man follows her," says she. "And what do ye make o' that?" says she. "Aye, what do ye make o' that?" says I till her again. "Oh, what can I?" says she, with another ill look, and with that she laughed and turned away, but turned back again or she went to the door, and says she, "Maybe ye did not ken that she was brought to bed hersel about 6 weeks ago." "Poor lady," said I, thinking more o' her evil reporting or o' the pains o' childbirth. "Aye," says she, with a devilish kind of a laugh, like in spite o' herself, "for the bairn's dead, they tell me. As bonny a lad bairn as you would see, just uncommon. And where did ye think she had her down lying? Just at Lossie House." With that she was out of the door with a swag o' her tail, and down the stair to Jean again. I was just at one more with anger at mysel and scunner at her, and in two minds to gang after her, and turn her out o' the house, her and Jean together. I could hear her snickering till hersel as she gaed down the stair. My very stomach turned at the poisonous toad. I canna say what was true or what was false in the scandal of her tale, nor what for she took the trouble to carry it to me, but it soon came to be said that the young laird was but half-witted as well as humped, and that his mother could not bide him, and certain it was that the poor wee chap could as little bide his mother. Gin she came near him unlooked for, they said, he would give a great screech, and rin as fast as his wee wayward legs could wag aneath the weight of his humpy. And whiles her after him, with anything she could lay her hand upon, they said, but I kenna. Onygate, the widow hersel grew waur and waur in the temper, and I misdoubt me sair was gey hard upon the poor wee object, fell cruel to him, they said, till at length, as a'body kens, he forhoot the house altogether. And putting this and that together, for I hear a hantle said that I say na o'er again, it seems to me at her first scunner at her poor misformed bairn, who they say was humpit when he was born, and must cost her life to get lost to him. Her scunner at him has been growing and growing till it's grown to downright hate. It's an awful thing that you say, mem, and I doubt it's o'er true. But how can a mother hate her own bairn? Said Malcolm. Deed, it's no wonder you should speir, laddie, for it's well kent that most mothers, gin there be a shargar, or a natural, or a crooked one among their bairns, make more of that one nor of all the lave putting together, as gin they would make it up till him, for the fair play of the world. But you see, in this case, he's ablin's the child of sin, for a liar may tell an ill truth, and bears the marks of it, you see. So to her he's just her sin, running about the world incarnate, and that cannot be pleasant to look upon. But except she were ashamed of it, she wouldn't take it so muckle to heart to be reminded of it. Many one's ashamed of the consequences, it's not ashamed of the deed. Many one could do the sin o'er again, it cannot bide the sight or even the word of it. I ha' seen a body that would steal a thing as soon as look at it, gang daft with rage at being called a thief. And maybe she would not care, gin it were not for the ugliness o' him. So be he was a bonny sin, I'm thinking she would bide him well enough. But seeing he's neither in the image of her that bore him, nor him that got him, but bears on his back for ever in her sight the sin it was the getting o' him, he's a hump to her, and her heart's aye howking a grave for him to lay him out of sight until. She bore him, and she would bury him. And I'm thinking she bears the Marquis, gin so it be so, dead and gone as he is, a grudge yet, for passing such an offspring upon her, and syne no marrying her after and all, and the road clear of both that stood atween them. It was said that the man that killed him in a twosome fight, so many a year after, was a friend of hers. But would folk do such awful ill things, ma'am? Her a married woman, and him a married man? There's no saying, laddie, what a hantle of men and some women would do. I have muckle to be thankful for that I was sick as no man ever looked twice at. I was not weel fared enough, though I had bonny hair, and my mither aye said that her Maggie had good sense, whatever else she might or might not have. But gin I could ha' gotten a good man, sic likes is scarce, I could ha' loved him well enough. But that's neither here nor there, and has nothing to do with anybody at all. The pint I had to come till was this. The woman ye saw holding a toot-moot with that Catanach wife was none other, I do believe, than Mistress Stewart, the poor laird's mither. And I have as little doubt that when you took his part, you brought to naught a plot of the twosome against him. It bodes good to nobody when there's a conjunct of two sic wandering stars of blackness as yon two. His ain mither! Exclaimed Malcolm, brooding in horror over the frightful conjecture. The door opened, and the Mad Laird came in. His eyes were staring wide, but their look and that of his troubled visage showed that he was awake only in some frightful dream. "Father o' lights," he murmured once and again, but making wild gestures, as if warding off blows. Miss Horne took him gently by the hand. The moment he felt her touch, his face grew calm, and he submitted at once to be led back to bed. "You may take your oath upon it, Malcolm," she said, when she returned. "She means nothing but ill by that poor creature. But you and me, we'll ding her yet, gin it be as wool. She wants a grip o' him for some ill reason or other, to lock him up in a madhouse, maybe, as the villain said, or deed maybe to make away with him altogether." "But what good would that do her?" said Malcolm. "It's ill to say, but she would have him out of her sight any gate." "She can have but little sight of him as 'tis," objected Malcolm. "Aye, but she aye kens he's where she doesna ken, putting her to shame all about the country with that hump o' his. Out of folk's sight would be to her out altogether." A brief silence followed. "No," said Malcolm. "We come to the question what the two limmers could want with that door. Dear kens, it bud to be something wrong, that's all 'at mortal can say, but you may be sure of that. I hae heard tell," she went on reflectingly, "o' some rumour or other in the house that there's a fearsome story about, and it's never opened on no account. I have heard about it, but I canna mind upon it noo, for I paid little attention to it at the time, and it's mony a year since syne. But it would be some divilish ploy o' their own they would be after. It's little the likes o' them would heed sic old world tales." "Would ye hae me tell the Marquis?" asked Malcolm. "Na, I would no, and yet ye maun do it. Ye had no business to kenna anything wrong in a body's house and not tell them, for by it he put you in charge. But it'll do nothing for the laird, for what cares the Marquis for anything or anybody but himsel'?" "He cares for his daughter," said Malcolm. "Oh, ay, as sic folk call caring. There's not a blackguard in the hale country he wouldna sell her till, so be he was o' an old enough family, and had routh o' siller. Haith, nowadays the last will come first, and a fish-cadger wi' siller will be counted a better bargain nor a lord wanting it. Only he maun have a heap o' it, to core the stink o' the fish." "Dinna scorn the fish, mem," said Malcolm. "They're innocent craturs, and dinna smell waur nor they can help, and that's mair nor ye can say for ilka lord ye come athort." "Ay, or cadger either," rejoined Miss Horne. "They're oft enough just sic like, the main differ lyin' in what they're defiled with. Indeed, whiles there's no differ there, or most any gait, maybe, but in the set o' the shoulders and the wag o' the tongue." "And what'll we do with the laird?" said Malcolm. "We maun first see what we can do with him. I would try to keep him mysel', that is, gien he would bide, but there's that jade Jean. She's aye gabbin' and claikin' and cognostin' with the enemy, and I canna lippen till her. I think it would be better ye should take charge o' him yoursel', Malcolm. I would willingly bear any expense, for ye wouldna be able to look after him and do so well at the fishin' ye ken. Gien it had been my own line fishin' I could hae ta'en him in the boat with me, but I dinna ken for the herrin'. Blue Peter wouldna object, but it's some rough work, and for a wakely body like the laird to be out all night some nights, sic weather as we had to encounter whiles, might be the dead o' him." They came to no conclusion beyond this, that each would think it over, and Malcolm would call in the morning. Ere then, however, the laird had dismissed the question for them. When Miss Horne rose, after an all but sleepless night, she found that he had taken the affairs again into his own feeble hands, and vanished. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 26. Not at Church. It being well known that Joseph Mair's cottage was one of the laird's resorts, Malcolm, as soon as he learned his flight, set out to inquire whether they knew anything of him there. Scournose was perched almost on the point of the promontory, where the land made its final slope, ending in a precipitous descent to the shore. Beneath lay rocks of all sizes and of fantastic forms, some fallen from the cape in tempests perhaps, some softly separated from it by the slow action of the winds and waves of centuries. A few of them formed, by their broken defence seawards, the unsafe natural harbour which was all the place enjoyed. If ever there was a place of one colour, it was this village. Everything was brown. The grass near it was covered with brown nets. At the doors were brown heaps of oak bark, which, after dyeing the nets, was used for fuel. The cottages were roofed with old brown thatch, and the one street and the many closes were dark brown with the peaty earth, which, well mixed with scattered bark, scantily covered the surface of its huge foundation rock. There was no pavement, and it was the less needed that the ways were rarely used by wheels of any description. The village was but a roost, like the dwellings of the sea-birds, which also haunted the rocks. It was a grey morning, with a grey sky and a grey sea. All was brown and grey, peaceful and rather sad. Brown-haired, grey-eyed Phemy Mair sat in the threshold, intently rubbing in her hands a small object like a moonstone. That she should be doing so on a Sunday would have shocked few in Scournose at that time, for the fisher-folk then made but small pretensions to religion, and for his part Joseph Mair could not believe that the Almighty would be offended at seeing a bairn sit and doose wi' her playocks, though the day was his. "Well, Phemy, you're busy," said Malcolm. "Ay," answered the child, without looking up. The manner was not courteous, but her voice was gentle and sweet. "What are you doing there?" he asked. "Making a string of beads to wear at auntie's marriage." "What are you making them of?" he went on. "Haddocks een." "Are they all haddocks?" "Na, there's some cods among them, but they're mostly haddocks. I pikes them out before they're salted, and boils them, and syne I polish them in my hands till they're ale bonny." "Can you tell me anything about the Mad Laird, Phemy?" asked Malcolm, in his anxiety too abruptly. "You can gang and speir at my father. He's out about," she answered, with a sort of marked coolness, which, added to the fact that she had never looked him in the face, made him more than suspect something behind. "Div you ken anything about him?" he therefore insisted. "Maybe I div, and maybe I divna," answered the child, with an expression of determined mystery. "You'll tell me where you think he is, Phemy?" "Na, I winna." "What for no?" "Oh, just for fear you should ken." "But I'm a friend till him." "You may think aye, and the laird may think no." "Does he think you a friend, Phemy?" asked Malcolm, in the hope of coming at something by widening the sweep of the conversation. "Aye, he kens I'm a friend," she replied. "And do ye aye ken where he is?" "Na, no aye. He gangs here and he gangs there, just as he likes. It's when nobody kens where he is that I ken, and gang till him." "Is he in the house?" "Na, he's not in the house." "Where is he then, Phemy?" said Malcolm coaxingly. "There's ill folk about it's after doing him an ill turn." "The mair need not to tell," retorted Phemy. "But I want to take care o' him. Tell me where he is, like a good lassie, Phemy." "I'm not sure. I may say I dinna ken." "You say ye ken when ither folk disna. No, nobody kens." "How ken ye that?" "'Cause he's run away." "Who frae? His mither?" "Na, from his horn. I ken nothing about her, but gien nobody kens, I ken where he is weel enough." "Where then? You'll be doing him a good turn to tell me." "Where I winna tell, and where you nor nae ither body s' get him. And ye need not speir, for it winna be right to tell, and gien ye gang on speirin, you and me winna be long friends." As she spoke, the child looked straight up into his face with wide-opened blue eyes, as truthful as the heavens, and Malcolm dared not press her, for it would have been to press her to do wrong. "You would tell your father, wouldna ye?" he said kindly. "My father would not speir. My father's a good man." "Weel, Phemy, though you winna trust me, supposin' I was to trust you?" "You can do that gien ye like." "And you winna tell?" "I s' make no promises. It's no trustin' to gar me promise." "Weel, I will trust you. Tell the laird to hold weel out o' sight for a while." "He'll do that," said Phemy. "And tell him, gien anything befall him, to send to Miss Horn, for Malcolm MacPhail may be out with the boats. You winnot forget that." "I'm no likely to forget it," answered Phemy, apparently absorbed in boring a hole in a haddock's eye with a pin so bent as to act like a brace and bit. "You'll no get your string o' beads in time for the weddin', Phemy," remarked Malcolm, going on to talk from a desire to give the child a feeling of his friendliness. "I will I. Fine that," she rejoined. "When is it to be?" "Oh, next Saturday. You'll be comin' o'er?" "I hanna gotten a call." "You'll be gettin' one." "Div you think they'll gie me one?" "As soon as anybody. Maybe by that time I'll be able to gie ye some news of the laird." "There's a good lassie." Na, I'm making no promises," said Phemy. Malcolm left her and went to find her father, who, although it was Sunday, was already out about, as she had said. He found him strolling in meditation along the cliffs. They had a little talk together, but Joseph knew nothing of the laird. Malcolm took Lossie House on his way back, for he had not yet seen the Marquis, to whom he must report his adventures of the night before. The signs of past revelling were plentifully visible as he approached the house. The Marquis was not yet up, but Mrs. Courthope undertaking to send him word as soon as his lordship was to be seen, he threw himself on the grass and waited, his mind occupied with strange questions, started by the Sunday coming after such a Saturday. Among the rest, how God could permit a creature to be born so distorted and helpless as the laird, and then permit him to be so abused in consequence of his helplessness. The problems of life were beginning to bite. Everywhere things appeared uneven. He was not one to complain of mere external inequalities. If he was inclined to envy Lord Michaelham, it was not because of his social position. He was even now philosopher enough to know that the life of a fisherman was preferable to that of such a Marquis as Lord Lossie, that the desirableness of a life is to be measured by the amount of interest, and not by the amount of ease in it,
for the more ease, the more unrest. Neither was he inclined to complain of the gulf that yawned so wide between him and Lady Florimel. The difficulty lay deeper. Such a gulf existing, by a social law only less inexorable than a natural one, why should he feel the rent invading his individual being? In a word, though Malcolm put it in no such definite shape, why should a fisher lad find himself in danger of falling in love with the daughter of a marquis? Why should such a thing, seeing the very constitution of things rendered it an absurdity, be yet a possibility? The church bell began, rang on, and ceased. The sound of the psalms came, softly mellowed, and sweetly harmonized, across the churchyard through the grey Sabbath air, and he found himself, for the first time, a stray sheep from the fold. The service must have been half through before a lackey, to whom Mrs. Courthope had committed the matter when she went to church, brought him the message that the Marquis would see him. "Well, MacPhail, what do you want with me?" said his lordship as he entered. "It's my duty to acquaint your lordship with certain proceedings that took place last night," answered Malcolm. "Go on," said the Marquis. Thereupon Malcolm began at the beginning, and told of the men he had watched, and how, in the fancy of following them, he had found himself in the garret, and what he saw and did there. "Did you recognize either of the women?" asked Lord Lossie. "One of them, my lord," answered Malcolm. "It was Mistress Catanach, the howdy." "What sort of a woman is she?" "Some folk can abide her, my lord. I ken no ill to lay till her charge, but I winna lippen till her. My grandfather, and he's blind, ye ken, just trembles when she comes near him." The Marquis smiled. "What do you suppose she was about?" he asked. "I ken no more than the bonnet I fling in her face, my lord, but it could hardly be good she was after. At ony rate, seeing your lordship put me in a manner in charge, I bude to hold her out of a closed room, and her going creeping about your lordship's house like a worm." "Quite right. Will you pull the bell there for me?" He told the man to send Mrs. Courthope, but he said she had not yet come home from church. "Could you take me to the room, MacPhail?" asked his lordship. "I'll try, my lord," answered Malcolm. As far as the proper quarter of the attics, he went straight as a pigeon. In that labyrinth he had to retrace his steps once or twice, but at length he stopped, and said confidently, "This is the door, my lord." "Are you sure?" "As sure as death, my lord." The Marquis tried the door, and found it immovable. "You say she had the key?" "No, my lord. I said she had keys, but whether she had the key, I doubt if she kent hersel. It may ha' been one of the bundle yet to try." "You're a sharp fellow," said the Marquis. "I wish I had such a servant about me." "I would make a some rough one, I doubt," returned Malcolm, laughing. His lordship was of another mind, but pursued the subject no farther. "I have a vague recollection," he said, "of some room in the house having an old story or legend connected with it. I must find out. I dare say Mrs. Courthope knows. Meantime, you hold your tongue. We may get some amusement out of this." "I will, my lord, like a dead man and buried." "You can you?" "I can, my lord." "You're a rare one," said the Marquis. Malcolm thought he was making game of him as heretofore, and held his peace. "You can go home now," said his lordship. "I will see to this affair. But just be canny meddlin' with Mistress Catanach, my lord. She's no mose." "What, you're not afraid of an old woman?" "Deal a bit, my lord. That is, I'm not feared of a dogfish or a rotten, but I would take tent, and grip them the right gait, for they had teeth. Some folk think Mistress Catanach has mair teeth nor she shows." "Well, if she's too much for me, I'll send for you," said the Marquis good-humouredly. "You cannot get me so easy, my lord. We're after the herring now." "Well, we'll see." "But I wanted to tell ye another thing, my lord," said Malcolm, as he followed the Marquis down the stairs. "What is that?" "I came upon another plot, a mair serious one, being against a man 'at can ill hold off o' himsel', and could waur bide anything than your lordship. The poor Mad Laird." "Who's he?" "Ilka body kens him, my lord. He's son to the Lady o' Kirkbyres." "Ah, I remember her. An old flame of my brother's." "I ken nothing about that, my lord, but he's her son." "What about him, then?" They had now reached the hall, and seeing the Marquis impatient, Malcolm confined himself to the principal facts. "I don't think you had any business to interfere, MacPhail," said his lordship seriously. "His mother must know best." "I'm not so sure of that, my lord. To say nothing of the ill guideship, which might a garden minister swear,
It would be a cruelty nothing short of devilish to lock up a poor harmless creature like that, as innocent as he's ill-shaped." "He's as God made him," said the Marquis. "He's not as God will make him," returned Malcolm. "What do you mean by that?" asked the Marquis. "It stands to reason, my lord," answered Malcolm, "that what's ill-made maun be made ower again. There's a day comin' when all's wrong'll be set right, ye ken." "And the crooked made straight?" suggested the Marquis, laughing. "Doubtless, my lord. He'll be straighted out bonny that day," said Malcolm with absolute seriousness. "Bah! You don't think God cares about a misshapen lump of flesh like that?" exclaimed his lordship with contempt. "As muckle as about yoursel, or my lady," said Malcolm. "Gin he didna, he wouldna be nae God of all." The Marquis laughed again. He heard the words with his ears, but his heart was deaf to the thought they clothed. Hence he took Malcolm's earnestness for irreverence, and it amused him. "You've not got to set things right anyhow," he said. "You mind your own business." "I'll try, my lord. It's the business o' ilka man, whar he can, to loose the weight he burns, and let the forfaughten gang free. Good day to ye, my lord." So saying, the young fisherman turned, and left the Marquis laughing in the hall. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 27. Lord Gernon. When his housekeeper returned from church, Lord Lossie sent for her. "Sit down, Mrs. Courthope," he said. "I want to ask you about a story I have a vague recollection of hearing when I spent a summer at this house, some 20 years ago. It had to do with a room in the house that was never opened."
"There is such a story, my lord," answered the housekeeper. "The late Marquis, I remember well, used to laugh at it, and threaten now and then to dare the prophecy, but old Eppie persuaded him not, or at least fancied she did."
"Who is old Eppie?"
"She's gone now, my lord. She was over 100 then. She was born and brought up in the house, lived all her days in it, and died in it, so she knew more about the place than anyone else."
"Is ever likely to know," said the Marquis, superadding a close to her sentence. "And why wouldn't she have the room opened?" he asked.
"Because of the ancient prophecy, my lord."
"I can't recall a single point of the story."
"I wish old Eppie were alive to tell it,"
said Mrs. Courthope. "Don't you know it, then?"
"Yes, pretty well, but my English tongue can't tell it properly. It doesn't sound right out of my mouth. I've heard it a good many times, too, for I had often to take a visitor to her room to hear it, and the old woman liked nothing better than telling it. But I couldn't help remarking that it had grown a good bit, even in my time. The story was like a tree. It got bigger every year."
"That's the way with a good many stories," said the Marquis. "But tell me the prophecy at least."
"That is the only part I can give just as she gave it. It's in rhyme. I hardly understand it, but I'm sure of the words."
"Let us have them then, if you please." Mrs. Courthope reflected for a moment, and then repeated the following lines.
"The Lord Cuha would sup on 3 thoms of cold airn. The heir Cuha would carry the bastard and cairna. The maid Cuha would tine her man and her bairn, lift the sneck, and enter and fairna." "That's it, my lord,"
she said in conclusion.
"And there's one thing to be observed," she added, "that door is the only one in all the passage that has a sneck, as they call it."
"What is a sneck?" asked his lordship, who was not much of a scholar in his country's tongue.
"What we call a latch in England, my lord. I took pains to learn the Scotch correctly, and I've repeated it to your lordship word for word."
"I don't doubt it," returned Lord Lossie, "but for the sense I can make nothing of it. And you think my brother believed the story?"
"He always laughed at it, my lord, but pretended at least to give in to old Eppie's entreaties."
"You mean that he was more near believing it than he liked to confess?"
"That's not what I mean, my lord."
"Why do you say pretended, then?"
"Because when the news of his death came, some people about the place would have it that he must have opened the door some time or other."
"How did they make that out?"
"From the first line of the prophecy."
"Repeat it again."
"The Lord Cuha would sup on 3 thoms of cold airn,"
said Mrs. Courthope with emphasis, adding,
"The 3 she always said was a figure 3.
"That implies it was written somewhere."
"She said it was legible on the door in her day, as if burnt with a red-hot iron."
"And what does the line mean?"
"Eppie said it meant that the lord of the place who opened that door would die by a sword wound. 3 inches of cold iron it means, my lord."
The Marquis grew thoughtful. His brother had died in a sword duel. For a few moments he was silent. "Tell me the whole story," he said at length. Mrs. Courthope again reflected, and began. I will tell the story, however, in my own words, reminding my reader that if he regards it as an unwelcome interruption, he can easily enough avoid this bend of the river of my narrative by taking a short cut across to the next chapter. In an ancient time there was a lord of Lossie who practised unholy works. Although he had other estates, he lived almost entirely at the house of Lossie, that is, after his return from the East, where he had spent his youth and early manhood. But he paid no attention to his affairs. A steward managed everything for him, and Lord Gernon, for that was the outlandish name he brought from England, where he was born while his father was prisoner to Edward Longshanks, trusted him for a great while, without making the least inquiry into his accounts, apparently contented with receiving money enough to carry on the various vile experiments which seemed his sole pleasure in life. There was no doubt in the minds of the people of the town, the old town that is, which was then much larger, and clustered about the gates of the house, that he had dealings with Satan, from whom he had gained authority over the powers of nature, that he was able to rouse and lay the winds, to bring down rain, to call forth the lightnings and set the thunders roaring over town and sea, nay, that he could even draw vessels ashore on the rocks, with the certainty that not one on board would be left alive to betray the pillage of the wreck. This and many other deeds of dire note were laid to his charge in secret. The town cowered at the foot of the house in terror of what its lord might bring down upon it, as a brood of chickens might cower if they had been hatched by a kite, and saw, instead of the matronly head and beak of the hen of their instinct, those of the bird of prey projected over them. Scarce one of them dared even look from the door when the thunder was rolling over their heads, the lightnings flashing about the roofs and turrets of the house, the wind raving in fits between, as if it would rave its last, and the rain falling in sheets, not so much from fear of the elements, as for horror of the far more terrible things that might be spied careering in the storm. And indeed, Lord Gernon himself was avoided in like fashion, although rarely had anyone the evil chance of seeing him, so seldom did he go out of doors. There was but one in the whole community, and that was a young girl, the daughter of his steward, who declared she had no fear of him. She went so far as to uphold that Lord Gernon meant harm to nobody, and was in consequence regarded by the neighbours as unrighteously bold. He worked in a certain lofty apartment on the ground floor, with cellars underneath, reserved, it was believed, for frightfulest conjurations and interviews, where, although no one was permitted to enter, they knew from the smoke that he had a furnace, and from the evil smells which wandered out, that he dealt with things altogether devilish in their natures and powers. They said he always washed there, in water medicated with distilments to prolong life and produce invulnerability. But of this they could of course know nothing. Strange to say, however, he always slept in the garret, as far removed from his laboratory as the limits of the house would permit, whence people said he dared not sleep in the neighbourhood of his deeds, but sought shelter for his unconscious hours in the spiritual shadow of the chapel, which was in the same wing as his chamber. His household saw nearly as little of him as his retainers. When his tread was heard, beating dull on the stone turnpike, or thundering along the upper corridors in the neighbourhood of his chamber or of the library, the only other part of the house he visited, man or maid would dart aside into the next way of escape, all believing that the nearer he came to finding himself the sole inhabitant of his house, the better he was pleased. Nor would he allow man or woman to enter his chamber any more than his laboratory. When they found sheets or garments outside his door, they removed them with fear and trembling, and put others in their place. At length, by means of his enchantments, he discovered that the man whom he had trusted had been robbing him for many years. All the time he had been searching for the philosopher's stone, the gold already his had been tumbling into the bags of his steward. But what enraged him far more was, that the fellow had constantly pretended difficulty in providing the means necessary for the prosecution of his idolized studies. Even if the feudal lord could have accepted the loss and forgiven the crime, here was a mockery which the man of science could not pardon. He summoned his steward to his presence, and accused him of his dishonesty. The man denied it energetically, but a few mysterious waftures of the hand of his lord set him trembling, and after a few more, his lips, moving by a secret compulsion, and finding no power in their owner to check their utterance, confessed all the truth, whereupon his master ordered him to go and bring his accounts. he departed all but bereft of his senses, and staggered home as if in a dream. There he begged his daughter to go and plead for him with his lord, hoping she might be able to move him to mercy, for she was a lovely girl, and supposed by the neighbours, judging from what they considered her foolhardiness, to have received from him tokens of something at least less than aversion. She obeyed, and from that hour disappeared. The people of the house averred afterwards that the next day, and for days following, they heard at intervals moans and cries from the wizard's chamber, or somewhere in its neighbourhood, certainly not from the laboratory. But as they had seen no one visit their master, they had paid them little attention, classing them with the other and hellish noises they were but too much accustomed to hear. The steward's love for his daughter, though it could not embolden him to seek her in the tyrant's den, drove him at length to appeal to the justice of his country for what redress might yet be possible. He sought the court of the great Bruce, and laid his complaint before him. That righteous monarch immediately dispatched a few of his trustiest men-at-arms, under the protection of a monk, whom he believed a match for any wizard under the sun, to arrest Lord Gernon and release the girl. When they arrived at Lossie House, they found it silent as the grave. The domestics had vanished, but by following the minute directions of the steward, whom no persuasion could bring to set foot across the threshold, they succeeded in finding their way to the parts of the house indicated by him. Having forced the laboratory and found it forsaken, they ascended, in the gathering dusk of a winter afternoon, to the upper regions of the house. Before they reached the top of the stair that led to the wizard's chamber, they began to hear inexplicable sounds, which grew plainer, though not much louder, as they drew nearer to the door. They were mostly like the grunting of some small animal of the hog kind, with an occasional one like the yelling roar of a distant lion, but with these were now and then mingled cries of suffering, so fell and strange that their souls recoiled as if they would break loose from their bodies to get out of hearing of them. The monk himself started back when first they invaded his ear, and it was no wonder then that the men-at-arms should hesitate to approach the room. And as they stood irresolute, they saw a faint light go flickering across the upper part of the door, which naturally strengthened their disinclination to go nearer. "If it weren't for the girl," said one of them in a scared whisper to his neighbour, "I would leave the wizard to the devil and his dam." Scarcely had the words left his mouth, when the door opened, and out came a form. Whether phantom or living woman none could tell. Pale, forlorn, lost, and purposeless, it came straight towards them, with wide, unseeing eyes. They parted in terror from its path. It went on, looking to neither hand, and sank down the stair. The moment it was beyond their sight, they came to themselves and rushed after it, but although they searched the whole house, they could find no creature in it, except a cat of questionable appearance and behaviour, which they wisely let alone. Returning, they took up a position whence they could watch the door of the chamber day and night. For 3 weeks they watched it, but neither cry nor other sound reached them. For 3 weeks more they watched it, and then an evil odour began to assail them, which grew and grew, until at length they were satisfied that the wizard was dead. They returned therefore to the king and made their report, whereupon Lord Gernon was decreed dead, and his heir was enfeoffed. But for many years he was said to be still alive, and indeed whether he had ever died in the ordinary sense of the word was to old Eppie doubtful, for at various times there had arisen whispers of peculiar sounds, even strange cries, having been heard issue from that room, whispers which had revived in the house in Mrs. Courthope's own time. No one had slept in that part of the roof within the memory of old Eppie. No one, she believed, had ever slept there since the events of her tale. Certainly no one had in Mrs. Courthope's time. It was said also that invariably, sooner or later after such cries were heard, some evil befell either the Lord of Lossie or some one of his family. "Show me the room, Mrs. Courthope," said the Marquis, rising, as soon as she had ended. The housekeeper looked at him with some dismay. "What," said his lordship, "you an Englishwoman and superstitious?"
"I am cautious, my lord, though not a Scotchwoman," returned Mrs. Courthope. "All I would presume to say is, don't do it without first taking time to think over it."
"I will not, but I want to know which room it is." Mrs. Courthope led the way, and his lordship followed her to the very door, as he had expected, with which Malcolm had spied Mrs. Catanach tampering. He examined it well, and on the upper part of it found what might be the remains of a sunk inscription, so far obliterated as to convey no assurance of what it was. He professed himself satisfied, and they went down the stairs together again. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 28. A Fisher Wedding. When the next Saturday came, all the friends of the bride or bridegroom who had gotten a call to the wedding of Phemy Mair and Charlie Wilson assembled respectively at the houses of their parents. Malcolm had received an invitation from both, and had accepted that of the bride. Whiskey and oatcake having been handed round, the bride, a short but comely young woman, set out with her father for the church, followed by her friends and couples. At the door of the church, which stood on the highest point in the parish, a centre of assault for all the winds that blew, they met the bridegroom and his party. The bride and he entered the church together, and the rest followed. After a brief and somewhat bare ceremony, they issued, the bride walking between her brother and the groomsmen, each taking an arm of the bride, and the company following mainly in trios. Thus arranged, they walked eastward along the high road, to meet the bride's first foot. They had gone about half-way to Portlossie, when a gentleman appeared, sauntering carelessly towards them, with a cigar in his mouth. It was Lord Michaelham. Malcolm was not the only one who knew him. Lizzie Findlay, only daughter of the Partan, and the prettiest girl in the company, blushed crimson. She had danced with him at Lossie House, and he had said things to her by way of polite attention, which he would never have said had she been of his own rank. He would have lounged past with a careless glance, but the procession halted by one consent, and the bride, taking a bottle and glass which her brother carried, proceeded to pour out a bumper of whiskey, while the groomsman addressed Lord Michaelham. "You're the bride's first foot, sir," he said. "What do you mean by that?" asked Lord Michaelham. "Here's the bride, sir. She'll tell you." Lord Michaelham lifted his hat. "Allow me to congratulate you," he said. "You're my first foot," returned the bride, eagerly yet modestly, as she held out to him the glass of whiskey. "This is to console me for not being in the bridegroom's place, I presume, but notwithstanding my jealousy, I drink to the health of both," said the young nobleman, and tossed off the liquor. "Would you mind explaining to me what you mean by this ceremony?" he added, to cover a slight choking caused by the strength of the dram. "It's for luck, sir," answered Joseph Mair. "A first foot who wouldn't bring ill luck upon a new married couple, mun I do as ye ha' done this minute, take a dram frae the bride." "Is that the sole privilege connected with my good fortune?" said Lord Michaelham. "If I take the bride's dram, I must join the bride's regiment. My good fellow," he went on, approaching Malcolm, "you have more than your share of the best things of this world." For Malcolm had two partners, and the one on the side next Lord Michaelham, who, as he spoke, offered her his arm, was Lizzie Findlay. "Not as share as gang, my lord," returned Malcolm, tightening his arm on Lizzie's hand. "Ye maunna gang wi' one of our customs to gang again anither. Fisher folk is ready enough to part with their whiskey, but not with their lasses. Na, haith." Lord Michaelham's face flushed, and Lizzie looked down, very evidently disappointed. But the bride's father, a wrinkled and brown little man, with a more gentle bearing than most of them, interfered. "Ye see, my lord, gin it be so I mun call ye, and Malcolm seems to ken, we're like by ourselves for the present, and we're but a rough set of folk for such like as your lordship to hold word o' mouth with. But gin it would please ye to come o'er the gate any time o' the evening, and take your share o' what's gone, ye should be welcome, and we would count it a great honour frae sic as your lordship." "I shall be most happy," answered Lord Michaelham, and taking off his hat, he went his way. The party returned to the home of the bride's parents. Her mother stood at the door with a white handkerchief in one hand, and a quarter of oatcake in the other. When the bride reached the threshold, she stood, and her mother, first laying the handkerchief on her head, broke the oatcake into pieces upon it. These were distributed among the company, to be carried home and laid under their pillows. The bridegroom's party betook themselves to his father's house, where, as well as at old Mare's, a substantial meal of tea, bread and butter, cake and cheese was provided. Then followed another walk, to allow of both houses being made tidy for the evening's amusement. About 7, Lord Michaelham made his appearance, and had a hearty welcome. He had bought a showy brooch for the bride, which she accepted with the pleasure of a child. In their games, which had already commenced, he joined heartily, gaining high favour with both men and women. When the great clothes-basket full of sweeties, the result of a subscription among the young men, was carried round by 2 of them, he helped himself liberally with the rest, and at the inevitable game of forfeits, met his awards with unflinching obedience, contriving ever through it all that Lizzie Findlay should feel herself his favourite. In the general hilarity, neither the heightened colour of her cheek, nor the vivid sparkle in her eyes attracted notice. Doubtless some of the girls observed the frequency of his attentions, but it woke nothing in their minds beyond a little envy of her passing good fortune. Michaelm was handsome, and a lord. Lizzie was pretty, though a fisherman's daughter. A sort of Darwinian selection had apparently found place between them. But as the same entertainment was going on in 2 houses at once, and there was naturally a good deal of passing and repassing between them, no one took the least notice of several short absences from the company on the part of the pair. Supper followed, at which his lordship sat next to Lizzie, and partook of dried skate and mustard, bread and cheese, and beer. Every man helped himself. Lord Michaelm and a few others were accommodated with knives and forks, but the most were independent of such artificial aids. Whisky came next, and Lord Michaelm being already, like many of the young men of his time, somewhat fond of strong drink, was not content with such sipping as Lizzie honoured his glass withal. At length it was time, according to age-long custom, to undress the bride and bridegroom and put them to bed. The bride's stocking, last ceremony of all, being thrown amongst the company, as by its first contact prophetic of the person next to be married. Neither Lizzie nor Lord Michaelm, however, had any chance of being thus distinguished, for they were absent and unmissed. As soon as all was over, Malcolm set out to return home. As he passed Joseph Mair's cottage, he found Phemy waiting for him at the door, still in the mild splendour of her pearl-like necklace. "I tell't the laird what you tell't me to tell him, Malcolm," she said. "And what did he say, Phemy?" asked Malcolm. "He said he kent you as a friend." "Was that all?" "Aye, that was all." "Weel, ye're a good lassie." "Ow, middlin'," answered the little maiden. Malcolm took his way along the top of the cliffs, pausing now and then to look around him. The crescent moon had gone down, leaving a starlit night, in which the sea lay softly moaning at the foot of the broken crags. The sense of infinitude which comes to the soul when it is in harmony with the peace of nature arose and spread itself abroad in Malcolm's being, and he felt with the Galileans of old, when they forsook their nets and followed him who called them, that catching fish was not the end of his being, although it was the work his hands had found to do. The stillness was all the sweeter for its contrast with the merriment he had left behind him, and a single breath of wind, like the waft from a passing wing, kissed his forehead tenderly, as if to seal the truth of his meditations. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 29. Florimel and Duncan. In the course of a fortnight, Lord Michaelm and his aunt, the bold-faced countess, had gone, and the Marquis, probably finding it a little duller in consequence, began to pay visits in the neighbourhood. Now and then he would be absent for a week or 2, at Bog-a-Geit, or Huntly Lodge, or Frendrocht, or Balvenie, and although Lady Florimel had not much of his society, she missed him at meals, and felt the place grown dreary from his being nowhere within its bounds. On his return from one of his longer absences, he began to talk to her about a governess, but, though in a playful way, she rebelled utterly at the first mention of such an incubus. She had plenty of material for study, she said, in the library, and plenty of amusement in wandering about with the sullen demon, who was her constant companion during his absences, and if he did force a governess upon her, she would certainly murder the woman, if only for the sake of bringing him into trouble. Her easy-going father was amused, laughed, and said nothing more on the subject at the time. Lady Florimel did not confess that she had begun to feel her life monotonous, or mention that she had for some time been cultivating the acquaintance of a few of her poor neighbours, and finding their odd ways of life and thought and speech interesting. She had especially taken a liking to Duncan MacPhail, in which, strange to say,
Demon, who had hitherto absolutely detested the appearance of anyone not attired as a lady or gentleman, heartily shared. She found the old man so unlike anything she had ever heard or read of, so full of grand notions in such contrast with his poor conditions, so proud, yet so overflowing with service, dusting a chair for her with his bonnet, yet drawing himself up like an offended hidalgo if she declined to sit in it, more than content to play the pipes while others dined, yet requiring a personal apology from the Marquis himself for a practical joke, so full of kindness, and yet of revenges, lamenting over Demon when he hurt his foot, yet cursing, as she overheard him once, in fancied solitude, with an absolute fervour of imprecation, a continuous blast of poetic hate which made her shiver, and the next moment sighing out a most wailful coronach on his old pipes. It was all so odd, so funny, so interesting. It nearly made her aware of human nature as an object of study. But Lady Florimel had never studied anything yet, had never even perceived that anything wanted studying, that is, demanded to be understood. What appeared to her most odd, most inconsistent, and was indeed of all his peculiarities alone distasteful to her, was his delight in what she regarded only as the menial and dirty occupation of cleaning lamps and candlesticks. The poetic side of it, rendered tenfold poetic by his blindness, she never saw. Then he had such tales to tell her, of mountain, stream, and lake, of love and revenge, of beings less and more than natural, brownie and boneless, kelpie and fairy, such wild legends also, haunting the dim, emergent peaks of mist-swathed Celtic history, such songs, come down, he said, from Ossian himself, that sometimes she would sit and listen to him for hours together. It was no wonder, then, that she should win the heart of the simple old man speedily and utterly, for what can bard desire beyond a true listener? A mind into which his own may, in verse, or tale, or rhapsody, in pibroch or coronach, overflow. But when one evening in girlish merriment she took up his pipes, blew the bag full, and began to let a Highland air burst fitfully from the chanter, the jubilation of the old man broke all the bounds of reason. He jumped from his seat and capered about the room, calling her all the tenderest and most poetic names his English vocabulary would afford him, then abandoning the speech of the Sassenach, as if in despair of ever uttering himself through its narrow and rugged channels, overwhelmed her with a cataract of soft flowing Gaelic, returning to English only as his excitement passed over into exhaustion, but in neither case aware of the transition. Her visits were the greater comfort to Duncan that Malcolm was now absent almost every night, and most days a good many hours asleep. Had it been otherwise, Florimel, invisible for very width as was the gulf between them, could hardly have made them so frequent. Before the fishing season was over, the piper had been 20 times on the verge of disclosing every secret in his life to the high-born maiden. "It's a pity you haven't a wife to take care of you, Mr. MacPhail," she said one evening. "You must be so lonely without a woman to look after you." A dark cloud came over Duncan's face, out of which his sightless eyes gleamed. "She'll have her boy, and she'll be wanting no wife," he said sullenly. "Wife's is bad." "Ah," said Florimel, the teasing spirit of her father uppermost for the moment. "That accounts for your swearing so shockingly the other day?" "Swearing, was she? That will be wrong. And who was she'll be swearing at?" "That's what I want you to tell me, Mr. MacPhail." "Did you'll hear her, my lady?" he asked in a tone of reflection, as if trying to recall the circumstance. "Indeed I did. You frightened me so that I didn't dare come in." "Then she'll be punished enough. But it was no harm to curse the wicked Commel." "It was not Glenlyon. It wasn't a man at all. It was a woman you were in such a rage with." "Was it the rascal's wife, then, my lady?" he asked, as if he were willing to be guided to the truth, that he might satisfy her, but so much in the habit of swearing that he could not well recollect the particular object at a given time. "Is his wife as bad as himself, then?" "Wives is always worser." "But what is it makes you hate him so dreadfully? Is he a bad man?" "A very bad man, my dear lady. He is dead more than 100 years. "Then why do you hate him so?" "Oh, Con, don't you'll never hear why?
He can't have done you any harm."
"Not done Duncan any harm. Didn't you all know what the dog would be doing to her ancestors of Glencoe? Och hon, och hon. Give her the dog's heart of him in her teeth, and she'll be tearing it, tearing it, tearing it," cried the piper in a growl of hate, and with the look of a maddened tiger, the skin of his face drawn so tight over the bones that they seemed to show their whiteness through it.
"You quite terrify me," said Florimel, really shocked. "If you talk like that, I must go away. Such words are not fit for a lady to hear." The old man heard her rise. He fell on his knees and held out his arms in entreaty.
"She's begging your pardons, my lady. Sit down once more, angel from heaven, and she'll not say it no more. But she'll be telling you the story, and then you'll be knowing that what'll not be fit for ladies to hear, as good ladies had to bear."
He caught up the Lossie pipes, threw them down again, searched in a frenzy till he found his own, blew up the bag with short, quick pants, forced from them a low wail which ended in a scream, then broke into a kind of chant, the words of which were something like what follows. He had sense enough to remember that for his listener they must be English. Doubtless he was translating as he went on. His chanter all the time kept up a low, pitiful accompaniment, his voice only giving expression to the hate and execration of the song. Black rise the hills round the vale of Glencoe. Hard rise its rocks up the sides of the sky. Cold fall the streams from the snow on their summits. Bitter are the winds that search for the wanderer. False are the vapours that trail o'er the Quarrel. Blacker than the caverns that hollow the mountain, harder than crystals in the rock's bosom, colder than ice borne down in the torrents, more bitter than hail wind-swept o'er the Quarrel, falser than vapours that hide the dark precipice, is the heart of the Campbell, the hell-hound Glenlyon. Is it blood that is streaming down into the valley? Ha! 'Tis the red-coated bloodhounds of Orange. To hunt the red deer, is this a fit season? Glenlyon, said Ian, the son of the chieftain, what seek ye with guns and with gillies so many? Friends, a warm fire, good cheer, and a drink, said the liar of hell with the death in his heart. Come home to my house, it is poor, but your own. Cheese of the goat, and flesh of black cattle, and dew of the mountain to make their hearts joyful, they gave them in plenty, they gave them with welcome, and they slept on the heather and skins of the red deer. Ochone for the chief, God's curse on the traitors. Ochone for the chief, the father of his people, he is struck through the brain, and not in the battle. Ochone for his lady, the teeth of the badgers have torn the bright rings from her slender fingers. They have stripped her and shamed her in sight of her clansmen. They have sent out her ghost to cry after her husband. 9 men did Glenlyon slay, 9 of the true hearts. His own host he slew, the Laird of Inverriggen. 50 they slew, the rest fled to the mountains. In the deep snow the women and children fell down and slept, nor awoke in the morning. The bard of the glen, alone among strangers, Alistair, bard of the glen in the mountain, sings peace to the ghost of his father's father, slain by the curse of Glencoe, Glenlyon. Curse on Glenlyon, his wife's fair bosom, dry up with weeping the fates of her children. Curse on Glenlyon, each drop of his heart's blood turn to red fire and burn through his arteries. The pale murdered faces haunt him to madness. The shrieks of the ghosts from the mists of Glencoe ring in his ears through the caves of perdition. Man, woman, and child, to the last-born Campbell, rush howling to hell and fall cursing Glenlyon, the liar who drank with his host and then slew him. While he chanted, the whole being of the bard seemed to pour itself out in the feeble and quavering tones that issued from his withered throat. His voice grew in energy for a while as he proceeded, but at last gave way utterly under the fervour of imprecation, and ceased. Then, as if in an agony of foiled hate, he sent from chanter and drone a perfect screech of execration, with which the instrument dropped from his hands, and he fell back in his chair, speechless. Lady Florimel started to her feet, and stood trembling for a moment, hesitating whether to run from the cottage and call for help, or do what she might for the old man herself. But the next moment he came to himself, saying, in a tone of assumed composure, "You'll be knowing now, my lady, Why, she'll be hating the very name of Glenlyon."
"But it was not your grandfather that Glenlyon killed, Mr. MacPhail, was it?"
"And whose grandfather would it be, then, my lady?"
returned Duncan, drawing himself up. "The Glencoe people weren't MacPhails. I've read the story of the massacre, and know all about that."
"He might have been her mother's father, my lady."
"But you said father's father in your song."
"She said Alistair's father's father, my lady, she believes."
"I can't quite understand you, Mr. MacPhail."
"Well, you see, my lady, her father was out in the 45, and fought the redcoats at Culloden. That's his claymore on the wall there. A good blade, though she's not an Andrew Ferrara. She was forged in Glencoe by a cousin of her own, Angus by name, and she's a very good blade. She'll can well whistle the pibroch of Ian Lom about the ears of the Sassenach. Her grandfather was with his uncle in the battle of Killiecrankie after Tundi. A great man, my lady, and he died there. And so did her granduncle, for a villain of a Mackay, from Lord Ray's cursed country, where they always was rebels, my lady. Just as her uncle was be cutting down the wicked General Mackay, turned him round, without giving no warnings, and killed the poor man at one blow."
"But what has it all to do with your name? I declare I don't know what to call you."
"Call her your own bard, old Duncan MacPhail, my sweet lady, and have the patience with her, and she'll be telling you all about everything. Only you must give her old brains time to tumble themselves about. Her head grows very stupid. Yes, as she was saying, after the bloody massacre at Culloden, her father had to hide himself away out of sight, and to forge himself. I mean, to put upon himself a name that didn't mean himself at all. And my poor mother, who bored me, big old Duncan, the very day of that battle, would not be hearing one word of him for 3 months that he was away, and when he would be creep back like a fox to see her one fine night when the moon was not be up, they'll make an agreement to go away together for a time, and to call themselves MacPhails. But by and by they took their own names again."
"And why haven't you your own name now? I'm sure it's a much prettier name."
"Because she'll be taking the other, my dear lady."
"And why?"
Because she will tell you another time. She'll be tired to talk more about the cursed Commels this very day."
"Then Malcolm's name is not MacPhail either?"
"No, it is not, my lady."
"Is he your son's son, or your daughter's son?"
"Perhaps not, my lady."
"I want to know what his real name is. Is it the same as yours? It doesn't seem respectable not to have your own names."
"Oh, yes, my lady, very respectable. Many good men has to borrow names of their neighbours. We've all got our very own names, only in bad days, my lady, we don't always know which they are exactly. But we all know which we are each other, and we get on very good without the names. We lay them by with our Sabbath closed for a few days, and they come out the fresher and the sweeter for keeping the Sabbath so long, my lady. And now she'll be playing you the Catanach of Glencoe, which she was make herself for her own pipes."
"I want to know first what Malcolm's real name is," persisted Lady Florimel.
"Well, you see, my lady," returned Duncan, "some people has names and does not know them, and some people hasn't names and will be supposing they have."
"You are talking riddles, Mr. MacPhail, and I don't like riddles," said Lady Florimel, with an offence which was not altogether pretended.
"Yes, surely. Oh, yes. Call her Duncan MacPhail, and neither more or less, my lady." "Not yet," he returned, most evasively.
"I see you won't trust me," said the girl, and rising quickly, she bade him good night, and left the cottage. Duncan sat silent for a few minutes, as if in distress. Then slowly his hand went out feeling for his pipes, wherewithal he consoled himself till bedtime. Having plumed herself upon her influence with the old man, believing she could do anything with him she pleased, Lady Florimel was annoyed at failing to get from him any amplification of a hint in itself sufficient to cast a glow of romance about the youth who had already interested her so much. Duncan also was displeased, but with himself, for disappointing one he loved so much. With the passion for confidence which love generates, he had been for some time desirous of opening his mind to her upon the matter in question, and had indeed, on this very occasion, intended to lead up to a certain disclosure, but just at the last he clung to his secret, and could not let it go. Compelled thereto against the natural impulse of the Celtic nature, which is open and confiding, therefore in the reaction cunning and suspicious, he had practised reticence so long that he now recoiled from a breach of the habit which had become a second false nature. He felt like one who, having caught a bird, holds it in his hand with the full intention of letting it go, but cannot make up his mind to do it just yet, knowing that, the moment he opens his hand, nothing can make that bird his again. A whole week passed, during which Lady Florimel did not come near him, and the old man was miserable. At length one evening, for she chose her time when Malcolm must be in some vague spot between the shore and the horizon, she once more entered the piper's cottage. He knew her step the moment she turned the corner from the shore, and she had scarcely set her foot across the threshold before he broke out, "Ah, my dear lady, and did you'll think old Duncan such a stupid old man as not to'll be trusting the light of her blind eyes? But her lady must forgive her, for it is a long tale, not like anything you'll be in the way of believing, and also it'll be but the tassel to another long tale which tears the bag of her heart, and makes her feel a burning devil in the pocket of her bosom. But she'll tell you the one half of it that belongs to her boy Malcolm. He's a big boy now, but he wasn't always. No, he was once a very little small child in her old blind arms. But he wasn't old then. Why must young peoples grow old, my lady? But she'll be glad of it herself, for she'll can hate the better." Lady Florimel, incapable either of setting forth the advantages of growing old, or of enforcing the duty, which is the necessity, of forgiveness, answered with some commonplace. And as to fortify his powers of narration, a sailor would cut himself a quid, and a gentleman fill his glass or light a fresh cigar, Duncan slowly filled his bag. After a few strange notes, as of a spirit wandering in pain, he began his story. But I will tell the tale for him, lest the printed oddities of his pronunciation should prove wearisome. I must mention first, however, that he did not commence until he had secured a promise from Lady Florimel that she would not communicate his revelations to Malcolm, having, he said, very good reasons for desiring to make them himself, so soon as a fitting time should have arrived. Avoiding all mention of his reasons either for assuming another name, or for leaving his native glen, he told how, having wandered forth with no companion but his bagpipes, and nothing he could call his own beyond the garments and weapons which he wore, he traversed the shires of Inverness and Nairn and Moray, offering at every house on his road to play the pipes, or clean the lamps and candlesticks, and receiving sufficient return, mostly in the shape of food and shelter, but partly in money, to bring him all the way from Glencoe to Portlossie. Somewhere near the latter was a cave in which his father, after his flight from Culloden, had lain in hiding for 6 months, in hunger and cold, and in constant peril of discovery and death, all in that region being rebels, for as such Duncan of course regarded the adherents of the houses of Orange and Hanover, and having occasion, for reasons, as I have said, unexplained, in his turn to seek, like a hunted stag, a place far from his beloved glen, wherein to hide his head, he had set out to find the cave, which the memory of his father would render far more of a home to him now than any other place left him on earth. On his arrival at Portlossie, he put up at a small public-house in the Seaton, from which he started the next morning to find the cave, a somewhat hopeless as well as perilous proceeding. But his father's description of its situation and character had generated such a vivid imagination of it in the mind of the old man, that he believed himself able to walk straight into the mouth of it, nor was the peril so great as must at first appear to one who had been blind all his life. But he searched the whole of the east side of the promontory of Scournos, where it must lie, without finding such a cave as his father had depicted. Again and again he fancied he had come upon it, but was speedily convinced of his mistake. Even in one who had his eyesight, however, such a failure would not surprise those who understood how rapidly, as well as constantly, the whole faces of some cliffs are changing by the fall of portions, destroying the very existence of some caves, and utterly changing the mouths of others. From a desire of secrecy, occasioned by the haunting dread of its approaching necessity, day and night being otherwise much alike to him,
Duncan generally chose the night for his wanderings amongst the rocks, and probings of their hollows. One night, or rather morning, for he believed it was considerably past 12 o'clock, he sat weary in a large open cave, listening to the sound of the rising tide, and fell fast asleep, his bagpipes, without which he never went abroad, across his knees. He came to himself with a violent start, for the bag seemed to be moving, and its last faint sound of wail was issuing. Heavens! There was a baby lying upon it! For a time he sat perfectly bewildered, but at length concluded that some wandering gipsy had made him a too ready gift of the child she did not prize. Someone must be near. He called aloud, but there was no answer. The child began to cry. He sought to soothe it, and its lamentation ceased. The moment that its welcome silence responded to his blandishments, the still, small "Here I am" of the eternal love whispered its presence in the heart of the lonely man. Something lay in his arms so helpless that to it, poor and blind and forsaken of man and woman as he was yet a tower of strength. He clasped the child to his bosom, and rising forthwith, set out, but with warier steps than heretofore, over the rocks for the Seton. Already he would much have preferred concealing him, lest he should be claimed, a thing, in view of all the circumstances, not very likely. But for the child's sake he must carry him to the Salmon, where he had free entrance at any hour, not even the public-house locking its doors at night. Thither then he bore his prize, shielding him from the night air as well as he could, with the bag of his pipes. But he waked none of the inmates. Lately fed, the infant slept for several hours, and then did his best both to rouse and astonish the neighbourhood. Closely questioned, Duncan told the truth, but cunningly, in such manner that some disbelieved him altogether, while others, who had remarked his haunting of the rocks ever since his arrival, concluded that he had brought the child with him and had kept him hidden until now. The popular conviction at length settled to this, that the child was the piper's grandson, but base-born, whom therefore he was ashamed to acknowledge, although heartily willing to minister to and bring up as a foundling. The latter part of this conclusion, however, was not alluded to by Duncan in his narrative. It was enough to add that he took care to leave the former part of it undisturbed. The very next day he found himself attacked by a low fever, but as he had hitherto paid for everything he had at the inn, they never thought of turning him out when his money was exhausted, and as he had already by his discreet behaviour, and the pleasure his bagpipes afforded, made himself not a few friends amongst the simple-hearted people of the Seton, some of the benevolent inhabitants of the upper town, Miss Horne in particular, were soon interested in his favour, who supplied him with everything he required until his recovery. As to the baby, he was gloriously provided for. He had at least a dozen foster-mothers at once. No woman in the Seton who could enter a claim founded on the possession of the special faculty required, failing to enter that claim, with the result of an amount of jealousy almost incredible. Meantime the town drummer fell sick and died, and Miss Horne made a party in favour of Duncan. But for the baby, I doubt if he would have had a chance, for he was a stranger and interloper. The women, however, with the baby in their forefront, carried the day. Then his opponents retreated behind the instrument, and strove hard to get the drum recognized as an essential of the office. When Duncan recoiled from the drum with indignation, but without losing the support of his party, the opposition had the effrontery to propose a bell. That he rejected with a vehemence of scorn that had nearly ruined his cause, and assuming straightway the position of chief party in the proposed contract, declared that no noise of his making should be other than the noise of bagpipes, that he would rather starve than beat drum or ring bell. If he served in the case, it must be after his own fashion, and so on. Hence it was no wonder, some of the bailies being not only small men and therefore conceited, but powerful Whigs, who despised everything Highland, and the bagpipes especially, if the affair did for a while seem hopeless. But the more noble-minded of the authorities approved of the piper none the less for his independence, a generosity partly rooted, it must be confessed, in the amusement which the annoyance of their weaker brethren afforded them, whom at last they were happily successful in outvoting, so that the bagpipes superseded the drum for a season. It may be asked whence it arose that Duncan should now be willing to quit his claim to any paternal property in Malcolm, confessing that he was none of his blood. One source of the change was doubtless the desire of confidences between himself and Lady Florimel. Another, the growing conviction, generated it may be by the admiration which is born of love, that the youth had gentle blood in his veins. And a third, that Duncan had now so thoroughly proved the heart of Malcolm as to have no fear of any change of fortune ever alienating his affections, or causing him to behave otherwise than as his dutiful grandson. It is not surprising that such a tale should have a considerable influence on Lady Florimel's imagination. Out of the scanty facts which formed but a second volume, she began at once to construct both a first and a third. She dreamed of the young fisherman that night, and reflecting in the morning on her intercourse with him, recalled sufficient indications in him of superiority to his circumstances, noted by her now, however, for the first time, to justify her dream. He might indeed well be the lost scion of a noble family. I do not intend the least hint that she began to fall in love with him. To balance his good looks and the nobility, to keener eyes yet more evident than to hers, in both his moral and physical carriage, the equally undeniable clownishness of his dialect and tone had huge weight, while the peculiar straightforwardness of his behaviour and address not unfrequently savoured in her eyes of rudeness. Besides which objectionable things, there was the persistent odour of fish about his garments, in itself sufficient to prevent such a catastrophe. The sole result of her meditations was the resolve to get some amusement out of him, by means of a knowledge of his history superior to his own. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 30. The Revival. Before the close of the herring fishing, one of those movements of the spiritual waters, which in different forms and under different names manifest themselves at various intervals of space and of time, was in full vortex. It was supposed by the folk of Portlossie to have begun in the village of Scournose, but by the time it was recognized as existent, no one could tell whence it had come, any more than he could predict whither it was going. Of its spiritual origin, it may be also predicated with confidence that its roots lay deeper than human insight could reach, and were far more interwoven than human analysis could disentangle. One notable fact bearing on its nature was, that it arose among the people themselves, without the intervention or immediate operation of the clergy, who indeed to a man were set against it. Hence the flood was at first free from the results of one influence most prolific of the pseudo-spiritual, namely, the convulsive efforts of men with faith in a certain evil system of theology, to rouse a galvanic life by working on the higher feelings through the electric sympathies of large assemblages, and through the excitement of late hours, prolonged prayers and exhortations, and sometimes even direct appeal to individuals in public presence. The end of these things is death, for the reaction is towards spiritual hardness and a more confirmed unbelief. When the excitement has died away, those at least in whom the spiritual faculty is for the time exhausted presume that they have tasted and seen, and found that nothing is there. The whole thing is closely allied to the absurdity of those who would throw down, or who would accept the challenge, to test the reality of answer to prayer by applying the force of a multitudinous petition to the will of the supposed divinity. I say supposed divinity, because a being whose will could be thus moved like a water-wheel could not be in any sense divine. If there might be a religious person so foolish and irreverent as to agree to such a test, crucial indeed, but in a far other sense than that imagined, I would put it to him whether the very sense of experiment would not destroy in his mind all faculty of prayer, placing him in the position no more of a son of God, but of one who, tempting the Lord his God, may read his rebuke where it stands recorded for the ages. But where such a movement has originated amongst the people, the very facts adduced to argue its falsehood from its vulgarity are to me so many indications on the other side. For I could ill believe in a divine influence which did not take the person such as he was, did not, while giving him power from beyond him, leave his individuality uninjured, yea, intensify it, subjecting the very means of its purification, the spread of the new leaven, to the laws of time and growth. To look at the thing from the other side, the genuineness of the man's reception of it
will be manifest in the meeting of his present conditions with the new thing, in the show of results natural to one of his degree of development. To hear a rude man utter his experience in the forms of cultivation would be at once to suspect the mere glitter of a reflex, and to doubt an illumination from within. I repeat, the genuine influence shows itself such in showing that it has laid hold of the very man, at the very stage of growth he had reached. The dancing of David before the ark, the glow of St. Stephen's face, and the wild gestures and rude songs of miners and fishers and negroes may all be signs of the presence of the same spirit in temples various. Children will rush and shout and holloa for the same joy which sends others of the family to weep apart. Of course, the one infallible test as to whether any such movement is of man without God, or of God within the man, is the following life. Only a large space for fluctuation must be allowed, where a whole world of passions and habits has to be subjected to the will of God, through the vicegerency of a human will hardly or only just awakened, and as yet unconscious of itself. The nearest Joseph Mair could come to the origin of the present movement was the influence of a certain Stornoway fisherman, whom they had brought back with them on their return from the coasts of Lewis, a man of Celtic fervour and faith, who had agreed to accompany them probably in the hope of serving a set of the bravest and hardest-working men in the world, who yet spent a large part of their ease in drinking up the earnings of fierce and perilous labour. There were a few amongst them, he found, already prepared to receive the word, and to each of these he spoke in private. They spoke to one another, then each to his friend outside the little circle. Next a few met to pray. These drew others in, and at length it was delivered from mouth to mouth that on the following Sunday, at a certain early hour in the morning, a meeting would be held in the Baillies Barn, a cave large enough to receive all the grown population of Scournos. The news of this gathering, of course, reached the Seaton, where some were inclined to go and see, others to go and hear, most of even the latter class, however, being at the same time more than inclined to mock at the idea of a popular religious assembly. Not so Duncan MacPhail, who, notwithstanding the more than half pagan character of his ideas, had too much reverence to mock at anything in the form of religion, to all the claims of which he was even eager to assent. When the duty of forgiveness was pressed upon him too hard, he would take his last refuge in accepting to the authority of the messenger. He regarded the announcement of the meeting with the greater respect that the man from Stornoway was a MacLeod, and so of his mother's clan. It was now the end of August, when the sky is of a paler blue in the daytime, and greener about the sunset. The air had in it a touch of cold, which, like as a faint acid affects a sweet drink, only rendered the warmth more pleasant. On the appointed morning the tide was low, and the waves died gently upon the sand, seeming to have crept away from the shore to get nearer to the sunrise. Duncan was walking along the hard, wet sand towards the promontory, with Mr. Graham on one side of him, and Malcolm on the other. There was no gun to fire this morning. It was Sunday, and all might repose undisturbed. The longer sleep in bed, possibly the shorter in church. "I wish you had your sight but for a moment, Mr. MacPhail," said the schoolmaster. "How this sunrise would make you leap for joy." "Aye," said Malcolm, "it would gar Daddy grip till his pipes in two hurries." "And what should she be wanting her pipes for?" asked Duncan. "To praise God with," answered Malcolm. "Aye, aye," murmured Duncan thoughtfully. "They are that." "What are they?" asked Mr. Graham gently. "For to praise God," answered Duncan solemnly. "I almost envy you," returned Mr. Graham, "when I think how you will praise God one day. What a glorious waking you will have." "Then it'll be your opinion, Mr. Bram, that she'll be sleeping her sound sleep, and not be lying wide awake in her coffin all the time." "A good deal better than that, Mr. MacPhail," returned the schoolmaster cheerily. "It's my opinion that you are, as it were, asleep now, and that the moment you die you will feel as if you had just woke up, and for the first time in your life. For one thing, you will see far better then than any of us do now." But poor Duncan could not catch the idea. His mind was filled with a preventing fancy. "Yes, I know. At the day of judgment," he said. "But what'll be the use of keeping her eyes open before she'll be up?
How should she be seen with all the earth above her? And a gravestone, too, that I know my boy Malcolm will be laying on the top of his old grandfather to keep him warm. And let people be know that the blind piper will be lying down below, wide awake and very uncomfortable."
"Excuse me, Mr. MacPhail, but that's all a mistake," said Mr. Graham positively. "The body is but a sort of shell that we cast off when we die, as the corn casts off its husk when it begins to grow. The life of the seed comes up out of the earth in a new body, as St. Paul says."
"Then," interrupted Duncan, "she'll be growing up out of her grave like a seed growing up to be a corn or a barley?"
The schoolmaster began to despair of ever conveying to the piper the idea that the living man is the seed sown, and that when the body of this seed dies, then the new body, with the man in it, springs alive out of the old one, that the death of the one is the birth of the other. Far more enlightened people than Duncan never imagine, and would find it hard to believe, that the sowing of the seed spoken of might mean something else than the burying of the body, not perceiving what yet surely is plain enough, that would be the sowing of a seed already dead, and incapable of giving birth to anything whatever. "No, no," he said almost impatiently. "You will never be in the grave. It is only your body that will go there, with nothing like life about it except the smile the glad soul has left on it. The poor body, when thus forsaken, is so dead that it can't even stop smiling. Get Malcolm to read to you out of the book of the Revelation, how there were multitudes, even then, standing before the throne. They had died in this world, yet there they were, well and happy."
"Oh, yes," said Duncan, with no small touch of spitefulness in his tone, "twang-a-twanging at their fine golden harps. She'll not be thinking much of the harp for a music-maker, and people tells her she'll not be having her pipes there. Oh, Hone, she'll just be lying still and not be getting up. And when the work is over, and everybody gone away, she'll just be getting up, and taking a look about her, to see if she'll be finding a stand of pipes that some good Highlandman has been left behind him when he died lately."
"You'll find it rather lonely, won't you?"
"Yes, no doubt, for they'll all be gone up. Well, she'll have her pipes, and she could not go where the pipes was looked down upon by all the great people, and all the small ones too."
They had now reached the foot of the promontory, and turned northwards, each of his companions taking an arm of the piper to help him over the rocks that lay between them and the mouth of the cave, which soon yawned before them like a section of the mouth of a great fish. Its floor of smooth rock had been swept out clean, and sprinkled with dry sea-sand. There were many hollows and projections along its sides, rudely fit for serving as seats, to which had been added a number of forms extemporized of planks and thwarts. No one had yet arrived when they entered, and they went at once to the further end of the cave, that Duncan, who was a little hard of hearing, might be close to the speakers. There his companions turned and looked behind them. An exclamation, followed by a full glance at each other, broke from each. The sun, just clearing the end of the opposite promontory, shone right into the mouth of the cave, from the midst of a tumult of gold, in which all the other colours of his approach had been swallowed up. The Triumph strode splendent over sea and shore, subduing waves and rocks to a path for its mighty entrance into that dark cave on the human coast. With his back to the light stood Duncan in the bottom of the cave, his white hair gleaming argentine, as if his poor blind head were the very goal of the heavenly progress. He turned round.
"Will it be a fire? She feels something warm on her head,"
he said, rolling his sightless orbs, upon which the splendour broke waveless, casting a grim shadow of him on the jagged rock behind. "No," answered Mr. Graham, "it is the sun you feel. He's just out of his grave." The old man gave a grunt. "I often think," said the schoolmaster to Malcolm, "that possibly the reason why we are told so little about the world we are going to is that no description of it would enter our minds, any more than a description of that sunrise would carry a notion of its reality into the mind of your grandfather."
"She's obliged to you, Mr. Graham," said the piper with offence. "You take her very stupid. You're so proud of your eyes you think a blind man cannot see at all."
But the folk began to assemble. By twos and threes, now from the one side, now from the other, they came dropping in as if out of the rush of the blinding sunshine, till the seats were nearly filled, while a goodly company gathered about the mouth of the cave, there to await the arrival of those who had called the meeting.
Presently MacLeod, a small thin man, with iron-grey hair, keen shrewd features, large head, and brown complexion, appeared, and made his way to the farther end of the cave, followed by 3 or 4 of the men of Skouarnos, among whom walked a pale-faced consumptive lad, with bowed shoulders and eyes on the ground. He it was who, feebly clambering on a ledge of rock, proceeded to conduct the worship of the assembly. His parents were fisher people of Skouarnos, who, to make a minister of him, had been half-starving the rest of their family, but he had broken down at length under the hardships of endless work and wretched food. From the close of the session in March, he had been teaching in Aberdeen until a few days before, when he came home, aware that he was dying, and full of a fervour betraying anxiety concerning himself, rather than indicating the possession of good news for others. The sun had now so far changed his position that, although he still shone into the cave, the preacher stood in the shadow, out of which gleamed his wasted countenance, pallid and sombre and solemn, as first he poured forth an abject prayer for mercy, conceived in the spirit of a slave supplicating the indulgence of a hard master, and couched in words and tones that bore not a trace of the filial. Then read the chapter containing the curses of Mount Ebal, and gave the congregation one of Duncan's favourite psalms to sing, and at length began a sermon on what he called the divine justice. Not one word was there in it, however, concerning God's love of fair dealing, either as betwixt himself and man, or as betwixt man and his fellow. The preacher's whole notion of justice was the punishment of sin, and that punishment was hell, and hell only, so that the whole sermon was about hell from beginning to end, hell appalling, lurid, hopeless, and the eyes of all were fixed upon him with that glow from within which manifests the listening spirit. Some of the women were pale as himself from sympathetic horror, doubtless also from a vague stirring of the conscience, which, without accusing them of crime, yet told them that all was not right between them and their God, while the working of the faces of some of the men betrayed a mind not at all at ease concerning their prospects. It was an eloquent and powerful utterance, and might doubtless claim its place in the economy of human education. But it was at best a pagan embodiment of truths such as a righteous pagan might have discovered, and breathed nothing of the spirit of Christianity, being as unjust towards God as it represented him to be towards men. The God of the preacher was utterly unlike the Father of Jesus. Urging his hearers to flee from the wrath to come, he drew such a picture of an angry deity as in nothing resembled the revelation in the Son. "Fellow sinners," he said in conclusion, "haste ye, and flee from the wrath to come. Now is God waiting to be gracious, but only so long as his Son holds back the indignation ready to burst forth and devour you. He sprinkles its flames with the scarlet wool and the hyssop of atonement. He stands between you and justice, and pleads with his incensed Father for his rebellious creatures. Well for you that he so stands and so pleads. Yet even he could not prevail forever against such righteous anger, and it is but for a season he will thus entreat. The day will come when he will stand aside and let the fiery furnace break forth and slay you. Then with howling and anguish, with weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, ye shall know that God is a God of justice, that his wrath is one with his omnipotence, and his hate everlasting as the fires of hell. But do as ye will, ye cannot thwart his decrees, for to whom he will he showeth mercy, and whom he will he hardeneth." Scarcely had he ceased, when a loud cry, clear and keen, rang through every corner of the cave. Well might the preacher start and gaze around him, for the cry was articulate, sharply muddled into the 3 words, "Father Alates!" Some of the men gave a scared groan, and some of the women shrieked. None could tell whence the cry had come, and Malcolm alone could guess who must have uttered it. "Yes," said the preacher, recovering himself, and replying to the voice. "He is the Father of lights, but only to them that are in Christ Jesus. He is no Father, but an avenging deity, to them over whom the robe of his imputed righteousness is not cast. Jesus Christ himself will not be gracious forever. Kiss ye the Son, lest even he be angry, and ye perish from the way when his wrath is kindled but a little." "Father Alates!" rang the cry again, and louder than before.
To Malcolm it seemed close behind him, but he had the self-possession not to turn his head. The preacher took no farther notice. MacLeod stood up, and having in a few simple remarks attempted to smooth some of the asperities of the youth's address, announced another meeting in the evening, and dismissed the assembly with a prayer. Malcolm went home with his grandfather. He was certain it was the laird's voice he had heard, but he would attempt no search after his refuge that day, for dread of leading to its discovery by others. That evening most of the boats of the Seton set out for the fishing ground as usual, but not many went from Scournos. Blue Peter would go no more of a Sunday. Hence Malcolm was free for the night, and again with his grandfather walked along the sands in the evening towards the cave. The sun was going down on the other side of the promontory before them, and the sky was gorgeous in rose and blue, in peach and violet, in purple and green, barred and fretted, heaped and broken, scattered and massed, every colour edged and tinged and harmonized with a glory as of gold, molten with heat and glowing with fire. The thought that his grandfather could not see, and had never seen such splendour, made Malcolm sad, and very little was spoken between them as they went. When they arrived, the service had already commenced, but room was made for them to pass, and a seat was found for Duncan where he could hear. Just as they entered, Malcolm spied, amongst those who preferred the open air at the mouth of the cavern, a face which he was all but certain was that of one of the 3 men from whom he had rescued the laird. MacLeod was to address them. He took for his text the words of the Saviour, "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest," and founded upon them a simple, gracious, and all but eloquent discourse, very different in tone and influence from that of the young student. It must be confessed that the Christ he presented was very far off, and wrapped in a hazy nimbus of abstraction, that the toil of his revelation was forgotten, the life he lived being only alluded to, and that not for the sake of showing what he was, and hence what God is, but to illustrate the conclusions of men concerning him. And yet there was that heart of reality in the whole thing, which no moral vulgarity of theory, no injustice towards God, no tyranny of stupid logic over childlike intuitions, could so obscure as to render it inoperative. From the form of the Son of Man, thus beheld from afar, came a warmth, like the warmth from the first approach of the far-off sun in spring, sufficing to rouse the earth from the sleep of winter, in which all the time the same sun has been its warmth, and has kept it from sleeping unto death. MacLeod was a thinker, aware of the movements of his own heart, and able to reflect on others the movements of their hearts. Hence, although in the main he treated the weariness and oppression from which Jesus offered to set them free, as arising from a sense of guilt and the fear of coming misery, he could not help alluding to more ordinary troubles, and depicting other phases of the heart's restlessness with such truth and sympathy that many listened with a vague feeling of exposure to a supernatural insight. The sermon soon began to show its influence, for a sense of the need of help is so present to every simple mind that of all messages the offer of help is of easiest reception. Some of the women were sobbing, and the silent tears were flowing down the faces of others, while of the men many were looking grave and thoughtful, and kept their eyes fixed on the speaker. At length, towards the close, MacLeod judged it needful to give a word of warning. "But, my friends," he said, and his voice grew low and solemn, "I dare not make an end without reminding you that, if you stop your ears against the gracious call, a day will come when not even the merits of the Son of God will avail you, but the wrath of the—" "Father Elates!" once more burst ringing out, like the sudden cry of a trumpet in the night. MacLeod took no notice of it, but brought his sermon at once to a close, and specified the night of the following Saturday for the next meeting. They sung a psalm, and after a slow, solemn, thoughtful prayer, the congregation dispersed. But Malcolm, who, anxious because of the face he had seen as he entered, had been laying his plans, after begging his grandfather in a whisper to go home without him, for a reason he would afterward explain, withdrew into a recess whence he could watch the cave, without being readily discovered. Scarcely had the last voices of the retreating congregation died away, when the same ill-favoured face peeped round the corner of the entrance, gave a quick glance about, and the man came in. Like a snuffing terrier, he went peering in the dimness into every hollow, and behind every projection, until he suddenly caught sight of Malcolm, probably by a glimmering of his eyes. "Hello, Humpy!" he cried in a tone of exultation, and sprang up the rough ascent of a step or two to where he sat. Malcolm half rose, and met him with a well-delivered blow between the eyes. He fell, and lay for a moment stunned. Malcolm sat down again and watched him. When he came to himself, he crept out, muttering imprecations. He knew it was not Humpy who dealt that blow. As soon as he was gone, Malcolm in his turn began searching. He thought he knew every hole and corner of the cave, and there was but one where the laird, who, for as near him as he heard his voice the first time, certainly had not formed one of the visible congregation, might have concealed himself. If that was his covert, there he must be still, for he had assuredly not issued from it. Immediately behind where he had sat in the morning was a projection of rock, with a narrow cleft between it and the wall of the cavern, visible only from the very back of the cave, where the roof came down low. But when he thought of it, he saw that even here he could not have been hidden in the full light of the morning from the eyes of some urchins who had seated themselves as far back as the roof would allow them, and they had never looked as if they saw anything more than other people. Still, if he was to search at all, here he must begin. The cleft had scarcely more width than sufficed to admit his body, and his hands told him at once that there was no laird there. Could there be any opening further? If there was, it could only be somewhere above. Was advance in that direction possible? He felt about, and finding 2 or 3 footholds, began to climb in the dark, and had reached the height of 6 feet or so, when he came to a horizontal projection, which, for a moment only, barred his further progress. Having literally surmounted this, that is, got on the top of it, he found there a narrow vertical opening. Was it but a shallow recess, or did it lead into the heart of the rock? Carefully feeling his way both with hands and feet, he advanced a step or 2, and came to a place where the passage widened a little, and then took a sharp turn, and became so narrow that it was with difficulty he forced himself through. It was, however, but one close pinch, and he found himself, as his feet told him, at the top of a steep descent. He stood for a moment hesitating, for prudence demanded a light. The sound of the sea was behind him, but all in front was still as the darkness of the grave. Suddenly, up from unknown depths of gloom, came the tones of a sweet childish voice, singing, "The Lord's my shepherd." Malcolm waited until the psalm was finished, and then called out, "Mr. Stewart, I'm here, Malcolm MacPhail. I want to see ye. Tell him it's me, Phemy." A brief pause followed, then Phemy's voice answered, "Come away down. He says ye to be welcome." "Canna ye show a light, then? For I dinna ken a fit o' the road," said Malcolm. The next moment a light appeared at some little distance below, and presently began to ascend, borne by Phemy, towards the place where he stood. She took him by the hand without a word, and led him down a slope, apparently formed of material fallen from the roof, to the cave already described. The moment he entered it, he marked the water in its side, the smooth floor, the walls hollowed into 1,000 fantastic cavities, and knew he had come upon the cave in which his great-grandfather had found refuge so many years before. Changes in its mouth had rendered entrance difficult, and it had slipped by degrees from the knowledge of men. At the bottom of the slope, by the side of the well, sat the laird. Phemy set the little lantern she carried on its edge. The laird rose and shook hands with Malcolm, and asked him to be seated. "I'm sorry to say they're after ye again, laird," said Malcolm, after a little ordinary chat. Mr. Stewart was on his feet instantly. "I'm on away. Take care of Phemy," he said hurriedly. "Na, na, sir," said Malcolm, laying his hand on his arm. "There's nae sic hurry. As long as I'm here ye may sit still, and as far as I ken, nobody's fun the way in but mysel', and that was your ain wyte, laird. But ye have garred mair folk nor me look, and that's the pity o't." "I told ye, sir, ye shouldna cry out," said Phemy. "I couldna help it," said Stewart apologetically. "Well, ye shouldna ha gone near them again," persisted the little woman. Who kent but they kent where I come frae, also persisted the laird. Sit ye down, sir, and let's hae a word about it, said Malcolm cheerily. The laird cast a doubting look at Phemy. Aye, sit down, said Phemy. Mr. Stewart yielded, but nervous starts and sudden twitches of the muscles betrayed his uneasiness. It looked as if his body would jump up and run without his mind's consent. "Hae ye ony way o' winning out o' this, forby the mouth o' the cave there?" asked Malcolm. "None 'at I ken of," answered Phemy, "but there's heaps o' hidey-holes in the inside o' it." "That's all very weel, but gien they keep at the mouth, and took their time till it, they bod to grip ye." "There may be, though," resumed Phemy. "It gangs back a long road. I hae never been in sight o' the end o' it. It comes down very like in some places, and gangs up high again in others, but no sign o' an end till it." "Is there any sound o' water intil it?" asked Malcolm. "Na, none ever I heard. But I tell ye what I have heard. I heard the flails gun thud, thud abune my head." "Hoot toot, Phemy," said Malcolm. "We're a good mile and a half frae the nearest farm toon, and that I reckon 'll be the house farm." "I canna help that," persisted Phemy. "Gien it wasna the flails, whiles one and whiles two, I dinna ken what it could ha' been. Hoo far it was I canna say, for it's ill measuring in the dark, or with nothing but a bow in your hand. But gien ye called it Mair, I winna wonder." "It's a mighty howkin," said Malcolm. "But for all that, it wouldna hold ye frae the grip o' the scoundrels. Wherever ye ran, they could run after ye." "I think we could sort them," said Phemy. "There's ae place, a good bit farrer in, where the roof comes down to the floor, leaving just a small hole to creep through. It would be fine to hae a gey muckle stane handy, just to row athwart it, and gar it look as gien it was the end o' all thing. But the hole's so small that the laird has ill getting his poor back through it." "I couldna help wondering how I won through at the top there," said Malcolm. At this the laird laughed almost merrily, and rising, took Malcolm by the hand, and led him to the spot, where he made him feel a rough groove in the wall of the rocky strait. Into this hollow he laid his hump, and so slid sideways through. Malcolm squeezed himself through after him, saying, "Noo ye're out, laird, hadna ye better come wi' me hame to Miss Horne's, where ye would be as safe as gien ye were in heaven itsel?" "Na, I cannot gang to Miss Horne's," he replied. "What for no, laird?" Pulling Malcolm down towards him, the laird whispered in his ear, "'Cause she's fleet at my back." A moment or two passed ere Malcolm could think of a reply both true and fitting. When at length he spoke again, there was no answer, and he knew that he was alone. He left the cave and set out for the Seton, but, unable to feel at peace about his friends, resolved on the way to return after seeing his grandfather, and spend the night in the outer cave. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 31. Wandering Stars. He had not been gone many minutes, when the laird passed once more through the strait, and then stood a moment waiting for Phemy. She had persuaded him to go home to her father's for the night. But the next instant he darted back, with trembling hands, caught hold of Phemy, who was following him with the lantern, and stammered in her ear, "There's somebody there! I dinna ken where they come frae." Phemy went to the front of the passage and listened, but could hear nothing, and returned. "Bide where ye are, laird," she said. "I'll gang doon, and gien I hear or see nothing, I'll come back for ye." With careful descent, placing her feet on the well-known points unerringly, she reached the bottom and peeped into the outer cave. The place was quite dark. Through its jaws the sea glimmered faint in the low light that skirted the northern horizon, and the slow pulse of the tide upon the rocks was the sole sound to be heard. No, another in the cave close beside her. One small, solitary noise, as of shingle yielding under the pressure of a standing foot. She held her breath and listened, her heart beating so loud that she feared it would deafen her to what would come next. A good many minutes, half an hour it seemed to her, passed, during which she heard nothing more. But as she peeped out for the 20th time, a figure glided into the field of vision bounded by the cave's mouth. It was that of a dumpy woman. She entered the cave, tumbled over one of the forms, and gave a cry coupled with an imprecation. "The divil roast them 'at laid me sick a trap," she said. "I ha' broken the shins the old Marquis lauded." "Hold your wicked tongue," hissed a voice in return, almost in Phemy's very ear. "Oh, you're there, are you, mem?" rejoined the other, in a voice that held internal communication with her wounded shins. "Coupit ye the crans like me?" The question, Englished, was, "Did you fall head over heels like me?" but was capable of a metaphorical interpretation as well. "Hold your tongue, I say, woman. Who knows but some of the saints may be at their prayers within hearing?" "Na, mem, there's nae risk o' that. This is no one of your creepy caves where otters and woolcats hae their habitations. It's a muckle open-mowed place, like them 'at prays intil it, as tum and clear-sighted as a tongueless bill. But what for you would ha's come here to our cracks, I canna fathom. A body would think ye had an ill thought in your head, eh, mem?" The suggestion was followed by a low, almost sneering laugh. As she spoke, the sounds of her voice and step had been advancing, with cautious, intermittent approach. "Ay, hae you know," she said, as she seated herself at length beside the other. "The gowk, Geordie Bray," she went on, "to take it intil his ugly head at the creature will be hurkling here. It's not the place for one 'at has to hide his head for the shame of slipping off the likes o' himself upon sic a braw mither. Could he get near their door to win it haith?" "Woman, you'll drive me mad," said the other. "Well, hinny," returned the former, suddenly changing her tone, "I'm mair and mair convinced that yon's the verra lad for your purpose. For one thing, ye see, nobody kens where he come frae, as the Laird, bonny lad, would say, and nobody can contradict a word. The old man less than anybody, for I can tell him what he kens to be truth. Only I winna move till I ken where he comes frae." "Wouldn't you prefer not knowing for certain? You could swear with the better grace." "Deil a bit. It matters na to me whilk side o' my teeth I chew with, but I will not swear till I ken the truth, 'at I may hold off it. He's the man, though, gin we can get a grip on. He looks the right thing, ye see, mem. He has a glisk o' the Marquis, too. Dimna ye think, mem? Insolent wretch. Ca canny, mem. A thing mun be considered. It would but gar the thing look the mair likely. Folk gangs the length o' sayin' that Humpy himself's not the sin o' the old Laird, honest man." "It's a wicked lie!" burst with indignation from the other. "There may be waur things not a bit lay. Onygate, one thing's easy priven. Ye lay verra doughy for a month or 6 weeks once upon a time at Lossie House, and that was a few years, we needna speir how many, after ye was light into the tither. When they hear that at that time ye gave birth to a lad bairn, the whilk was stolen away, and never heard tell of till no. It may well be, folk'll say, them 'at has drunk would drink again. It would afford reasons, ye see, and good ones, for the bairn being putten out o' sight, and would make the hale story mair na likely in the judgment o' all 'at heard it." "You scandalous woman! That would be to confess to all the world that he was not the son of my late husband." "They say that o' him it is, and how muckle the waur are ye? Let them say it they like, so long as we can show it he came o' your body, and was born in wedlock. Ye hae your lands once mair, for ye have a son 'at can guide them, and ye can guide him. He's a bonny lad, bonny enough to be your ladyship's, and his lordship's, and so, as I was remarking, in the judgment o' ill-thoughted folk, the mair likely to be heir to old Stewart o' Kirkbyres." She laughed huskily. "But I maun have a skart at your pen, mem, afore I wag tongue about it," she went on. "I ken brawly how to set it going. I sanna be the first to ring the bell, na. I shall set Miss Horne's Jean jawing, and it'll be all over the town in a jiffy. At first in a kind o' a soch 'at nobody'll understan', but it'll grow louder and plainer. At the long last it'll come to your ladyship's hearing, and syne ye hae me ta'en up in question afore a justice of the peace, that there may be no look o' any compact between us two. But, as I said afore, I'll no move till I ken all about the lad first, and syne get a skart o' your pen, mem." "You must be the devil himself," said the other, in a tone that was not of displeasure. "I have been tell't that afore, and wi' less reason," was the reply, given also in a tone that was not of displeasure. "But what if we should be found out?" "Ye can lay it all upon me." "And what will you do with it?" "Take it with me," was the answer, accompanied by another husky laugh. "Where to?" "Spare no questions, and ye'll be tellt nae lies. Onygate, I s' leave nae track ahind me. And for that same sake I maun hae my part in my hand the minute the thing's been sworn till. Gin ye fail me, ye'll soon see me get mair light upon the subject, and confess till a great mistake. By the mighty, but I'll swear the very contraire the next time I'm hit up. Aye, and ilka body'll believe me. And what'll ye be then, my lady? For though I might mistake, ye couldna. Faith, they'll have ye ta'en up for perjury." "You're a dangerous accomplice," said the lady. "I'm a tool ye maun take by the handle, or ye'll rue the edge," returned the other quietly. "As soon then as I get a hold of that misbegotten elf, mean ye the young laird, or the young marquis, mem? You forget, Mistress Catanach, that you are speaking to a lady." "Ye mun ha' been uncle-like one night, onygate, mem. But I'm done with my joking." "As soon, I say, as I get my poor boy into proper hands, I shall be ready to take the next step." "What for should ye put it off till then? He cannot do muckle one way or t'other." "I will tell you. His uncle, Sir Joseph, prides himself on being an honest man, and if some busybody were to tell him that poor Stephen, as I am told people are saying, was no worse than harsh treatment had made him, for you know his father could not bear the sight of him to the day of his death, he would be the more determined to assert his guardianship and keep things out of my hands. But if I once had the poor fellow in an asylum, or in my own keeping, you see—" "Well, ma'am, gin I be potty, ye're panny," exclaimed the midwife with her gelatinous laugh. "Losh, ma'am," she burst out after a moment's pause, "gin you and me was to fall out, there would be a stramash. They rose and left the cave together, talking as they went, and Phemy, trembling all over, rejoined the laird. She could understand little of what she had heard, and yet, enabled by her affection, retained in her mind a good deal of it. After events brought more of it to her recollection, and what I have here given is an attempted restoration of the broken mosaic. She rightly judged it better to repeat nothing of what she had overheard to the laird, to whom it would only redouble terror, and when he questioned her in his own way concerning it, she had little difficulty, so entirely did he trust her, in satisfying him with a very small amount of information. When they reached her home, she told all she could to her father, whose opinion it was that the best, indeed the only thing they could do, was to keep, if possible, a yet more vigilant guard over the laird and his liberty. Soon after they were gone, Malcolm returned, and little thinking that there was no one left to guard, chose a sheltered spot in the cave, carried thither a quantity of dry sand, and lay down to sleep, covered with his tarpaulin coat. He found it something chilly, however, and did not rest so well but that he woke with the first break of day. The morning, as it drew slowly on, was a strange contrast in its grey and saffron to the gorgeous sunset of the night before. The sea crept up on the land as if it were weary, and did not care much to flow any more. Not a breath of wind was in motion, and yet the air even on the shore seemed full of the presence of decaying leaves and damp earth. He sat down in the mouth of the cave, and looked out on the still, half-waking world of ocean and sky before him. A leaden ocean, and a dull, misty sky. And as he gazed, a sadness came stealing over him, and a sense of the endlessness of labour ever returning on itself and making no progress. The Mad Laird was always lamenting his ignorance of his origin. Malcolm thought he knew whence he came, and yet what was the much good of life? Where was the end to it all? People so seldom got what they desired. To be sure, his life was a happy one, or had been. But there was the poor laird. Why should he be happier than the laird? Why should the laird have a hump and he have none? If all the world were happy but one man, that one's misery would be as a cairn on which the countless multitudes of the blessed must heap the stones of endless questions and enduring perplexities. It is one thing to know from whom we come, and another to know him from whom we come. Then his thoughts turned to Lady Florimel. All the splendors of existence radiated from her, but to the glory he could never draw nearer. The celestial fires of the rainbow fountain of her life could never warm him. She cared about nothing he cared about. If they had a common humanity, they could not share it. To her he was hardly human. If he were to unfold before her the deepest layers of his thought, she would look at them curiously, as she might watch the doings of an ant or a spider. Had he no right to look for more? He did not know, and sat brooding with bowed head. Unseen from where he sat, the sun drew nearer the horizon. The light grew. The tide began to ripple up more diligently. A glimmer of dawn touched even the brown rock in the farthest end of the cave. Where there was light, there was work, and where there was work for anyone, there was at least justification of his existence. That work must be done, if it should return and return in a never-broken circle. Its theory could wait. For indeed, the only hope of finding the theory of all theories, the divine idea, lay in the going on of things. In the meantime, while God took care of the sparrows by himself, he allowed Malcolm a share in the protection of a human heart capable of the keenest suffering, that of the Mad Laird. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Malcolm, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 32. The Skipper's Chamber. One day, towards the close of the fishing season, the Marquis called upon Duncan, and was received with a cordial, unembarrassed welcome. "I want you, Mr. MacPhail," said his lordship, "to come and live in that little cottage on the banks of the burn, which one of the under-gamekeepers, they tell me, used to occupy. I'll have it put in order for you, and you shall live rent-free, as my piper." "I thank your lordship's grace," said Duncan, "and she would be proud of the honour, but it'll be too far away from the shore for her boys' fishing." "I have a design upon him, too," returned the Marquis. "They're building a little yacht for me, a pleasure boat, you understand, at Aberdeen, and I want Malcolm to be skipper. But he is such a useful fellow, and so thoroughly to be depended upon, that I should prefer his having a room in the house. I should like to know he was within call any moment I might want him." Duncan did not clutch at the proposal. He was silent so long that the Marquis spoke again. "You do not quite seem to like the plan, Mr. MacPhail," he said. "If all was here as it used to was in the Highlands, my lord," said Duncan, "when every clansman was son or brother or father to his chief, that would be different. But my boy must not go and eat with servants who have nothing but their wages to make them love and obey your lordship. If her boy serves another man, it must be because he loves him, and looks upon him as his chief, who will shake hands with him and take the father's care of him, and her boy must die for him when the time comes." Even a feudal lord cannot be expected to have sympathized with such grand patriarchal ideas. They were much too like those of the kingdom of heaven. And feudalism itself had by this time crumbled away, not indeed into monthly, but into half-yearly wages. The Marquis, notwithstanding, was touched by the old man's words, matter-of-fact as his reply must sound after them. "I would make any arrangements you or he might wish," he said. "He should take his meals with Mistress Courthope, have a bedroom to himself, and be required only to look after the yacht, and now and then do some bit of business I couldn't trust anyone else with." The Highlander's pride was nearly satisfied. "So," he said, "it'll be his own henchman my lord will be making of her boy." "Something like that. We'll see how it goes. If he doesn't like it, he can drop it. It's more that I want to have him about me than anything else. I want to do something for him when I have a chance. I like him." "My lord will be doing the lad a great honour," said Duncan. "But," he added with a sigh, "she'll be lonely, her nainsail." "He can come and see you 20 times a day, and stop all night when you particularly want him. We'll see about some respectable woman to look after the house for you.
"She'll have no womans to look after her," said Duncan fiercely.
"Oh, very well. Of course not, if you don't wish it," returned the Marquis, laughing. But Duncan did not even smile in return. He sat thoughtful and silent for a moment, then said, "And what'll become of her lamps and her shop?" "You shall have all the lamps and candlesticks in the house to attend to and take charge of," said the Marquis, who had heard of the old man's whim from Lady Florimel. "And for the shop, you won't want that when you're piper to the Marquis of Lossie." He did not venture to allude to wages more definitely.
"Well, she'll be talking to her boy about it,"
said Duncan, and the Marquis saw that he had better press the matter no further for the time. To Malcolm, the proposal was full of attraction. True, Lord Lossie had once and again spoken so as to offend him, but the confidence he had shown in him had gone far to atone for that. And to be near Lady Florimel, to have to wait on her in the yacht and sometimes in the house, to be allowed books from the library, perhaps, to have a nice room and those lovely grounds all about him, it was tempting. The old man also, the more he reflected, liked the idea the more. The only thing he murmured at was being parted from his grandson at night. In vain Malcolm reminded him that during the fishing season he had to spend most nights alone. Duncan answered that he had but to go to the door and look out to sea, and there was nothing between him and his boy. But now he could not tell how many stone walls might be standing up to divide them. He was quite willing to make the trial, however, and see if he could bear it. So Malcolm went to speak to the Marquis. He did not altogether trust the Marquis, but he had always taken a delight in doing anything for anybody. A delight rooted in a natural tendency to ministration, unusually strong, and specially developed by the instructions of Alexander Graham, conjoined with the necessities of his blind grandfather. While there was an alluring something, it must be confessed, in the Marquis's high position, which let no one set down to Malcolm's discredit. Whether the subordination of class shall go to the development of reverence or of servility depends mainly on the individual nature subordinated. Calvinism itself has produced as loving children as abject slaves, with a good many between partaking of the character of both kinds. Still, as he pondered over the matter on his way, he shrunk a good deal from placing himself at the beck and call of another. It threatened to interfere with that sense of personal freedom, which is yet dearer perhaps to the poor than to the rich. But he argued with himself that he had found no infringement of it under Blue Peter, and that if the Marquis were really as friendly as he professed to be, it was not likely to turn out otherwise with him. Lady Florimel anticipated pleasure in Malcolm's probable consent to her father's plan, but certainly he would not have been greatly uplifted by a knowledge of the sort of pleasure she expected. For some time the girl had been suffering from too much liberty. Perhaps there is no life more filled with a sense of oppression and lack of freedom than that of those under no external control, in whom duty has not yet gathered sufficient strength to assume the reins of government and subject them to the highest law. Their condition is like that of a creature under an exhausted receiver, oppressed from within outwards for want of the counteracting external weight. It was amusement she hoped for from Malcolm's becoming in a sense one of the family at the house, to which she believed her knowledge of the extremely bare outlines of his history would largely contribute. He was shown at once into the presence of his lordship, whom he found at breakfast with his daughter. "Well, MacPhail," said the Marquis, "have you made up your mind to be my skipper?" "Willingly, my lord," answered Malcolm. "Do you know how to manage a sailboat?" "I would need, my lord." "Shall you want any help?" "That depends upon several things, her own size, the will of the wind, and whether or not your lordship or my lady can take the tiller." "We can't settle about that, then, till she comes. I hear she'll soon be on her way now." "But I cannot have you dressed like a farmer," said his lordship, looking sharply at the Sunday clothes which Malcolm had donned for the visit. "What was I to do, my lord?" returned Malcolm apologetically. "The only other clothes I have are very fishy, and neither yoursel nor my lady could bide them in the room aside ye." "Certainly not," responded the Marquis, as in a leisurely manner he devoured his omelette. "I was thinking of your future position as skipper of my boat. What would you say to a kilt, now?" "Na, my lord," rejoined Malcolm. "A kilt's no seafaring clothes. A kilt wouldna do at all, my lord."
You cannot surely object to the dress of your own people, said the Marquis.
The kilt's well enough upon a hillside, said Malcolm, I dinna doubt. But faith, seafaring, my lord, you would want the trews as well.
Well, go to the best tailor in town and order a naval suit. White ducks and a blue jacket. 2 suits you'll want.
We should gar 1 suit, Sarah, to begin with, my lord. I'll just gang to Jamie Sangster, who makes all my clothes, not at their money, and get him to measure me. He'll make them well enough for me. You're aye sure of the worth of your siller for him.
I tell you to go to the best tailor in the town and order 2 suits.
Na, my lord, there's no need. I cannot afford it forby. We're not all made a siller like your lordship.
You booby, do you suppose I would tell you to order clothes I did not mean to pay for? Lady Florimel found her expectation of amusement not likely to be disappointed.
Hoots, my lord, returned Malcolm, that would never do. I mun pay for my own clothes. I would be in a constant terror of blooding o' them gin I didna, and that would be enough to make a body miserable. It would be all the same forby, out and out, as wearing a livery.
Well, please your pride, and be damned to you, said the Marquis. Yes, let him please his pride, and be damned to him, assented Lady Florimel with perfect gravity. Malcolm started and stared. Lady Florimel kept an absolute composure. The Marquis burst into a loud laugh. Malcolm stood bewildered for a moment.
I'm thinking I'm gone daft,
he said at length, putting his hand to his head.
It's time I goed. Good morning, my lord.
He turned and left the room, followed by a fresh peal from his lordship, mingling with which his ear plainly detected the silvery veins of Lady Florimel's equally merry laughter. When he came to himself and was able to reflect, he saw that there must have been some joke involved. The behaviour of both indicated as much, and with this conclusion he heartened his dismay. The next morning Duncan called on Mrs. Partan, and begged her acceptance of his stock in trade, as, having been his lordship's piper for some time, he was now at length about to occupy his proper quarters within the policies. Mrs. Findlay acquiesced, with an air better suited to the granting of slow leave to laboursome petition than the accepting of such a generous gift. But she made some amends by graciously expressing a hope that Duncan would not forget his old friends, now that he was going amongst lords and ladies, to which Duncan returned as courteous answer as if he had been addressing Lady Florimel herself. Before the end of the week, his few household goods were borne in a cart through the sea-gate dragonized by bikes, to whom Malcolm dropped a humorous, "Well, Johnny," as he passed, receiving a nondescript kind of grin in return. The rest of the forenoon was spent in getting the place in order, and in the afternoon, arrayed in his new garments, Malcolm reported himself at the house. Admitted to his lordship's presence, he had a question to ask, and a request to prefer.
"Ha' you done anything, my lord," he said, "about Mistress Catanach?"
"What do you mean?"
"Anent yon cat prowl about the house, my lord."
"No. You haven't discovered anything more, have you?"
"Na, my lord, I hanna had a chance. But you may be sure she had no good design in it."
"I don't suspect her of any."
"Weel, my lord, ha' you any objection to let me sleep up yonner?"
"None at all. Only you'd better see what Mistress Courthope has to say to it. Perhaps you won't be so ready after you hear her story."
"But I have your lordship's leave to take any room I like."
"Certainly. Go to Mrs. Courthope and tell her I wish you to choose your own quarters." Having delivered straightway his lordship's message, Mrs. Courthope, wondering a little thereat, proceeded to show him those portions of the house set apart for the servants. He followed her from floor to floor, last to the upper regions, and through all the confused rambling roofs of the old pile, now descending a sudden steep yawning stair, now ascending another where none could have been supposed to exist. Oppressed all the time with a sense of the multitudinous and intricate, such as he had never before experienced, and such as perhaps only the works of man can produce, the intricacy and variety of those of nature being ever veiled in the grand simplicity which springs from primal unity of purpose. I find no part of an ancient house so full of interest as the garret region. It has all the mystery of the dungeon cellars, with a far more striking variety of form, and a bewildering curiosity of adaptation, the peculiarities of roof shapes, and the consequent complexities of their relations and junctures being so much greater than those of foundation plans. Then the sense of lofty loneliness in the deeps of air,
and at the same time of proximity to things aerial, doves and martins, vanes and gilded balls and lightning conductors, the waves of the sea of wind, breaking on the chimneys for rocks, and the crashing roll of the thunder, is in harmony with the highest spiritual instincts, while the clouds and the stars look, if not nearer, yet more germane, and the moon gazes down on the lonely dweller in uplifted places, as if she had secrets with such. The cellars are the metaphysics, the garrets the poetry of the house. Mrs. Courthope was more than kind, for she was greatly pleased at having Malcolm for an inmate. She led him from room to room, suggesting now and then a choice, and listening amusedly to his remarks of liking or disliking, and his marvel at strangeness or extent. At last he found himself following her along the passage in which was the mysterious door, but she never stayed her step, or seemed to intend showing one of the many rooms opening upon it. "Sic a bees bike o' rooms," said Malcolm, making a halt. "Who sleeps here?" "Nobody has slept in one of these rooms for I dare not say how many years," replied Mrs. Courthope without stopping, and as she spoke she passed the fearful door. "I would like to see into this room," said Malcolm. "That door is never opened," answered Mrs. Courthope, who had now reached the end of the passage, and turned, lingering as in act while she spoke to move on. "And what for that?" answered Malcolm, continuing to stand before it. "I would rather not answer you just here. Come along. This is not a part of the house where you would like to be, I am sure." "How can you that, ma'am? And how can I say mysel' afore he has shown me what the room's like? It may be the very place to take my fancy. Just open the door, ma'am, gin you please, and let's have a keek into it." "I daren't open it. It's never opened, I tell you. It's against the rules of the house. Come to my room, and I'll tell you the story about it." "Well, you'll let me see into the next, winna you? There's no law agin opening hit, is there?" said Malcolm, approaching the door next to the one in dispute. "Certainly not, but I'm pretty sure once you've heard the story I have to tell, you won't choose to sleep in this part of the house." "Let's look, Annegate." So saying, Malcolm took upon himself to try the handle of the door. It was not locked. He peeped in, then entered. It was a small room, low-ceiled, with a deep dormer window in the high pediment of a roof, and a turret recess on each side of the window. It seemed very light after the passage, and looked down upon the burn. It was comfortably furnished, and the curtains of its tent bed were chequered in squares of blue and white. "This is the very place for me, mem," said Malcolm, reissuing. "That is," he added, "gin you dinna think it's ower grand for the likes of me, it's no been used to anything half so good." "You're quite welcome to it," said Mrs. Courthope, all but confident he would not care to occupy it after hearing the tale of Lord Gernon. She had not moved from the end of the passage while Malcolm was in the room. Somewhat hurriedly, she now led the way to her own. It seemed half a mile off to the wondering Malcolm, as he followed her down winding stairs, along endless passages, and round innumerable corners. Arrived at last, she made him sit down, and gave him a glass of homemade wine to drink, while she told him the story, much as she had already told it to the Marquis, adding a hope to the effect that, if ever the Marquis should express a wish to pry into the secret of the chamber, Malcolm would not encourage him in a fancy the indulgence of which was certainly useless, and might be dangerous. "Me!" exclaimed Malcolm with surprise. "As gin he would heed a word I said." "Very little sometimes will turn a man either in one direction or the other," said Mrs. Courthope. "But surely, mem, you dinna believe in sic fool old-world stories as that? It's weel enough for a tale, but to think o' a body turning a foot out of his gate for it, licks me." "I don't say I believe it," returned Mrs. Courthope, a little pettishly, "but there's no good in mere foolhardiness." "You dinna surely think, mem, 'at God would let anything depend upon whether a man opened a door in his ain house or no? It's agin a reason," persisted Malcolm. "There might be reasons we couldn't understand," she replied. "To do what we are warned against from any quarter without good reason must be foolhardy at best." "Weel, mem, I maun hae the room next the old warlock's Annegate, for in that I'm going to sleep, and in nae ither in all this muckle hoose." Mrs. Courthope rose, full of uneasiness, and walked up and down the room. "I'm taking upon me nothing ayont his lordship's ain word," urged Malcolm. "If you are to go by the very word," rejoined Mrs. Courthope, stopping and looking him full in the face. "You might insist on sleeping in Lord Gernon's chamber itself."
"Well, and so I might," returned Malcolm.
The hinted possibility of having to change bad for so much worse appeared to quench further objection. "I must get it ready myself, then," she said resignedly, "for the maids won't even go up that stair, and as to going into any of those rooms—"
"'Deed no, ma'am, you sanna do that," cried Malcolm. "Say not a word to one of them. I should wager I'm as good as the old warlock himsel' at making a bed. Just give me the sheets and the blankets, and I'll do it as trim as any lass in the house."
"But the bed will want airing," objected the housekeeper.
"By all accounts, that's the last thing it's likely to want, lying next door to yon chamber. But I hae sleeped many's the time ere noo upon the top o' a boat-load o' herring, and gin that never did me ony ill, it's no likely a good bed'll kill me, gin it sud be a wee mochie."
Mrs. Courthope yielded, and gave him all that was needful, and before night Malcolm had made his new quarters quite comfortable. He did not retire to them, however, until he had seen his grandfather laid down to sleep in his lonely cottage. About noon the next day, the old man made his appearance in the kitchen. How he had found his way to it, neither he nor anyone else could tell. There happened to be no one there when he entered, and the cook, when she returned, stood for a moment in the door, watching him as he felt flitting about with huge bony hands, whose touch was yet light as the poise of a butterfly. Not knowing the old man, she fancied at first he was feeling after something in the shape of food, but presently his hands fell upon a brass candlestick. He clutched it, and commenced fingering it all over. Alas, it was clean, and with a look of disappointment he replaced it. Wondering yet more what his quest could be, she watched on. The next instant he had laid hold of a silver candlestick, not yet passed through the hands of the scullery maid, and for a moment she fancied him a thief, for he had rejected the brass and now took the silver. But he went no farther with it than the fireplace, where he sat down on the end of the large fender, and having spread his pocket-handkerchief over his kilted knees, drew a similar rag from somewhere, and commenced cleaning it. By this time one of the maids who knew him had joined the cook, and also stood watching him with amusement. But when she saw the old knife drawn from his stocking, and about to be applied to the nozzle, to free it from adhering wax, it seemed more than time to break the silence. "Eh, that's a siller candlestick, Master MacPhail," she cried, "and ye maunna take a knife till it, or ye'll scratch it a dreadful." An angry flush glowed in the withered cheeks of the piper, as without the least start at the suddenness of her interference, he turned his face in the direction of the speaker. "You take old Duncan's fingers for persons of no education, mem, as if they couldn't know the silver from the brass. If they was so stupid, her nose would be telling them so. Even old Duncan's knife'll be knowing better than to scratch the silver, or the brass either. Old Duncan's knife would be scratching nothing better than the skin of a commel." Now the candlestick had no business in the kitchen, and if it were scratched, the butler would be indignant. But the girl was a Campbell, and Duncan's words so frightened her that she did not dare interfere. She soon saw, however, that the piper had not over-vaunted his skill. The skein left not a mark upon the metal. In a few minutes he had melted away the wax he could not otherwise reach, and had rubbed the candlestick perfectly bright, leaving behind him no trace, except an unpleasant odour of train oil from the rag. From that hour he was cleaner of lamps and candlesticks, as well as blower of bagpipes to the house of Lossie, and had everything provided necessary to the performance of his duties with comfort and success. Before many weeks were over, he had proved the possession of such a talent for arrangement and general management, at least in everything connected with illumination, that the entire charge of the lighting of the house was left in his hands, even to that of its stores of wax and tallow and oil. And great was the pleasure he derived, not only from the trust reposed in him, but from other more occult sources connected with the duties of his office. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 33. The Library. Malcolm's first night was rather troubled. not primarily from the fact that but a thin partition separated him from the wizard's chamber, but from the deadness of the silence around him, for he had been all his life accustomed to the near noise of the sea, and its absence had upon him the rousing effect of an unaccustomed sound. He kept hearing the dead silence, was constantly dropping, as it were, into its gulf, and it was no wonder that a succession of sleepless fits, strung together rather than divided by as many dozes, little better than startled rousings, should at length have so shaken his mental frame as to lay it open to the assaults of nightly terrors, the position itself being sufficient to seduce his imagination, and carry it over to the interests of the enemy. But Malcolm had early learned that a man's will must, like a true monarch, rule down every rebellious movement of its subjects, and he was far from yielding to such inroads as now assailed him. Still it was long before he fell asleep, and then only to dream without quite losing consciousness of his peculiar surroundings. He seemed to know that he lay in his own bed, and yet to be somehow aware of the presence of a pale woman in a white garment, who sat on the side of the bed in the next room, still and silent, with her hands in her lap, and her eyes on the ground. He thought he had seen her before, and knew, notwithstanding her silence, that she was lamenting over a child she had lost. He knew also where her child was, that it lay crying in a cave down by the seashore, but he could neither rise to go to her, nor open his mouth to call. The vision kept coming and coming, like the same tune played over and over on a barrel organ, and when he woke seemed to fill all the time he had slept. About 10 o'clock he was summoned to the Marquis's presence, and found him at breakfast with Lady Florimel. "Where did you sleep last night?" asked the Marquis. "Next door to the old warlock," answered Malcolm. Lady Florimel looked up with a glance of bright interest. Her father had just been telling her the story. "You did?" said the Marquis. "Then Mrs. Courthope, did she tell you the legend about him?" "Aye, did she, my lord." "Well, how did you sleep?" "Middlin' only." "How was that?" "I dinna ken, 'cep it was that I was fool enough to find the place gey eerie like." "Aha!" said the Marquis. "You've had enough of it. You won't try it again." "What's that you say, my lord?" rejoined Malcolm. "Would ye have a man turn his back at the first flig?" "Na, na, my lord, that would never do." "Oh, then you did have a fright." "Na, I cannot say that either. Nothing waur came near me nor a dream it plagued me, and it wasna sic an ill one after all." "What was it?" "I thought there was a bonny lady sitting on the bed in the next room, in her nightgown like, and she was greeting sair in her heart, though she never let a tear fall down. She was greeting about a bairnie she had lost, and I kent weel where the bairnie was. Down in a cave upon the shore, I thought. And I was just yearning to gang till her and tell her, and stop the greeting of her heart, but I couldna move hand nor foot, neither could I open my mouth to cry till her. And I gaed dreaming on at the same thing o'er and o'er, all the time I was asleep. But there was nothing sae frightsome about that, my lord." "No, indeed," said his lordship. "Only it garred me great too, my lord, 'cause I couldna win at her to help her." His lordship laughed, but oddly, and changed the subject. "There's no word of that boat yet," he said. "I must write again." "May I show Malcolm the library, papa?" asked Lady Florimel. "I would fain see the books," adjected Malcolm. "You don't know what a scholar he is, papa." "Little enough of that," said Malcolm. "Oh, yes, I do," said the Marquis, answering his daughter. "But he must keep the skipper from my books, and the scholar from my boat." "Ye mean a scholar who would skip your books, my lord? Haith, sic would be a skipper who would ill scull your boat," said Malcolm, with a laugh at the poor attempt. "Bravo!" said the Marquis, who certainly was not over-critical. "Can you write a good hand?" "No ill, my lord." "So much the better. I see you'll be worth your wages." "That depends on the wages," returned Malcolm. "And that reminds me you've said nothing about them yet." "Neither has your lordship." "Well, what are they to be?" "Whatever you think proper, my lord, only dinna gar me gang to Maister Craithie for them." The Marquis had sent away the man who was waiting when Malcolm entered, and during this conversation Malcolm had of his own accord been doing his best to supply his place. The meal ended, Lady Florimel desired him to wait a moment in the hall. "He's so amusing, papa," she said.
I want to see him stare at the books. He thinks the schoolmaster's 100 volumes a grand library. He's such a goose. It's the greatest fun in the world watching him." "No such goose," said the Marquis, but he recognized himself in his child, and laughed. Florimel ran off merrily, as bent on a joke, and joined Malcolm. "Now I'm going to show you the library," she said. "Thank ye, my lady. That will be grand," replied Malcolm. He followed her up 2 staircases, and through more than one long narrow passage. All the ducts of the house were long and narrow, causing him a sense of imprisonment, vanishing ever into freedom at the opening of some door into a great room. But never had he had a dream of such a room as that at which they now arrived. He started with a sort of marvelling dismay when she threw open the door of the library, and he beheld 10,000 volumes at a glance, all in solemn stillness. It was like a sepulchre of kings, but his astonishment took a strange form of expression, the thought in which was beyond the reach of his mistress. "Eh, my lady," he cried, after staring for a while in breathless bewilderment. "It's just like a byke of frozen bees. Hey, gin they were all to come to life and stick their stings of truth into the body, the waking up would be awful. It just gars my head ging round," he added after a pause. "It is a fine thing," said the girl, "to have such a library." "'Deed is it, my lady. It's one of the privileges o' rank," said Malcolm. "It takes a family that holds on through centuries in a house where things gather, to make sic an unaccountable gathering of books as that. It's a grand sight, worth living to see." "Suppose you were to be a rich man some day," said Florimel, in the condescending tone she generally adopted when addressing him. "It would be one of the first things you would set about, wouldn't it, to get such a library together?" "Na, my lady, I would have mair wood. A library cannot be made all at once, any mair nor a house, or a nation, or a muckle tree. They mun all take time to grow, and so mun a library. I wouldna even ken what books to gang and speir for. I dare say, gin I were to try, I couldna at a moment's notice tell ye the names of mair nor a 2 books at the outside. Folk mun make acquaintance among books, as they would among living folk." "But you could get somebody who knew more about them than yourself to buy them for you." "I would as soon think of getting somebody to ate my dinner for me."
"No, that's not fair," said Florimel. "It would only be like getting somebody who knew more of cookery than yourself to order your dinner for you."
"Ye're right, my lady, but still I would as soon think of the tane as the tither. What would come of the like of me, did ye think, brought up upon meal, brose, and herring, gin you was to set me down to sic a dinner as my lord your father would eat ilka day, and think nothing of? But gin some folk had the buying of my books, I'm thinking the first thing I would have to do would be to fling the half of them into the barn."
"What good would that do?"
"Clear away the rubbish. You see, my lady, it's no books, but what books? There mun be mony one of the right sort here, though. I wonder gin Mr. Graham ever saw them. He would surely ha' made mention o' them in my hearing."
"What would be the first thing you would do then, Malcolm, if you happened to turn out a great man after all?" said Florimel, seating herself in a huge library chair, whence, having arranged her skirt, she looked up in the young fisherman's face.
"I doubt I would hae to sit down and turn ower the change a few times afore I kent either mysel' or what would become me," he said.
"That's not answering my question," retorted Florimel.
"Weel, the second thing I would do," said Malcolm, thoughtfully, and pausing a moment, "would be to get Mr. Graham to gang with me to Aberdeen, and carry me through the classes there. Of course, I wouldna try for prizes. That wouldna be fair to them 'at couldna afford a tutor at their lodgings."
"But it's the first thing you would do that I want to know," persisted the girl.
"I tell't ye I would sit down and think about it."
"I don't count that doing anything."
"'Deed, my lady, thinking's the hardest work I ken."
"Well, what is it you would think about first?" said Florimel, not to be diverted from her course.
"Ow, the third thing I would do—"
"I want to know the first thing you would think about."
"I cannot say yet what the third thing would be. 4 year at the college would give me time to reflect upon a hantle of things."
"I insist on knowing the first thing you would think about doing," cried Florimel, with mock imperiousness, but real tyranny.
"Well, my lady, gin you will have it."
"But how great a man would ye be making o' me?" "Oh, let me see. Yes,
Yes, the heir to an earldom. That's liberal enough, is it not? That's as muckle as say I would come to be a yerl some day, sae I didn't a day upon the road. Yes, that's what it means. And a yerl's next door to the Marquis, isn't he? Yes, he's in the next lower rank. Lower? Aye. No that muckle, maybe. No, said Lady Florimel, consequentially. The difference is not so great as to prevent their meeting on a level of courtesy. I dinna freely ken what that means, but gin it be your ladyship's will to make a yerl of me, I'm not to raise any objections. He uttered it definitively, and stood silent. Well, said the girl. What's your will, my lady? Returned Malcolm, as if roused from a reverie. Where's your answer? I said I would be a yerl to please your ladyship. I would be a flunkey for the same reason, gin it was to wait upon yoursel, and nae ither. I ask you, said Florimel, more imperiously than ever, what is the first thing you would do if you found yourself no longer a fisherman, but the son of an earl? But it maun be that I was a fisherman, to the end of all creation, my lady. You refuse to answer my question. By no means, my lady, gin you will have an answer. I will have an answer. Gin you will have it, then. But no buts, but an answer. Well, it's your ain white, my lady. I would just gang down upon my knees, where I stood afore ye, and tell ye a heap of things that maybe by that time you would ken weel enough already. What would you tell me? I would tell ye at your ain were like the very lame of the living itsel, your cheek like a white rose and the light frae a red one, your hair just the soft letting gang was hands when the maker could do no mair, your mouth just fashioned to drive folk daft that darena come near and look at it, and for your shape it was like nothing in nature but itsel. You would have it, my lady, he added apologetically, and well he might, for Lady Florimel's cheek had flushed, and her eye had been darting fire long before he got to the end of his Celtic outpouring. Whether she was really angry or not, she had no difficulty in making Malcolm believe she was. She rose from her chair, though not until he had ended, swept half-way to the door, then turned upon him with a flash. "How dare you?" she said, her breed well obeying the call of the game. "I'm very sorry, my lady," faltered Malcolm, trying to steady himself against a strange trembling that had laid hold upon him. "But ye maun allow it was all your ain white." "Do you dare to say I encouraged you to talk such stuff to me?" "Ye did gar me, my lady." Florimel turned and undulated from the room, leaving the poor fellow like a statue in the middle of it, with the books all turning their backs upon him. "No," he said to himself, "she's off to tell her father, and there'll be a bonny bond to peg atween him and me. But haith, I'll just tell him the truth o' it, and syne he can make a kirk and a mill o' it gin he likes." With this resolution he stood his ground, every moment expecting the wrathful father to make his appearance, and at the least order him out of the house. But minute passed after minute, and no wrathful father came. He grew calmer by degrees, and at length began to peep at the titles of the books. When the great bell rang for lunch, he was embalmed rather than buried in one of Milton's prose volumes, standing before the shelf on which he had found it, the very incarnation of study. My reader may well judge that Malcolm could not have been very far gone in love, seeing he was thus able to read. I remark in return that it was not merely the distance between him and Lady Florimel that had hitherto preserved his being from absorption and his will from annihilation, but also the strength of his common sense and the force of his individuality. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 34. Milton and the Bay Mare. For some days Malcolm saw nothing more of Lady Florimel. But with his grandfather's new dwelling to see to, with the carpenter's shop and the blacksmith's forge open to him, and an eye to detect whatever wanted setting right, the hours did not hang heavy on his hands. At length, whether it was that she thought she had punished him sufficiently for an offence for which she was herself only to blame,
or that she had indeed never been offended at all, and had only been keeping up her one-sided game, she began again to indulge the interest she could not help feeling in him, an interest heightened by the mystery which hung over his birth, and by the fact that she knew that concerning him of which he was himself ignorant. At the same time, as I have already said, she had no little need of an escape from the ennui which, now that the novelty of a country life had worn off, did more than occasionally threaten her. She began again to seek his company under the guise of his help, half requesting, half commanding his services, and Malcolm found himself admitted afresh to the heaven of her favour. Young as he was, he read himself a lesson suitable to the occasion. One afternoon the Marquis sent for him to the library, but when he reached it, his master was not yet there. He took down the volume of Milton in which he had been reading before, and was soon absorbed in it again. "Faith, it's a big shame," he cried at length, almost unconsciously, and closed the book with a slam. "What is a big shame?" said the voice of the Marquis close behind him. Malcolm started, and almost dropped the volume. "I beg your lordship's pardon," he said. "I didn't hear ye come in." "What is the book you are reading?" asked the Marquis. "I was just reading a bit of Milton's Iconoclastes," answered Malcolm, "a book I hae heard tell of, but never saw with my ain een afore." "And what's your quarrel with it?" asked his lordship. "I canna make out what sud set a great man like Milton so sair again a poor cratur like Charles." "Read the history and you'll see." "Oh, I ken something about the politics of the time, and I'm not saying they were that wrong to take the head frae him, but what for should Milton hate the man after the king was dead?" "Because he didn't think the king dead enough, I suppose." "I see. And they were setting him up for a saint. Still, he had a right to fair play. Just hearken, my lord." So saying, Malcolm reopened the volume, and read the well-known passage in the first chapter, in which Milton censures the king as guilty of utter irreverence, because of his adoption of the prayer of Pamela in the Arcadia. "No, my lord," he said, half closing the book, "what would ye expect to come upon, after sic a denunciation as that, but some awful heathenish thing? Well, just hearken again, for here's the very prayer itsel in a footnote." His lordship had thrown himself into a chair, had crossed one leg over the other, and was now stroking its knee. "No, my lord," said Malcolm again, as he concluded. "What think ye of the judgment passed?" "Really, I have no opinion to give about it," answered the Marquis. "I'm no theologian. I see no harm in the prayer." "Harm in it, my lord? It's perfectly grand. It's sic a prayer as couldna well be equalled. It vexes me to the very heart of my soul that a mighty man like Milton, one whose being was a crowd of harmonies, should call that the prayer o' a heathen woman till a heathen god. Oh, all-seeing, light and eternal life o' all things. Calls he that a heathen god? Oh, her 'at prayed sic a prayer a heathen woman?" "Well, well," said the Marquis, "I don't want it all over again. I see nothing to find fault with myself, but I don't take much interest in that sort of thing." "There is a wee bitty o' Latin here in the note 'at I canna freely make out," said Malcolm, approaching Lord Lossie with his finger on the passage, never doubting that the owner of such a library must be able to read Latin perfectly. Mr. Graham would have put him right at once, and his books would have been lost in one of the window corners of this huge place. But his lordship waved him back. "I can't be your tutor," he said, not unkindly. "My Latin is far too rusty for use." The fact was that his lordship had never got beyond Mathurin Coldier's colloquies. "Besides," he went on, "I want you to do something for me." Malcolm instantly replaced the book on its shelf, and approached his master, saying, "Will your lordship let me read whiles in this grand place? I mean, when I'm not wanted ither gates, and there's nobody here." "To be sure," answered the Marquis, "only the scholar mustn't come with the skipper's hands." "I s'll take good care of that, my lord. I would as soon think of handling a book with work-like hands as I would a brander and a mackerel uncleaned it out." "And when we have visitors you'll be careful not to get in their way." "I will that, my lord." "And now," said his lordship, rising, "I want you to take a letter to Mrs. Stewart of Kirkbyres. Can you ride?" "I can ride the bare back well enough for a fisher loon," said Malcolm, "but I never was upon a saddle in my life." "The sooner you get used to one, the better. Go and tell Stoat to saddle the Bay Mare. Wait in the yard. I will bring the letter out to you myself." "Very well, my lord," said Malcolm.
He knew, from sundry remarks he had heard about the stables, that the mare in question was a ticklish one to ride, but would rather have his neck broken than object. Hardly was she ready, when the Marquis appeared, accompanied by Lady Florimel, both expecting to enjoy a laugh at Malcolm's expense. But when the mare was brought out, and he was going to mount her where she stood, something seemed to wake in the Marquis's heart or conscience, or wherever the pygmy duty slept, that occupied the all but sinecure of his moral economy. He looked at Malcolm for a moment, then at the ears of the mare hugging her neck, and last at the stones of the paved yard. "Lead her onto the turf, Stoat," he said. The groom obeyed, all followed, and Malcolm mounted. The same instant he lay on his back on the grass, amidst a general laugh, loud on the part of Marquis and lady, and subdued on that of the servants. But the next he was on his feet, and, the groom still holding the mare, in the saddle again. A little anger is a fine spur for the side of even an honest intent. This time he sat for half a minute, and then found himself once more on the grass. It was but once more. His Mother Earth had claimed him again only to complete his strength. A third time he mounted, and sat. As soon as she perceived it would be hard work to unseat him, the mare was quiet. "Bravo!" cried the Marquis, giving him the letter. "Will there be an answer, my lord?" "Wait and see. I s'gar you pay for it, gin we come upon a brown rig atween this and Kirkbyres," said Malcolm, addressing the mare, and rode away. Both the Marquis and Lady Florimel, whose laughter had altogether ceased in the interest of watching the struggle, stood looking after him with a pleased expression, which, as he vanished up the glen, changed to a mutual glance and smile. "He's got good blood in him, however he came by it," said the Marquis. "The country is more indebted to its nobility than is generally understood." Otherwise indebted, at least, than Lady Florimel could gather from her father's remark. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 35. Kirkbyres. Malcolm felt considerably refreshed after his tussle with the mare and his victory over her, and much enjoyed his ride of 10 miles. It was a cool autumn afternoon. A few of the fields were being reaped, 1 or 2 were crowded with stooks, while many crops of oats yet waved and rustled in various stages of vanishing green. On all sides kine were lowing. Overhead rooks were cawing. The sun was nearing the west, and in the hollows a thin mist came steaming up. Malcolm had never in his life been so far from the coast before. His road led southwards into the heart of the country. The father of the late proprietor of Kirkbyres had married the heiress of Gersfell, an estate which marched with his own, and was double its size, whence the lairdship was sometimes spoken of by the one name, sometimes by the other. The combined properties thus inherited by the late Mr. Stewart were of sufficient extent to justify him, although a plain man, in becoming a suitor for the hand of the beautiful daughter of a needy baronet in the neighbourhood, with the already somewhat tarnished condition of whose reputation, having come into little contact with the world in which she moved, he was unacquainted. Quite unexpectedly, she also, some years after their marriage, brought him a property of considerable extent, a fact which had doubtless had its share in the birth and nourishment of her consuming desire to get the estates into her own management. Towards the end of his journey, Malcolm came upon a bare moorland waste, on the long ascent of a low hill, very desolate, with not a tree or house within sight for 2 miles. A ditch, half full of dark water, bordered each side of the road, which went straight as a rod through a black peat moss, lying cheerless and dreary on all sides. Hardly less so where the sun gleamed from the surface of some stagnant pool filling a hole whence peats had been dug, or where a patch of cotton grass waved white and lonely in the midst of the waste expanse. At length, when he reached the top of the ridge, he saw the house of Kirkbyres below him, and, with a small modern lodge near by, a wooden gate showed the entrance to its grounds. Between the gate and the house he passed through a young plantation of larches and other firs for 1/4 of a mile, and so came to an old wall with an iron gate in the middle of it, within which the old house, a gaunt, meagre building, a bare house, in fact, relieved only by 4 small turrets or bartizans, one at each corner, lifted its grey walls, pointed gables, and steep roof, high into the pale blue air. He rode round the outer wall, seeking a back entrance, and arrived at a farmyard, where a boy took his horse. Finding the kitchen door open, he entered, and having delivered his letter to a servant girl, sat down to wait the possible answer. In a few minutes she returned, and requested him to follow her. This was more than he had calculated upon, but he obeyed at once. The girl led him along a dark passage, and up a winding stone stair, much worn, to a room richly furnished, and older-fashioned, he thought, than any room he had yet seen in Lossie House. On a settee, with her back to a window, sat Mrs. Stewart, a lady tall and slender, with well-poised, easy carriage, and a motion that might have suggested the lithe grace of a leopard. She greeted him with a bend of the head and a smile, which, even in the twilight and her own shadow, showed a gleam of ivory, and spoke to him in a hard, sweet voice, wherein an ear more experienced than Malcolm's might have detected an accustomed intent to please. Although he knew nothing of the so-called world, and hence could recognize neither the Parisian air of her dress, nor the indications of familiarity with fashionable life prominent enough in her bearing, he yet could not fail to be at least aware of the contrast between her appearance and her surroundings. Yet less could the far stronger contrast escape him between the picture in his own mind of the mother of the Mad Laird and the woman before him. He could not by any effort cause the two to coalesce. "You have had a long ride, Mr. MacPhail," she said. "You must be tired." "What would tire me, mem?" returned Malcolm. "It's a fine caller evening, and I had one of the Marquis's best mares to carry me." "You will take a glass of wine, anyhow," said Mrs. Stewart. "Will you oblige me by ringing the bell?" "No, I thank you, mem. The mare would be better a mouthful o' meal and water, but I want nothing mysel'." A shadow passed over the lady's face. She rose and rang the bell, then sat in silence until it was answered. "Bring the wine and cake," she said, then turned to Malcolm. "Your master speaks very kindly of you. He seems to trust you thoroughly." "I'm very glad to hear it, mem, but he has never had muckle cause to trust or distrust me yet." "He seems even to think that I might place equal confidence in you." "I dinna ken. I winna hae ye lippen to me ower muckle," said Malcolm. "You do not mean to contradict the good character your master gives you," said the lady, with a smile and a look right into his eyes. "I wouldna hae ye lippen to me afore ye had my word," said Malcolm. "I may use my own judgment about that," she replied, with another winning smile. "But oblige me by taking a glass of wine." She rose and approached the decanters. "'Deed no, mem. I'm no used to it, and it might jumble my judgment," said Malcolm, who had placed himself on the defensive from the first, jealous of his own conduct as being the friend of the laird. At his second refusal, the cloud again crossed the lady's brow, but her smile did not vanish. Pressing her hospitality no more, she resumed her seat. "My lord tells me," she said, folding a pair of lovely hands on her lap, "that you see my poor unhappy boy sometimes." "No say Doom's unhappy, mem," said Malcolm, but she went on without heeding the remark. "And that you rescued him not long ago from the hands of ruffians." Malcolm made no reply. "Everybody knows," she continued, after a slight pause, "what an unhappy mother I am. It is many years since I lost the loveliest infant ever seen, while my poor Stephen was left to be the mockery of every urchin in the street." She sighed deeply, and one of the fair hands took a handkerchief from a work-table near. "No in Portlossie, mem," said Malcolm. "There's very few of them so hard-hearted or so ill-mannered. They are used to seeing him at the school, where he shows himself whiles, and he's a great favourite with them, for he's one of the best creatures living." "A poor, witless, unmanageable being. He's a dreadful grief to me," said the widowed mother, with a deep sigh. "A bairn could manage him," said Malcolm, in strong contradiction. "Oh, if I could but convince him of my love! But he won't give me a chance. He has an unaccountable dread of me, which makes him as well as me wretched. It is a delusion which no argument can overcome, and seems indeed an essential part of his sad affliction. The more care and kindness he needs, the less will he accept at my hands. I long to devote my life to him, and he will not allow me. I should be but too happy to nurse him day and night. Ah, Mr. MacPhail, you little know a mother's heart. Even if my beautiful boy had not been taken from me, Stephen would still have been my idol, idiot as he is, and will be as long as he lives, and—
"He's no idiot, mem," interposed Malcolm.
"And just imagine," she went on, "what a misery it must be to a widowed mother, poor companion as he would be at the best, to think of her boy roaming the country like a beggar, sleeping she doesn't know where, eating wretched food, and—"
"Good porridge and milk, and brose and butter," said Malcolm parenthetically, "whiles herring and yellow haddies."
"It's enough to break a mother's heart. If I could but persuade him to come home for a week, so as to have a chance with him. But it's no use trying. Ill-disposed people have made mischief between us, telling wicked lies and terrifying the poor fellow almost to death. It is quite impossible except I get someone to help me, and there are so few who have any influence with him."
Malcolm thought she must surely have had chances enough before he ran away from her, but he could not help feeling softened towards her. "Supposin' I was to get you speech o' him, mem," he said.
"That would not be of the slightest use. He is so prejudiced against me, he would only shriek, and go into one of those horrible fits."
"I dinna see what's to be done then," said Malcolm.
"I must have him brought here. There is no other way."
"And where would be the good of that, mem? By your own showing he would run out of his very body to win away frae you."
"I did not mean by force," returned Mrs. Stewart. "Someone he has confidence in must come with him. Nothing else will give me a chance. He would trust you now. Your presence would keep him from being terrified, at his own mother, alas. Through you he would learn to trust me, and if a course of absolute indulgence did not bring him to live like other people, that of course is impossible, it might at least induce him to live at home, and cease to be a byword to the neighbourhood." Her tone was so refined, and her voice so pleading, her sorrow was so gentle, and she looked, in the dimness, to Malcolm's imagination at least, so young and handsome, that the strong castle of his prejudices was swaying as if built on reeds. And had it not been that he was already the partisan of her son, and therefore in honour bound to give him the benefit of every doubt, he would certainly have been gained over to work her will. He knew absolutely nothing against her, not even that she was the person he had seen in Mrs. Catanach's company in the garret of Lossie House. But he steeled himself to distrust her, and held his peace. "It is clear," she resumed after a pause, "that the intervention of some friend of both is the only thing that can be of the smallest use. I know you are a friend of his, a true one, and I do not see why you should not be a friend of mine as well. Will you be my friend too?" She rose as she said the words, and approaching him, bent on him out of the shadow the full strength of eyes, whose light had not yet begun to pale before the dawn we call death, and held out a white hand glimmering in the dusk. She knew only too well the power of a still fine woman of any age over a youth of 20. Malcolm, knowing nothing about it, yet felt hers, and was on his guard. He rose also, but did not take her hand. "I have had only too much reason," she added, "to distrust some who, unlike you, profess themselves eager to serve me, but I know neither Lord Lossie nor you will play me false." She took his great rough hand between her two soft palms, and for one moment Malcolm was tempted, not to betray his friend, but to simulate a yielding sympathy, in order to come at the heart of her intent, and should it prove false, to foil it the more easily. But the honest nature of him shrunk from deception, even where the object of it was good. He was not at liberty to use falsehood for the discomfiture of the false even. A pretended friendship was of the vilest of despicable things, and the more holy the end, the less fit to be used for the compassing of it, least of all in the cause of a true friendship. "I canna help you, mem," he said. "I darena. I hae sic a regard for your son, that afore I would do anything to harm him, I would have my 2 hands chopped frae the shackle-bairn." "Surely, my dear Mr. MacPhail," returned the lady, in her most persuasive tones, and with her sweetest smile. "You cannot call it harming a poor idiot to restore him to the care of his own mother." "That's as it turned out," rejoined Malcolm. "But I'm sure of one thing, mem, and that is that he's no so muckle an idiot as some folk would hae him." Mrs. Stewart's face fell. She turned from him, and going back to her seat, hid her face in her handkerchief. "I'm afraid," she said sadly, after a moment, "I must give up my last hope. You are not disposed to be friendly to me, Mr. MacPhail. You, too, have been believing hard things of me." "That's true, but no frae hearsay alone," returned Malcolm. "The look of the poor fellow when he but hears the chance word, mither, is a sight not to be forgotten. He grips his lugs atween his two hands, and rends like a collie with a pan at his tail. That couldna come o' nothing." Mrs. Stewart hid her face on the cushioned arm of the settee, and sobbed. A moment after, she sat erect again, but languid and red-eyed, saying, as if with sudden resolve, "I will tell you all I know about it, and then you can judge for yourself. When he was a very small child, I took him for advice to the best physicians in London and Paris. All advised a certain operation, which had to be performed for consecutive months, at intervals of a few days. Though painful, it was simple, yet of such a nature that no one was so fit to attend to it as his mother. Alas, instead of doing him any good, it has done me the worst injury in the world. My child hates me." Again she hid her face on the settee. The explanation was plausible enough, and the grief of the mother surely apparent. Malcolm could not but be touched. "It's not that I'm not willing to be your friend, ma'am, but I'm your son's friend already, and gin he were to hear anything that garred him mislipping to me, it would gang to my heart." "Then you can judge what I feel," said the lady. "Gin it would hail your heart to hurt mine, I would think about it, ma'am. But gin it hurted all three of us, and did good to none, it would be a misfit altogether. I'll do nothing till I'm done right sure it's the part of a friend." "That's just what makes you the only fit person to help me that I know. If I were to employ people in the affair, they might be rough with the poor fellow." "Like enough, mem," assented Malcolm, while the words put him fresh on his guard. "But I might be driven to it," she added. Malcolm responded with an unuttered vow. "It might become necessary to use force, whereas you could lead him with a word." "Nah, I'm neither sic witch nor sic traitor." "Where would be the treachery when you knew it would be for his good?" "That's just what I dinna ken, mem," retorted Malcolm. "Look ye here, mem," he continued, rousing himself to venture an appeal to the mother's heart. "Here is a man that has pleased God to make no freely like ither folk. His mind, though capable of a handle mair nor a body would think it dinna ken him so well as I do, is certainly weak. Though maybe the weakness lies mair in the tongue than in the brain o' him after all. And he's been sair frighted with some guideship or other, the upshot o' it all being 'at he's unco timorsome, and ready to burst in himself running when there's none pursuing. But he's the gentlest o' creatures, a downright gentleman, mem, gin ever there was one, and that kindly with all creature, baith man and beast. A very bairn could guide him, ony gate but one." "Anywhere but to his mother!" exclaimed Mrs. Stewart, pressing her handkerchief to her eyes, and sobbed as she spoke. "There is a child he is very fond of, I am told," she added, recovering herself. "He likes all bairns," returned Malcolm, "and they're mostly all friendly with him. But there is but just one thing that makes life endurable to him. He suffers a hantle with that poor back o' his, and with his breath too when he's frighted, for his heart gangs loping like a salmon in a bag net, and he suffers a hantle forby in his poor feeble mind, trying to understand the good things that folk tells him, and jaloosing it's his ain wight that he does not understand them better, and whiles he thinks himself the child of sin and wrath, and that Satan has some special propriety in him, as the Catechist says." "But," interrupted the lady hurriedly, "you were going to tell me the one comfort he has." "It's his liberty, mem, just his liberty, to gang where he lists like the wind, to turn his face where he will in the morning, and back again at night gin he likes, to wander—" "Back where?" interrupted the mother, a little too eagerly. "Where he likes, mem. I couldna say where with any certainty, but aye, he likes to hear the sea moaning, and watch the stars shining. There is a sight of undeveloped religion in him, as Master Graham says, and I do not believe that the Lord will see him wronged more nor's for his good. But it's my belief, gin you took the liberty frae the poor creature, you would kill him."
"Then you won't help me," she cried despairingly. "They tell me you are an orphan yourself, and yet you will not take pity on a childless mother, worse than childless, for I had the loveliest boy once. He would be about your age now, and I have never had any comfort in life since I lost him. Give me my son, and I will bless you, love you." As she spoke, she rose, and approaching him gently, laid a hand on his shoulder. Malcolm trembled, but stood his mental ground.
"'Deed, mem, I can and will promise ye nothing," he said. "Are ye to play a man false 'cause he's less able to take care o' himself than ither folk? Gin I were sure that ye could make it up, and that he would be happy with ye afterhin, it might be another thing. But except ye guard him, ye couldna get him to bide long enough for ye to try, and syne he would dee afore ye had convinced him. I doubt, mem, ye hae lost your chance with him, and maun do your best to be content without him. I'll promise ye this muckle, gin ye like. I should tell him what ye has said upon the subject."
"Much good that will be," replied the lady, with ill-concealed scorn.
"Ye think he winna understand, but he understands wonderful."
"And you would come again and tell me what he said?" she murmured, with the eager persuasiveness of reviving hope.
"Maybe aye, and maybe no. I winna promise. Have ye any answer to send back to my lord's letter, mem?"
"No. I cannot write. I cannot even think. You have made me so miserable." Malcolm lingered. "Go, go," said the lady dejectedly. "Tell your master I am not well. I will write tomorrow. If you hear anything of my poor boy, do take pity upon me, and come and tell me." The stiffer partisan Malcolm appeared, the more desirable did it seem in Mrs. Stuart's eyes to gain him over to her side. Leaving his probable active hostility out of the question, she saw plainly enough that if he were called on to give testimony as to the laird's capacity, his witness would pull strongly against her plans, while if the interests of such a youth were wrapped up in them, that fact in itself would prejudice most people in favour of them. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 36. The Blow. "Well, Malcolm," said his lordship, when the youth reported himself, "how's Mrs. Stuart?"
"No o'er well pleased, my lord," answered Malcolm.
"What? You haven't been refusing to—"
"'Deed have I, my lord."
"Tut, tut. Have you brought me any message from her?" He spoke rather angrily.
"None but that she wasna well, and would write the morn."
The Marquis thought for a few moments. "If I make a personal matter of it, MacPhail, I mean, you won't refuse me if I ask a personal favour of you?"
"I maun ken what it is afore I say anything, my lord."
"You may trust me not to require anything you couldn't undertake."
"There might be two opinions, my lord."
"You young boar, what is the world coming to, by Jove!"
"As far as I can gang with a clean conscience, I'll gang. No one step ayont," said Malcolm.
"You mean to say your judgment is a safer guide than mine?"
"No, no, my lord. I might weel follow your lord's judgment. But gin there be a conscience in the affair, it's my ain conscience I'm bound to follow, and not your lordship's or any other man's. Suppose the thing that seemed right to your lordship seemed wrong to me, what would ye have me do then?"
"Do as I told you, and lay the blame on me."
"Na, my lord, that winna hold. I boun to do what I thought right, and lay the blame upon nobody, whatever came o't."
"You young hypocrite! Why didn't you tell me you meant to set up for a saint before I took you into my service?"
"'Cause I hadna sic intention, my lord. Surely a body might ken himsel' no saint, and yet like to hold his hands clean."
"What did Mrs. Stuart tell you she wanted of you?" asked the Marquis almost fiercely, after a moment's silence.
"She wanted me to get the poor laird to gang back till her, but I sair misdoubt, for all her fine words, it's a closed door, gin it beena a lid, she would hae upon him, and I would sooner be hanged nor have a thumb in that haggis."
"Why should you doubt what a lady tells you?"
"I wouldna be ower ready, but I ha heard things, ye see, and boun to be upon my guard."
"Well, I suppose, as you are a personal friend of the idiot—" His lordship had thought to sting him, and paused for a moment, but Malcolm's manner revealed nothing except waiting watchfulness. "I must employ someone else to get a hold of the fellow for her," he concluded.
"You winna do that, my lord," cried Malcolm in a tone of entreaty. But his master chose to misunderstand him. "Who's to prevent me, I should like to know?" he said. Malcolm accepted the misinterpretation involved, and answered, but calmly, "Me, my lord. I will. At any rate, I should do my best." "Upon my word!" exclaimed Lord Lossie. "You presume sufficiently on my good nature, young man." "Hear me a moment, my lord," returned Malcolm. "I've been turning it o'er in my mind, and I see, plain as the daylight, that I'm boun, being your lordship's servant, and trusted by your lordship, to say that to yoursel the whilk I was nowise boun to say to Mistress Stuart. So, at the risk o' angering ye, I mun tell your lordship, with all respect, 'at gin I can help it, there shall no hand, gentle or simple, be laid upon the laird against his ain wool." The Marquis was getting tired of the contest. He was angry, too, and none the less that he felt Malcolm was in the right. "Go to the devil, you booby," he said, even more in impatience than in wrath. "I'm thinking I needna budge," retorted Malcolm, angry also. "What do you mean by that insolence?" "I mean, my lord, that to gang will be to gang frae him. He canna be far frae your lordship's lug this minute." All the Marquis's gathered annoyance broke out at last in rage. He started from his chair, made 3 strides to Malcolm, and struck him in the face. Malcolm staggered back till he was brought up by the door. "Hoot, my lord!" he exclaimed, as he sought his blue cotton handkerchief. "Ye sudna ha' done that. You'll blood the carpet." "You precious idiot!" cried his lordship, already repenting the deed. "Why didn't you defend yourself?" "The quarrel was my ain, and I could do as I liked, my lord." "And why should you like to take a blow? Not to lift a hand, even to defend yourself?" said the Marquis, vexed both with Malcolm and with himself. "Because I saw I was in the wrong, my lord. The quarrel was o' my ain making. I hadna right to lose my temper and be impudent, so I didna dare defend mysel'. And I beg your lordship's pardon. But dinna you do me the wrong to imagine, my lord, 'cause I took a fluit in good part when I kent myself in the wrong, that's how I would carry mysel' gin 'twas for the poor laird. Faith, I should gar any man kenna differ there." "Go along with you, and don't show yourself till you're fit to be seen. I hope it'll be a lesson to you." "It will, my lord," said Malcolm. "But," he added, "there was no occasion to give me sic a dirdum. A word would have put me mair in the wrong." So saying, he left the room with his handkerchief to his face. The Marquis was really sorry for the blow, chiefly because Malcolm, without a shadow of pusillanimity, had taken it so quietly. Malcolm would, however, have had very much the worse of it had he defended himself, for his master had been a bruiser in his youth, and neither his left hand nor his right arm had yet forgot their cunning, so far as to leave him less than a heavy overmatch for one unskilled, whatever his strength or agility. For some time after he was gone, the Marquis paced up and down the room, feeling strangely and unaccountably uncomfortable. "The great lout," he kept saying to himself. "Why did he let me strike him?" Malcolm went to his grandfather's cottage. In passing the window, he peeped in. The old man was sitting with his bagpipes on his knees, looking troubled. When he entered, he held out his arms to him. "There'll be something gone wrong with you, Malcolm, my son," he said. "You'll be having a hurt. She knows it. She has it within her, though she couldn't just see it. Where is it?" As he spoke, he proceeded to feel his head and face. "God bless her soul! You are blooding, Malcolm!" he cried the same moment. "It's nothing to grate about, Daddy. It's hardly mair nor the flaip of a salmon's tail." "But who'll be done it?" asked Duncan angrily. "Ow, the master gave me a bit fluid," answered Malcolm with indifference. "Where is he?" cried the piper, rising in wrath. "Take her to him, Malcolm. She will stab him. She will be killing him. She will drive her dirk into his wicked body." "Na, Daddy," said Malcolm. "We had enough of dirks already." "Then you have done it yourself, then, Malcolm, my brave boy." "No, Daddy. I took my licks like a man, for I deserved them." "Deserved to be beaten, Malcolm? To be beaten like a dog? Don't tell her that. Don't break her heart, my boy." "It wasna that muckle, Daddy. I only telled him Mulhorny was at his lug." "And she'll make no doubt it was true," cried Duncan, emerging suddenly from his despondency. "Aye, so he was, only I had no right to say it." "But you striked him back, Malcolm. Don't say you didn't give him back his blow. Don't tell it to her, Malcolm." "How could I hit my master, and my still in the wrong, Daddy?" "Then she'll must do it herself," said Duncan quietly, and with the lips compressed of calm decision, turned towards the door to get his dirk from the next room. "Bide ye still, Daddy," said Malcolm, laying hold of his arm, "and sit ye down till ye hear all about it first."
Duncan yielded for the sake of better instruction in the circumstances, over the whole of which Malcolm now went. But before he came to a close, he had skilfully introduced and enlarged upon the sorrows and sufferings and dangers of the laird, so as to lead the old man away from the quarrel, dwelling especially on the necessity of protecting Mr. Stewart from the machinations of his mother. Duncan listened to all he said with marked sympathy. "And gin the Marquis dared to cross me in it," said Malcolm at last, as he ended, "let him look till himself, for it's not at a buffet or two I would stick, gin the poor laird was intil it." This assurance, indicative of a full courageous intent on the part of his grandson, for whose manliness he was jealous, greatly served to quiet Duncan, and he consented at last to postpone all quittance, in the hope of Malcolm's having the opportunity of a righteous quarrel for proving himself no coward. His wrath gradually died away, until at last he begged his boy to take his pipes, that he might give him a lesson. Malcolm made the attempt, but found it impossible to fill the bag with his swollen and cut lips, and had to beg his grandfather to play to him instead. He gladly consented, and played until bedtime, when, having tucked him up, Malcolm went quietly to his own room, avoiding supper and the eyes of Mrs. Courthope together. He fell asleep in a moment, and spent a night of perfect oblivion, dreamless of wizard lord or witch lady. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deborah Allen. Chapter 37. The Cutter. Some days passed, during which Malcolm contrived that no one should see him. He stole down to his grandfather's early in the morning, and returned to his own room at night. Duncan told the people about that he was not very well, but would be all right in a day or two. It was a time of jubilation to the bard, and he cheered his grandson's retirement with music, and with wild stories of Highland lochs and moors, chanted or told. Malcolm's face was now much better, though the signs of the blow were still plain enough upon it, when a messenger came one afternoon to summon him to the Marquis's presence. "Where have you been sulking all this time?" was his master's greeting. "I havena been sulking, my lord," answered Malcolm. "Your lordship told me to hold out of the gate till I was fit to be seen, and not a soul is set an eye upon me till this very moment that your lordship has me in your ain." "Where have you been, then?" "In my own room at night, and down at my grandfather's as long as folk was about. We're a bit donner up the burn in the mirk." "You couldn't encounter the shame of being seen with such a face, eh?" "It might have been thought a disgrace to the tane or the tither of us, my lord. Maybe to both." "If you don't learn to curb that tongue of yours, it will bring you to worse." "My lord, I confess my fault, and I put up with the blow. But if it hadna been that I was in the wrong, well, things might have differed." "Hold your tongue, I tell you. You're an honest good fellow, and I'm sorry I struck you. There." "I thank your lordship." "I sent for you because I've just heard from Aberdeen that the boat is on her way round. You must be ready to take charge of her the moment she arrives." "I will be that, my lord. It does not suit me at all to be so long upon the solid. I'm like a colt upon a toll road." The next morning he got a telescope, and taking with him his dinner of bread and cheese and a book in his pocket, went up to the Temple of the Winds to look out for the boat. Every few minutes he swept the offing, but morning and afternoon passed, and she did not appear. The day's monotony was broken only by a call from Demon. Malcolm looked landwards, and spied his mistress below amongst the trees, but she never looked in his direction. He had just become aware of the first dusky breath of the twilight, when a tiny sloop appeared, rounding the Dead Head, as they called the promontory which closed in the bay on the east. The sun was setting red and large on the other side of the Scarnose, and filled her white sails with a rosy dye as she came stealing round in a fair, soft wind. The moon hung over her, thin and pale and ghostly, with hardly shine enough to show that it was indeed she, and not the forgotten scrap of a torn-up cloud. As she passed the point and turned towards the harbour, the warm amethystine hue suddenly vanished from her sails, and she looked white and cold, as if the sight of the Death's Head had scared the blood out of her. "It's hersel'!" cried Malcolm in delight. "About the size of a muckle herring boat, but no more like one than Lady Florimel's like Meg Partan. It'll be just grand to have a creature so near living to guide and take your wool of. I had no idea she was going to be anything like so bonny. I'll no be fit to manage her in a squall, though. I mun have another hand.
And I winna hae a laddie either, and maun be a grown man, or I winna take in hand to hold her abune the water, I will no. I s' hae Blue Peter himsel' gin I can get him. Just look at her, with her big gaff tappy set, and her jib and all, bowing and comin' on ye as gran as any born lady." He shut up his telescope, ran down the hill, unlocked the private door at its foot, and in 3 or 4 minutes was waiting for her on the harbour wall. She was a little cutter, and a lovely show to eyes capable of the harmonies of shape and motion. She came walking in, as the Partan, whom Malcolm found on the pier-head, remarked, "like a lady closing her parasol as she came." Malcolm jumped on board, and the 2 men who had brought her round gave up their charge. She was full-decked, with the dainty little cabin. Her planks were almost white. There was not a board in her off which one might not, as the Partan expanded the common phrase, "ate his porridge and never find a mote in his moe." Her cordage was all so clean, her standing rigging so taut, everything so ship-shape, that Malcolm was in raptures. If the burn had only been navigable, so that he might have towed the graceful creature home, and laid her up under the very walls of the house, it would have perfected the place in his eyes. He made her snug for the night, and went to report her arrival. Great was Lady Florimel's jubilation. She would have set out on a coasting voyage, as she called it, the very next day, but her father listened to Malcolm. "Ye see, my lord," said Malcolm, "I maun ken all about her before I dare take ye out in her, and I cannot undertake to manage her my lane. Ye maun just gie me another man with me." "Get one," said the Marquis. Early in the morning, therefore, Malcolm went to Scournose, and found Blue Peter amongst his nets. He could spare a day or 2, and would join him. They returned together, got the cutter into the offing, and with a westerly breeze tried her every way. She answered her helm with readiness, rose as light as a bird, made a good board, and seemed every way a safe boat. "She's the bonniest craft ever launched," said Malcolm, ending a description of her behaviour and qualities rather too circumstantial for his master to follow. They were to make their first trip the next morning, eastward if the wind should hold, landing at a certain ancient ruin on the coast, 2 or 3 miles from Portlossie. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Malcolm by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. The 2 Dogs. Lady Florimel's fancy was so full of the expected pleasure that she woke soon after dawn. She rose and anxiously drew aside a curtain of her window. The day was one of God's odes, written for men. Would that the days of our human autumn were as calmly grand, as gorgeously hopeful, as the days that lead the aging year down to the grave of winter. If our white hairs were sunlit from behind, like those radiance-bordered clouds, if our air were as pure as this when it must be as cold, if the falling at last of long-cherished hopes did but, like that of the forest leaves, let in more of the sky, more of the infinite possibilities of the region of truth, which is the matrix of fact, we should go marching down the hill of life like a battered but still bannered army on its way home. But alas, how often we rot instead of march towards the grave. "If he be not rotten before he die," said Hamlet's absolute grave-digger. If the year was dying around Lady Florimel as she looked, like a deathless sun from a window of the skies, it was dying, at least, with dignity. The sun was still revelling in the gift of himself. A thin blue mist went up to greet him, like the first of the smoke from the altars of the morning. The fields lay yellow below. The rich colours of decay hung heavy on the woods, and seemed to clothe them as with the trappings of a majestic sorrow. But the spider-webs sparkled with dew, and the gossamer films floated thick in the level sunbeams. It was a great time for the spiders, those visible deaths of the insect race. The sun, like a householder leaving his house for a time, was burning up 1,000 outworn things before he went. Hence the smoke of the dying hearth of summer was going up to the heavens. But there was a heart of hope left, For when farthest away, the sun is never gone, and the snow is the earth's blanket against the frost. But alas, it was not Lady Florimel who thought these things. Looking over her shoulder, and seeing both what she can and what she cannot see, I am having a think to myself. Which it is an offence to utter in the temple of art, cry the critics. Not against art, I think. But if it be an offence to the worshipper of art, let him keep silence before his goddess. For me, I am a sweeper of the floors in the temple of life, and his goddess is my mare, and shall go in the dust-cart. If I find a jewel as I sweep, I will fasten it on the curtains of the doors, nor heed if it should break the fall of a fold of the drapery. Below Lady Florimel's oriel window, under the tall bridge, the burn lay dark in a deep pool, with a slow revolving eddy, in which one leaf, attended by a streak of white froth, was performing solemn gyrations. Away to the north, the great sea was merry with waves, and spotted with their broken crests. Heaped against the horizon, it looked like a blue hill, dotted all over with feeding sheep. But to-day, she never thought why the waters were so busy, to what end they foamed and ran, flashing their laughter in the face of the sun. The mood of nature was in harmony with her own, and she felt no need to discover any higher import in its merriment. How could she, when she sought no higher import in her own? Had not as yet once suspected that every human gladness, even to the most transient flicker of delight, is the reflex, from a potsherd it may be, but of an eternal sun of joy. Stay, let me pick up the gem. Every faintest glimmer, all that is not utter darkness, is from the shining face of the Father of lights. Not a breath stirred the ivy leaves about her window, but out there on the wide blue the breezes were frolicking, and in the harbour the new boat must be tugging to get free. She dressed in haste, called her stag-hound, and set out the nearest way, that is, by the town gate, for the harbour. She must make acquaintance with her new plaything. Mrs. Catanach in her nightcap looked from her upper window as she passed, like a great spider from the heart of its web, and nodded significantly after her, with a look and a smile such as might mean that for all her good looks she might have the heartache some day. But she was to have the first herself. For that moment her ugly dog, now and always with the look of being fresh from an ash-pit, rushed from somewhere, and laid hold of Lady Florimel's dress, frightening her so that she gave a cry. Instantly her own dog, which had been loitering behind, came tearing up, 5 lengths at a bound, and descended like an angel of vengeance upon the offensive animal, which would have fled, but found it too late. Opening his huge jaws, Demon took him across the flanks, much larger than his own, as if he had been a rabbit. His howls of agony brought Mrs. Catanach out in her petticoats. She flew at the hound, which Lady Florimel was in vain attempting to drag from the cur, and seized him by the throat. "Take care! He is dangerous!" cried the girl. Finding she had no power upon him, Mrs. Catanach forsook him, and in despairing fury rushed at his mistress. Demon saw it with one flaming eye, left the cur, which, howling hideously, dragged his hindquarters after him into the house, and sprang at the woman. Then indeed was Lady Florimel terrified, for she knew the savage nature of the animal when roused. Truly, with his eyes on fire as now, his long fangs bared, the bristles on his back erect, and his moustache sticking straight out, he might well be believed, much as civilization might have done for him, a wolf after all. His mistress threw herself between them, and flung her arms tight round his neck. "Run, woman! Run for your life!" she shrieked. "I can't hold him long!" Mistress Catanach fled, cowed by terror. Her huge legs bore her huge body, a tragic-comic spectacle, across the street to her open door. She had hardly vanished, flinging it to behind her, when Demon broke from his mistress, and going at the door as if launched from a catapult, burst it open, and disappeared also. Lady Florimel gave a shriek of horror, and darted after him. The same moment the sound of Duncan's pipes as he issued from the town gate, at which he always commenced instead of ending his reveille, now reached her, and bethinking herself of her inability to control the hound, she darted again from the cottage, and flew to meet him,
crying aloud, "Mr. MacPhail! Duncan! Duncan, stop your pipes and come here directly!" "And who may be calling me?" asked Duncan, who had not thoroughly distinguished the voice through the near clamour of his instrument. She laid her hand trembling with apprehension on his arm, and began pulling him along. "It's me, Lady Florimel," she said. "Come here directly. Demon has got into a house and is worrying a woman." "God have mercy!" cried Duncan. "Take her pipes, my lady, for fear anything bad should happen to them." She led him hurriedly to the door, but ere he had quite crossed the threshold, he shivered and drew back. "This is an evil house," he said. "She'll not can go in." A great floundering racket was going on above, mingled with growls and shrieks, but there was no howling. "Call the dog, then. He will mind you, perhaps," she cried, knowing what a slow business an argument with Duncan was, and flew to the stair. "Demon! Demon!" cried Duncan, with agitated voice. Whether the dog thought his friend was in trouble next, I cannot tell, but down he came that instant, with a single bound from the top of the stair, right over his mistress's head as she was running up, and leaping out to Duncan, laid a paw upon each of his shoulders, panting with outlawed tongue. But the piper staggered back, pushing the dog from him. "It is blood!" he cried. "The evil woman's blood!" "Keep him out, Duncan, dear," said Lady Florimel. "I will go and see. There, he'll be up again if you don't mind." Very reluctantly, yet obedient, the bard laid hold of the growling animal by the collar, and Lady Florimel was just turning to finish her ascent of the stair, and see what dread thing had come to pass, when, to her great joy, she heard Malcolm's voice calling from the farther end of the street. "Hey, Daddy, what's happened, and I didn't hear the pipes?" She rushed out, the pipes dangling from her hand, so that the drone trailed on the ground behind her. "Malcolm! Malcolm!" she cried, and he was by her side in scarcely more time than Demon would have taken. Hurriedly, and rather incoherently, she told him what had taken place. He sprang up the stair, and she followed. In the front garret, with a dormer window looking down into the street, stood Mrs. Catanach, facing the door, with such a malignant rage in her countenance that it looked demoniacal. Her dog lay at her feet, with his throat torn out. As soon as she saw Malcolm, she broke into a fury of vulgar imprecation, most of it quite outside the pale of artistic record. "Hoots! For shame, Mistress Catanach!" he cried. "Here's my lady ahind me hearing ilka word. De'll stap her lugs with brunstone. What but a curse would she have from me? I swear by God I should gar her pay for this, or my name's no—" She stopped suddenly. "I thought as muckle," said Malcolm with a keen look. "Ye'll think twice, ye deil's bookie, or ye think right. What are ye to think? What sud my name be but Bobby Catanach? Ye're unco upsettin' sin ye turned my lady's flunky. Sorrow take ye both, my daughter beauty, worried by that hell tyke o' hers." "Gin ye gang on like that, the Marquis'll have ye drummed out of the town or 2 days before," said Malcolm. "Will he then?" she returned with a confident sneer, showing all the teeth she had left. "Ye'll be far ben with the Marquis, nae doubt, and yon dunnert old divil ye call your grandfather'll be fain enough to be drummer, I'll swear. Care's my case." "My lady, she's o'er ill-tongued for you to hearken till," said Malcolm, turning to Florimel, who stood in the door, white and trembling. "Just gang down and tell my grandfather to send the dog up. There's surely some gait to gar in her hold her tongue." Mrs. Catanach threw a terrified glance towards Lady Florimel. "Indeed, I shall do nothing of the kind," replied Florimel. "For shame!" "Hoots, my lady," returned Malcolm, "I only said it to try the effect of it. Seems not that ill." "Ye son of a devil's soul!" cried the woman. "I s' have amends o' ye for this, gin I should roast my ain heart to get it. 'Deed, but you're doing that fine already. That foul brute o' yours has gotten his arrows too. I wonder what he thinks of Salmon Trout now, eh, Mim?" "Have done, Malcolm," said Florimel. "I am ashamed of you. If the woman is not hurt, we have no business in her house." "Here, tiller," cried Mrs. Catanach contemptuously. "The woman." But Lady Florimel took no heed. She had already turned, and was going down the stair. Malcolm followed in silence, nor did another word from Mrs. Catanach overtake them. Arrived in the street, Florimel restored his pipes to Duncan, who, letting the dog go, at once proceeded to fill the bag, and instead of continuing her way to the harbour, turned back, accompanied by Malcolm, Demon, and Lady Stronach Strathspey. "What a horrible woman that is," she said with a shudder. "Aye, is she. "But I doubt she would be waur gin she didna break out that gait whiles," rejoined Malcolm. "How do you mean?" "It frights folk at her, an' maybe sometimes puts it out o' her power to do waur. Gien ever she seek to make it up wi' ye, my lady, I would have little to say till her, gien I was you." "What could I have to say to a low creature like that?" "Ye wouldna ken what she might be up till, or how she might set about it, my lady. I would have you mistrust her altogether. My daddy has a fine moral nose for vermin, and he canna bide her, though he never had a glimp o' the false face of her, and in truth never spake till her." "I will tell my father of her. A woman like that is not fit to live amongst civilized people." "Ye're right there, my lady. But she would only gang some ither gait among the same. Of course ye maun tell your father, but she's no fit for him to take any notice o'." As they sat at breakfast, Florimel did tell her father. His first emotion, however, at least the first he showed, was vexation with herself. "You must not be going out alone, and at such ridiculous hours," he said. "I shall be compelled to get you a governess." "Really, papa," she returned, "I don't see the good of having a marquis for a father if I can't go about as safe as one of the fisher children. And I might just as well be at school if I'm not to do as I like. What if the dog had turned on you?" he said. "If he dared!" exclaimed the girl, and her eyes flashed. Her father looked at her for a moment, said to himself, "There spoke a Colonsay," and pursued the subject no farther. When they passed Mrs. Catanach's cottage an hour after, on their way to the harbour, they saw the blinds drawn down, as if a dead man lay within. According to after report, she had the brute already laid out like a human being, and sat by the bedside awaiting a coffin, which she had ordered of Watty Witherspale. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 39. Colonsay Castle. The day continued lovely, with a fine breeze. The whole sky and air and sea were alive, with moving clouds, with wind, with waves flashing in the sun. As they stepped on board amidst the little crowd gathered to see, Lady Florimel could hardly keep her delight within the bounds of so-called propriety. It was all she could do to restrain herself from dancing on the little deck, half swept by the tiller. The boat of a schooner which lay at the quay towed them out of the harbour. Then the creature spread her wings like a bird, mainsail and gaff topsail, staysail and jib, leaned away to leeward, and seemed actually to bound over the waves. Malcolm sat at the tiller, and Blue Peter watched the canvas. Lady Florimel turned out to be a good sailor, and her enjoyment was so contagious as even to tighten certain strings about her father's heart, which had long been too slack to vibrate with any simple gladness. Her questions were incessant, first about the sails and rigging, then about the steering. But when Malcolm proceeded to explain how the water reacted on the rudder, she declined to trouble herself with that. "Let me steer first," she said, "and then tell me how things work." "That is whiles the best plan," said Malcolm. "Just lay your hand upon the tiller, my lady, and look out at yon point they call the deadhead yonner. Ye see, when I turn the tiller this gate, her head falls after the point, and when I turn it this other gate, her head turns till it again. Hold her head just about a 2 yards like off of it." Florimel was more delighted than ever when she felt her own hand ruling the cutter. So overjoyed, indeed, that, instead of steering straight, she would keep playing tricks with the rudder, fretting the mouth of the sea-palfrey, as it were. Every now and then Malcolm had to expostulate. "No, my lady, cock-hanny, dinna steer so well. Hold her steady. My lord, would ye just say a word to my lady, or I'll be forced to take the tiller frae her." But by and by she grew weary of the attention required, and giving up the helm, began to seek the explanation of its influence, in a way that delighted Malcolm. "You'll make a good skipper some day," he said. "You speer the right questions, and that's maist as good as kenning the right answers." At length she threw herself on the cushions Malcolm had brought for her, and while her father smoked his cigar, gazed in silence at the shore. Here, instead of sands, low rocks, infinitely broken and jagged, filled all the tidal space, a region of ceaseless rush and shattered waters. High cliffs of grey and brown rock, orange and green with lichens here and there, and in summer crowned with golden firs, rose behind, untouched by the ordinary tide, but at high water lashed by the waves of a storm. Beyond the headland which they were fast nearing, the cliffs and the sea met at half-tide. The moment they rounded it— "Look there, my lord," cried Malcolm. "There's Colonsay Castle. At your lordship gets your name, I'm thinking, and onny get one of your titles frae. It mun be mony 100 years sin' ever Colonsay bade into it." Well might he say so, for they looked but saw nothing, only cliff beyond cliff, rising from a white-fringed shore. Not a broken tower, not a ragged battlement invaded the horizon. "There's nothing of the sort there," said Lady Florimel. "Ye munna look for tower or pinnacle, my lady, for none will ye see. Their time's long o'er. But just take the sea face of the Skaar in your ee, and travel along it until you come to a bit it looks like mason work. It scarce rises above the Skaar in any but one part, and there it's but a few feet to a wall." Following his direction, Lady Florimel soon found the ruin. The front of a projecting portion of the cliff was faced, from the very water's edge as it seemed, with mason work, while on its side the masonry rested here and there upon jutting masses of the rock, serving as corbels or brackets, the surface of the rock itself completing the wall front. Above, grass-grown heaps and mounds, and one isolated bit of wall pierced with a little window, like an empty eye-socket with no skull behind it, was all that was visible from the sea, of the structure which had once risen lordly on the crest of the cliff. "It is poor for a ruin even," said Lord Lossie. "But just consider how old the place is, my lord. As old as the time of the sea roving Danes, they say. Maybe it's older nor King Alfred. You mun regard it only as a foundation. There's stones enough lying about to show that there mun have been a grand superstructure on it once. I some think it has been once disconnected fra the land, and joined on by a drawbridge. Many a lump of rock and castle together has rolled down the brae upon all sides, and the ruins may well have filled up the gully at last. It's a wonderful old place, my lord." "What would you do with it if it were yours, Malcolm?" asked Lady Florimel. "I would spend all my spare time patching it up to get it stand out again the weather. It's crummelled away a heaps in a mind." "What would be the good of that? A rickle of old stones," said the Marquis. "It's a growth that there winna be many more like," returned Malcolm. "I wonder at your lordship." He was now steering for the foot of the cliff. As they approached, the ruin expanded and separated, grew more massy and yet more detailed. Still it was a mere root clinging to the soil. "Suppose you were Lord Lossie, Malcolm, what would you do with it?" asked Florimel, seriously, but with fun in her eyes. "I would win at the bottom of it first." "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see when you win into it. There's a heap of vaulted places inside yon blind face. Do ye see yon wee bit square winnock? That lets the light into one of 'em. There may be vaults aneath vaults, for them 'at ye can win intil's half full of yarden stones. I would have all that cleared out, and syne begin frae the very foundation, biggin' and patchin' and buttressin', till I got it as sound as a wonstone, and when I came to the top of the rock, there the castle should take to growin' again, and grow it should, till there it stood, as near what it was as the wit and the hand o' man could set it." "That would ruin a tolerably rich man," said the Marquis. "Onygay, it's not the way folks ruins themselves nowadays, my lord. They'll pull down an old house ony day to save themselves blastin' pother. There's that grand place they call Huntly Castle, a suckin' bairn to this for age, but wi' walls, they tell me, would stand for thousands o' years. Would ye believe it? There's a soulless child of a factor there, biggin' park walls and a granary out o' it, as gin 'twere a quarry o' bluestone. And what's 10 times mair extraordinaire, there's the Duke o' Gordon just letting the gype take his will o' the house o' his Grace's ain forebears. I would most as soon let a man speak ill o' my daddy." "But this is past all rebuilding," said his lordship. "It would be barely possible to preserve the remains as they are." "It would be ill to do, my lord, on set it up again. But just think what a grand place it would be to bide in." The Marquis burst out laughing. "A grand place for gulls and kittiwakes and sea-crows," he said. "But where is it, pray, that a fisherman like you gets such extravagant notions? How do you come to think of such things?" "Thoughts free, my lord. Gin a thing be good to think, what for should not a fisher lad think it? I read a heap about old castles and sic like in the history of Scotland, and there's many an old tale and ballant about them. Just look there, my lady. Ye see yon awful hole in the wall,
with the very inside of the hill like rushing out at it. I could tell ye a fearful tale about that same." "Do let us have it," said Florimel eagerly, setting herself to listen. "Better wait till we land," said the Marquis lazily. "Aye, my lord. We're o'er near the shore to begin a story. Slack the main sheet, Peter, and stand by the jib downhole. Dinna rise, my lady. She'll be on the ground in another minute." Almost immediately followed a slight grating noise, which grew loud, and before one could say her speed had slackened, the cutter rested on the pebbles, with the small waves of the just-turned tide flowing against her quarter. Malcolm was overboard in a moment. "How the deuce are we to land here?" said the Marquis. "Yes," followed Florimel, half risen on her elbow. "How the deuce are we to land here?" "Hoot, my lady," said Malcolm. "Sic words ill become your bonny mouth." The Marquis laughed. "I ask you how we are to get ashore," said Florimel with grave dignity, though an imp was laughing in the shadows of her eyes. "I'll soon let you see that, my lady," answered Malcolm, and leaning over the low bulwark, he had her in his arms almost before she could utter an objection. Carrying her ashore like a child, indeed, to steady herself she had put an arm round his shoulders, he set her down on the shingle, and turning in the act, left her as if she had been a burden of nets, and waded back to the boat. "And how, pray, am I to go?" asked the Marquis. "Do you fancy you can carry me in that style?" "Ow, now, my lord, that wouldna be dignified for a man. Just loop upon my back." As he spoke, he turned his broad shoulders, stooping. The Marquis accepted the invitation, and rowed ashore like a schoolboy, laughing merrily. They were in a little valley, open only to the sea, one boundary of which was the small promontory whereon the castle stood. The side of it next them, of stone and live rock combined, rose perpendicular from the beach to a great height, whence to gain the summit they had to go a little way back, and ascend by a winding path till they reached the approach to the castle from the landward side. "No, would not this be a grand place to bide at, my lord?" said Malcolm, as they reached the summit. The Marquis breathless, Florimel fresh as a lark. "Just see sic an outlook. The very place for pirates like the old Danes. Nothing could escape the sight of them here. Yon's the hills of Sutherland. You see yon one like a cairn. That's a great friend to the fisher folk to tell them where they are. Yon's the let coast of Catanach, and yonner's the North Pole, only you cannot see so far. Just think, my lord, how grand would be the bluster and blap of the wind about the turrets as ye stood at your window on a winter's day, looking out o'er the gurly twist of the waters, the air full of glittering snow, the clouds a mile thick abune your head, and not a living creature but your own folk nearer nor the farm town or the brow yonner." "I don't see anything very attractive in your description," said his lordship. "And where," he added, looking around him, "would be the garden?" "What could ye want with a garden, and the sea out afore ye there? The sea's bonnier than any garden. A garden's most aye the same, or it changes so slow, with the one flower gaen in and the other flower coming out, at ye most dinna notice the odds. But the sea's never 2 days the same. Even Lochan, she never lost twice the same face, and when she sulks, she has 100 ways of sulking." "And how would you get a carriage up here?" said the Marquis. "Fine that, my lord. There's a road up as far as yon nook. And for this brow I would clear away the loose stones, and let the natural girths grow sweet and fine, and turn a lot of bonny Highland sheep onto it. I would keep yon a bit of ones, for though they're rough in the leaf, they blaw so golden. Syne I would gather all the bits of drains frae all the sides, till I had a bonny stream of water off the sweet cornland, rowing down here where we stand, and o'er to the castle itsel, and through court and kitchie, gurgling and rinning, and syne out again and down the face of the scar, splashing and loping like mad. I would leave all the lave to nature hersel. It would be a grand place, my lord, and when ye was tired of it, ye could just run away to Lossie House, and hide ye in the how there for a change. I would like fine to have the sorting of it for your lordship." "I dare say," said the Marquis. "Let's find a nice place for our luncheon, papa, and then we can sit down and hear Malcolm's story," said Florimel. "Dinna you think, my lord, it would be better to get the baskets up first?" interposed Malcolm. "Yes, I think so. Wilson can help you." "Na, my lord, he canna lead the cutter. The tide's rising, and she's o'er near the rocks." "Well, well, we shan't want lunch for an hour yet, so you can take your time. But ye maun take tent, my lord, how ye gang 'em on the ruins. There's awkward kind of holes about the vaults,
and just where you think there's none. I dinna altogether like your going wanting me."
"Nonsense, go along," said the Marquis.
"But I'm not joking," persisted Malcolm.
Yes, yes, we'll be careful," returned his master impatiently, and Malcolm ran down the hill, but not altogether satisfied with the assurance. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 40. The Dale's Winnock. Florimel was disappointed, for she longed to hear Malcolm's tale. But amid such surroundings it was not so very difficult to wait. They set out to have a peep at the ruins, and choose a place for luncheon. From the point where they stood, looking seawards, the ground sunk to the narrow isthmus supposed by Malcolm to fill a cleft formerly crossed by a drawbridge, and beyond it rose again to the grassy mounds in which lay so many of the old bones of the ruined carcass. Passing along the isthmus, where on one side was a steep descent to the shore of the little bay, and on the other the live rock hewn away to a wall, shining and sparkling with crystals of a clear irony brown, they next clambered up a rude ascent of solid rock, and so reached what had been the centre of the seaward portion of the castle. Here they came suddenly upon a small hole at their feet, going right down. Florimel knelt, and peeping in, saw the remains of a small spiral stair. The opening seemed large enough to let her through, and gathering her garments tight about her, she was halfway buried in the earth, before her father, whose attention had been drawn elsewhere, saw what she was about. He thought she had fallen in, but her merry laugh reassured him, and ere he could reach her, she had screwed herself out of sight. He followed her in some anxiety, but after a short descent rejoined her in a small vaulted chamber, where she stood looking from the little square window Malcolm had pointed out to them as they neared the shore. The bare walls around them were of brown stone, wet with the drip of rains, and full of holes where the mortar had yielded and stones had fallen out. Indeed, the mortar had all but vanished. The walls stood, and the vaults hung, chiefly by their own weight. By breaches in the walls, where once might have been doors, Florimel passed from one chamber to another and another, each dark, brown, vaulted, damp, and weather-eaten, while her father stood at the little window she had left, listlessly watching the two men on the beach far below, landing the lunch, and the rippled sea, and the cutter rising and falling with every wave of the flowing tide. At length Florimel found herself on the upper end of a steep sloping ridge of hard, smooth earth, lying along the side of one chamber, and leading across to yet another beyond, which, unlike the rest, was full of light. The passion of exploration being by this time thoroughly roused in her, she descended the slope, half sliding, half creeping. When she thus reached the hole into the bright chamber, she almost sickened with horror, for the slope went off steeper, till it rushed, as it were, out of a huge gap in the wall of the castle, laying bare the void of space, and the gleam of the sea at a frightful depth below. If she had gone 1 foot further, she could not have saved herself from sliding out of the gap. It was the very breach Malcolm had pointed out to them from below, and concerning which he had promised them the terrible tale. She gave a shriek of terror, and laid hold of the broken wall. To heighten her dismay to the limit of mortal endurance, she found at the very first effort, partly, no doubt, from the paralysis of fear, that it was impossible to reascend, and there she lay on the verge of the steeper slope, her head and shoulders in the inner of the 2 chambers, and the rest of her body in the outer, with the hideous vacancy staring at her. In a few moments it had fascinated her, so that she dared not close her eyes, lest it should leap upon her. The wonder was that she did not lose her consciousness, and fall at once to the bottom of the cliff. Her cry brought her father in terror to the top of the slope. "Are you hurt, child?" he cried, not seeing the danger she was in. "It's so steep, I can't get up again," she said faintly. "I'll soon get you up," he returned cheerily, and began to descend. "Oh, papa," she cried, "don't come a step nearer. If you should slip, we should go to the bottom of the rock together,
Indeed, indeed, there is great danger. Do run for Malcolm." Thoroughly alarmed, yet mastering the signs of his fear, he enjoined her to keep perfectly still while he was gone, and hurried to the little window. Thence he shouted to the men below, but in vain, for the wind prevented his voice from reaching them. He rushed from the vaults, and began to descend at the first practicable spot he could find, shouting as he went. The sound of his voice cheered Florimel a little, as she lay forsaken in her misery. Her whole effort now was to keep herself from fainting, and for this end to abstract her mind from the terrors of her situation. In this she was aided by a new shock, which, had her position been a less critical one, would itself have caused her a deadly dismay. A curious little sound came to her, apparently from somewhere in the dusky chamber in which her head lay. She fancied it made by some little animal, and thought of the wild cats and otters of which Malcolm had spoken as haunting the caves. But while the new fear mitigated the former, the greater fear subdued the less. It came a little louder, then again a little louder, growing like a hurried whisper, but without seeming to approach her. Louder still it grew, and yet was but an inarticulate whispering. Then it began to divide into some resemblance of articulate sounds. Presently, to her utter astonishment, she heard herself called by name. "Lady Florimel! Lady Florimel!" said the sound plainly enough. "Who's there?" she faltered, with her heart in her throat, hardly knowing whether she spoke or not. "There's nobody here," answered the voice. "I'm in my own bedroom at home, where your dog killed mine." It was the voice of Mrs. Catanach, but both words and tone were almost English. Anger, and the sense of a human presence, although an evil one, restored Lady Florimel's speech. "How dare you talk such nonsense?" she said. "Don't anger me again," returned the voice. "I tell you the truth. I'm sorry I spoke to your ladyship as I did this morning. It was the sight of my poor dog that drove me mad." "I couldn't help it. I tried to keep mine off him, as you know." "I do know it, my lady, and that's why I beg your pardon." "Then there's nothing more to be said." "Yes, there is, my lady. I want to make you some amends. I know more than most people, and I know a secret that some would give their ears for. Will you trust me?" "I will hear what you've got to say." "Well, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I shall tell you nothing but the truth. What do you think of Malcolm MacPhail, my lady?" "What do you mean by asking me such a question?" "Only to tell you that by birth he is a gentleman, and comes of an old family." "But why do you tell me?" said Florimel. "What have I to do with it?" "Nothing, my lady, or himself either. I hold the handle of the business. But you needn't think it's from any favour for him. I don't care what comes of him. There's no love lost between him and me. You heard yourself this very day how he abused both me and my poor dog, who is now lying dead on the bed beside me." "You don't expect me to believe such nonsense as that," said Lady Florimel. There was no reply. The voice had departed, and the terrors of her position returned with gathered force in the desolation of redoubled silence that closes around an unanswered question. A trembling seized her, and she could hardly persuade herself that she was not slipping by slow inches down the incline. Minutes that seemed hours passed. At length she heard feet and voices, and presently her father called her name. But she was too agitated to reply except with a moan. A voice she was yet more glad to hear followed, the voice of Malcolm, ringing confident and clear. "Hold away, my lord," it said, "and let me come at her." "You're not going down so," said the Marquis angrily. "You'll slip to a certainty and send her to the bottom." "My lord," returned Malcolm, "I ken what I'm about, and ye dinna. I beg 'at ye'll hold out by, and no upset the lassie, for something mun depend upon hersel. Just gang away back into that ither vault, my lord. I insist upon it." His lordship obeyed, and Malcolm, who had been pulling off his boots as he spoke, now addressed Mair. "Here, Peter," he said,
Hold on to the tail of that rope like grim death. Nah, I dinnot want it round me. It's to gang round her. But dinna ye haul, for it might hurt her, and she'll lip into me and come up of hersel. Dinna be feared, my bonny lady. There's no danger, not one grain. I'm comin'." With the rope in his hand, he walked down the incline, and kneeling by Florimel, close to the broken wall, proceeded to pass the rope under and round her waist, talking to her, as he did so, in the tone of one encouraging a child. "Now, my lady. Now, my bonny lady. 1 minute, and ye're as safe as gin ye lay in your Minnie's lap."
"I daren't get up, Malcolm. I daren't turn my back to it. I shall drop right down into it if I do," she faltered, beginning to sob.
"Na fear o' that. There, ye canna fall now, for Blue Peter has the other end, and Peter's as strong as 2 ponies. I'm going to take off your shoon next." So saying, he lowered himself a little through the breach, holding on by the broken wall with one hand, while he gently removed her sandal shoes with the other. Drawing himself up again, he rose to his feet, and taking her hand, said, "Now, my lady, take a good grip o' my hand, and as I lift ye, give a scramble wi' your 2 bit feet, and as soon as ye find them aneath ye, just gang up as gin ye were climbing a grey stane brae," rather steep ascent. "Ye couldna fall gin ye tried your worst." At the grasp of his strong hand, the girl felt a great gush of confidence rise in her heart. She did exactly as he told her, scrambled to her feet, and walked up the slippery way without one slide, holding fast by Malcolm's hand, while Joseph kept just feeling her waist with the loop of the rope as he drew it in. When she reached the top, she fell almost fainting into her father's arms, but was recalled to herself by an exclamation from Blue Peter. Just as Malcolm relinquished her hand, his foot slipped. But he slid down to the side of the mound only, some 6 or 7 feet to the bottom of the chamber, whence his voice came cheerily, saying he would be with them in a moment. When, however, ascending by another way, he rejoined them, they were shocked to see blood pouring from his foot. He had lighted amongst broken glass, and had felt a sting, but only now was aware that the cut was a serious one. He made little of it, however, bound it up, and as the Marquis would not now hear of bringing the luncheon to the top, having, he said, had more than enough of the place, limped painfully after them down to the shore. Knowing whither they were bound, and even better acquainted with the place than Malcolm herself, Mrs. Catanach, the moment she had drawn down her blinds in mourning for her dog, had put her breakfast in her pocket, and set out from her back door, contriving mischief on her way. Arrived at the castle, she waited a long time before they made their appearance, but was rewarded for her patience, as she said to herself, by the luck which had so wonderfully seconded her cunning. From a broken loophole in the foundation of a round tower, she now watched them go down the hill. The moment they were out of sight, she crept like a fox from his earth, and having actually crawled beyond danger of discovery, hurried away inland, to reach Portlossie by footpaths and byways, and there show herself on her own doorstep. The woman's consuming ambition was to possess power over others, power to hurt them if she chose, power to pull hidden strings fastened to their hearts or consciences, or history, or foibles, or crimes, and so reduce them, in her knowledge, if not in theirs, to the condition of being, more or less, her slaves. Hence she pounced upon a secret as one would on a diamond in the dust. Any fact even was precious, for it might be allied to some secret, might, in combination with other facts, become potent. How far this vice may have had its origin in the fact that she had secrets of her own might be an interesting question. As to the mysterious communication she had made to her, Lady Florimel was not able to turn her mind to it, nor indeed for some time was she able to think of anything. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 41. The Clouded Sapphires. Before they reached the bottom of the hill, however, Florimel had recovered her spirits a little, and had even attempted a laugh at the ridiculousness of her late situation. But she continued very pale.
They sat down beside the baskets, on some great stones fallen from the building above. Because of his foot, they would not allow Malcolm to serve them, but told Mair and him to have their dinner near, and called the former when they wanted anything. Lady Florimel revived still more after she had had a morsel of partridge and a glass of wine, but every now and then she shuddered. Evidently she was haunted by the terror of her late position, and with the gladness of a discoverer, the Marquis bethought himself of Malcolm's promised tale, as a means of turning her thoughts aside from it. As soon, therefore, as they had finished their meal, he called Malcolm, and told him they wanted his story. "It's some fearsome," said Malcolm, looking anxiously at the pale face of Lady Florimel. "Nonsense," returned the Marquis, for he thought, and perhaps rightly, that if such it would only serve his purpose the better. "I would rather tell it in a gloamin' round a winter fire," said Malcolm, with another anxious look at Lady Florimel. "Do go on," she said. "I want so much to hear it." "Go on," said the Marquis, and Malcolm, seating himself near them, began. I need not again tell my reader that he may take a short-cut if he pleases. "There was once a great nobleman, like yoursel, my lord, only na so douce, and he had a great following, and was thought muckle of in all the country, frae John o' Groats to the Mull o' Galloway. But he was terrible proud, and thought nobody was to compare with him, nor anything anybody had to compare with anything he had. His horse were aye swifter, and his kye aye better milkers nor other folks. There were no deer so big, nor had sic muckle horns as the red deer on its Highland hills, no gillies so strong as his gillies, and no castles so well biggit or so old as his. It may ha' been all very true for anything I ken, or anything the story says to the contraire, but it wasna humble or Christian-like o' him to be aye at it o'er and o'er, aye gloryin', as gin he had all things so by ordinary, 'cause he was by ordinary himself, and they all came till him by the very nature o' things. There was but one thing in which he was no favoured, and that was, that he had no son to take up what he left. But it mattered the less, that the title, as well as the lands, would, as the tale tells, gang all the same till a lass bairn, and a lass bairn he had." "That is the case in the Lossie family," said the Marquis. "That's how I ha' heard the tale, my lord, but I would be sorry should all it contains meet with like corroboration. As I say, a daughter there was, and gin all was surpassin', she was surpassin' all. The family piper, or Synecky as they called him, I wouldna wonder, my lord, gin the grand pipes your bounty gave my grandfather had been his. He said in one of his songs, 'at the sun blinkit whenever she showed hersel at the house door. I so warrant one thing, 'at all the lads blinkit when she looked at them, gin so be she could ever be said to condescend so far as to look at any. For gin ever she set eye upon one, she never lot it rest. Her eye just slippit o'er a face as gin the face might or might not be there. She didn't ken or care. A'body said she had sic a haughty look as was never seen on human face afore, and for friendly look she had none for living creature, 'cept it was her own father, or her ain horse that she rode upon. Her mither was dead. Her father would fain ha' seen her married afore he died, but the pride he had gi'n her was like to be the end of all, for she counted it nothing less than a disgrace to part with maiden liberty. There's no man, she would say, when her father would be pressing upon the subject, there's no mortal man but yoursel worth the turn of my eye. And the father, poor man, was o'er well pleased with the flattery to be so angry with her as he would fain ha' looked. So time goed on, till frae a bonny lassie she had grown a grand lady, and could win up the hill no forder, but bode to gang down on the other side, and her father was just near hand daft with anxiety to see her wed. But no, never one would she hearken till. At last there came to the house, that's Colonsay Castle up there, one day a young man frae Norway, the son o' a great nobleman of that country, and with him she was some taken. He was a fine man to look at, and he put them all to shame at anything that not strength or skill. But he was as humble as he was fit, and never took any credit till himself for anything that he did or was, and this she was ill pleased with, though she couldn't help liking him, and made no bones of letting him see that he wasna altogether a scunner till her. Well, one morning, very ear, she gaed out into her garden, and looked o'er the hedge, and what should she see but the same young nobleman take the bairn frae a poor travelling body, help her o'er a dyke,
and give her bairn again. He was at her own side in another minute, but he was just that minute ahind his tryst, and she was in a cold rage at him. He tried to turn her hurt, saying, would she ha' had him not help the poor thing o'er the dyke, her bairnie being but a fortnight old, and hersel unco weak like. But my lady made a mow as gin she was scunnered to hear such things made mention of. And was she to stand looking o'er the hedge, and him convoying a bigger wife and her brat? And syne to come to her, on ever washing his hands? Hoot, my lady, says he, the poor thing was a human creature. Gin she had been a God's angel, says she, ye had no right to keep me waiting. Gin she had been an angel, says he, there would have been little occasion, but the woman stood in want of help. Gin it had been to save her life, ye sunnot have keep me waiting, says she. The lad was scared at that, as well he might, and taking off his bonnet, he louted lech and left her. But this didna suit my lady. She wasna to be left afore she said gang. So she cried him back, and he came, bonnet in hand, and she loch, and made as gin she had been but trying the smittum of him, and thought him a true knecht. The poor fellow plucked up at this, and down he fell upon his knees, and out with all that was in his heart. How he loved her mair nor tongue could tell, and gin she would have him, he would be her slave for ever. Ye so be that, says she, and lach him to scorn. Gang after your beggar wife, she says, I'm sick o' ye. He rase, and took up his bonnet, and loped the hedge, and gave a blast upon his horn, and gathered his men and stepped aboard his boat, o'er by the puffy head yonder, and away to Norway o'er the faem, and was never heard tell o' in Scotland again. And the lady was haughtier, and carried her head higher nor ever, maybe to hide a scum she had ta'en for all her pride. So things got on as afore, till at length the tide of her time was well past the turn, and a streak of the snow in her coal-black hair. For as the old song says, her hair was like the crow, and her blade was like the snow, and her bow-bended lip was like the rose-hip, and her eye was like the lightning, glorious and frightening. But all that would soon be o'er. About this time, one day in the gloamin', there came on sic an awful storm, that the folk of the castle were frighted most out of their wits. The lightning came out of the yard, and no frae the lift at all. The wind roared as gin it had been an incarnate rage. The thunder rattled and cracked, as gin the moon and all the stars had been made kettle drums of for the occasion. But never a drop of rain or a stone of hail fell. Nothing broke out but blue light and roaring wind. But the strangest thing was that the sea lay all the time as unconcerned as a sleeping bairn. The wind got no more grip o' it, nor again all the angels had been pouring ile out of widows' krouses upon it. The very tide came up quieter nor ordinary, and the folk were sair perplexed as well as frighted. Just as the clock of the castle chapped the dead of the night, the clamour of voices was heard through the thunder and the wind, and the warder looking down frae the high bartizan of the Mughal tower saw in the fire floats a company of riders approaching the castle, all upon grand horses, he said, that sprang this gate and that, and shot fire frae their een. At the drawbridge they blew a horn and routed like all the bulls of Bashan, and when the warder challenged them, claimed horse-room for the night. Nobody had ever heard the place they came frae. It was so far away that as soon as a body heard the name o' it, he forgot it again. But their beasts were as fresh and as full of smiddum as I tell ye, and not a hair o' one of them turnt. There was just a deal's dizen o' them, and wherever ye begin to count them, the 13th had aye a red beard. When the news was ta'en to the Marquis, the Jarl, I should say, he gave orders to let them in at once, for whatever faults he had, neither fear nor haining was among them. So in they came, clattering o'er the drawbridge it gaed up and down aneath them, as gin it would have cast them. Right framed folk they looked when they came into the courtyard, all spangled with bonny bright stones of all colours. They were like no folk ever the Jarl had seen, and he had been to Jerusalem in his day, and had foughten with the Saracens. But they were courteous men and well-bred, and mostly well-fared too, ilk one looking like a lord's son at the least. They had not a single serving man with them, and would allow none of the folk about the place to lay hand upon their beasts. And ilk one, as he said na, would give the stallion aneath him a dig with his spurs, or a kick in the ribs, gin he was off his back, with the steel toe of his boot, and the brute would lay his lugs in the haw of his neck, and turn his head asclant, with one white eye glayin' out of it, and lift a hind leg with a glintin' shoe turned back, and look like Satan himself when he darna. Well, my lord and my lady were sitting in the muckle hall, for they could not gang to their beds in sic a bias storm, when him it was the chief of them was ushered in by the seneschal, that's the steward like, bowing afore him, and calling him the prince, and no more, for he could not mind the name o' his place long enough to say it o'er again. And so a prince he was, and for by that, just a man by himself to look at. In the prime o' life, maybe, but not freely in the first o' it, for he had the look as gin he had had a hard time o' it, and had a white streak and a crow's foot here and there, the likelier to please my lady, who looked down upon a body younger nor hersel. He had a commandin', maybe some o'erbearing look, one a man might have bristled up at, but a lady like my lady would welcome as worth bringing down. He was dressed as never man had appeared in Scotland afore, glorious without, no like the lady in the Psalms, for here he could light nowhere but there was a glitter of a stone, so that he flashed all o'er, ilka motion he made. He carried a short sword at his side, no muckle longer nor my daddy's dirk, as gin he never fought but at close quarters. The whilk had 3 sapphires, blue stones, they tell me, and muckle ones, lowen in the sheath of it, and a muckler one still in the heft, only they were some drumly, clouded, the lady thought, being a judge o' hingers at lugs, earrings, and sick vanities. That may be as it may, but in came the prince, with a leich bow, and a grand up-straightening again, and though, as I say, he was flashing all o'er, his manner was quiet as the moonlight, just grace itself. He professed himself unco indebted for the shelter accorded him, and his een eye sought the ladies, and his admiration o'er was plain in ilka look and gesture, and though his words were few, they all meant mair nor they said. Afore his supper came in, her heart was at his wool. They say that when a woman's late a fallen in love, ye'll ken, my lord, I ken nothing about it, it's the mair likely to be an unreasoning and uncontrollable fancy. In sick matters, it seems wisdom comes now with grey hairs. Within 1 hour the lady was enamoured of the stranger in a fearful way. She poured out his wine till him with her own hand, and the moment he put the glass till his lips, the wind fell, and the lightning devilled, ceased. She set herself to put questions till him, sick as she thought he would like to answer, all about himsel and what he had come through, and sick stories as he told. She attent till him as she had never done to guest afore, and her father saw it she was sair ta'en with the man. But he wasna altogether so well pleased, for there was something about him, he couldna say what, it garred him shudder. He wasn't a man to have fancies, or stand upon fraits, but he could not help the creep that gaed down his backbone ilka time as I encountered that of the prince. It was aye sic a strange look the prince cast upon him, a look as gin him and the Yerl had been already o'er well acquaint, though the Yerl couldna mind it ever he had set eye upon him. All the time, however, he had a kind o' a suspicion that they bode to be old acquaintances, and sair he sought to make 'em out. But the prince would never let a body get a glimpse of his een, 'cept the body he was speaking till. That is, gin he could help it. For the Yerl did get 2 or 3 glimpses of them as they spak till his daughter, and he declared to efterhind the king's commissioner that a pale blue kind of a light came from them, the whilk the body he was conversing with and looking straight at never saw. Well, the short and the long of it that night was that they gaed all to their beds. In the morning, when the the Yerl, I should say, and his daughter came down the stair, the whole company was away. Never a horse was in the stable but the Yerl's own beasts, not one hair left behind to show that they had been there, and in the chambers allotted to their riders, never a pair of sheets had been slipped in. The Yerl and my lady sat down to break their fast, not freely in the same humour, the 2 of them, as ye may well believe. When they were about half through, who should come striding in, some door and ill-pleased like, but the prince himsel. Both Yerl and lady started up. If they should have sitten down till a meal, on even advertised their visitor that sick was their purpose. They made muckle ado with apologies and explanations, but the prince aye bowed, and said so little that they thought him mortal angered. The whilk was a great vex to my lady, ye may be sure. He had a withered-like look, and the very diamonds in his clothes were doff-like. Altogether he had a brunt-out kind of icy look, ashy. At length the butler came in, and the prince signed to him, and he gaed near, and the prince drew him down, and took mooted in his lug, and his breath, the old man said, was like the grave. He hadn't had his morning, he said, and telled him to put the whisky upon the table. The butler did as he was told, and set down the decanter, and a glass aside it, but the prince bant him just fearful, and ordered him to take away that playock, and fess a tumbler. "I'm thinking, my lord, that maun be a modern touch," remarked Malcolm here, interrupting himself. "There was not glass in the times, was there?" "What do I know?" said the Marquis. "Go on with your story." "But there's mair into it than that," persisted Malcolm. "I don't ken there was any whisky in the times either, for I heard a gentleman say the other day at how he had tasted the first whisky that was ever distilled in Scotland, and horrible stuff it was, he said, though it was most as old as the 45. "Confound your long wind! Go on," said the Marquis, peremptorily. "We so call it whisky then, onygate," said Malcolm, and resumed. The butler did again as he was bidden, and faced a tumbler, or mair likely a siller cup, and the prince took the decanter, or what it might be, and filled it to the very brim. The butler's ain maist started frae his head, but nobody said nothing. He lifted it, greedy-like, and drank off the whisky as gin it had been water. "That's middlin'," he said, as he set it on the table again. They looked to see him fall down dead, but in place of that he begoed to gather himsel a bit, and says he, "We brew the same drink in my country, but a wee mair powerful." Syne he asked for a slice of boar ham and a raw apple, and that was all he ate. But he took another wacht of the whisky, and his een grew brighter, and the stones about him began to flash again, and my lady admired him the mair, that what would have failed any other man only wakened him up a bit. And syne he telled him how, laith to be fascious, he had gi'en orders till his menie to be aff afore the morning break, and wait at the next change-house till he joined them. "Where," said the lady, "I trust you'll let them wait, or I'll send for them." But the Earl sat and said never a word. The prince gave him one glower, and declared that his lady's word was law to him, and he would bide till she willed him to gang. At this, her een shot fire maist like his ain, and she smiled as she had never smiled afore, and the Earl couldna bide the sight o't, but darna interfere. He rose, and left the room and them together. What passed atwixt the two there was none to tell, but or an hour was by, they came out upon the garden terrace together, hand in hand, looking both of them as grand and as well pleased as gin they had been king and queen. The lang and the short of it was, at the same day at night, the two was married. Neither of them would hear of a priest. Say what the old Earl could, they would not hear a sic a thing, and the lady was most mair set again nor the prince. She would be married according to Scots law, she said, and would hae nae other ceremony, say aught he liked. A grand feast was got ready, and just the minute afore it was carried to the hall, the great bell of the castle yowled out, and all the folk of the house was gathered in the courtyard, and out came the two afore them, hand in hand, declaring themselves married folk, the whilk, according to Scots law, was but o'er good marriage. Syne they sat down to their dinner, and there they sat, not drinking muckle, they say, but merrily enjoying themselves, the ladies singing a song now and again, and the prince saying he once could sing, but had forgotten the gate o' it, but never a prayer, nor a blessing asked, until the clock chapped 12, whereupon the prince and princess raised to gang to their bed, in a room where the king himself aye sleeped when he came to see them. But there was not one of the men or the maids that would have dared be their lawns with that man, prince as he called himself. A minute, or barely two, was o'er, when a cry came frae the king's room, a fearful cry, a long, long scree. The men and the maids looked at one another with awesome looks, and "He's killing her," they all gasped at once. No, she was never a favourite with any one of her own folk, but still they couldn't hear sic a cry frae her, and run to the Earl. They found him pacing up and down the hall, and looking like a dead man in a rage of fear. But when they telled him, he only laughed at them, and called them ill names, and said he hadna heard a cheep. So they took nothing by that, and gaed back trembling. Two of them, A man and a maid to hold heart in one another, gaed up to the door of the trance that led to the king's room, but for a while they heard nothing. Syne came the sound like a moaning and grating and praying. The next minute they were back again among the lave, looking like two corpses. They had opened the door of the trance to hearken closer, and what should they see there but the fiery een and the white teeth of the prince's horse, lying athwart the door of the king's room, with his head atween his forefeet, and keeping watch like a tyke. Dog. Ere long they bethought themselves, and two of them set out and off together for the priory. That's where your ain house of Lossie now stands, my lord, to face a priest. It would be a good 2 hours or they wan back, and all that time, ilka now and then, the moaning and the begging and the crying would come again. And the warder upon the high tower declared that ever sin midnight the princes many, the hale 12 of them, was careering about the castle, round and round, with the een of their beasts lowing, and their heads out and their manes up, and their tails fleeing ahint them. He aye lost sight of them when they went to the edge of the scar, but round they aye came again upon the other side, as gin there had been a road, where there wasn't even a ledge. The moment the priest's horse set foot upon the drawbridge, the poor lady gae another ugsome cry, a hantle waur nor the first, and up gat a sudden roar and a blast o' wind that most carried the castle there off of the cliff into the water, and syne came a flash of blue light and a rumbling. After that, all was quiet. It was all o'er afore the priest went athwart the courtyard and up the stair, for he crossed himself and gaed straight for the bridal chamber. By this time the earl had come up, and followed cowering ahind the priest. Never a horse was in the trance, and the priest, first laying the cross that hang frae his belt again the door of the chamber, flang it open without any ceremony, for ye'll allow there was room for none. And what think ye was the first thing the earl saw? A great hole in the wall of the room, and the starry pluch looking in at it, and the sea lying far down afore him, as quiet as the bride upon the bed, but a hantle bonnier to look at, for ilka stick that had been on her was burnt off, and the bonny body of her was lying all runkled, and as black as a coal frae head to foot, and the reek it roused fra it was hideous. I needna say the bridegroom wasna there. Some folk thought it was a good sign that he hadna carried the body with him, but maybe he was o'er sudden scairt by the foot of the priest's horse upon the drawbridge, and daredna bide his uncome. So the 4-foot stone wall had to flee afore him, for a throughgang to the prince of the power of the air, and yon's the very hole to this day, that ye was so near or weel acquaint with yoursel, my lady. For the year left the castle, and never a Colonsay has made his abode there since syne. But some say the reason the castle came to be deserted altogether was, that as often as they biggit up the hole, it fell out again, as sure as the day of the year came round when first it happened. They say that at 12 o'clock that same night, the door of that room aye gaed to, and that nobody dared touch it, for the heat of the handle o' it, and syne came the screeching and the moaning, and the fearsome skellach at the last, and a rumble like thunder, and in the morning, there was the wall out. The hole's bigger now, for all the decay the castle has ta'en to sliding out at it, and doubtless it'll spread and spread till the hale structure vanishes. At least so they say, my lord. But I would have a try at the holding of it together for all that. I didn't see that the deil should have it all his own gait, as gin we were all flayed at him. Folk a-threep it upon me that there in the gloamin' they ha' seen an awesome face looking in upon them through that slap in the wall. But I never believed it was anything but their ain fancy, though for all that I ken it may ha' been something not canny. Still I say, who's feart? The ill man has no power sep o'er his ain kin. We're telt to resist him, and he'll flee frae us.
A good story, and well told, said the Marquis kindly. Don't you think so, Florimel?
Yes, papa, Lady Florimel answered, only he kept us waiting too long for the end of it. Some folk, my lady, said Malcolm, would I be at the hinder end of a thing, but for mysel, the mair pleased I was to be gane any gait, the mair I would spin out the road till it.
How much of the story may be your own invention now? Said the Marquis.
Oh, not that muckle, my lord. Just a few extras and particulars, it might well have been, with an adjective or an adverb or sic like here and there. I made a mistake, though. Gin it was yon hole yonner,
They bode till again down, and not up the stair to their chamber." His lordship laughed, and again commending the tale, rose. It was time to re-embark, an operation less arduous than before, for in the present state of the tide it was easy to bring the cutters so close to a low rock that even Lady Florimel could step on board. As they had now to beat to windward, Malcolm kept the tiller in his own hand. But indeed Lady Florimel did not want to steer. She was so much occupied with her thoughts that her hands must remain idle. Partly to turn them away from the more terrible portion of her adventure, she began to reflect upon her interview with Mrs. Catanach, if interview it could be called, where she had seen no one. At first she was sorry that she had not told her father of it, and had the ruins searched. But when she thought of the communication the woman had made to her, she came to the conclusion that it was, for various reasons, not to mention the probability that he would have set it all down to the workings of an unavoidably excited nervous condition, better that she should mention it to no one but Duncan MacPhail. When they arrived at the harbour quay, they found the carriage waiting, but neither the Marquis nor Lady Florimel thought of Malcolm's foot, and he was left to limp painfully home. As he passed Mrs. Catanach's cottage, he looked up. There were the blinds still drawn down. The door was shut, and the place was silent as the grave. By the time he reached Lossie House, his foot was very much swollen. When Mrs. Courthope saw it, she sent him to bed at once, and applied a poultice. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 42. Duncan's Disclosure. The night long Malcolm kept dreaming of his fall, and his dreams were worse than the reality, inasmuch as they invariably sent him sliding out of the breach to receive the cut on the rocks below. Very oddly, this catastrophe was always occasioned by the grasp of a hand on his ankle. Invariably also, just as he slipped, the face of the prince appeared in the breach, but it was at the same time the face of Mrs. Catanach. The next morning Mrs. Courthope found him feverish, and insisted on his remaining in bed. No small trial to one who had never been an hour ill in his life. But he was suffering so much that he made little resistance. In the enforced quiescence, and under the excitements of pain and fever, Malcolm first became aware how much the idea of Lady Florimel had at length possessed him. But even in his own thought he never once came upon the phrase "in love" as representing his condition in regard of her. He only knew that he worshipped her, and would be overjoyed to die for her. The youth had about as little vanity as could well consist with individual coherence. If he was vain at all, it was neither of his intellectual nor personal endowments, but of the few tunes he could play on his grandfather's pipes. He could run and swim, rare accomplishments amongst the fishermen, and was said to be the best dancer of them all, but he never thought of such comparison himself. The rescue of Lady Florimel made him very happy. He had been of service to her. But so far was he from cherishing a shadow of presumption, that as he lay there he felt it would be utter content to live serving her forever, even when he was old and wrinkled and grey like his grandfather. He never dreamed of her growing old and wrinkled and grey. A single sudden thought sufficed to scatter, not the devotion, but its peace. Of course, she would marry some day, and what then? He looked the inevitable in the face, but as he looked, that face grew an ugly one. He broke into a laugh. His soul had settled like a brooding cloud over the gulf that lay between a fisher lad and the daughter of a peer. But although he was no coxcomb, neither had fed himself on romances, as Lady Florimel had been doing of late, and although the laugh was quite honestly laughed at himself, it was nevertheless a bitter one. For again came the question, why should an absurdity be a possibility? It was absurd, and yet possible. There was the point. In mathematics it was not so. There, of two opposites, to prove one an absurdity was to prove the other a fact. Neither in metaphysics was it so.
There also an impossibility and an absurdity were one and the same thing. But here, in a region of infinitely more import to the human life than an eternity of mathematical truth, there was at least one absurdity which was yet inevitable. An absurdity, yet with a villainous attendance of direst heat, marrow-freezing cold, faintings and ravings, and demoniacal laughter. Had it been a purely logical question he was dealing with, he might not have been quite puzzled. But to apply logic here, as he was attempting to do, was not like attacking a fortification with a penknife, for a penknife might win its way through the granite ribs of Kronstadt. It was like attacking an eclipse with a broomstick. There was a solution to the difficulty, but as the difficulty itself was deeper than he knew, so the answer to it lay higher than he could reach, was in fact at once grander and finer than he was yet capable of understanding. His disjointed meditations were interrupted quite by the entrance of the man to whom alone of all men he could at the time have given a hearty welcome. The schoolmaster seated himself by his bedside, and they had a long talk. I had set down this talk, but came to the conclusion I had better not print it. Ranging both high and wide, and touching on points of vital importance, it was yet so odd that it would have been to too many of my readers but a chimera tumbling in a vacuum, as they will readily allow when I tell them that it started from the question, which had arisen in Malcolm's mind so long ago, but which he had not hitherto propounded to his friend, as to the consequences of a man's marrying a mermaid, and that Malcolm, reversing its relations, proposed next the consequences of a man's being in love with a ghost or an angel. "I'm dreadful tired of lying here in my bed," said Malcolm at length, when, neither desiring to carry the conversation further, a pause had intervened. "I dinna ken what I want. Whiles I think it's the sun, whiles the wind, and whiles the water, but I canna rest. Hanna ye a bit ballant you could say till me, Mr. Graham? There's nothing would quiet me like a ballant." The schoolmaster thought for a few minutes, and then said, "I'll give you one of my own, if you like, Malcolm. I made it some 20 or 30 years ago." "That would be a treat, sir," returned Malcolm, and the master, with perfect rhythm, and a modulation amounting almost to melody, repeated the following verses. "The water ran down frae the high hopid, wi' a rain burnie rin. It wimpled and waggled and sang a screed, a nonsense and would not blin, wi' its rin burnie rin. Frae the heart o' the whirl, with a swirl and a sway, and a rin burnie rin. That water lap clear frae the dark till the day, and singing away did spin, wi' its rin burnie rin. A wee bit mile frae the high hopid, wi' a rin burnie rin. 'Ming her yows and her lambs the herd lassie stood, and she let a tear fall in, wi' a rin burnie rin. Frae the heart o' the maiden that tear drap rose, wi' a rin burnie rin. Wearily climbing up narrow ways, there was but a drop to fall in, sae slow did that burnie rin. 'Twa wee bit miles frae the high hopid, wi' a rin burnie rin. Doon creepit a cowrin' streaky a red, and melted away within, wi' a rin burnie rin. Frae the heart o' a youth came the tricklin' red, wi' a rin burnie rin. It ran and ran till it left him dead, and syne it dried up in the wind, and that burnie nae mair did rin. When the wimplin' burn that frae 3 hearts gaed, wi' a rin burnie rin, came to the lip o' the sea sae braid, it curled and grewed with pain o' sin, but it took that burnie in." "It's a bonny, bonny song," said Malcolm, "but I canna say I altogether like it." "Why not?" asked Mr. Graham, with an inquiring smile. "Because the ocean shouldna make a mow at the poor earth burnie that couldna help what ran intil it. It took it in, though, and made it clean, for all the pain it couldn't help either." "Well, gin you look at it that gait," said Malcolm. In the evening his grandfather came to see him, and sat down by his bedside, full of a tender anxiety which he was soon able to alleviate. "Wounded in the hand and in the foot," said the seer. "What can it mean? It must mean something, Malcolm, my son." "Well, Daddy, we maun just bide till we see," said Malcolm cheerfully. A little talk followed, in the course of which it came into Malcolm's head to tell his grandfather the dream he had had so much of, the first night he had slept in that room, but more for the sake of something to talk about that would interest one who believed in all kinds of prefigurations than for any other reason. Duncan sat moodily silent for some time, and then, with a great heave of his broad chest, lifted up his head, like one who had formed a resolution, and said, "The hour has come. She has long been afraid to meet it, but it has come, and Alistair will meet it. She'll not be your grandfather, my son." He spoke the words with perfect composure, but as soon as they were uttered, burst into a wail, and sobbed like a child. "You'll be my ain father, then," said Malcolm. "No, no, my son. She'll not be anything that's your own at all." And the tears flowed down his channeled cheeks. For one moment Malcolm was silent, utterly bewildered, but he must comfort the old man first, and think about what he had said afterwards. "You're my ain daddy, whatever you are," he said. "Tell me all about it, daddy." "She'll tell you all she'll be knowing, my son, and she never told a lie even to a camel." He began his story in haste, as if anxious to have it over, but had to pause often from fresh outbursts of grief. It contained nothing more of the essential than I have already recorded, and Malcolm was perplexed to think why what he had known all the time should affect him so much in the telling. But when he ended with the bitter cry, "And now you'll be loving her no more, my boy, my child, my Malcolm," he understood it. "Daddy, Daddy!" he cried, throwing his arms round his neck and kissing him. "I love you better nor ever, and well I may." "But how can you, when you've got none o' the blood in you, my son?" persisted Duncan. "I have as muckle as ever I had, Daddy." "Yes, but you didn't know." "But ye did, Daddy." "Yes, and indeed she cannot tell why she'll be loving you so much herself all the time." "Well, Daddy, gin ye could love me so well, kennin' me no blood's blood o' your ain, I canna help it. I maun love you, mair nor ever, now 'at I ken it too. Daddy, Daddy, I had no claim upon ye, and ye have been father and grandfather and all to me." "What could she do, Malcolm, my boy? The child had no one, and she had no one, and so it was. You must be her own boy after all, and she'll not be wondering, but it might be. Yes, indeed not." His voice sank to the murmurs of a half-uttered soliloquy, and as he murmured, he stroked Malcolm's cheek. "What are ye after now, Daddy?" asked Malcolm. The only sign that Duncan heard the question was the complete silence that followed. When Malcolm repeated it, he said something in Gaelic, but finished the sentence thus, apparently unaware of the change of language. "Only how else should she be loving you so much, Malcolm, my son?" "I ken what Maester Graham would say, Daddy," rejoined Malcolm at a half-guess. "What would he say, my son? He's a good man, your Master Graham. It could not be without the same fathers and the same chief." "He would say it was 'cause we were all one blood, 'cause we all had one father." "Oh, yes, no doubt. We all come from the same first parents, but that will be a very long way off, before the clans got together. It'll not be holding very well now, my son. That was before the camels." "That's not what Master Graham would mean, Daddy," said Malcolm. "He would mean that God was the father of us all, and so we couldn't help loving one another." "No, that cannot be right, Malcolm, for then we should have to love everybody. Now she loves you, my son, and she hates Commel of Glenlyon. She loves Mistress Partan when she'll not be too rude to her, and she hates that Mistress Catanach. She's a bad woman, that. She'll be certain sure, though she'll never saw her to speak to her. She'll have claws to her bosoms." "Well, Daddy, there was nothing ither to gar ye love me. I was just a helpless human being, and so for that, and nae ither reason, you took all that fash with me. And for mysel, I'm dead sure I couldna love you better nor ye was twice my grandfather." "He's her own boy," cried the piper, much comforted, and his hand sought his head and lighted gently upon it. "But maybe," he went on, "she might not have loved you so much if she hadn't been thinking sometimes." He checked himself. Malcolm's questions brought no conclusion to the sentence, and a long silence followed. "Supposing I was to turn out a commel," said Malcolm at length. The hand that was fondling his curls withdrew as if a serpent had bit it, and Duncan rose from his chair. "Was it her own son to be speaking such an evil thing?" he said, in a tone of injured and sad expostulation. "For anything ye ken, Daddy, ye cannot tell but it might be." "Don't breathe it, my son," cried Duncan in a voice of agony, as if he saw unfolding a fearful game the arch-enemy had been playing for his soul. "But it cannot be," he resumed instantly, "for then how should she be loving you, my son?" "'Cause ye was in for that afore ye kent what the poor beastie was. The darling child, she could not have loved him if he had been a commel. Her soul would have jumped back from him as from the snake in the tree. The hate in her heart to the blood of a commel would have kilt the child of commel blood. No, Malcolm, no, my son. You wouldna ha' me believe, Daddy, that gin ye had kent by mark of hoof and horn that the creature they laid in your lap was a commel, you would have risen up and loten it lie where it fell? No, Malcolm, I would have put my foot upon it as I would on the young viper in the heather. Gin I was to turn out one of that ill race, you would hate me then, Daddy, after all. Oh, hon, Daddy, you would be well pleased to think how you stuck your dirk through the ill hand of me, and wouldn't rest till you had it through the ware heart. I doubt I had better up and away, Daddy, for who kens what you may not do to me." Malcolm made a movement to rise, and Duncan's quick ears understood it. He sat down again by his bedside and threw his arms over him. Lie down, my boy. If you get up, that will be you are a commel. No, no, my son, you are very cruel to your own old daddy. She would be too much sorry for her boy to hate him. It will be so dreadful to be a commel. No, no, my boy, she would take you to her bosom, and that would drive the commel out of you. But don't speak of it any more, my son, for it cannot be. She must go now, for her pipes will be waiting for her." Malcolm feared he had ventured too far, for never before had his grandfather left him except for work. But the possibility he had started might do something to soften the dire endurance of his hatred. His thoughts turned to the new darkness let in upon his history and prospects. All at once the cry of the Mad Laird rang in his mind's ear. "I dinna ken where I cam frae." Duncan's revelation brought with it nothing to be done, hardly anything to be thought, merely room for most shadowy, most unfounded conjecture. Nay, not conjecture, nothing but the vaguest of castle-building. In merry mood, he would henceforth be the son of some mighty man, with a boundless future of sunshine opening before him. In sad mood, the son of some strolling gypsy or worse, his very origin better forgotten, a disgrace to the existence for his share in which he had hitherto been peacefully thankful. Like a lurking phantom shroud, the sad mood leaped from the field of his speculation and wrapped him in its folds. Sure enough, he was but a beggar's brat. How henceforth was he to look Lady Florimel in the face? Humble as he had believed his origin, he had hitherto been proud of it. With such a high-minded sire as he deemed his own, how could he be other? But now, never more could he look one of his old companions in the face. They were all honourable men, he a base-born foundling. He would tell Mr. Graham, of course, but what could Mr. Graham say to it? The fact remained. He must leave Portlossie. His mind went on brooding, speculating, devising. The evening sunk into the night, but he never knew he was in the dark until the housekeeper brought him a light. After a cup of tea, his thoughts found pleasanter paths. One thing was certain. He must lay himself out, as he had never done before, to make Duncan MacPhail happy. With this one thing clear to both heart and mind, he fell fast asleep. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 43. The Wizard's Chamber. He woke in the dark, with that strange feeling of bewilderment which accompanies the consciousness of having been waked. Is it that the brain wakes before the mind, and like a servant unexpectedly summoned does not know what to do with its master from home? Or is it that the master wakes first, and the servant is too sleepy to answer his call? Quickly coming to himself, however, he sought the cause of the perturbation now slowly ebbing. But the dark into which he stared could tell nothing. Therefore he abandoned his eyes, took his station in his ears, and thence sent out his messengers. But neither, for some moments, could the scouts of hearing come upon any sign. At length, something seemed doubtfully to touch the sense. The faintest suspicion of a noise in the next room. The wizard's chamber. It was enough to set Malcolm on the floor. Forgetting his wounded foot and lighting upon it, the agony it caused him dropped him at once on his hands and knees, and in this posture he crept into the passage. As soon as his head was outside his own door, he saw a faint gleam of light coming from beneath that of the next room. Advancing noiselessly, and softly feeling for the latch, his hand encountered a bunch of keys depending from the lock, but happily did not set them jingling. As softly, he lifted the latch, when almost of itself the door opened a couple of inches, and with bated breath he saw the back of a figure he could not mistake, that of Mrs. Catanach. She was stooping by the side of a tent bed much like his own, fumbling with the bottom hem of one of the check curtains, which she was holding towards the light of a lantern on a chair. Suddenly she turned her face to the door, as if apprehending a presence. As suddenly he closed it, and turned the key in the lock. To do so he had to use considerable force, and concluded its grating sound had been what waked him. Having thus secured the prowler, he crept back to his room, considering what he should do next. The speedy result of his cogitations was, that he endued his nether garments, though with difficulty from the size of his foot, thrust his head and arms through a jersey, and set out on his hands and knees for an awkward crawl to Lord Lossie's bedroom. It was a painful journey, especially down the 2 spiral stone stairs which led from the first floor where it lay. As he went, Malcolm resolved, in order to avoid rousing needless observers, to enter the room, if possible, before waking the Marquis. The door opened noiselessly. A night light, afloat in a crystal cup, revealed the bed, and his master asleep, with one arm lying on the crimson quilt. He crept in, closed the door behind him, advanced halfway to the bed, and in a low voice called the Marquis. Lord Lossie started up on his elbow, and without a moment's consideration seized one of a brace of pistols which lay on a table by his side, and fired. The ball went with a sharp thud into the thick mahogany door. "My lord! My lord!" cried Malcolm. "It's only me." "And who the devil are you?" returned the Marquis, catching up the second pistol. "Malcolm, your ain henchman, my lord." "Damn you, what are you about then? Get up. What are you after there, crawling like a thief?" As he spoke he leaped from the bed, and seized Malcolm by the back of the neck. "It's a mercy I wasna mair like an honest man," said Malcolm, "or that bullet would have been through the harns of me. Your lordship's a ween ower rash." "Rash, you rascal!" cried Lord Lossie. "When a fellow comes into my room on his hands and knees in the middle of the night? Get up, and tell me what you are after, or by Jove I'll break every bone in your body." A kick from his bare foot in Malcolm's rib fitly closed the sentence. "Ye are ower rash, my lord," persisted Malcolm. "I cannot get up. I have a foot the size of a small buoy." "Speak, then, you rascal," said his lordship, loosening his hold, and retreating a few steps, with the pistol cocked in his hand. "Dinna you think it would be better to lock the door, for fear the shot should bring any of the folk?" suggested Malcolm, as he rose to his knees and leaned his hands on a chair. "You're bent on murdering me, are you then?" said the Marquis, beginning to come to himself and see the ludicrousness of the situation. "Gin I had been that, my lord, I wouldn't ha' wakened you up first." "Well, what the devil is it all about? You needn't think any of the men will come. They're a pack of the greatest cowards ever breathed." "Well, my lord, I ha' grippit her at last, and I bode to come and tell ye." "Leave your beastly gibberish. You can speak what at least resembles English when you like." "Well, my lord, I have her under lock and key." "Who, in the name of Satan?" "Mistress Catanach, my lord." "Damn her eyes, what's she to me that I should be waked out of a good sleep for her?" "That's what I would fain your lordship kent. I dunna." "None of your riddles. Explain yourself, and make haste. I want to go to bed again." "'Deed, your lordship mun just put on your clothes and come with me." "Where to?" "To the warlock's chamber, my lord, where that ill woman remains in durance vile, as Spenser would say. but no so vile as hersel, I doubt. Thus arrived at length, with a clear road before him at the opening of his case, Malcolm told in few words what had fallen out. As he went on, the Marquis grew interested, and by the time he had finished, had got himself into dressing-gown and slippers. "Wadna you take your pistol?" suggested Malcolm slyly. "What, to meet a woman?" said his lordship. "Oh, na, but who kens there might not be another murderer about? There might be two in one night." Impertinent as was Malcolm's humour, his master did not take it amiss. He lighted a candle, told him to lead the way, and took his revenge by making joke after joke upon him as he crawled along. With the upper regions of his house, the Marquis was as little acquainted as with those of his nature, and required a guide. Arrived at length at the wizard's chamber, they listened at the door for a moment, but heard nothing. Neither was there any light visible at its lines of junction. Malcolm turned the key, and the Marquis stood close behind, ready to enter. But the moment the door was unlocked, it was pulled open violently, and Mrs. Catanach, looking too high to see Malcolm, who was on his knees, aimed a good blow at the face she did see, in the hope, no doubt, of thus making her escape. But it fell short, being countered by Malcolm's head in the softest part of her person, with the result of a clear entrance. The Marquis burst out laughing, and stepped into the room with a rough joke. Malcolm remained in the doorway. "My lord," said Mrs. Catanach, gathering herself together, and rising little the worse, save in temper, for the treatment he had commented upon. "I have a word for your lordship's own ear." "Your right to be there does stand in need of explanation," said the Marquis. She walked up to him with confidence. "You shall have an explanation, my lord," she said, "such as shall be my full quittance for intrusion even at this untimely hour of the night." "Say on, then," returned his lordship. "Send that boy away, then, my lord." "I prefer having him stay," said the Marquis. "Not a word shall cross my lips till he's gone," persisted Mrs. Catanach. "I know him too well." "Away wi' ye deil's buckie," she continued, turning to Malcolm. "I ken mair about you nor you ken about yoursel, and Dale have it I'd ken a good to you o' yours, but I se gar ye lock on the wrong side of your mouth yet, my man." Malcolm, who had seated himself on the threshold, only laughed and looked reference to his master. "Your lordship was never in the way of being frightened at a woman," said Mrs. Catanach, with an ugly expression of insinuation. The Marquis shrugged his shoulders. "That depends," he said. Then turning to Malcolm, "Go along," he added. "Only keep within call, I may want you." "None o' yer hearkening at the keyhole, though, or I shall lug mark ye. Ye—" said Mrs. Catanach, finishing the sentence none the more mildly that she did it only in her heart. "I wouldna hae you believe all 'at she says, my lord," said Malcolm, with a significant smile, as he turned to creep away. He closed the door behind him, and lest Mrs. Catanach should repossess herself of the key, drew it from the lock, and removing a few yards, sat down in the passage by his own door. A good many minutes passed, during which he heard not a sound. At length the door opened, and his lordship came out. Malcolm looked up, and saw the light of the candle the Marquis carried, reflected from a face like that of a corpse. Different as they were, Malcolm could not help thinking of the only dead face he had ever seen. It terrified him for the moment in which it passed him without looking at him. "My lord," said Malcolm gently. His master made no reply. "My lord," cried Malcolm, hurriedly pursuing him with his voice, "am I to leave the keys wi' yon harden, and let her open what doors she likes?" "Go to bed," said the Marquis angrily, "and leave the woman alone." With which words he turned into the adjoining passage, and disappeared. Mrs. Catanach had not come out of the wizard's chamber, and for a moment Malcolm felt strongly tempted to lock her in once more. But he reflected that he had no right to do so after what his lordship had said. Else, he declared to himself, he would have given her at least a good affright as she seemed to have given his master, to whom he had no doubt she had been telling some horrible lies. He withdrew, therefore, into his room, to lie pondering again for a wakeful while. This horrible woman claimed then to know more concerning him than his so-called grandfather, and from her profession it was likely enough. But information from her was hopeless, at least until her own evil time came, and then how was anyone to believe what she might choose to say? So long, however, as she did not claim him for her own, she could, he thought, do him no hurt he would be afraid to meet. But what could she be about in that room still? She might have gone, though, without the fall of her soft, fat foot once betraying her. Again he got out of bed, and crept to the wizard's door and listened. But all was still. He tried to open it, but could not. Mrs. Catanach was doubtless spending the night there, and perhaps at that moment lay, evil conscience and all, fast asleep in the tent-bed. He withdrew once more, wondering whether she was aware that he occupied the next room, and having for the first time taken care to fasten his own door, got into bed, finally this time, and fell asleep. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 44. The Hermit. Malcolm had flattered himself that he would at least be able to visit his grandfather the next day. But instead of that, he did not even make an attempt to rise, head as well as foot aching so much that he felt unfit for the least exertion, a phase of being he had never hitherto known. Mrs. Courthope insisted on advice, and the result was that a whole week passed before he was allowed to leave his room. In the meantime, a whisper awoke and passed from mouth to mouth in all directions through the little borough, whence arising only one could tell, for even her mouthpiece, Miss Horne's Jean, was such a mere tool in the midwife's hands that she never doubted but Mrs. Catanach was, as she said, only telling the tale as it was told to her. Mrs. Catanach, moreover, absolutely certain that no threats would render Jean capable of holding her tongue, had so impressed upon her the terrible consequences of repeating what she had told her, that the moment the echo of her own utterances began to return to her own ears, she began to profess an utter disbelief in the whole matter. The precise result Mrs. Catanach had foreseen and intended. Now she lay unsuspected behind Jean, as behind a wall whose door was built up. For she had so graduated her threats, gathering the fullest and vaguest terrors of her supernatural powers about her name, that while Jean dared, with many misgivings, to tamper with the secret itself, she dared not once mention Mrs. Catanach in connection with it. For Mrs. Catanach herself, she never alluded to the subject, and indeed, when it was mentioned in her hearing, pretended to avoid it. But at the same time, she took good care that her silence should be not only eloquent, but discreetly so, that is, implying neither more nor less than she wished to be believed. The whisper, in its first germinal sprout, was merely that Malcolm was not a MacPhail, and even in its second stage it only amounted to this, that neither was he the grandson of old Duncan. In the third stage of its development, it became the assertion that Malcolm was the son of somebody of consequence, and in the fourth, that a certain person, not yet named, lay under shrewd suspicion. The fifth and final form it took was, that Malcolm was the son of Mrs. Stewart of Gersfell, who had been led to believe that he died within a few days of his birth, whereas he had in fact been carried off and committed to the care of Duncan MacPhail, who drew a secret annual stipend of no small amount in consequence, whence indeed his well-known riches. Concerning this final form of the whisper, a few of the women of the borough believed or thought or fancied they remembered both the birth and reported death of the child in question. Also certain rumors afloat at the time, which cast an air of probability over the new reading of his fate. In circles more remote from authentic sources, the general reports met with remarkable embellishments, but the framework of the rumor, what I may call the bones of it, remained undisputed. From Mrs. Catanach's behavior, everyone believed that she knew all about the affair, but no one had a suspicion that she was the hidden fountain and prime mover of the report. So far to the contrary was it, that people generally anticipated a frightful result for her when the truth came to be known, for that Mrs. Stewart would follow her with all the vengeance of a bereaved tigress. Some indeed there were who fancied that the mother, if not in full complicity with the midwife, had at least given her consent to the arrangement. But these were not a little shaken in their opinion, when at length Mrs. Stuart herself began to figure more immediately in the affair, and it was witnessed that she had herself begun to search into the report. Certain it was that she had dashed into the town in a carriage and pair, the horses covered with foam, and had hurried, quite raised-like, from house to house, prosecuting inquiries. It was said that, finding at length, after much labour, that she could arrive at no certainty even as to the first promulgator of the assertion, she had a terrible fit of crying, and professed herself unable, much as she would have wished it, to believe a word of the report. It was far too good news to be true. No such luck ever fell to her share, and so on. That she did not go near Duncan MacPhail was accounted for by the reflection that, on the supposition itself, he was of the opposite party, and the truth was not to be looked for from him. At length it came to be known that, strongly urged, and battling with a repugnance all but invincible, she had gone to see Mrs. Catanach, and had issued absolutely radiant with joy, declaring that she was now absolutely satisfied, and as soon as she had communicated with the young man himself, would, without compromising anyone, take what legal steps might be necessary to his recognition as her son. Although, however, these things had been going on all the week that Malcolm was confined to his room, they had not reached this last point until after he was out again. And meantime, not a whisper of them had come to his or Duncan's ears. Had they been still in the Seton, one or other of the travelling ripples of talk must have found them. But Duncan had come and gone between his cottage and Malcolm's bedside, without a single downy feather from the still widening flap of the wings of fame ever dropping on him. And the only persons who visited Malcolm besides were the doctor, too discreet in his office to mix himself up with gossip, Mr. Graham, to whom nobody, except it had been Miss Horne, whom he had not seen for a fortnight, would have dreamed of mentioning such a subject, and Mrs. Courthope, not only discreet like the doctor, but shy of such discourse as any reference to the rumour must usher in its train. At length he was sufficiently recovered to walk to his grandfather's cottage, but only now, for the first time, had he a notion of how far bodily condition can reach in the oppression and overclouding of the spiritual atmosphere. "Gin I be like this," he said to himself, "what mun the weather be like aneath yon hump o' the Laird's?" Now also for the first time he understood what Mr. Graham had meant, when he told him that he only was a strong man who was strong in weakness, he only a brave man who, inhabiting trembling, yet faced his foe, he only a true man who, tempted by good, yet abstained. Duncan received him with delight, made him sit in his own old chair, got him a cup of tea, and waited upon him with the tenderness of a woman. While he drank his tea, Malcolm recounted his last adventure in connection with the wizard's chamber. "That will be the bed she'll saw in her vision," said Duncan, whose very eyes seemed to listen to the tale. When Malcolm came to Mrs. Catanach's assertion that she knew more of him than he did himself, "Then she believes the woman does, my boy. We are all both of us in the evil woman's power," said Duncan sadly. "Never a hair, Daddy," cried Malcolm. "All power's in the hands of one, and that's not her, maister. Ken she what she likes, she cannot part you and me, Daddy." "God forbid," responded Duncan, "but we must be on our guard." Close by the cottage stood an ivy-grown bridge, of old leading the King's Highway across the burn to the old Tone, but now leading only to the flower garden. Eager for the open air of which he had been so long deprived, and hoping he might meet the Marquis or Lady Florimel, Malcolm would have had his grandfather accompany him thither. But Duncan declined, for he had not yet attended to the lamps, and Malcolm therefore went alone. He was slowly wandering, where never wind blew, betwixt rows of stately hollyhocks, on which his eyes fed, while his ears were filled with the sweet noises of a little fountain, issuing from the upturned beak of a marble swan, which a marble urchin sought in vain to check by squeezing the long throat of the bird, when the sounds of its many-toned fall in the granite basin seemed suddenly centupled on every side, and Malcolm found himself caught in a tremendous shower. Prudent enough to avoid getting wet in the present state of his health, he made for an arbour he saw near by, on the steep side of the valley, one he had never before happened to notice. Now it chanced that Lord Lossie himself was in the garden, and caught also by the rain, while feeding some pet goldfishes in a pond, betook himself to the same summer house, following Malcolm. Entering the arbour, Malcolm was about to seat himself until the shower should be over, when, perceiving a mossy arched entrance to a gloomy recess in the rock behind, he went to peep into it, curious to see what sort of a place it was. Now the foolish whim of a past generation had, in the farthest corner of the recess, and sideways from the door, seated the figure of a hermit, whose jointed limbs were so furnished with springs, and so connected with the stone that floored the entrance, that as soon as a foot pressed the threshold, he rose, advanced a step, and held out his hand. The moment, therefore, that Malcolm stepped in, up rose a pale, hollow-cheeked, emaciated man, with eyes that stared glassily, made a long skeleton-like stride toward him, and held out a huge bony hand, rather, as it seemed, with the intent of clutching than of greeting him. An unaccountable horror seized him. With a gasp which had nearly become a cry, he staggered backwards out of the cave. It seemed to add to his horror that the man did not follow, remained lurking in the obscurity behind. In the arbour Malcolm turned to flee, though why or from what he had scarce an idea. But when he turned, he encountered the Marquis, who was just entering the arbour. "Well, MacPhail," he said kindly, "I'm glad—" But his glance became fixed in a stare. He changed colour, and did not finish his sentence. "I beg your lordship's pardon," said Malcolm, wondering through all his perturbation at the look he had brought on his master's face. "I dinna ken you was at hand." "What the devil makes you look like that?" said the Marquis, plainly with an effort to recover himself. Malcolm gave a hurried glance over his shoulder. "Ah, I see," said his lordship, with a mechanical kind of smile, very unlike his usual one. "You've never been in there before." "No, my lord." "And you got a fright?" "Ken you who's that in there, my lord?" "You booby. It's nothing but a dummy, with springs and all damned tomfoolery." While he spoke, his mouth twitched oddly, but instead of his bursting into the laugh of enjoyment natural to him at the discomfiture of another, his mouth kept on twitching, and his eyes staring. "Ye maun ha' seen him yoursel' over my shoulder, my lord," hinted Malcolm. "I saw your face, and that was enough to—" But the Marquis did not finish the sentence. "Well, 'cept it was the unnatural look o' the thing. No human, and yet sae dooms like it. I can not account for the grue or the tremble it came over me, my lord. I never found anything like it in my life afore, and even now 'at I understand what it is, I kenna what would gar me look the body in the face again." "Go in at once," said the Marquis fiercely. Malcolm looked him full in the eyes. "Ye mean what ye say, my lord?" "Yes, by God," said the Marquis, with an expression I can describe only as of almost savage solemnity. Malcolm stood silent for one moment. "Do you think I'll have a man about me that has no more courage than a woman?" said his master, concluding with an effort. "I was just turning o'er an old question, my lord, whether it be lawful to obey a tyrant. But it's now worth standing out upon. I's a gang." He turned to the arch, placed a hand on each side of it, and leaning forward with outstretched neck, peeped cautiously in, as if it were the den of a wild beast. The moment he saw the figure, seated on a stool, he was seized with the same unaccountable agitation, and drew back shivering. "Go in!" shouted the Marquis. Most Britons would count obedience to such a command slavish. But Malcolm's idea of liberty differed so far from that of most Britons, that he felt if now he refused to obey the Marquis, he might be a slave forever. For he had already learned to recognize and abhor that slavery, which is not the less the root of all other slaveries that it remains occult in proportion to its potency. Self-slavery. He must and would conquer this whim, antipathy, or whatever the loathing might be. It was a grand chance given him of proving his will supreme, that is, himself a free man. He drew himself up, with a full breath, and stepped within the arch. Up rose the horror again, jerked itself towards him with a clank, and held out its hand. Malcolm seized it with such a gripe that its fingers came off in his grasp. "Will that do, my lord?" he said calmly, turning a face rigid with hidden conflict, and gleaming white from the framework of the arch upon his master, whose eyes seemed to devour him. "Come out," said the Marquis, in a voice that seemed to belong to someone else. "I ha' blooded your playock, my lord," said Malcolm ruefully, as he stepped from the cave and held out the fingers. Lord Lossie turned and left the arbour. Had Malcolm followed his inclination, he would have fled from it, but he mastered himself still, and walked quietly out. The Marquis was pacing, with down-bent head and hasty strides, up the garden. Malcolm turned the other way. The shower was over, and the sun was drawing out millions of mimic suns from the drops that hung, for a moment ere they fell, from flower and bush and great tree. But Malcolm saw nothing. Perplexed with himself, and more perplexed yet with the behaviour of his master, he went back to his grandfather's cottage, and as soon as he came in, recounted to him the whole occurrence. "He had a vision," said the bard, with wide eyes. "He comes of a race that sees." "What could the vision have been, Daddy?" "That she knows not, for the vision did not come to her," said the piper solemnly. Had the Marquis had his vision in London, he would have gone straight to his study, as he called it, not without a sense of the absurdity involved, opened a certain cabinet, and drawn out a certain hidden drawer. Being at Lossie, he walked up the glen of the burn to the bare hill, overlooking the house, the royal borough, the great sea, and his own lands lying far and wide around him. But all the time he saw nothing of these. He saw but the low, white forehead of his vision, a mouth of sweetness, and hazel eyes that looked into his very soul. Malcolm walked back to the house, clomb the narrow duct of an ancient stone stair that went screwing like a great auger through the pile from top to bottom, sought the wide, lonely garret, flung himself upon his bed, and from his pillow gazed through the little dormer window on the pale blue skies, flecked with cold white clouds, while in his mind's eye he saw the foliage beneath burning in the flames of slow decay, diverse as if each of the 7 in the prismatic cord had chosen and seared its own. The first nor'easter that drove the flocks of Neptune on the sands would sweep its ashes away. Life, he said to himself, was but a poor, grey kind of thing after all. The peacock summer had folded its gorgeous train, and the soul within him had lost its purple and green, its gold and blue. He never thought of asking how much of the sadness was owing to bodily conditions with which he was little acquainted, and to compelled idleness in one accustomed to an active life. But if he had, the sorrowful probabilities of life would have seemed just the same. And indeed, he might have argued that to be subject to any evil from a cause inadequate only involves an absurdity that embitters the pain by its mockery. He had yet to learn what faith can do in the revelation of the moodless, for the subjugation of mood to will. As he lay thus, weighed upon rather than pondering, his eye fell on the bunch of keys which he had taken from the door of the wizard's chamber, and he wondered that Mrs. Courthope had not seen and taken them, apparently had not missed them, and the chamber doomed to perpetual desertion lying all the time open to any stray foot. Once more, at least, he must go and turn the key in the lock. As he went, the desire awoke to look again into the chamber, for that night he had had neither light nor time enough to gain other than the vaguest impression of it. But for no lifting of the latch would the door open. How could the woman, witch she must be, have locked it? He proceeded to unlock it. He tried one key, then another. He went over the whole bunch. Mystery upon mystery, not one of them would turn. Bethinking himself, he began to try them the other way, and soon found one to throw the bolt on. He turned it in the contrary direction, and it threw the bolt off. Still the door remained immovable. It must then, awful thought, be fast on the inside. Was the woman's body lying there behind those check curtains? Would it lie there until it vanished, like that of the wizard? Vanished utterly, bones and all, to a little dust, which one day a housemaid might sweep up in a pan? On the other hand, if she had got shut in, would she not have made noise enough to be heard? He had been day and night in the next room. But it was not a spring lock, and how could that have happened? Or would she not have been missed, and inquiry made after her? Only such an inquiry might well have never turned in the direction of Lossie House, and he might never have heard of it if it had. Anyhow, he must do something, and the first rational movement would clearly be to find out quietly for himself whether the woman was actually missing or not. Tired as he was, he set out at once for the Borough, and the first person he saw was Mrs. Catanach, standing on her doorstep, and shading her eyes with her hand, as she looked away out to the horizon over the roofs of the Seton. He went no farther. In the evening he found an opportunity of telling his master how the room was strangely closed, but his lordship pooh-poohed, and said something must have gone wrong with the clumsy old lock. With vague foresight, Malcolm took its key from the bunch, and watching his opportunity, unseen, hung the rest on their proper nail in the housekeeper's room. Then, having made sure that the door of the wizard's chamber was locked, he laid the key away in his own chest. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 45. Mr. Cairns and the Marquis. The religious movement amongst the fisher folk was still going on. Their meeting was now held often during the week, and at the same hour on the Sunday as other people met at church. Nor was it any wonder that, having participated in the fervour which pervaded their gatherings in the cave, they should have come to feel the so-called divine service in the churches of their respective parishes a dull, cold, lifeless, and therefore unhelpful ordinance, and at length regarding it as composed of beggarly elements breathing of bondage, to fill the Baillies Barn 3 times every Sunday, a reverential and eager congregation. Now, had they confined their prayers and exhortations to those which, from an ecclesiastical point of view, constitute the unholy days of the week, Mr. Cairns would have neither condescended nor presumed to take any notice of them. But when the bird's-eye view from his pulpit began to show patches of bare board where human forms had wont to appear, and when these plague spots had not only lasted through successive Sundays, but had begun to spread more rapidly, he began to think it time to put a stop to such fanatical aberrations, the result of pride and spiritual presumption, hostile towards God and rebellious towards their lawful rulers and instructors. For what an absurdity it was that the Spirit of Truth should have anything to communicate to illiterate and vulgar persons, except through the mouths of those to whom had been committed the dispensation of the means of grace. Whatever wind might blow except from their bellows was, to Mr. Cairns at least, not even of doubtful origin. Indeed, the priests of every religion, taken in class, have been the slowest to recognize the wind of the Spirit, and the quickest to tell whence the blowing came and whither it went, even should it have blown first on their side of the hedge. And how could it be otherwise? How should they recognize as a revival the motions of life unfelt in their own hearts where it was most required? What could they know of doubts and fears, terrors and humiliations, agonies of prayer, ecstasies of relief and thanksgiving, who regarded their high calling as a profession, with social claims and ecclesiastical rights, and even as such had so little respect for it that they talked of it themselves as the cloth? How could such a man as Mr. Cairns, looking down from the height of his great soberness and the dignity of possessing the oracles and the ordinances, do other than contemn the enthusiasms and excitements of ignorant repentance? How could such as he recognize in the babble of babes the slightest indication of the revealing of truths hid from the wise and prudent, especially since their rejoicing also was that of babes, hence carnal, and accompanied by all the weaknesses and some of the vices which it had required the utmost energy of the Prince of Apostles to purge, from one at least of the early churches? He might, however, have sought some foundation for a true judgment, in a personal knowledge of their doctrine and collective behavior. But instead of going to hear what the babblers had to say, and thus satisfying himself whether the leaders of the movement spoke the words of truth and soberness, or of discord and denial, whether their teaching and their prayers were on the side of order and law or tending to sedition. He turned a ready ear to all reports afloat concerning them, and misjudging them utterly, made up his mind to use all lawful means for putting an end to their devotions and exhortations. One fact he either had not heard or made no account of, that the public houses in the villages whence these assemblies were chiefly gathered had already come to be all but deserted. Alone then, and unsupported by one of his brethren of the presbytery, even of those who suffered like himself, he repaired to Lossie House, and laid before the Marquis the whole matter from his point of view, that the tabernacles of the Lord were deserted for dens and caves of the earth, that fellows so void of learning as not to be able to put a sentence together or talk decent English, a censure at which Lord Lossie smiled, for his ears were accustomed to a different quality of English from that which now invaded them, took upon themselves to expound the Scriptures, that they taught antinomianism, for which assertion, it must be confessed, there was some apparent ground, and were at the same time suspected of Arminianism and Anabaptism, that, in a word, they were a terrible disgrace to the godly and hitherto sober-minded parishes in which the sect, if it might be dignified with even such a name, had sprung up. The Marquis listened with much indifference and some impatience. What did he or any other gentleman care about such things? Besides, he had a friendly feeling towards the fisher folk, and a decided disinclination to meddle with their liberty, either of action or utterance. Footnote. Ill from all artistic points of view as such a note comes in, I must, for reasons paramount to artistic considerations, remind my readers that not only is the date of my story half a century or so back, but dealing with principles has hardly anything to do with actual events, and nothing at all with persons. The local skeleton of the story alone is taken from the real, and I had not a model, not to say an original, for one of the characters in it, except, indeed, Mrs. Catanach's dog. End of footnote. "But what have I to do with it, Mr. Cairns?" he said, when the stream of the parson's utterance had at length ceased to flow. "I am not a theologian, and if I were, I do not see how that even would give me a right to interfere." "In such times of insubordination as these, my lord," said Mr. Cairns, "when every cadger thinks himself as good as an earl, it is more than desirable that not a single foothold should be lost. There must be a general election soon, my lord. Besides, these men abuse your lordship's late hospitality, declaring it has had the worst possible influence on the morals of the people." A shadow of truth rendered this assertion the worse misrepresentation. No blame to the Marquis had even been hinted at. The speakers had only animadverted on the fisherman who had got drunk on the occasion. "Still," said the Marquis, smiling, for the reported libel did not wound him very deeply, "what ground of right have I to interfere?" "The shore is your property, my lord, every rock and every bucky upon it. The caves are your own, every stone and pebble of them. You can prohibit all such assemblies." "And what good would that do? They would only curse me and go somewhere else." "Where could they go where the same law wouldn't hold, my lord? The coast is yours for miles and miles on both sides." "I don't know that it should be." "Why not, my lord? It has belonged to your family from time immemorial, and will belong to it, I trust, while the moon endureth." "They used to say," said the Marquis thoughtfully, as if he were recalling something he had heard long ago, "that the earth was the Lord's." "This part of it is Lord Lossie's," said Mr. Cairns, combining the jocular with the complimentary in one irreverence. But, as if to atone for the freedom he had taken, "The deity has committed it to the great ones of the earth to rule for him," he added, with a devout obeisance to the delegate. Lord Lossie laughed inwardly. "You can even turn them out of their houses if you please, my lord," he superadded. "God forbid," said the Marquis. "A threat, the merest hint of such a measure is all that would be necessary." "But are you certain of the truth of these accusations?" "My lord, of course you believe them, or you would not repeat them, but it does not follow that they are fact." "They are matter of common report, my lord. What I have stated is in everyone's mouth." "But you have not yourself heard any of their sermons, or what do they call them?" "No, my lord. said Mr. Cairns, holding up his white hands in repudiation of the idea. "It would scarcely accord with my position to act the spy." "So, to keep yourself immaculate, you take all against them for granted. I have no such scruples, however. I will go and see, or rather hear, what they are about. After that I shall be in a position to judge." "Your lordship's presence will put them on their guard." "If the mere sight of me is a check," returned the Marquis, "extreme measures will hardly be necessary." He spoke definitively, and made a slight movement which his visitor accepted as his dismissal. He laughed aloud when the door closed, for the spirit of what the Germans call schadenfreude was never far from his elbow, and he rejoiced in the parson's discomfiture. It was in virtue of his simplicity, precluding discomfiture, that Malcolm could hold his own with him so well. For him he now sent. "Well, MacPhail," he said kindly, as the youth entered, "how is that foot of yours getting on?" "Brawly, my lord. There's nothing muckle the matter with it or me either, no it were up. But I was just near hand dead at o'er muckle bed." "Hadn't you better come down out of that cock-loft?" said the Marquis, dropping his eyes. "Na, my lord, I dinna care about parting with my neighbour yet." "What neighbour?" "Oh, the old warlock, or whatever it may be it holds a reamish there." "What, is he troublesome next?" "Oh, na, I'm no thinking it. But deed I dinna ken, my lord," said Malcolm. "What do you mean, then?" "Gin your lordship would allow me to force yon door, I would be better able to tell ye." "Then the old man is not quiet?" "There is something no quiet." "Nonsense. It's all your imagination, depend on it." "I do not think it." "What do you think, then? You're not afraid of ghosts, surely?" "No muckle. I hae naething mair upon my conscience nor I can bide in the deadest of the night." "Then you think ghosts come of a bad conscience? A kind of moral delirium tremens, eh?" "I dinna ken, my lord, but that's the only kind of ghost I would be flayed at least that I would run frae. I would a heap rather have a ghost in my house nor one farer ben. An ill man, or woman, like Mistress Catanach, for instance, that's all body, 'cept whatever's devil." "Nonsense," said the Marquis angrily, but Malcolm went on. "Mun be just full o' ghosts. And for anything I ken, that'll be what makes ghosts o' themselves after they're dead, setting them walking, as they call it. It's full waur nor being possessed with devils, and mun be a hantle mair uncomfortable. But I would have yon door opened, my lord." "Nonsense!" exclaimed the Marquis once more, and shrugged his shoulders. "You must leave that room. If I hear anything more about noises or that sort of rubbish, I shall insist upon it. I sent for you now, however, to ask you about these clandestine meetings of the fisher-folk." "Clandestine, my lord? There's no clam about them, but the clams upon the rocks." The Marquis was not etymologist enough to understand Malcolm's poor pun, and doubtless thought it worse than it was. "I don't want any fooling," he said. "Of course you know these people." "Ilka man, woman, and bairn of them," answered Malcolm. "And what sort are they?" "Sic like as ye might expect." "That's not a very luminous answer." "Well, they're nae waur nor ither folk, to begin with, and gin this holds, they'll be better nor many." "What sort are their leaders?" "Good, respectable folk, my lord." "Then there's not much harm in them?" "There's none but what they would fain be rid of. I cannot say as muckle for all that hangs on to them. There's of them, nae doubt, who would fain win to heaven and left their sins ahind them, but they get nae encouragement frae Master MacLeod. Blue Peter, 'at gangs out with us in your lordship's boat, he's one of their best men, though he never gangs ayont prayin', I'm told." "Which is far enough, surely," said his lordship, who, belonging to the Episcopal Church, had a different idea concerning the relative dignities of preaching and praying. "Aye, for a body's sell, surely, but maybe no aye enough for ither folk," answered Malcolm, always ready after his clumsy fashion. "Have you been to any of these meetings?" "I was at the first two, my lord." "Why not more?" "I dinna care muckle about them, and I have aye plenty to do. Besides, I can get mair out of Maister Graham with 2 words of a question nor the hale crew of them could tell me atween this and eternity." "Well, I am going to trust you," said the Marquis slowly, with an air of question rather than of statement. "Ye may do that, my lord." "You mean I may with safety?" "I do mean that same, my lord." "You can hold your tongue, then." "I can and I will, my lord," said Malcolm, but added in haste, "'cept it interfere with any foregone agreement or natural obligation." It must be borne in mind that Malcolm was in the habit of discussing all sorts of questions with Mr. Graham. Some of the formulae wrought out between them he had made himself thoroughly master of. "By Jupiter!" exclaimed the Marquis, with a pause of amusement. "Well," he went on, "I suppose I must take you on your own terms. They've been asking me to put a stop to these conventicles." "Who has, my lord?" "That's my business." "Let it be nae other body's, my lord." "That's my intention. I told him I would go and judge for myself." "Just like your lordship." "What do you mean by that?" "I was aye sure ye was for fair play, my lord." "It's little enough I've ever had," said the Marquis. "So long as we give plenty, my lord, it matters less how muckle we get. A'body likes to get it." "That doctrine won't carry you far, my lad." "Far enough, gin it carry me through, my lord." "How absolute the knave is," said his lordship good-humouredly. "Well, but," he resumed, "about these fishermen. I'm only afraid Mr. Cairns was right." "What said he, my lord?" "That when they saw me there, they would fit their words to my ears. I ken them better nor any black coat atween Cromarty and Peterhead, and I can tell your lordship there wouldn't be a word o' differ for your being there." "If only I could be there, and not there, both at once. There's no other sure mode of testing your assertion. What a pity the only thorough way should be an impossible one." "To all practical purpose it's easy enough, my lord. Just gang on be seen the first night, and the next gang in a coach and four. Sign compare. Quite satisfactory, no doubt, if I could bring myself to do it. But though I said I would, I don't like to interfere so far even as to go at all. At any public meeting, my lord, ye have as good a right to be present as the poorest body in the land. And forby that, as lord of the place, ye have a right to ken what's going on. I dinna ken how far the right to interfere in gangs. That's another thing altogether." "I see you're a thorough-going rebel yourself." "Nothing of the kind, my lord. I'm only so far your lordship's mind that I like fair play, gin a body could only be aye right sure what was fair play." "Yes, there's the very point. Certainly, at least, when the question comes to be of eavesdropping. Not to mention that I could never condescend to play the spy. What a body has a right to hear, he may hear as he likes, either showing himself or hiding himself. And it's the only plan that's fair to them, my lord. It's not as gin your lordship was lying in wait to do them a mischief. You want rather to do them a kindness and take their part." "I don't know that, Malcolm. It depends. It's plain your lordship's prejudiced in their favour. Onygate, I'm certain it's fair play you want, and I canna for the life of me see a hair wrong with your lordship's going in a cog, as old Tammy Deister calls it, for at the worst you could only interdict them, and that you could do all the same whether you gaed or no. And gin you be so wold, I can take you and my lady where you'll hear ilka word it's uttered, and not a body get a glimp o' you, mair nor gin you was sitting at your ain fireside as you are the noo." "That does make a difference," said the Marquis, a great part of whose unwillingness arose from the dread of discovery. "It would be very amusing." "I'll not promise you that," returned Malcolm. "I do not ken about that. There's just one objection, however. You would have to gang a good hour afore they be good to gather. And there's aye ladies about the place, and they turned it into a kirk," he added thoughtfully. "But," he resumed, "we could manage them." "How?" "I would get my grandfather to strike up with a spring upon the pipes, on the other side of the Board Craig, or let off a shot of the Swivel. They would all run to sea, and in the meantime we could land you frae the cutter. We would have you in and out of sight in a moment, Blue Peter and me, as quiet as gin you were ghosts, and the hour midnight." The Marquis was persuaded, but objected to the cutter. They would walk there, he said. So it was arranged that Malcolm should take him and Lady Florimel to the Baillies Barn the very next time the fishermen had a meeting. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Malcolm by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 46. The Baillies Barn. Lady Florimel was delighted at the prospect of such an adventure. The evening arrived. An hour before the time appointed for the meeting, the three issued from the tunnel and passed along the landward side of the dune, towards the promontory. There sat the piper on the Swivel, ready to sound a pibroch the moment they should have reached the shelter of the Board Craig, his signal being Malcolm's whistle. The plan answered perfectly. In a few minutes all the children within hearing were gathered about Duncan, a rarer sight to them than heretofore, and the way was clear to enter unseen. It was already dusk, and the cave was quite dark, but Malcolm lighted a candle, and with a little difficulty got them up into the wider part of the cleft, where he had arranged comfortable seats with plaids and cushions. As soon as they were placed, he extinguished the light. I wish you would tell us another story, Malcolm, said Lady Florimel. Do, said the Marquis. The place is not consecrated yet. Did ye ever hear the tale of the old warlock, my lady? Asked Malcolm. Only my lord kens it, he added. I don't, said Lady Florimel. It's great nonsense, said the Marquis. Do let us have it, Papa. Very well. I don't mind hearing it again. He wanted to see how Malcolm would embellish it. It seems to me, said Malcolm, that this one about Lossie House and yon one about Colonsay Castle are very likely but two stocks frae the same root. Onygate, this one about the warlock mun be the oldest of the two. Used to have it sick as I had it mysel. Mistress Courthope told it to me. It was after his own more picturesque fashion, however, that he recounted the tale of Lord Gernon. As the last words left his lips, Lady Florimel gave a startled cry, seized him by the arm, and crept close to him. The Marquis jumped to his feet, knocked his head against the rock, uttered an oath, and sat down again. "What ails you, my lady?" said Malcolm. "There's nothing here to hurt you." "I saw a face," she said. "A white face." "Where?" "Beyond you, a little way, near the ground," she answered in a tremulous whisper. "It's as dark as pick," said Malcolm, as if thinking it to himself. He knew well enough that it must be the Laird or Phemy, but he was anxious the Marquis should not learn the secret of the Laird's refuge. "I saw a face, anyhow," said Florimel. "It gleamed white for one moment and then vanished." "I wonder you did not cry out where, my lady," said Malcolm, peering into the darkness. "I was too frightened. It looked so ghastly, not more than a foot from the ground." "Could it have been a flash, like, frae your ain een?" "No, I am sure it was a face." "How much is there of this cursed hole?" asked the Marquis, rubbing the top of his head. "A heap," answered Malcolm. "The ground gains down like a brae behind us, until it—" "You don't mean right behind us?" cried the Marquis. "Na, just close, my lord. We're sitting in the mouth o' it like, with the thrapple o' it behind us, and a muckle stomach ayont that." "I hope there's no danger," said the Marquis. "None 'at I ken o'." "No water at the bottom?" "None, my lord. That is, nothing but a bonny spring in the rockside." "Come away, Papa," cried Florimel. "I don't like it. I've had enough of this kind of thing." "Nonsense," said the Marquis, still rubbing his head. "You would spoil all, my lady." "It's o'er late forby," said Malcolm. "I hear a foot." He rose and peeped out, but drew back instantly, saying in a whisper, "It's Mistress Catanach with a lantern. Hold your tongue, my bonny lady. Ye ken well she's no moose. Dinna try to look, my lord. She might get a glimp o' you. She's terrible gleg. I hae been hearing mair yet about her. Your lordship's ill to convince, but depend upon it, whatever that woman is, there's mischief. Where she takes a scunner at a body, she hates like the very devil. She winna aye let them ken it, but takes time to do her ill turns. And it's not that only, but gin she gets a hold of anything again anybody, she'll save it up upon the chance of their giving her some offence afore they die. She never loses hold of the tail o' a thing, and at her own proper time she's in her nature bound to make the worst use o' it." Malcolm was anxious both to keep them still and to turn aside any further inquiry as to the face Florimel had seen. Again he peeped out. "What is she after now?" "She's come in this gate," he went on, in a succession of whispers, turning his head back over his shoulder when he spoke. "Gin she thought there was a hole in the parish she didn't ken all the outs and ins o', it would hold her own sleeped. Whisht, whisht, here she comes," he concluded, after a listening pause, in the silence of which he could hear her step approaching. He stretched out his neck over the ledge, and saw her coming straight for the back of the cave, looking right before her with slow-moving, keen, wicked eyes. It was impossible to say what made them look wicked. Neither in form, colour, motion, nor light were they ugly. Yet in every one of these they looked wicked, as her lantern, which, being of horn, she had opened for more light, now and then, as it swung in her hand, shone up on her pale, pulpy, evil countenance. "Gin she tries to come up, I'll have to call her down," he said to himself. "And I dinna like it, for she's a woman after all, though a devilish kind o' a one. But there's my lady. I ha' brought her into it, and I maun see her safe out o' it." But if Mrs. Catanach was bent on an exploration, she was for the time prevented from prosecuting it by the approach of the first of the worshippers, whose voices they now plainly heard. She retreated towards the middle of the cave, and sat down in a dark corner, closing her lantern and hiding it with the skirt of her long cloak. Presently a good many entered at once, some carrying lanterns, and most of them tallow candles, which they quickly lighted and disposed about the walls. The rest of the congregation, with its leaders, came trooping in so fast that in 10 minutes or so the service began. As soon as the singing commenced, Malcolm whispered to Lady Florimel, "Was it a man's face, or a lassie's ye saw, my lady?" "A man's face, the same we saw in the storm," she answered, and Malcolm felt her shudder as she spoke. "It's nothing but the Mad Laird," he said. "He's better nor harmless. Dinna say a word to your father, my lady. I dinna like to say that, but I'll tell ye all what for afterhine." But Florimel, knowing that her father had a horror of lunatics, was willing enough to be silent. No sooner was her terror thus assuaged than the oddities of the singing laid hold upon her, stirring up a most tyrannous impulse to laughter. The prayer that followed made it worse. In itself the prayer was perfectly reverent, and yet, for dread of irreverence, I must not attempt a representation of the forms of its embodiment, or the manner of its utterance. So uncontrollable did her inclination to merriment become, that she found at last the only way to keep from bursting into loud laughter was to slacken the curb and go off at a canter. I mean, to laugh freely, but gently. This so infected her father that he straightway accompanied her, but with more noise. Malcolm sat in misery, from the fear not so much of discovery, though that would be awkward enough, as of the loss to the laird of his best refuge. But when he reflected, he doubted much whether it was even now a safe one, and anyhow knew it would be as vain to remonstrate as to try to stop the noise of a brook by casting pebbles into it. When it came to the sermon, however, things went better, for MacLeod was the preacher, an eloquent man after his kind, in virtue of the genuine earnestness of which he was full. If his anxiety for others appeared to be rather to save them from the consequences of their sins, his main desire for himself certainly was to be delivered from evil. The growth of his spiritual nature, while it rendered him more and more dissatisfied with himself, had long left behind all fear save of doing wrong. His sermon this evening was founded on the text, "The natural man receiveth not the things of the Spirit of God." He spoke fervently and persuasively, nor, although his tone and accent were odd, and his Celtic modes and phrases to those Saxon ears outlandish, did these peculiarities in the least injure the influence of the man. Even from Florimel was the demon of laughter driven, and the Marquis, although not a single notion of what the man intended passed through the doors of his understanding, sat quiet and disapproved of nothing. Possibly, had he been alone as he listened, he too, like one of old, might have heard in the dark cave the still small voice of a presence urging him forth to the light. But as it was, the whole utterance passed without a single word or phrase or sentence having roused a thought, or suggested a doubt, or moved a question, or hinted an objection or a need of explanation. That the people present should interest themselves in such things only set before him the folly of mankind. The text and the preacher both kept telling him that such as he could by no possibility have the slightest notion what such things were. But not the less did he, as if he knew all about them, wonder how the deluded fisher-folk could sit and listen. The more tired he grew, the more angry he got with the parson who had sent him there with his foolery, and the more convinced that the men who prayed and preached were as honest as they were silly, and that the thing to die of itself had only to be let alone. He heard the Amen of the benediction with a sigh of relief, and rose at once, cautiously this time. "Ye maunna gang yet, my lord," said Malcolm. "They maun be all out first." "I don't care who sees me," protested the weary man. "But your lordship wouldna like to be descried scrambling down after the back like the bear in Robinson Crusoe." The Marquis grumbled, and yielded impatiently. At length Malcolm, concluding from the silence that the meeting had thoroughly scaled, peeped cautiously out to make sure. But after a moment he drew back, saying in a regretful whisper, "I'm sorry ye cannot gang yet, my lord. There's some 6 of ill-looking childs, cards I'm thinking, gypsies, or maybe waur, congregate down there, and it's my opinion they're after no good, my lord." "How do you know that?" "Anybody would ken that 'at got a glimp o' them." Let me look. Na, my lord, ye do not understand the lie of the stones enough to hold out a sight. How long do you mean to keep us here? Asked the Marquis impatiently. Till it's safe to gang, my lord. For anything I ken, they may be after coming up here. They may be used to the place, though I dinna think it. In that case we must go down at once. We must not let them find us here. They would take us one by one as we go down, my lord, and we wouldn't have a chance. Think of my lady there. Florimel heard all, but with the courage of her race. This is a fine position you have brought us into, MacPhail, said his master, now thoroughly uneasy for his daughter's sake. No word nor I'll take ye out o', gin ye lippen to me, my lord, and no speak a word. If you tell them who Papa is, said Florimel, they won't do us any harm, surely. I'm none so sure of that. They might want to rape his poaches, search his pockets. And my lord would ill stand that, I'm thinking. Na, just stand ye back, my lord, my lady. I dinna speak a word. I s'll say to them, they're sick villains, there's no terms to be holden with them. His lordship was far from satisfied, but a light shining up into the crevice at the moment gave powerful support to Malcolm's authority. He took Florimel's hand and drew her a little farther from the mouth of the cave. Don't you wish we had Demon with us? Whispered the girl. I was thinking how I never went without a dagger in Venice, said the Marquis, and never once had occasion to use it. Now I haven't even a penknife about me. It looks very awkward. Please don't talk like that, said Florimel. Can't you trust Malcolm, Papa? Oh yes, perfectly, he answered, but the tone was hardly up to the words. They could see the dim figure of Malcolm, outlined in fits of the approaching light, all but filling the narrow entrance, as he bent forward to listen. Presently he laid himself down, leaning on his left elbow with his right shoulder only a little above the level of the passage. The light came nearer, and they heard the sound of scrambling on the rock, but no voice. Then for one moment the light shone clear upon the roof of the cleft. The next came the sound of a dull blow, the light vanished, and the noise of a heavy fall came from beneath. One of them, my lord, said Malcolm in a sharp whisper over his shoulder. A confusion of voices arose. You booby, said one. You climb like a calf. I'll go next. Evidently they thought he had slipped and fallen, and he was unable to set them right. Malcolm heard them drag him out of the way. The second ascended more rapidly, and met his fate the sooner. As he delivered the blow, Malcolm recognized one of the laird's assailants, and was now perfectly at his ease. Two of them, my lord, he said. Gin we had one mare down, we could manage the lave. The second, however, had not lost his speech, and amidst the confused talk that followed, Malcolm heard the words, Run down to the coble for the gun, and immediately after the sound of feet hurrying from the cave. He rose quietly, leaped into the midst of them, came down upon one, and struck out right and left. Two ran, and three lay where they were. Gin one of ye move hand or foot, I'll brain him with his end stick, he cried, as he wrenched a cudgel from the grasp of one of them. Then catching up a lantern, and hurrying behind the projecting rock, Haste ye, and come, he shouted. The way's clear, but only for a minute. Florimel appeared, and Malcolm got her down. Mind that fellow, cried the Marquis from above. Malcolm turned quickly, and saw the gleam of a knife in the grasp of his old enemy, who had risen and crept behind him to the recess. He flung the lantern in his face, following it with a blow in which were concentrated all the weight and energy of his frame. The man went down again heavily, and Malcolm instantly trampled all their lanterns to pieces. No, he said to himself, they winna ken but it's the Laird and Phemy with me. Then turning and taking Florimel by the arm, he hurried her out of the cave, followed by the Marquis. They emerged in the liquid darkness of a starry night. Lady Florimel clung to both her father and Malcolm. It was a rough way for some little distance, but at length they reached the hard, wet sand, and the Marquis would have stopped to take breath, but Malcolm was uneasy and hurried them on. What are you frightened at now? Asked his lordship. Nothing, answered Malcolm, adding to himself, however, I'm flait at nothing. I'm flait for the Laird. As they approached the tunnel, he fell behind. Why don't you come on? Said his lordship. I'm going back now that you're safe, said Malcolm. Going back? What for? Asked the Marquis. I maun see what the villains are up to, answered Malcolm. Not alone, surely, exclaimed the Marquis. At least get some of your people to go with you. There's not time, my lord. Dinna be flait for me. I s'll take care of mysel'. He was already yards ahead, running at full speed. The Marquis shouted after him, but Malcolm would not hear. When he reached the Baillies Barn once more, all was still. He groped his way in and found his own lantern where they had been sitting, and having lighted it, descended and followed the windings of the cavern a long way, but saw nothing of the Laird or Phemy. Coming at length to a spot where he heard the rushing of a stream, he found he could go no farther. The roof of the cave had fallen, and blocked up the way with huge masses of stone and earth. He had come a good distance, certainly, but by no means as far as Phemy's imagination had represented the reach of the cavern. He might, however, have missed a turn, he thought. The sound he heard was that of the Lossie burn, flowing along in the starlight through the grounds of the house. Of this he satisfied himself afterwards, and then it seemed to him not unlikely that in ancient times the river had found its way to the sea along the cave, for throughout its length the action of water was plainly visible. But perhaps the sea itself had used to go roaring along the great duct. Malcolm was no geologist, and could not tell. End of chapter 46.